not only I'm doing that, I have Let Go on my phone. Oh my God, the Mug Life, Gary. Oh shit, I found like Winnie the Pooh 1997 like winter edition. I bought it for like, they were selling it for $4. I was like, can I buy 12 of them and for $1? And they gave you all of them, and I would sell them for $20 on Let Go.
I'm fucking proud of you, bro. So wait, you bought those 12 Winnie the Pooh mugs for $1 each for $12
for $12
and sold them for fucking $240?
But not only that, I sold each of them for $20.
And all sold them all?
Yes, and not only that, I would tell them, I said, I live in Niskayuna, and they were like, I'm in Albany. I was like, if you want to pick it up, if you want me to bring it to you, add $15. And they would add $15, and I would get $35 for just me buying $1 of a mug in like a Saturday morning.
I understand, Gary.
I can't, hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
No, because I hear feedback, I'm sorry.
It's not feedback, bro, it's fucking pride. I'm fucking happy as fuck about you.
But you don't even know, like, this will be on YouTube, right? I can watch it later.
Yes, you can.
Oh my God. Wait, but how do I kill that? Because that's one thing, like, kill that, like, procrastination, or like, kill that, like, being comfortable, because
you're about to it sounds like you have a very specific plan. You got 3 weeks of vacation and you're gonna try to kill it.
No, it's not vacation, it's 3 weeks of school left.
I'm calling it fucking vacation, stick with me.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, go ahead.
So 3 weeks of school, aka vacation. Enjoy the fuck out of it. Get anything out of your mind. Lay it all on the field now. That girl you liked all 3 years, go say something.
Huh?
The girl that you've liked for the last 3 years in high school and haven't said shit to, go say something.
No, bro, we broke up, but I'm fine with that. I move on.
All right, respect.
I move on.
Respect.
It doesn't matter at this point, because she's not gonna help me. I'm on my own.
Let's go. On your own is good, bro. It's good. I'm excited.
I know, like, I've been stopping. My friends are like, Paulo, why are you too fake with your friends? I'm like, I'd rather have one that's actually good than 500 and just say, what's up, man, and not actually know them. Like, go fuck yourself.
Your prerogative. I like both.
Yes. But you're telling me just to wait, just use that 3 weeks for what?
3 weeks I'm good with. Everything I just heard, the maturity at 17, the level of conversation, 18, level of conversation with your dad, you're fucking flipping, you're about to get 2 fucking jobs to have you and your fucking dog. I'm fucking pumped, bro.
I know, because I was like, I can't leave because my dad doesn't want the dog.
So take the fucking dog.
Oh, I'm connected to the dog. So I was like, I have to get an apartment that has a dog.
That's fine, they have those.
I know. But,
bro, you got this.
Oh my God, I can't believe you. Holy shit. I've been like copy pasting my phone number for the last an hour.
Well, you tricked Andy, good job.
Oh yeah, Andy, you're doing a good job. Don't listen to David.
All right, bro, good luck.
Oh my God, yes, you made my night. Holy shit. Have a good night, guys.
You too, bye. I like that kid. It's crazy to hear the difference of something that's, right? Like, I'm just looking at you guys, like the difference between somebody that's seeing it and the one that's not seeing it. And you can see it. Man, that was a super mature conversation. That felt really good to me.
Called on first and I started hashtag where is David?
Corey, this is Gary Vaynerchuk.
Holy shit.
Yes, sir.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Doing good, how about you?
Super good.
This is crazy. I've been like watching for like 2 years now, and it's super cool to talk to you.
Thank you. What can I help you with?
So I'm starting this job in like 2 or 3 weeks, and I've really been obsessed for a long time with kind of like how people work. One of the things I've noticed a lot is like managers tend to like micromanage how you work, and they tend to focus less on like what lets people be in their zone and what really motivates them to do work.
I couldn't agree more.
How do I change people's minds, and how do I get managers to kind of back off people and kind of let them live in their space? I'm starting this new job at Dell, and so like
you communicated to them. It's highly unlikely they'll listen to you, and you move on when you don't find the manager that you like.
How do I be that person for other people, and how do I? Because I'm kind of going into that space to where I want to be that manager.
You're going into a place where you don't have the leverage, so you got to be thoughtful about that, right? Your ideology is right. Your ability to execute on that ideology doesn't exist up front unless you're persuasive in your communication to a manager as a new employee.
So how long should I like shut up and kind of, I should just build up leverage for a few months and kind of work towards that?
That's a strategy.
Okay.
Because if you come in hot on day one and telling the managers what the fuck.
Yeah, that's not gonna work out.
It sure isn't. The number one mistake in our society right now is people are yelling at each other on social media, trying to convince those people to see the world the way that they see it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you just can't come in with that level of audacity that on your first day you're gonna hot take. By the way, good news, David's live on Twitter.
Oh, nice.
What does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I got you. So I just need to like kind of calm down and keep my head down, figure things out, and build up some leverage and kind of
or listen and pay attention to the managers. You might find somebody that actually sees the world the same way you do, and you lean into that person.
Okay, I got you.
See where I'm going?
Yeah.
I appreciate your demeanor because I'm glad you were listening because it makes sense when I pointed out to you, right?
Yeah, I guess that's kind of been my conundrum for a long time. Is I have like a bunch of these ideas, and I think it comes from watching my dad try to do this and bang his head against the wall for the last 15 years. It's kind of made me want to. It kills me on the inside when people go to work and they're passionate about what they do and they can't do it. And I've seen that a few times.
Bro, I got news for you. This isn't the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
Somebody that goes to work and is upset with their manager can go to another place.
Yeah.
We need to get off of some of this ideology.
I gotcha.
It's important. It's important. This is an important conversation because you're a good kid. I like what you're talking about. But sometimes we go too far And if we don't stay in the middle, we're gonna lose. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Like, it makes me sad about a lot of things, but people are in control.
You're right.
People walk in
I
my
can.
office and tell me all sorts of shit. I'm like, life's about alternatives. Like, if this place is so fucked up, go work somewhere else.
Yeah.
I was born in the Soviet Union, where they told you where the fuck you worked. And if you didn't, they fucking shot you in the face. This is fucking America.
Yeah.
You don't like Dell? Go work for Microsoft.
I gotcha.
So what you do is you either, but I love where you're coming from. So either you stay quiet, build leverage, get thoughtful, or when you see somebody who's also passionate about putting players in a position to succeed, you get cozy up to them and let them be a mentor.
Yeah.
Cool.
I have like one more question.
Go ahead. Go fast.
Is this something where should I? Because this is like what I'm passionate about. I really like working with other people.
Why don't you go into HR? Are you going into HR?
I'm not going in HR. I've never really like seen myself in HR, and I didn't know that's like something that HR kind of does.
It is. It's a good HR place does.
Okay. So you think I should kind of like look into HR if I have that kind of attitude and those kind of like aspirations?
If you can find some place like Vayner where they put HR, culture, and people on a pedestal, and it's not about just joggling around dollars, and you know.
Yeah. Well, I'd be pretty stoked to come work for you one day, but...
You can email me right now, bro. You can email me right now. Email me. I mean, we're building out our HR. Like, I like where your head's at.
Where at? Because I
Gary at VaynerMedia.com. Put in the title. I was a kid that called about HR. You'll be on the phone with Claude next fucking week.
I will do that. It was Gary at what?
Vayner Media.
Gary at VaynerMedia.com. Okay, I will do that right now.
See ya. All right, this kid's on fucking live. Let's go. Get it loud, Andy. Here we go.
I'm being dead serious, man. I was being dead serious. Oh my god, dude. But yep, I'm gonna go ahead and buy a plane ticket. I'm sorry I keep repeating. I'm just so happy right now.
This is
but
unbelievable.
I'm
We just changed this kid's life.
Plane ticket. I'm gonna go see what they got. I'm already packed up. Like I said, I'm already packed up, ready to go. I have my Logic shirt. Represent Logic. Damn, man. But anyway, love y'all so much, and we'll
His
keep
audience.
in touch. It's probably gonna be, what was it? Probably like about an hour or so, maybe less. Hopefully, I'm gonna go live again. But everybody go follow me, tell your friends, everything. Yes, it is 100% true. No, I cannot believe it, but yes, it is 100% true. I love y'all, and I can't believe this is happening to me right now. And yes, I don't care what anyone says. I am believing what Gary Vee says. I love y'all, and yep, I'm doing my own thing now. I'm doing my own thing. It is motherfucking time.
Yes, bro. It is your motherfucking time.
There's people already commenting, I need a video guy in LA.
Just changing people's fucking lives, dude, right? Like, it's just so crazy. Like, this is so real. Like, it's such a special time. Look what we just did. Do you understand what's happening in the world? Everybody's looking for bad, and this stuff is happening. Every day, versions of this is happening. This kid was fucking, like, do you understand, like, actually what it means to change somebody's life? Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's just so surreal. It's just so fucking surreal. Like, if the internet didn't come along, I would have built 8,000 fucking liquor stores, would have been fucking super successful, would have fucking sold it and bought the jets, everybody would have thought I was the best, and it wouldn't have been anywhere close to as interesting of a life. This kid was laying in his fucked up mom's house in San Antonio, and is in a car right now, flying to Los Angeles, and people are pinging him left and right for him to be their video person. The dude's gonna be living his dream. What he wants, he was making $10 an hour. At some point, he's gonna make 10 bucks, it doesn't 12, who gives a fuck, 9, whatever. He's literally 48 hours, Memorial Day, in a week. Everything he dreamed about, an hour before I went live, on a day that I didn't need to come back here at all. Still fucking a little fucked up from my crazy travel. Fought for it. This is how the world works. Fought for it, right? Like, you know? Like, took a stressful call outside, watched these three fucking outside doing who knows what. I was like smiling, it made me happy. And then got off that call. Yeah, you three were outside just now. It was awesome. I was like watching, like, what are they doing? It was fun. I was like, on this fucked up call. Then ran up here and fucking went live and changed this fucking kid's life. So awesome. Andy, tell everybody Andy fucking, you know how Andy got a job? Same shit, just like this, right? And then think about that, Andy, like, we all change each other's lives. So fun. So how did you get your job?
I don't know how you found that email.
I used to read every email.
No, you responded 3 months later.
It took me time, dude. I was getting a lot of email. You know what question that is? That's like the
You
same
told me to
question.
email you. I was like, fuck, I gotta write the best email ASAP or he's never gonna respond. You didn't respond in the first week, and then I was like, that's it. It's a wrap.
It took
And it was
me-
3 months later at midnight.
I love that. You know, see,
It
that's
was
the
literally like 12:01 a.m. I had the email.
Nobody believes me about anything.
Hello, please state
I was
your
like,
name after the tone.
My new
and
favorite one
voice
that
will try
popped
to
up.
connect
You're fucking, how did you have money to fucking, you say you made no money. How'd you fucking have money to invest in Twitter and Facebook? I'm like, I fucking lived in a shit apartment and saved money. I made $43,000 a year and made saved 11,000. Sinan?
Yeah.
Sinan? Sinan.
You said it. Sinan.
How do you say it?
Sinan.
Sinan.
Well, now I
Sinan.
How do you
I
say
said
it?
Sinan.
Sinan fucking commuted from fucking to wine library in a liquor store for a year, worked for fucking minimum wage. He wanted it. Like everybody, like I love when some people here are like, you know, like, you know, they come in, they do the resident thing, whatever, you know, and like after like, you know, you watch, because like you got some of you are still in it, others like I watch, right? And some people like after week 3 or 6, at first, you know, day 1's cool, you're like 5, you know, week 3, and I'm like, Sinan fucking commuted from fucking to New Jersey and walked to wine library for a year at minimum wage. Like, you know, this is what is interesting. It's a one big game of entitlement if your ambitions are big. Like I'm always curious of like, what's the person's ambition? It's not for everybody. But like if you want it so, like, you know, like, I don't know, I'm fascinated by it. Because I really I did it, lived it. You know, it's so fun to give advice you lived. It makes it fun. I never feel weird.
Hello.
I never feel weird about any
Please
stuff I
state
say,
your
you
name
know?
after the tone, and Google
Because I
Voice will
fucking
try to
did it.
connect
I really did it. Gary. Really did it. And then started this and gave you 50%.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Gary.
Hello, how are you?
I am awesome because you called me.
Well, yes, I did, Jacqueline.
So, I own a sugar cookie business that I run out of my house. I have 4 kids. One of them has special needs and gets therapy all the time, and so I do all of my work when they're asleep. My husband has a job, but we wanted me to be able to stay home. But I really like selling cookies. It's a lot of fun. Everybody loves cookies. Who doesn't love cookies, right?
I'm gonna buy so many of your cookies. Like, your opening sentence, like, Jacqueline, you have to understand, like, I love you so much. Like, I'm literally, right before I call you, talking about entitlement. You're a mother of 4, building a business when everybody goes to sleep. You have a special needs child. And people are yelling at me like, hey, Gary Vee, what the fuck? Like, how do I live in Brooklyn at $14 an hour? Like, move. Live with a roommate.
Yeah.
Don't buy $4 Blue Bottle coffee.
Yeah. Entitlement is like I think it's the main problem with
your
like
cookies
kids
are
these
crazy.
days.
You make these?
Yeah, I make those.
You're
and
insanely
I want
talented.
tasting sugar cookie
Hold on.
in Houston, Gary.
All right, ready for this?
They look
hold
awesome. I'm ready.
hold on. So it's Tudor House Cookies, right? Okay, so right now,
Yes.
you have 3,696 followers. 3,696 followers.
Yes.
Everybody's watching right now. If you've ever gotten anything from me in any shape or form that's been good, I want you to go to Tudor House Cookies. Tudor
Hell yes.
House Cookies. Tudor House Cookies. Tudor House Cookies. They look
Gary, I'm
ridiculous.
dancing around my house right now. This is freaking awesome.
Are you drinking a Dr. Pepper?
Not at the moment.
But you
I
love
did
Dr.
earlier.
Pepper.
I do love Dr. Pepper. It's so good. Dr. Pepper's gonna be in heaven, Gary. It's so good.
Listen to me good. Your cookies look insanely amazing.
Thank you, and they taste good. I want best tasting sugar cookie in Houston. They look good and they taste good. 'Cause
Thank
I'm
you, John.
awesome.
I see everybody else not following. I don't know what fucking. Unbelievable.
Okay, so can I ask my question?
You picked,
Is
up
that
like
cool?
you picked up like 200 followers. Quick.
Oh, I'm so excited. Okay, so my question is, I actually had a meeting with a chick at Airmark a couple months ago.
Yes.
Because she is like head of sales and stuff at Reliant Stadium, which is the huge football stadium here in
Hold on.
Houston.
We can't buy yet?
I'm not allowed to ship because I don't have a commercial kitchen.
What?
So yeah, so every state has different laws about people that make out of their house. And Texas is stupid, and you can't ship them if you make them out of your house. If you make them out of a commercial kitchen, you can do whatever the hell you want.
Okay.
So that makes it a lot harder to get business because I can't just sell on
Jack?
Etsy or whatever. Yeah.
You're up to 4,300 followers.
Oh, that's awesome.
All right, so
Okay,
can't you fucking rent a commercial kitchen for like a day and fucking bang them out?
Well, you have to get $1 million insurance policy.
And how much does that cost?
And a couple $1,000s.
I'll buy it for you.
You don't have to do that, but
No
if you
shit.
want to, that would be awesome. Oh my God. Okay, so this is my idea on how I can stay home with my kids, but also make a shit ton of money. So I met with her at Airmark. I met with this chick, right?
Okay.
And she said, would you ever be interested in doing live demos at conventions like OTC, which is in Houston every year? It's freaking huge.
Keep going.
And I said, absolutely.
Yep.
And she said, okay, make up a price sheet and send it to me. So I did some research. I've never done anything like this before. So I did some research on what they normally pay for decorated cookies and all that kind of stuff. I sent her a price sheet. She said, it looks good. I'll look at the details and get back to you. She never got back to me. I emailed her once
She got
one
busy.
time.
I tell people to email me all the time. I told the kid that emailed me about HR. I might not reply. I mean, that's it, guys. I mean, D-Rock, what's that, Alex? Who said that?
Okay, I didn't hear you say what?
We try. I'm trying real hard out here. It's not my intent at the moment, but we're drinking out of a fucking fire hose. I don't want somebody walking around Earth saying Gary Vee told me to email him and then he didn't email me. It fucks up my brand. I'm trying to answer every time, but who the fuck knows? Tyler fucking deletes it by accident, right, Ty? It happens. Alex, you deleted shit by accident, right? Because you're a human. I do shit wrong every minute. So who gives a fuck that she hasn't gotten back to you? Hit her up 14 more times, or if not, fuck her.
Well, so I emailed her once a week the last 3 weeks and she didn't respond, so I was like, okay, forget it. So, but now
Good. I like everything about you, Jack.
So now I want to try and like hit up some other people, like maybe the lady that runs all the food stuff at like George R. Brown Convention Center, which is 5 minutes from my house.
Jack, why don't
I'm
we
trying to
start a
figure out-
business together and I just get a kitchen in Texas and we just fucking dominate?
Let's freaking do it, Gary.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Okay?
Yeah.
I think what you're doing is real. I mean, I assume other people make good looking sugar cookies. These just look good and I just like you. Mainly because you posted, I love Jesus, but I curse a little.
Well, I do. I mean, I curse on this call, but I do also love Jesus, so that's accurate.
I really, really, really like what you're doing. I think you really have talent. It's really, really, really good.
Thank you so much, Gary. That's awesome. I'm going to send y'all, I told Andy, I tweeted him about like 50 times. Well, not really that much. But I told him I was going to send y'all cookies. So I'm going to send y'all some cookies because...
Well, you better send us a cookies. We just gave you like fucking 3,000 followers in like 16 seconds. Actually, what did we start at? 3,600? You picked up 1,000 fucking followers already.
That's freaking awesome.
Jason doesn't even have 1,000 followers.
Oh my God.
I have no idea. I just thought it was funny. All right, Jack, Gary at VaynerMedia.com. Email me. Let's see if we can figure something out.
Yes, definitely. Thank you so much, Gary.
You're welcome. This is fun. Let's keep going.
There was another really good cookie caller from before.
The ones from Florida? Yeah, the one
no.
401 or like.
It was like a year and a half ago.
Okay, go ahead. Oh yeah.
It was Elliot and I. It was 23.
What? Thanks. Sinan. Is that right?
I meant Chris created.
It's not.
Just for this.
Sinan? Sinan. Nan. It's the non part. And I want to do Nan. I have this non-Nan issue. Sinan. You're non. He's a non-good guy. That's how I'm going to remember it. I literally call him Sinan. Yo!
Hey,
What's going on?
who's this?
This is Gary Vaynerchuk.
Oh, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, bro, I got you. How are you?
Holy shit, I'm doing well. How are you?
Super well, man. What can I answer for you?
So I guess a little background. I'm 27. I work in real estate investments about like apartment buildings, and I'm just trying to start like all the marketing and branding for our company and stuff. And I'm starting to do it myself. And I guess two-part question: one, should I focus on myself or do it through the company?
Yourself.
And two, how do I get bigger on YouTube and Facebook because I'm struggling there?
Yourself and slowly.
Okay.
So definitely focus on yourself. And if you, I wouldn't overly worry about getting big on YouTube and Facebook for the sake of getting big. What you need to focus on, everybody focuses on getting big, more followers. They need to focus on making content that brings value to people. The reason I always win is I only think about the customer. I never think what's in it for me. Ever, ever, ever. I've never thought about how many followers do I have? How many followers am I gonna get? Never, ever, ever. That's why I don't celebrate when I get 1 million followers or 20,000 followers or whatever it is, right?
Mm-hmm. So I guess I didn't necessarily mistake it. I think partly I did because I still have that in my mind.
Everybody, like, I understand it. Like, I think, so the answer is make content that brings value to people.
Yeah, and we're starting to do that. Like, we host like meetups and stuff, and we just posted videos like 2 hours long on YouTube, and we're going to start chopping it up and putting it on different stuff. I guess it's more like, I understand, you know, kind of I just like work more and do stuff on Instagram and a little bit on LinkedIn. I kind of see the different subtleties between the two of them.
Yep.
Is there any different subtleties that you would change between going towards Facebook and YouTube? Is it more long form? Is it a different way of talking? Like, how does that play out?
Yep. The answer is both. You get more long form options on both of them, and the audiences are different. You know, Facebook is skewing older by the second, right? YouTube is super broad. You can target ads on Facebook in your general area and, you know, and an age group. So yeah.
Okay, cool. Can I ask some more?
You can ask one more quick question, but real quick, when I look at your oh, it's not him. Okay, keep going, bro.
Yeah. So the next one I want to do is start doing like Facebook and Instagram ads, and we obviously, you know, we raise money from investors, find out we're accredited guys, and we have to obviously, you know, there's some gray areas with SEC and stuff like that, and we have to make sure we're not stepping over boundaries. What are some ways that you would get people to your website without, you know, we can't say, hey, I've got this investment opportunity. You know, we talked about doing like webinars and like free offerings and stuff like that. Is there anything besides the kind of the norm that you see?
Education, and entertainment.
I've heard that one before, yeah.
It really works, bro. I'll give you another one that is a little more tangible. You can send out an email, a tweet, an Instagram post, a Facebook, like you hit up everybody, right? That you have, and you ask and spend one day calling all of them and asking them for what kind of content do they want.
Okay.
Like one of the reasons I'm successful is I do research, I read all my comments, and I'm good at synthesizing data to be a creative. Mm-hmm. A lot of people never even get into the part of listening.
I hear you. I definitely try to do that. Like I'm always asking people, like we literally just had a meetup last night for like 3 hours in a hotel. We had like 40 people out there.
That's good.
And I'm always asking people like, how do you like it? What do you think? Stuff like that.
But you gotta ask them what do they want on your website or what do they want from your content.
Yeah, that's the thing too. Like we always send out an email, like we always focus it around one subject. Like, oh, what do you guys want to talk about next? And like we just did it on the
Have you ever,
like,
you also can use Google Trends and type in words from your industry and see if anything's popping?
So I played with that a little bit. I've got like a running quote unquote Google ad just to like understand it a little bit for the company.
So then you know what it sounds like the deficit is potentially right now? Ideas.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I'm definitely like, I'm not like a marketing background or design. I'm trying to pick up the pieces as I go and get familiar enough to then eventually outsource it to either, like the next step I want to do is have like a couple VAs start doing like post video production and stuff like that, and then eventually bring on someone full time to do video and editing because it's not my strong point. It's taking up a fuck ton of my time right now. It's really a waste of my time because it's not my strength.
Well, it's not a waste because I do like the context building, but I like that you're aware that there's a passing of the baton. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think you might have learned a lot of what you could do. Believe it or not, as this may sound, it sounds like the ideas part, to your point, this is where somebody creative matters. One of the things that took me a long time to realize in my team and my agency, and then just kind of like, only over the last 2 years, I'm like, wait a minute, why this feels so easy is because I'm creative. But that was not something that I really leaned into. It was something I took for granted because I leaned in more towards, I'm a businessman.
Right. And I think that's why we're trying, like, we're literally on the cusp of starting a podcast, and I want to start leaning into other people where we also want to do, like, with the meetup stuff, also do, like, a round table type thing where you bring other people in and it's just like a chat.
Keep going. I like where you're going. Keep going.
Okay,
you got the pieces. All right, good luck, bro. Is he live yet?
No.
This dude is literally cool, right? It's neat. His best friend's going with him? Leaving his wife?
I don't know.
I'm not that
my best friend, we're going.
Good night. This is Luis Santiago.
Luis, this is Gary Vaynerchuk.
What's up, Gary? How you doing?
Super well, you?
Blessed, man, blessed.
What can I help you with?
So I moved over here to New York from New Jersey and got into sports, thank God. And man, it's a grind. They told me from the beginning, and I'm through it. My biggest fear right now is not to burn out. You know what I mean? I work more than 60 hours a week, and that's just the way business is, sports is. You preach it, you got to work your ass off. But
you're worried?
Some people, yeah.
What are you feeling?
I come back home after a homestand. I just come back home after a game, and I knock out, and then head back. Destroyed.
But what do you want to happen? You want to balance it a little more?
A little bit, but then I feel like I wouldn't be able to, get there. I wouldn't be able to get to my next step.
Life has cost, right?
Yeah, you're 100% right.
Are you physically tired or mentally tired?
I think it's more mentally, since I'm usually not on the field. Like, I'm not really doing anything physically.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Are you feeling pressure from anybody? Significant other, parents, friends?
Just a regular management, but that's just normal. That's just that's just sales and sports. And
No. Are you feeling pressure from anybody in your life to be home more?
Not really. Not yet. At least I think that's more to come.
Are you potentially being impatient?
How do you measure that?
Well, I think the way you can measure it is, do you feel antsy, like I'm getting burnt out and crap, I'm not getting what I deserve? Have you said am I not getting recognized the way I deserve, or have any of those kind of things come into your mind?
A little bit. Nothing crazy. I try and block that off, but I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah.
That would be a sign. How long you been there?
I'm about to go for a year.
Do you feel confident that you are going to get recognized, or at least, if you put in these years, leverage to go to another ball club?
I think little by little, since there is more than 60 other people within the sales force, so I think that will come. It's just
are you good at it?
My biggest fear, but
are you good at it?
I think I am number 2 right now in my own department, little by little moving up. But at the end of the day, that's just my biggest fear. It's like, one of these days I'm just gonna be like, yo, this is too much, and walk out. I've never done that before straight out of college.
What's the fear of that?
Good question.
Who gives a fuck if you do that? You worried that your resume is gonna say you're only in the place for 9 months, and they're gonna ask?
That's a valid question.
I know it's a good question. That's where we're hanging.
Did you ever get burned out?
Not really, but but it could happen. And if it does, bro, you want to hear something crazy? Secretly, I would love to wake up tomorrow, make a video, be like, yo, I'm out, burnt out, see ya, because it would help a lot of people.
Damn.
Bro, when you don't care about other people's opinions, you don't get. Like, I just like going by the Patriots on everybody.
Yeah.
I'm kidding, that won't happen. But where I'm going with it is like, I don't fear it to burn out. I'm pretty self-aware. I have been doing selling and flipping and since I was 6. So like there's a part of me that kind of feels like this is some Tony Bennett shit. You know what I mean? Like 88 and shit with Gaga. And so, but if not, then not. And what? What's gonna happen? People go on social media and be like, see? Y'all fucking looked up to Gary Vee. He burnt out. See? You think I give a fuck what Johnny Pants 37 thinks about my burnout?
Damn, you're 100% right.
I know. So you worrying about one day you're just gonna wake up and be like, fuck this place, I'm out. For what? So good. Reset. It's a theme of tonight. It's come up a second time. Own your burnout, move on. Burning out's awesome. What I mean by that is, if we stop calling it burning out and called it I changed my mind, I think it would have less stigma.
Damn.
Yeah, I think we've made it into this failure thing. Burning out's awesome. I changed my fucking mind.
Yeah, that's moving, man. Damn.
Good, man. It makes me happy. Like, all of a sudden it's not scary, and once it's not scary, it has no power.
Yeah.
That's why I love bully shit, man. Once the bully gets punched in the face.
Damn, man, you changed a lot out here, man.
I'm trying, bro. Because it's simple shit, but sometimes you don't see it from the angle, and sometimes it takes a random call at 9:44 on a Thursday night in late May, and you hear something, and it just changes the way you walk in tomorrow.
Yeah. More of a, I don't really care about what might happen, just gotta roll with it.
What's gonna happen is good. What do you mean what's good? Like, what's gonna happen? You know, like, you can get another job.
Right.
Like, I don't know. Buy some sports, buy sports cards, bro.
All right, I like that.
Have you been hearing what I've been saying, man? There's money to be made in the next 2 years on cards.
Damn. That's a leap, but I mean, I'm fucking one out, right?
I mean, do you have $100?
Of course.
Well, not of course, but like awesome. Like, you follow baseball?
But yeah, of course, yeah, you're right.
Go buy some Bowman rookie cards. I'll give you a hot take right now. This motherfucker right here, Jordan Adams.
Mm-hmm.
He's a rookie. Jordan Adams, Jordyn Adams.
Okay.
I gave him love the other day. I started talking to him. He hit me up. I talked to him on DM. I like this kid's game, man. I think he's gonna be a real player. And he's inexpensive. You can buy Jordan Adams cards, buy a bunch of them, flip them.
Interesting.
They probably just went up.
I'll do my research.
I like what you said, my man. That's a thoughtful answer. Go do homework, bro. I'm telling you right now. Go on eBay completed items. Go look at Baseball America's top 100 prospect list. Know what you know. Do a side hustle. There's a lot of people about to make $100,000 a year in profit flipping cards, listening to me. It's gonna happen. Mark my words.
Right. When it does to me, I'll hit you up.
What are you gonna say?
I'm saying I was the guy that hit you up. I was getting burned out.
Good luck, bro.
All right, man.
Yo, sorry. This burnout thing, like what? Like who? Once you eliminate the judgment of people around your failure, I love when people try to say shit about my failure. I'm like, what about you? You know, right? Like seriously though, especially parents, especially siblings. Nobody's remotely close to perfect.
Do you think burnout's related to impatience?
It could be. I think it's a really thoughtful question. I do think burnout sometimes is what people manifest impatience into, and they think they're burnt out, but what it was really was entitlement, and it's actually them like wah, kicking and screaming, you know. But other times it's mental burnout. You know, like there's a lot of people that and burnout. Again, look, I think we have to be very careful when we talk about these things. There's people who have mental health issues versus people that put over stress on themselves versus mom situation. He's got a mom situation now. He's on a plane. He's so when I talk about these things, like I don't have all the context. I don't want anybody to ever think to take my that Paolo kid was taking some of my stuff very blindly. Like I was like, I'm worried about that stuff. But yeah, man. I mean, that dude is not burnt out. That dude is just worried about the ramifications if he doesn't like his job. Quit. Nobody's looking at your fucking resume. They don't give a fuck if you work somewhere for 3 months. Blame it on a crazy boss. People do anyway. Fired a fuckload of people that suck shit that blame it on me. It's a fun night. I like the random calling. There's something like I felt better about it in some weird way. I like it also with like the last couple times I had to sell empathy, you know? Just like this fucking buying people $1 million insurance and shit.
Please leave your message for 77241868858.
Aubrey, you fucked up. Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Who's this?
Hey, Gary.
How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm very well. Who's this?
My name is Amir. I'm the kid from Melbourne.
So enjoy. It's great to see you.
Oh no. I gave you a random call because I saw you in the live, and I was like, no one's picking up. They might as well like press the number, Tyler call me once, you know.
Yeah, I love it.
It works. It works, man. How are you?
Things are super well. What can I help you with? Tyler called him once from this number.
Quick question.
Yes.
Basically, I flip cars at the moment.
Yep.
I've made a fair few. I made a fair bit of money, and I wanna apply my knowledge to help other people sell the cars.
Okay.
So I've secured a business name.
Okay.
And I'm a bit nervous here.
Don't worry.
What's it called?
I got good news. I got good news. It doesn't matter what it's called.
Yeah.
Do you know why I'm saying that?
Because if the product's good, doesn't really matter what the name is, right?
Names are made.
Mm.
Names are made, bro.
Just-
Names are
yeah.
made. It doesn't matter what your name is. Madonna means
Yeah,
nothing
yeah.
until she goes and executes. Google means nothing until it becomes Google. Names are fucking
Yeah.
made. People spend 16 years coming up with a fucking name for their business and 0 days building their fucking business.
That's fair, that's fair. Yeah, it took me a while to come up with mine, but yeah, so everything's
And that's okay. Like, I'm not judging people enjoying the process of becoming a name, but the reality is it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Soccer box.
Well, my question is, so how can I?
Yep.
I'm only 16, right? I'm just a kid.
Yep.
So how can people take me serious?
You
in
can't
terms of
convince people.
business-wise?
Listen, as somebody who lived it, you can't convince people to take you serious. You just focus on the people that took you serious.
Mm.
That was fucking smart, man.
Yeah.
That's such good shit. No, that's smart shit, right? You're not gonna convince somebody who thinks a 16-year-old. What are you gonna say? I'm older than you think.
Yeah, I wish I was older, but like,
No, you
can't do anything
don't.
about it,
You think you wish you were older. When you're older, you're gonna wish you were younger, bro. I wish I was 16. I'd rip my fucking arms off to be 16 right now.
I wish I was 18. All I wanted to be 18. I could have done so many things. Like, I took a year of school because of the internship thing, and it didn't quite work out because of my age again.
That's probably good.
But it's just, I have to get back to school, so obviously my parents want me to do it. And so within that 6 months I didn't go to school, I've been flipping cars, I've been researching about detailing cars and how to help people sell the cars. I've gained so many knowledge and all this stuff, and now I'm trying to build my business from the ground up, you know?
I love that.
And I'm hyped, man, because at the moment, the only person that believes in me is myself, and that's all I need. I don't need anyone else like me myself.
Biggest facts of the night, bro.
Yeah, you have to be
Listen,
optimistic, man.
stay patient. Stay patient. That's the only thing I would tell you.
Yeah, 100%.
Dude, I've almost lived 3 of your lives.
Yeah. Exactly.
Awesome.
All right,
All right, talk to you.
Yeah,
Thank you, mate. 16. Annie? Tyler, anything good there? No, right? Give me one more soccer box.
It's tough.
It's hard.
The other ones as well.
It's hard to pull, right?
It's all German stuff?
What's the best card in the set?
He's probably
Who?
Santro.
Santro?
Santro's young English kid.
He's legit? So Santro live? Like Stein? Santro?
Oh,
Hello?
hi.
Hi, this is Gary Vaynerchuk.
Hey, what's up, Gary?
Life is good, bro. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking.
What can I help you with?
My man, I actually just started a new job recently at a hospitality company. They own a steakhouse in Detroit and a couple places off Birmingham. And I was looking at Empathy Wines. I want to get in touch with the wine director and try try to get some empathy into my store. So
That's very sweet.
couldn't find out on the website. So, maybe you can help me with that.
Yeah, email me at Gary@empathywines.com and I'll help you. We're about to open up on-premise opportunities. We've done a little social outreach, and I would love your help. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Gary.
Anything I can answer for you?
Actually, you know what? I work with a couple of mentors right now in the fitness space. I'm working with Jordan and Mike right now on their
That's awesome.
yeah. So they're really helping me right now. Follow all your content, putting all your stuff into practice.
Thank you.
Really working on finding the time.
Did they tell you? Did they tell you all their
practice.
success? All their success is attributable to me.
They gave 110% credit to you, my man.
I appreciate it.
Actually, I just saw Jordan's YouTube video about you, so that was great.
Awesome, bro. Thank you so much for calling.
Hey, Gary, love you, man. Thank you.
I'll be back. Thank you.
Hello?
Aubrey.
Gary!
What up, bro?
Yo, everything is up right now. Oh my god, I can't believe you just called me, bro.
I had to.
Yo, what is going on, bro? I just messaged D-Rock. I've been watching you for like 3 years, bro. Like, you are literally like the big brother father I never had, bro.
I'm humbled. Thank you for that.
It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. Like, I guess I got so many questions I can ask you, man, but the most important question is, like, I've done business online, I made money online, like, I see you preach Facebook ads, and I see you preach not to give a fuck about what anybody thinks, and I definitely don't. So, like, I guess the main thing is, like, just people...
But while I got you...
What was that?
While I got you, I'm gonna use this as an opportunity. Not giving a fuck about what anybody thinks means don't allow anybody's judgment to disproportionately penetrate your own, but respecting other people's feedback and being thoughtful about it is incredibly important. So I don't give a fuck about what anybody thinks, yet I interact with people that are trolling and are negative to me because I like understanding people's points of view and I have that humility as well. So it's not just being so confident that you don't give a fuck, it's also equally being humble enough to be thoughtful about hearing the feedback, but it's important to understand how to balance those two.
Right, I understand that completely. I guess I just worded it wrong because I'm
No, you're wording it right. I'm saying it that way, and I'm taking advantage of this moment to clarify it.
Gotcha. Yeah, so, I mean, I guess the main thing is, like, I really, this is going to sound very Kanye and arrogant, like, but at the end of the day, you really, like, remind me of myself.
Okay.
And, because honestly, bro, I'm just being real. And, like, I have a single mom, right?
Yep.
And it's just me, and it's me and the dog, and, like, and my family. And I take care of my mom, my grandma, and it's just, like, it's just me, bro. So, like, I said fuck school, and I just wanted to go all in. I've been selling shoes and, like, flipping stuff, like, going out to, like, sneaker releases, 4 o'clock in the morning. Like, all the shit that you preach, I've done that. And you just, like, confirmed it. Like, seeing you document all this stuff, you just confirmed it, bro. Like, my mom is, like, my biggest motivator, bro. Like, she put me onto the garage sale stuff, and then when I found out about you doing it, like, that just made it, like, wow, this is actually real. So, like, I guess the thing is, what could I do to, like, get back on my grind to how I was? Because I was making a couple $100 without even having to go into a job.
So what
and,
the
like,
fuck
I feel like I just blocked that drive.
Why?
I don't know what's stopping me, bro. Like,
Did you get soft?
No, it's like literally, I would sell.
Did you care what somebody thought about it?
Yeah, well,
that's good. That's fine.
I mean, yeah,
listen, I know it took everything I had in high school. Once all the pretty girls in my high school that were friends with me found out I garage saled, it took every ounce of my uber self-confidence to persevere, and I barely persevered. So I know the average person struggles with it, but I still did it.
Yeah, I understand, and I think the main thing that's stopping me, because, like, I even sold cars. I bought and flipped cars and sold those.
That's fine.
Like,
So what's the
my
problem?
hand
What's the problem?
It's just like,
tell me the truth. Who made you stop? It's okay. You're a kid. Who made you stop?
I mean, I'm 27 years old.
You're
now.
a kid. Who made you stop?
Well, I was dating this girl at this one time, and it kind of fucked up everything just because of, like, I guess I was distracted because of what her family thought about me at the time.
The end.
No, that was canceled in 2017.
No,
that was
the end. That's what started the process.
What do you mean?
It sounds like the reason you stopped losing your way was you were worried about the outside judgment of your girlfriend's family, and that's what started you getting off that grind.
Yeah, and it kind of gotten a little bit bigger than that because it was, like, from a small hometown, and everybody kind of knows each other. And I know you preach about, like, you know, micro influencers and, like, you know, when you handle a certain point of like people starting to notice you, like, some people take it to their head, and I fucking took it to the head.
Okay, so you got gassed up because people thought...
I got super fucking gassed up because I met a lot of different rappers, and I did, like, marketing. I worked for free for, like, a lot of artists, like Kate Camp, Cyari the Kid, a lot of different Atlanta music artists. I worked for free for, like, 2 years, just because that was my main passion.
I get it.
And a lot of people judged me from that point because, like, I always knew it was different than just working a job.
What do they judge you for? Saying you're getting suckered?
Well, just because, like, I don't really see school, like, the only way to make money.
That's fine. So one more time, what happened? Her parents judged you and said you should go to college and get a real job?
Yeah, and I ended up doing that, and I went to
Yo, man, you remember when you said you were like me?
Yeah.
You're not, but that's okay, because I'm not special. Yeah. We're just different, and you need to understand that.
Yes, sir.
And here's the good news. You're 27.
I got time, right?
Man, in a way that you can't imagine. And every second that you spend on yesterday and how you got fucked up and gassed up and listened to parents is every second that you're not spending about tomorrow.
But it kind of went to my peer groups, and it didn't just go to the parents. It kind of went to my peer groups, and now it's like even like I used to hang around a lot of people, and like we really grew like and got really big in our hometown. And a lot of people started to know my name, and like we do business online and things like that.
My man, you got gassed up in a small little shit spot in Atlanta. I'm fucking blown up in the world, and I'm not gassed up. We're different.
No, I actually got gassed up in Port St. Lucie, Florida.
I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I know.
What the fuck is Port St. Lucie, fucking Florida?
It's middle of nowhere, shithole town.
Hold on, be careful now.
It's seriously in the middle of nowhere, man.
So why did you fucking think that you were so fucking great when you were dominating Port St. Lucie, where I think the fucking Mets play fucking spring training?
Because I started here and I worked my way up. I guess I just went backwards and went all over the place. I don't know, man, but it's just crazy. I'm even on the phone with you. It was just like, I actually went from Port St. Lucie to Tallahassee, went to school, and then I drove from Tallahassee in my car to Atlanta, Georgia. I slept in my car multiple nights just to go to a video shoot the next day with like no money in my pocket just to get back to my apartment and go to school the next week.
Okay.
And stuff like that.
Okay.
So it's like I was always just chasing a dream and not getting paid for it, but at the end of the day, like people didn't think how I thought about it. Like they were just like, yo, go to school, get a job. And like, you know, now I'm back in like South Florida, back and forth. I'm not back in my hometown, but I'm back and forth. And it's like, it's just like I don't know how to get back to that grind. Like what I have to do to start grabbing those shoes and flipping those cars again, because I sold like 24 cars in 3 years, right? And that was just me flipping them on Craigslist, flipping them on OfferUp. That was just me. I would buy the car cheap as fuck and fix it myself.
You remember the question I asked you first? Did you get soft?
Right.
That's the answer.
I did.
I know.
I did.
No shit.
Damn.
Yeah, man. Dude, the only reason
I'm getting goosebumps right now, bro.
I get it, bro. Listen, I understand. Like, you know, it might not resonate for John because he's making a face, but like for you, it's real because you actually just realized something. Like, I get it. Like, the single thing that people don't understand is I've been doing the same fucking shit. I'm doing exactly what I did. Like, the amount of logic that goes into me coming back from where I just was to this office tonight after I just took the fucking trip that I did, I'm fucking exhausted. Like, truly exhausted. Like, this was such a strategically smart move to go home early today. But I'm like, you know, Memorial Day's coming, so I got that. What, did Alex say something? Like, why?
Just left.
Got it. Like, it just, right? Like I'm still doing it, dude. It's 10 p.m. I'm still doing it.
That's crazy.
Like, I'm still doing it. And by everybody's standards, I made it. You know what I could have done tonight? Do you know what I could have done tonight?
You could have done a lot of things.
Anything
like,
I wanted.
Change the world.
Anything I wanted. I could be doing anything I wanted.
That's what's so crazy, bro. Like, and what got me, bro, I swear 2 nights ago, I was on YouTube. Bro, I watch your stuff like it's my religion. You know what I'm saying? Like how you say, I watch your stuff, bro.
Watch half as much and go fucking sell something from Craigslist.
Yeah?
Yeah, bro, people use me to feel like they're doing something instead of doing something.
But at the same time, like, it was a different level, man, because, like, I watched your interview and, like, the thing that you did with Nipsey, bro, and, like, that right there, like, to see a man that was living, bro, and that influential, like, and to have a conversation with you, like, I would have asked you the same type of things, like, and just to hear those, like, to hear you and him go back and forth, bro, like, that was a dude that was just here last month, bro, like, just last month, and, like, just the things, how you picked up that dude at the coffee shop, and, like, those kinds of things, those moments, bro, like, people don't think those kinds of things are real, bro, but, like, it's just chance. I left everything, and even when I didn't have money in school, I went up there to start, you know, doing the marketing campaigns and doing the South by Southwest music festivals with these artists and stuff, and I wasn't getting paid shit. I wasn't getting paid anything, but people were like, oh, Aubrey, this guy, he's just around them, he's not doing anything, but I was working my ass off, bro. That was my dream.
Aubrey, you're living based on other people's judgment.
No.
Like,
and it fucking sucks.
No shit, it sucks, bro. Why do you think I'm spending my fucking life trying to make content to get people to stop doing it?
That's crazy.
Aubrey, I rang up my friends in my liquor store when I was 20. How old are you? You're 20. How old are you?
27. I turned 28 in December. I'm almost 30.
30's young as shit, bro. The fuck's the matter with you? I'm 40 fucking 3. I'm cooler than you.
Man, and it's just the pressure. The pressure is like, you know, my mom supports my dreams and everything
Stop
like that.
What do you mean supports? Emotionally or financially?
No, wait, emotionally.
So
like,
good.
I wish she supported financially, but like,
no, you don't.
She's really all in. Like,
no, you don't.
You
don't want her. You don't want her to. You don't want her to support us financially. Get back on your grind, bro.
I mean, but the thing is, I could easily get back on my. It's not that fucking easy just to get on my grind.
Why?
A car, like if I want to flip a car, like it's just the initial like getting capital to do things like that. So like, let's say for example,
how much money? Bro, how much money do you have right now? Negative how much?
Like, just honestly.
Yes. What are we doing here? Are we fucking trying to do something good, or are we gonna fucking bullshit each other for the rest of our lives?
I just paid my rent in my car, bro, and like right now, I'm just hustling.
I'm not gonna judge you. I'm asking you a basic question because I'm gonna help you. I don't give a fuck if you say negative 180,000. Bro, do you know how many people are in the negative?
Oh my god, bro. Bro, I got like, to be real, bro, I got like, I got like $43 in my wallet.
Well, good news. Bro. I know what to do with $43.
What do I gotta do?
You fucking know, bro. Go to fucking thrift store tomorrow and turn 43 into 200. You know what to do.
I have stuff. I mean, it's not like I don't have money coming in either, bro. Because, I have stuff that's listed on eBay right now.
I'm not.
And OfferUp.
I'm not judging. I'm telling you, go on the offense.
Okay. But I mean, like, I have stuff that's posted. And, like, what gets me fucked up is, like, all these kids and stuff. Like, back when I was reselling shoes, it wasn't like that. Like, bro, you go into a line, and you either go into a line with your boy, give him an extra ticket, cop him a ticket to stay in the line, and hopefully you get 4 pairs each. But now dudes are online, and they're, like, 13 years old, and they're buying massive amounts of quality shoes. And, like, I'm feeling like that's the only way to make a profit.
And
that's what I know best, is flipping shoes.
Fucking learn something else. Flip sports cards.
You right?
I know I'm right. You're crying about yesterday. You sound like you're 72. In my day, it changed. Go figure out how to fucking write an algorithm then. Like what? Yeah, bro, you gotta change your mindset, bro.
Gotta change my mindset?
You gotta change your mindset, man. You're looking backwards in defense and why not instead of why yes.
And that fucked me up, man, because it really messed me up for a couple of years.
Good news. You're young as fuck. Let's unmess you up and stop looking backwards. Fine. We had 2-3 years that sucked. Cool. Great. Now when you fucking taste beauty at 33, you'll be grateful even more so because you knew how fucking shitty 25 to 27 was.
Right, and I mean, man, I'm not asking for anything. I'm not asking for anything at all because I got money now, and you know, I tell everybody if I'm not good today, I'll be good the next day. So when everybody asks me what I'm doing,
you're living your bro. Stop talking about everybody, dude. You don't even see, dude. You are so in it for everybody else's opinion. Like when you go watch this on YouTube or Facebook, all you're talking about is everybody else's opinions. I'm not telling anybody anything. I never told anybody anything.
Wow.
What do you mean? Like, I'm not worried about what anybody thinks. If I got it now, if I don't have it now, if I used to have it now, and I did have it now, and I'm gonna have it now.
Yeah,
and I'm not gonna
exactly.
So what?
That's what I'm saying.
Dude, I don't know what you're saying every time you're answering is you're living your life based on other people's opinions because that's become your new framework.
Yeah, and that shit burned me out, bro.
No
that's
shit, it burns everybody. That is the problem.
For the past 3 years, it burned me out.
So let's not do it
Since
anymore.
2016.
So let's not do it anymore.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Do you?
I mean, kind of. It's just like this time thing and like how you say you got time and everything. It's like I want to pick right back off where I was.
You can't. You fucked up.
Oh my God, that's what I needed to hear.
Good.
So you're saying I should totally switch up everything and just find something new?
Probably, because you're super fucking salty and upset and fucked up right this second.
I got it.
Bro, just because you were great at flipping 5 years ago, shit changed.
It has. It really has.
I'm sorry. And that's what happens to everybody. Guess what? Kobe's sad he's not playing basketball right now.
Damn.
It changed. You're dwelling. You're a fucking dwelling machine.
Wow.
If I just didn't meet that girl, I would say the course. I would have made like you're living for yesterday. My sister should be sitting here. Second she decided to live for tomorrow, after 40 fucking years, she got happy. But she spent her whole fucking life worrying about yesterday.
Yeah.
You know how it works both ways? It's why it's how I'm humble and grounded. This is how we're different. We're actually reverse, bro. We're reverse. Because I don't give a fuck about yesterday, meaning everything I've done good, everything I've done, I'm only as good as tomorrow. It doesn't matter what I've done. If I make 37 bad mistakes in a row over the next 2 years, then I suck.
And yeah, I was just watching that video the other day. You said like if I want to do something for the next 2 years and I split it up 6 months each, like for the next 2 years I could try something 4 times.
Bro, you know how to sell. You won. God gifted you.
Yeah, I really could sell a snowball to Santa Claus.
Well, right now you're fucked up if you believe that because you have $43.
But I mean, like the next day I'll have some more.
But
so
43 is not a great fucking base. So what I'm saying is, as somebody who knows how to sell, you got to realize your shit's fucked up. And it's fucked up because you're looking backwards and you're saying, but it used to, and they don't get it, and you're dwelling.
Yeah, and I also bought a brand new 2017 Lexus, and that kind of fucked me up too.
Of course it fucked you up because you
I was worried about everybody's opinion.
Of course you were. As soon as you were snowballing and losing money, you went all in on the other way.
All in.
All in. As soon as you knew you were fucking you're like, now let me overcorrect to fucking create a disguise to how fucked up it's going.
Seriously, and that's the point where I am now.
Good.
Right now.
Good. So now we're gonna reverse it.
Wow, that's what I need to do. And that's what I'm trying to do is reverse it.
Can I give you a real good piece of advice?
I'm here writing this stuff down.
Good. Write this down. Go talk to the 10 people closest to you and tell them all the truths of how fucked up and how unhappy you are and see how they react.
So you want me to go tell the closest people I know?
I want you to tell every girl that you're looking at, every best homie that you've been coming up with, and tell them you fucking suck and you got nothing. You got $43 in a fucking Lexus with a fucking. Oh
no, that's gone.
Good.
That's gone.
Good.
I was able to flip that.
Good. Bro, you need to fucking audit who you're hanging out with.
I did, and I chopped them all off, bro. And now it's only me.
Let's
that's
go.
What I'm saying. I chopped them all off.
So we're ready.
And like I'm at that point now to reverse it because everybody.
The last thing you got it ready? The last thing there's only one person you got to chop off left. The 2005 to this second version of you. The 2015 to today's version of you. That's the last person you got to cut off.
and just start something new
around the thing you're best at.
And this is like one more thing, man. This is like one more thing. Like, you know how you're saying I gotta reverse it? I get caught up because like a lot of people, the way that I was moving back then, of course, because now you know, like I was just worried about people's opinions really back then. And like I went all in and spent a whole bunch of money. Like I had a nice apartment, like too much. I did stupid things for other people's judgments. And like, but the time is like where I am now, I don't really care. Like I don't really care about what people think in a sense of if they think that I'm like a negative or if they think that I'm like
Of course you're there now. You got no choice. They fucking left once you didn't have the money, bro. You live for other people. Of course you're there now. You have no choice. If you had a choice, you'd still be there, bro.
All those people still think I'm like you're saying to reverse it. Like all those people, even though like I am where I am now, I'm not where I was back then. But like if I were to go to those people, those 10 people, if I were to go to them, like I don't know, they're not even around. Like I cut them off because of the way that I was moving back then. I was like moving off of jealousy, and I was moving off of like trying to like flex my local people. And like nowadays, I don't care about none of that stuff. Like I split that Lexus, I got rid of that shitty apartment. Like I'm living within my means for real now.
But,
and like
but you also just told me 12 minutes ago that you're not going hard. So you've done some parts right.
I'm not going hard.
So why? Because you're still depressed from the L that you took?
No, I'm not going as hard as I was because of those people. Like all those people that if I were to go and tell them like how fucked up it is now, like all those people, like they won't hear me like that because I really messed up.
Bro, you're living for other people. Bro, let me give you some real good news. Those 10 people, nobody gives a fuck about.
Yeah, you're right.
I know I'm right. Those 10 people you put on a pedestal don't mean jack shit. Just like everybody navigating through high school for the coolest kids who don't mean dick.
Yeah, and all these people on Facebook.
Bro, you're still living for those 10 people, just so you know. It just came out of your mouth. Wait till you watch the rewind of this. It's some dumb shit.
I have a business online. I have over 800 people in my organization, and I mean, we all are a team.
Bro,
and like
you have
I'm trying to build a
$43.
community. It's just hard.
No shit, it's hard. It's hard when you fucking live your life for other people, which is why I'm really trying to get people to not live their life for other people. I'm on the phone with you for 24 minutes. I don't think I've spent 24 minutes with Team Gary Vee this year. It's the fucking truth.
Yeah, man. I really just want to, do like what you're doing one day, and I mean, not what you're doing.
Listen to me. You can do what I'm doing tomorrow.
I just want to make a positive light onto people.
Well, you're not going to do that when you're the most insecure fucker on earth, worried about 10 fucking people from Pensacola, Florida.
Because they don't see me like that. And like, I'm spreading a good message.
Bro, you are so fucked with these 10 people. I fucking hate these 10 people. The fuck's the matter with you? I don't give a fuck how you're seen by them, or how they see you, or how they don't hear you. You're so sucked in to the bullshit of yesterday and these 10 people. It's over. Get the fuck over it. You cut them off you cut them off because you took the L. You had no choice. You're still you didn't cut them off emotionally.
No, I didn't. It was just like, a little bit of that fame got to my head, and I started making a little bit of money online.
Bro, you didn't have fame. You didn't have money.
I didn't. But what I had was a little bit of people, and that shit got to my head. And like in my local town, I was just like being an arrogant ass, bro. And like now,
go apologize. Deploy some humility. Stop being a dick face.
And that's what I've been doing. That's what I've been doing, though. And that's what I'm saying. That's where I am now. That was in 2015.
Okay.
And now, if I start showing, like, I've been on that. Gratitude is the movement. Like, all of that stuff that you preach, I'm on that. And I've been on that since, like, September last year. And it's just, like, now at the point to where I am, it's like I'm on the internet, and when I try and spread, like, a positive message, it's still that evil, like, what the fuck is Aubrey doing?
So, because you haven't made the video yet that calls yourself out.
I didn't. No, I did not.
That's why, bro. The reason you're fucking fucked is
you're trying to think I'm that evil guy.
So fucking make the video and tell everybody that you were a fucking evil guy from 2015 to 2017 and it fucking brought you to your fucking knees because you were a fuckface and you deserved it. And now you're fucking changing and you're grateful that it took you to your knees and you're excited for a new day. And anybody that comes in and talks about 2014 to 17, I'm fucking sorry because I was a piece of shit. But now I don't want to be and I'm sorry and I can't wait to look you in the face and I'm sorry. But you haven't done that yet because you're not at the fucking place. I know you haven't.
And I thought about just like going on like my Facebook and like recording a video and just like tagging my friends and like everybody who I reached out to.
Do it right now. Hang up, make a video, and say you were a fucking piece of shit for 5 years and you fucked up and you lost your way and you were insecure and you were broken and you fucking have been taken to your knees and I'm never going back there again. I'm gonna start all over. I'm gonna build and that's what's up. And if I see you in the streets or in the club or somewhere, I'm gonna apologize to your fucking face because I was a big fucking dick for a decade or half a decade.
And I thought about doing that, so.
But you haven't because you're scared, because you're soft.
That's what I need to do. That's what I need to do.
No shit. Put your poison out. The number one fucking thing that most people who are watching this right now have to do is fucking share their poison, because the second they share it, they take control. Right now, the poison's got you.
It's got me, bro. It's got me, and I don't want that. I want to help people. I don't care about the money, bro.
Aubrey, what's your fucking last name?
Medina.
What's that?
Medina.
Good.
M-E-D-I-N-A.
Hey, Internet. Aubrey Medina's a piece of shit from 2014 to 2018. Spread it.
Damn. Damn, bro.
Yeah, bro.
I'm not that way anymore, bro.
I believe you. That's why I just did you a favor.
I'm not, bro.
I believe you with my entire heart, which is why I just did you a favor.
I'm really not, bro.
I believe you with my entire heart. That's why I just did you a favor.
Thank you, man.
You're welcome, bro. You got this, bro. Now you can't hide. A million people are gonna watch this. Now there's nowhere to hide. Now just go be a good dude. Dude, I know you regret being a bad dude. You were a kid. It happens all the time.
bro. That's the worst.
I know, bro. Why do you think I'm keeping you on for 30 minutes? People want me to hang out with you for fucking 25 minutes. Bro, listen to me. You were a fucking kid. We all make mistakes. You just have to say you're sorry and that you're ashamed and you're never gonna do it again.
So you think I should just like go live then on my Facebook?
I do, and I think you should tag everybody. I think you should tell real stories about how you fucking punked that kid and stole that kid's money and yelled at that girl and did like.
But I have a bigger amount. Like my Instagram is more where they watch me.
Good, so do it there, bro. Do it everywhere, dude. You're scared. Fucking expose yourself. Get naked, bro.
Yeah, and that's the main thing, bro. I just want all those people just to not look at me in that light anymore.
Exactly, which is
and
why.
if they don't look at me in that light, bro, I can walk outside and just smell the air,
bro. You have to not look at yourself in that light first by putting it out.
Because I don't personally, but they do, and they still think I'm in that frame.
Aubrey, tell that because you haven't fucking said you're sorry. You're fucking hiding like a little bitch.
Yeah, bro.
I know, bro.
And it all started.
They're right. You're wrong.
Shit.
You're wrong. They're right. You haven't.
But
owned
I'm not like that way anymore.
But
bro.
you haven't owned up to that shit, bro.
I haven't.
I know. And good news, the fucking Twitter, everyone's posting right now. Aubrey Medina was a piece of shit from 2014 to 2017. You got nowhere to hide anymore. You're good. You're free. Now go fucking put it on Instagram. Go make a fucking video right now, 1 minute. Tag everybody, and it's over. Your poison won't own you no more.
I don't want that, bro. I don't want that.
So post. So post. You will live
so
this
you
way.
think I should just like record a video and just tell people like just straight up like
yes.
I'm sorry because I thought about making a video like that.
Yes, you have to do it now. Everybody who's watching, do me a favor. Aubrey on Twitter. Aubrey.
I don't really have a big following on Twitter.
I don't give a fuck about your following. Bro,
that's really spooky.
Listen to me. Listen to me and listen to me good. Make the fucking video right now. Because if you don't, you'll be stuck forever. What are you scared of? Telling the world you lost? You just did. More people heard this than your fucking Instagram. It already happened. What are you, Baby Medina? What's your Twitter?
Aubrey the OG.
I'm sorry, on Instagram.
Aubrey the OG.
The or duh?
The.
You got it.
Yeah, man.
What, the, like T-H-E?
Yeah, T-H-E. A-U-B-R-E-Y-T-H-E-O-G.
T-H-E, you got it right. You have some sort of $ SEG fucking thing or something?
It's my logo, yeah.
Okay. You got it right the first time. I got it.
But yeah, man, like, I honestly just, like, I changed, man. Like, I'm not like that. And nowadays,
Aubrey,
the way that
Aubrey, I believe you. Nobody else does because you haven't fucking owned it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
You're talking about plant food now?
Yeah, I was actually a vegetarian for 7 years, and my mom put me onto that, and I just recently got back on that, so I'm trying to spread like, health stuff to people, and I've been juicing and just trying to tell people about that stuff.
Aubrey, I like your face. I'm serious, by the way.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Aubrey, listen to me. You got this, bro. Just make the fucking video. They don't need, bro, can I tell you a secret that's gonna fucking blow your face off?
Bro, I'm ready, bro. I'm ready for whatever, dude. Whatever.
People
like, I'm writing this
you
down.
remember this? People don't give a fuck as much as you think. They got their own problems. You know?
Yeah, and I realized that, bro, because when I had that car, I bought that car brand new, and it wasn't cheap. You know what I mean? It was brand new, and like I literally just like I got that car just because like I could do it, and I just did it just because I've always sold cars, like I told you, like I was flipping cars and stuff like that, and I was just used to a certain lifestyle, so I felt like let me just buy this car here, and you know, people are doubting me, they think I can't do it anyways, so let me do it, and then I did it, and I was just like, you know, a couple of years later, like, bro, why did I even fucking do this? I was flipping cars because I didn't even want to have a car payment.
Bro, listen to me. It's time. Make the video. It's time, bro. You can't fucking post being grateful is contagious and all this nice shit on your fucking gram and live a lie.
That's how I feel, though, bro. That's how I feel.
You know what else you feel? You know what you really feel? Way more than fucking gratitude. You feel fucking. You feel upset about what you did. You feel obligated.
I do.
I know you do, bro. Why you think I'm fucking wasting my 35 minutes here with you? You're a good kid. You just had a bad era. Go fucking tell the world
and
that.
Bad fucking friends, bro. Even when I was doing good.
You picked those friends, dickface. It's time for you to fucking take accountability.
I am.
You had bad friends because you were bad.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna do this shit.
I didn't have bad friends. Us being so the same.
So you think I should just like make a 1 minute long video and post it to my Instagram?
Yes, I do. Right the fuck now.
And just title it like
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry. And then fucking get off whatever you can in the video, and then write more in whatever you couldn't finish off, and fucking tag Karen and Jamal and Rick and fucking Uncle Charlie and fucking tag them all and fucking say it and live your fucking life, bro. Everybody sucks. Everybody makes mistakes. You're a good kid. You had a bad era. Fix it.
Very bad. Yeah.
Great. Very bad. Good news. People do way worse. People murder. You're fine. You were a dickface. Good. Let's get over it. Let's move.
Yeah, bro. I need to get on that shit.
You're still. But you're not willing to be a man right now. You're scared.
So you think if I just post a video, like
it will change? I believe it will change your life. Yes, I do. And more importantly,
one video?
Yes, because you have to change your opinion. I got to get you off of worrying about those 10 people. You have to start with you. It will change you for you, and then whatever happens with those 10 will happen based on where they're at in life. 2 are in a good place. They'll give you love.
Bro, all these people are telling me to make this video.
Okay.
All right.
Good. See ya. See ya.
This is the Gary V audio experience.
Up, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good travel, good dog walking, good treadmill. Super fired up about this. This is the ripped audio from an incredible episode I did over at Complex around sneaker culture. My man Trinidad James and the rest of the crew, super excited, a lot of fun. We get into Paul Pierce, we get into Jordan, we get into culture, we get into Jersey, we get into a lot. This is just gonna be a lot of fun. And for the most thoughtful here, I think you'll see some really insightful culture business strategies. So I hope you enjoy, and hit me up on Twitter, let me know how you liked something like this.
That's a full size. That's a full size. She want every color. That's a full size.
Hello to every single member of the FS Army watching around the world. Jesus Christ, it is good to be back. I'm your co-host, Brendan Dunn.
I'm Matt Welty. Dad is here.
And we have a special guest with us for the season premiere episode. If you could introduce yourself.
I'm Gary Vaynerchuk.
Okay. We'll spell that out.
J-E-T.
Gary, we're going to talk about your sneaker collaborations. We're going to catch up on some sneaker news because we've been away for a while. We're going to really get into things. First thing I want to get into, though, is the sneakers everyone is wearing today. Welty, what do you got on?
I'm doing, once again, the
you got
Overkill X Adidas ZX10000, a different colorway than I've worn in the past. Right. Shout out to the plug.
I did the J.W. Anderson Chuck Taylor collab, part of the Glitter Pack. These are beautiful. I love them. I don't even think they're out yet. They come out very soon, like the 16th or something like that.
Okay.
I've got my K-Swiss 004 Gary V's.
GB Flex.
Which are not out until a couple more months. So that's what I've got.
Rare stuff. I'm wearing a Reebok Insta Pump Fury, the prototype pair. I feel like I'm going to do some more Reebok this season. I was too heavy on the Nike in the last couple of
Bach boys.
Bach boy.
Yeah. Gentlemen, sneaker news. So the first thing we want to talk here is Adidas and Kanye West. Every time an Adidas exec gets on TV, someone always wants to ask them about Kanye West. The latest, they're again prodding Casper Rorsted, the CEO, about Kanye West's political beliefs. The brand doesn't necessarily align with everything Kanye does, and he doesn't worry about that when he goes to sleep at night. Gary, do you think that a brand has to align with the political views of the people that are attached to them?
That's a great question.
We're only lobbing up great questions today.
Clearly. No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I actually think the Adidas executive in this situation is
Casper Rorsted.
Casper. I think that's right. I don't think the end consumer gives a shit. Thus, the executive.
I think it's a very small percentage of people. Like you hear the people who get all angry on Twitter.
Yep.
Would you call them SJWs?
Yes.
I know.
No. You get like the Twitter bubbles that like they get so angry and you say, oh my God, there's 10,000 likes on it, but it's like such a small percentage.
And people are keyboard warriors.
Yeah.
People talk things on Twitter that they don't live.
Twitter fingers.
Everybody can put hashtag Me Too, Black Lives Matter. Everyone's trying to be a hero. Everybody can do anything they want, but do they live it?
Right. Do they actually mean that?
Do you say fuck you, but then do you buy Yeezys?
What's living it? Is it just like speaking with your money and abstaining when you don't align with it?
Living it is like doing what you say. So if you're like mad at Adidas because you just want to be mad, but then later you buy a pair, living it is when you say fuck Facebook, but then you're posting that on Instagram, you're a hypocrite.
And also, if we live in a world where like you get fired from your job for like your political beliefs or your
hey, they haven't cut you yet. You're safe, man. You're safe.
I'm just saying it seems kind of crazy that like if we live in a world where there's only one acceptable sort of like if you don't believe in these 7 things, it's like you can't work here.
And then on the final note, a person like Kanye West, you gotta let him rock, man. You just gotta let him rock.
Really?
Ye gonna do what Ye do, because it's business, bro. It's like Kobe Bryant. Kanye West is like a Kobe Bryant. He's like LeBron James. Or whatever. You gotta let them do what they do, bro.
Okay.
And you also know what you're signing up for.
And he's still selling all the shoes for them, so it's like.
And that's the punchline. And the hypocrisy of the end consumer on social needs to be filtered. All these things are actions over reactions, overreactions. Like, what's the truth?
You know, you grew up in New York, right?
Yeah, I grew up in Jersey.
In Jersey.
Edison.
Upstate.
Edison.
I used to live in Highland Park.
Get the fuck out
This is Jersey, man.
You saw a light bulb go off over his head.
Real quick though, you're pretty. How old are you? He looks young.
I wouldn't say no.
31.
I'm a bit younger than you. Yeah.
He's in his 30s. He just keeps it in.
But you don't know US 1 flea market, right? You only know the movie theater.
Wow. But are you signing him on some Jersey shit right now? Is it?
I like it.
This is how you slam somebody on some Jersey shit. That's crazy. You bring up the US 1.
I lived there for a handful of years. I lived there for a handful.
Wow. Did you just back off the Jersey thing?
No,
that quick?
I went to Rutgers and Fisham. I agree.
He's gonna tell you from Pennsylvania next. Anyways,
no, not true.
The Supreme collaborating with Jordan again. You're not a Jordan person, Gary. Is that fair to say?
The truth is, I think that if anybody is a diehard Knicks fan and they've ever worn a pair of Air Jordans, that they're a fuckface.
Okay, this is hypocrisy once again.
I don't understand.
And you are a diehard Knicks
actually,
fan?
yes. And I'll say this. Let me rephrase it. Let me contextualize it. You have to be of a certain age. If you lived
Is
through
Wolfie
that
old enough?
He's younger, so he'll be okay. If you lived through the age of that 1990 to 1995 period, if you lived through the torture of that, and you're a diehard, not a casual, a diehard. I don't care how fresh the Jordans are. I'm super proud I've never had a pair, ever.
Growing up, did you covet them?
Oh.
Nope.
Never.
No.
What do you think about Spike Lee then?
I think that he's a fuckface in this scenario.
Okay.
I love Spike, but like, I don't think diehard Knicks fans should wear Jordans. Now, that's one man's point of view.
Right.
One that's not shared by maybe anybody else in the world. But that's mine, and that's how I roll.
Do you like Supreme?
I love how Supreme does its brand equity, but any collaboration is unacceptable. Like if the New York Jets collaborated with Jordan. Jamal Adams is one of my favorite athletes in the world. He's a Jordan athlete. He's the safety for the Jets, number 33, Patrick Ewing, S. I don't like it. I don't like Jordan for real, and that's it.
What do you think about the Supreme hype? Like the kids just investing all the money in Supreme. Do you think it's a good investment?
If they can turn it back into cash. So it's a good investment when you buy it now and you flip it now. If some kid's got 400 pairs of Supremes in their fucking basement right now saying in 2037, I'm gonna make a fortune, they're gonna get caught like people did with baseball cards because supply and demand is a living and breathing game.
We all think these shoes suck, right? Are we?
I think they suck.
These are horrible.
Yeah, this is like one of those moments.
But this is not the final look.
The best part is I'm not even looking. I think they suck.
Let's talk about some more Jordan stuff. That's what you want to hear. Marcus Jordan,
come on the show.
The actual heir to the Jordan throne. He has his own sneaker store in Orlando. He's trophy room. He's releasing 2 pairs of Jordan 5s, one friends and family.
I think we have them here.
Yeah,
right?
we actually have them here.
Pull them out.
Pull them out. Bring them out. Bring them out.
Are you allowed to touch these?
No.
Okay.
But
So
the thing is about these shoes, there's friends and family pairs that he was seeding out, and he put on Twitter that he's going to track down anyone who puts these shoes on the internet and sells them. How do we feel about that?
I mean, I support him. I always wonder how this happens.
Tracking system.
Is there like a bug on here somewhere?
Nike Air on the back of one of these. Let's get the other one. I always wonder, like, when a very limited amount, like some DJ Khaled joints, end up at Flight Club so soon after, aren't there like a small enough number of those out in the public so they can figure out who's selling them? You know what I mean?
Gary, if you do a friends and family shoe and you give it out to your close associates and you see it being sold on the internet,
It's a good time for me to give you guys these.
Hey.
Oh,
I got you guys.
Are we officially close associates now?
Yes, we are.
Oh, that was quick.
Yeah, it was super quick.
It's a great time.
Here's my thing.
Opening box.
Here's my thing.
I like inside this box.
Thank you. My big thing is I hope you guys flip it.
Why?
Yeah, that would not hurt my
we are.
because I grew up on baseball cards flipping at the US 1 flea market, which we just referenced.
Matt Welty does not know.
This is my core of my interest. And so for me, I don't want to be a hypocrite. I lived my life going and buying Shaq figures at the dollar store and flipping them at baseball card shows.
Right.
So even if my friends, if they flip it, that like makes me weirdly happy because that's what they decided.
do you want to use this as a...
I have all your sizes, but I'm gonna mix them up.
This 11 is me. What do you got? 11.
But not quite a full-size run.
I love when people roll up on me with sneakers or my books and I sign them and then I see them on eBay because I love looking at, like it's just funny to me.
I know you've encouraged kids.
I think he's gonna love those.
What do you got? You want to try it?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
You've encouraged kids on your Instagram to flip them, but don't you think there has to be something more to the shoe than just an investment or just like you should make money off these?
I don't, but that doesn't
You
mean
don't?
I don't.
It's just make money off them?
If that's what that kid's about, I don't want to judge that kid. Like if that kid is passion in life is learning supply and demand and selling and then becomes a trader or gets into sports cards or whatever they do, I don't think my points of view need to be imposed. I understand the art of it. I understand the emotional thought behind it. And by the way, I don't value money. I value the game. So it's not just about the money. It's just that I don't want to judge somebody else's thing. If somebody loves the feeling of like grinding, buying, flipping, investing, buying up a bunch of sneakers that are kind of hot in the beginning, but they have a feeling that they're gonna be really hot and then they're right, and that's the high for them. A lot, in the same way that I don't judge people who rock them and wear them to flex on everybody else. So for me, do you?
Can you give that reseller a motivational speech real quick? Do we have to pay you extra for that, or can you just
extra?
You can't just. It's not all up here, ready to go?
Oh, it's always ready.
Oh,
and I appreciate that you challenged it and almost got me to do it.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this, G. This is your fourth shoe, right?
Yes.
I have the first ones one of the first ones that you sent me.
Yeah.
Thank
Have you worn
them?
them?
Yes, posted on the gram and everything. I did all that.
Amazing.
But
did you send them a check?
Come on. Anyway.
Hey kids, listen to me right now. What you're gonna learn in flipping right now is gonna be foundational skill sets that you'll be able to use in perpetuity. And while everybody's judging you, from your mom to your grandma to your neighbor, you're learning actual skills of survival in actual life. So tell them to go fuck themselves when they're mad that you got a D in science.
Fuck you, Miss Gus.
But you flipped 84 pairs for $400 in profit. See how small I said? It's not about how much, it's the skill set that you're gaining.
How much do we owe you for that?
150,000.
Wait, I got a real quick question for you though. Have you ever resold sneakers?
No. If I was 16 today, that's the only thing I'd be doing. Because the 16-year-old
watching the show.
flipped, obsessed with the show. If I saw you in the wild, would take a selfie so fast it would make you feel weird.
Oh, let me ask you this, G. Do you think that kids will...
You know, so I haven't because of the timing of when it popped. I'm busy.
You were in the flea market.
You know, but it would have been my core. Like, to me, the sneaker kid is the one that I most associate with today because in 1992, that was baseball cards.
Yeah.
Do you think kids will get your mantras through the sneakers that you sell, like the messages that you put them on?
Yeah, I mean,
what's
look,
going on? One life, optimism,
optimism and positivity.
Okay.
Like, to me, the moment in my career right now that is so exciting to me, and all four
This
of us.
being on the show?
Yes,
This is the moment?
This is it.
This is the peak.
The entrepreneurship being culturally relevant. All of us, including how young we are, we did not grow up where we didn't grow up in an era where an entrepreneur was cool as a rapper or as an athlete. That was just not real. Bill Gates was the apex entrepreneur when I was a kid. That was fucking nerd. Now we live in a world where entrepreneurs on a pedestal, where 15-year-olds are listening. For me to speak my truth, which is, I believe in kindness and empathy and positivity, that I can be an alpha and a killer and want to win and buy the jets and do all my shit.
No betas on this side.
That's right. But the fact that I can still be a nice person, I think is something that I hope bleeds into the ecosystem. I don't want 16-year-old guys thinking they have to be a dick to like be successful because I don't believe it.
Speaking of that though, what sneakers did you wear growing up? Like what kind of
Ewings.
Nice.
A lot of fucking Adidas Ewings. The fucking leafy Reeboks.
Lock boys.
Hey, I remember, that was like 54, almost like 54 11s, but not 54 11s. Different style.
White and white K-Swiss.
You were wearing K-Swiss growing up?
The biggest reason I did the K-Swiss deal was because I felt so comfortable in the authenticity of it.
Where I come from, you know, not that where I come from is the definition of cool, but I just was never, K-Swiss was never cool to me.
Right?
Idaho?
How old are you?
29.
You're too young. K-Swiss was only cool from like 83 to 86.
Okay.
80, like if you go Google K-Swiss, like 1980, whatever, you're gonna see Tyson, you're gonna see Dr. Dre, you're gonna see Ice-T. It was a West Coast cool thing that bled a little bit to kids on the East Coast because it was really.
I don't know if that's enough.
This is
It
personal
had to feel like you were settling for K-Swiss, right? Come on.
Yeah, I was poor.
Okay.
Yeah,
No. I mean when you did the deal, when you got the shoe.
Oh, no. So let me tell you about me because you don't know me. When I started
We're friends.
Yeah, we're deep friends. That's why I gave you sneakers, but even friends don't know everything about friends.
Fair enough.
So when I started VaynerMedia, we were able to work with the NFL or the NHL. We went with the NHL. When I started VaynerMedia, we were able to work with Coke or Pepsi. We worked with Pepsi. I'm so ambitious to get the look that I had something to do with it.
Okay.
If I did a deal with a bigger brand and it did great, the brand would get credit. K-Swiss just sold for a ton of money to a Chinese company, and the amount of cosign love that I got for the work that I've done in the last couple years to give it a good look, I get the extra credit. So I like to go with the underdog. The reason I
But
judge.
did you have an option with the other guys? Because I feel like you're saying Pepsi, Coke, K-Swiss.
That's a great point. No, that's a great point. No other option. But all the time, bullshit shit comes to me and I say no, and that's the option. The option is the yes, no. For me, a lot of brands have been rebooted. My friends, Adidas was dog shit before a year.
You just hurt Wealthy's heart.
It was.
I mean,
so like
you
me,
could come
right?
and paint 2 more stripes on my shoes and make it look
Five's better than 3.
Options.
I don't know about that one, man. I don't know.
That's facts.
Chief,
More than 3.
Chief called on that one.
I feel I understand
To your point, it was an option.
Right. Would you have chosen Adidas? Would you?
Definitely not.
No, come on. You
In
wouldn't
the beginning, like,
swear
they were
Gary.
No.
All right.
Nike?
No.
Gary.
My friends, listen to me.
Nike.
Listen to me. I need the look. I believe that I have a skill set that I want to continue to prove to the world, which is I can do shit. That I have a marketing machine. That I carry weight.
So you want to prove because if you went with Nike, that's what you're saying. So if you went with Nike,
it would be great.
No, it would already be successful no matter what. And there'd be
zero ability.
It wouldn't boost your ego.
I could only lose. But if you, I could only lose. I get the hype of like Nike, that's a hot deal, and then if it didn't sell well enough, I could only lose.
You want to buy the penny stock and fucking cash in on it.
Because I was right about the penny stock. That's the key.
I want to gamble on underdog.
There was a lot of other brands in K-Swiss category that I wouldn't have done it with because I wouldn't have thought I could.
I remember seeing a vlog that you did. You were, I believe it was with Nipsey Hussle, God bless soul, and you were talking about K-Swiss release at Shoe Palace and talking about how the release was bigger than like the Yeezy drops. That's for real. That your release was bigger than the Yeezy drop. Or?
It was, but now let's remember that was the only K-Swiss drop. Period. And the Yeezy drops happened in a lot of places, but it felt nice. Like they were fucking stunned. The employees of Shoe Palace and the like they all come and be like, how the fuck did this happen?
Yeah, I wonder the
Again,
same.
I concentrated to one place. It's not like they were everywhere, but yeah, in that location that day.
It's a big deal.
It was cool. Like there was a lot of cool things about it. Like Gunna stopped by because he was randomly driving by. So there was a lot of cultural stuff. It was good. It was a good look. But I'm proud about the sell-through. There's a lot much bigger celebrities than me who've sold far less sneakers because they've half-assed it. It's been half pregnant. I've been
There's a lot. I went. There's a lot of sizes still available though. They didn't sell out.
Yeah, but we also made fucking 50,000 pairs.
What was the bag like?
7 figures.
Okay.
Have you met Kanye?
No.
Gary, I want to get another side of you too.
That time, honestly, that was the first time during the show where I was like, oh, he's talented.
I want to throw my water out. Oh my God.
That was so well done though. That was
Jesus Christ.
You agree with me?
That was amazing.
You're in the investment world, you know, VC, angel, all that stuff. How do you feel about big investments in the sneaker reselling game? You know, Foot Locker dumping $100 million into gold. Is that the right thing to do?
We've crossed the chasm where I think things are slightly overpriced. Here's what I will say about the sneaker space that's different than other spaces because I do watch all this shit.
Yeah,
I like who's been buying these companies.
Okay.
They've been very strategic to me.
Okay.
Like they maybe have overpaid on some things, but they needed it. Sometimes you pay an extra 150 million just for the culture, because the equity of the culture, the coolness, the vibe, the brand, the currency of what it might be able to do to the overall ecosystem, that's enormous.
Okay. Now, one thing that bothers me with this stuff and kind of the way you present, like, oh, go out and flip these shoes, is I feel like it's shortcutting to just turning sneakers into a price tag rather than all this cool stuff that we like behind them.
You'll appreciate this.
You know what I mean?
Because it will for a certain group and it won't for another group.
But it just brings in a lot more people who are only.
You. I love that you bring this up because it's very valid. And I have a lot of empathy.
The thing is, like, I feel like I see so many young kids who are into sneakers who are only into them because they see it as an investment. And it's just a shame to me because I think we come from an era where we were into it not because we knew we can make money on them. That came, and you know, we've resold sneakers plenty, but it was just like.
I get it, and it happens to everything. Something starts pure, that's what always happens, and it doesn't have to change your behavior. But don't, like, I love when the OGs are mad at the new kids, but the OGs were the ones that first started.
I call myself an OG.
Respect.
Yeah.
But like mid OGs or whatever you want to call it. They're like, these kids are selling. I'm like, you were the first people that started selling, which started the process.
Correct. We saw like a speech that you did when you were talking about, you know, people buying expensive things to,
keep it on the Joneses?
To kind of, you know, cover up their insecurities or whatever. But if kids are buying expensive sneakers and a lot of sneakers, do you think that makes them, they're covering up insecurities? And
I believe if you wear something or buy something or do something with the singular reason to make other people think you're happy or successful, that is an insecurity that you should.
I'm going to contest with you here because you said earlier you don't care if they're into it for flip or to impress other people.
I don't. Here's the beautiful. I'm thrilled if everybody wants to be insecure. I don't care. But my observation is that we live in a remarkable culture of keeping up with the Joneses. Just one man's point of view doesn't have to be right.
All right.
Give some thought to why you're doing it, because if you're going to always chase other people's opinions, it's eventually going to lead to a place that's not so fun.
Fair enough.
G, do you consider yourself a sneakerhead?
No.
You used the hashtag on Instagram at least once.
That's possible, and I'd love to see the context because you can see how quickly I'm willing to be authentic about stuff. I grew up in an era where a lot of the seeds of this whole thing happened, right?
Correct.
So like
That's a
the
big
early game of this, like it's like back to other things I wore. I absolutely wore Adidas with no shoelaces because I really wanted to be like Run DMC and the Beastie Boys.
There it is.
So I was definitely affected by it, but I definitely do not view myself as a sneakerhead because I think if you're gonna call yourself that, whether you're into the commerce or the art of it, you're spending time consuming content into it, and I'm not doing enough of that for me to feel comfortable to say that. I appreciate them. I like wearing them. The biggest point of contention, Tyler off camera's gonna laugh right now, the biggest reason the K-Swiss deal almost didn't happen was the number one thing I negotiated. The only thing, not the finances. By the way, the bag got much bigger. The first bag was small 6 figures, where back end, value money. I negotiated
Feels good dumbing through the back end, don't it?
Oh, especially when you deliver. I think
but you could wear other brands, right?
100%.
Yeah.
The only thing that mattered to me. I didn't want to do anything that became a caricature of myself, and I needed the flexibility to wear something when and how I wanted to.
Right.
And so it runs.
Flexibility, pun intended, right?
Flexibility.
Gary, every week here on the show, we punish somebody who had the worst take for saying something egregious or generally just doing
Paul fucking Pierce.
doing something
You're a
well.
fucking idiot, Paul Pierce. Grossly overrated player. Grossly. And his hot take after game 1 is all-time disastrous.
Oh, yeah.
The only it's somebody actually on the show.
Oh,
so Paul Pierce, Paul Pierce was not.
Nobody going off of Paul Pierce.
Brendan, who has the worst take this week?
It's me.
It's not me ones?
No, because I licked the sole of it, because I put my tongue out on camera. I don't really know. But
You got at the bottom of the shoe. You need
just one good lick, Fat Joe style.
Yeah.
This is a real Trinidad shoe right here, though.
Trinidad James would definitely go to Barney's and pay $10K for these.
What up, for real?
Come on, man.
That smells like success, baby.
Come on, man. I'll do it. Worst take
He's a Steve Madden?
Steve Madden.
Oh, Lord.
Have you met Steve Madden?
Fuck Steve Madden.
You want to have Steve Madden collab coming up?
No.
Steve Madden never come on the show.
I want to do a Jams collab.
Jesus Christ.
Do you remember Jams?
No, what is
You guys
that?
are all so fucking young on this show.
too young.
Jams were these shorts
got one
that
35-year-old
dominated in like 1985 to 1987.
What did it look like?
Like crazy colors. They were like a precursor to like Zubaz.
Zubaz was a shit.
Yeah, but like,
I remember for
you
football.
should act. You know
Zubaz
what?
was a shit.
Who owns? We need to buy Zubaz,
Zubaz
make you the
is
face of it, and
Zubaz is
dismantle
shit.
the
You
culture.
remember the Sopranos when they were wearing the Jet Zubaz, like head to toe? The whole
horse.
The hats and
Now
the
we're
jackets.
talking.
This is
Rest in
amazing.
peace, James Gandolf.
So, G, on the show every week we do
I do
a
this?
segment called Drip, Flip, or Skip.
Yep.
Drip being
Yep.
look good on
I
you.
got it.
You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? Flip,
Money.
of course. GV it.
Yep.
Or whatever. And skip, we don't fuck with it.
Okay.
Our first shoe is going to be from Kyrie Irving. Shout out to Kyrie.
Featuring Nick.
He did the
Yeah.
Friends collab at the show with his Kyrie. What's it? Kyrie's 5?
Pittsburgh Steelers shit. It's pissing me off already.
How you feel? Drip, flip, or skip? Flip.
Yeah, cashing out.
Flip. What about you, Brendan?
No, this is a skip. Kyrie already
watch
has a Friends tattoo. That's not cool.
Okay.
And this
You
shoe
watch
is not
Friends?
cool either.
I did watch Friends a little bit.
But Kyrie is 27. What?
How many
And
people
now
like
you
Friends?
kids on fucking Netflix when
That's
it
what I'm
aired.
saying. Kyrie is 27.
So, okay, you can't like Friends?
Skip.
Okay.
I mean, if you can flip it, go for it. It's just,
No, you have to pick one. That's how it works. You
Drip,
can't
skip.
say,
To me, if I could flip it, I would do it. If not, it's a skip. I'll flip it.
Flip.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. What's it called? I'll go with flip.
Yeah.
Moving forward, we got the Sakai Tom Nike collab.
This is a drip. I love 70s running shoes. It's a little too crazy. I saw some people wearing them. They kind of look like a platform shoe at first. Like the sole was so thick. But,
Right.
But it's
So,
a drip.
What about you, Brendan?
Oh, I've been waiting. Joe LaPuma has had these for months, and I've been upset the
Joe Lapuma's
whole
got like
time.
4 pairs of
I
these.
am ready.
Oh, yeah, Joe just had to send around.
I'm texting multiple retailers. This is a drip. Yeah.
GV, how you feel?
Flip.
Yeah? You wouldn't wear these? Or you're just the bag?
It's a bag.
was hot.
All right.
What they call this is a drip for me, guys. This is the drip. Like,
Yeah.
it's
And this is the right colorway too. This is the best one.
I like the other colorway, but
You're
I feel
wrong.
you.
You're wrong.
I feel you.
This-
Okay. Moving
Not the first
forward. Can't explain like your favorite Max. GP, I'm gonna start with you. I wish you showed a better angle because the other side has like a wire green check around it.
And some of the pairs actually light up.
That's the friends and family.
Yeah.
It's super limited. How you feel about this? Drip flipper skill, Fuji.
This is you know where I'm gonna go with this one? I'm gonna go with Flip.
Where you taking me to flip? StockX?
StockX, eBay, SneakerCon,
flea market?
the Back
Actually-
Alley. I'm agnostic.
The name of the brand is actually Cactus Plant Flea Market, so you could bring it to the flea market.
Perfect.
Brendan, drip flipper skip, sir.
You know, I really respect this collaboration, but I just wouldn't wear it. I've had enough of the Vapor Max at this point. I think this is kind of a shoe for kids in Soho.
These are amazing, bro. I'm so proud.
Ankles are showing. This is beautiful.
So good.
Drip flipper skip.
This is a shoe that our art guy Tommy Lamb's probably all about because he loves cactuses or cacti, as they would say. But for me, Vapor Max is not a good shoe. Okay. So it's a skip no matter what you do to it.
Okay. This is a drip for me. This is the drip.
Yeah,
of course,
yeah,
it's a drip for me.
yeah,
Of course, right?
Come on.
Moving forward, the Travis Scott, Tom Jordan 1. GB, I'll start with you. Drip flipper skip.
Burn.
Okay.
Really? Oh, but, yeah, right.
Yes,
Yeah,
of
yeah.
course,
Are you a
yeah.
Travis guy though?
I respect Travis.
Have you met
yeah.
him?
No.
No?
Okay.
Burn.
Flip.
Flip. Okay. Brendan.
I'm flipping these two. I like the design.
You're
We've seen
flipping
him,
these. So you
we've
wouldn't
seen
wear
him
these?
so much. No, I would, but we've just seen him so much at this point. I'm like, he's already came out this weekend, and it's like, I'm tired of seeing it.
Would you say fuck Michael Jordan to his face if you met him?
Probably not, because I don't want to bullshit you, but I would definitely want to.
Yeah.
That's real as fuck.
You know?
Damn, that was real. Go ahead. That was so real.
This is a flip. This is a flip. You're gonna make a ton of money on this.
I mean, it's a drip. I mean, I love Travis. Moving forward, though, G, because we're not done.
Yep.
We do outfits also.
Let's go.
We got Serena at the Met Gala. This is a drip. Flipper skip for you.
This
What
is an
next?
absolute drip.
Okay. Drip flipper skip, Brendan.
All Volt getup. I appreciate it. Yeah. Off whites on the feet. That's a drip.
The thing that we're forgetting though, remember at the U.S. Open last year where Virgil made her the shoes and she said she called him Virgil Abdullah.
That did happen.
man.
That's you bring up an
So I
excellent
kind of
point.
just for that, so for that thing I kind of have.
Yes.
It is
Wow.
dope, but I have to skip it based off of
Yeah.
didn't know who
Total
the
lack
designer
of
was.
That's
authenticity.
really
Yeah.
good, man. That's a great job by you. That's your second massive highlight on the show.
Gonna put together a
Put it in
highlight
the reel.
reel.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Have you met Kanye? She called him Virgil Abdullah.
This is a skip for me just from a fashion standpoint. I'm cool on this outfit.
Okay.
I'm cool.
You should wear it.
I'm good.
I know. That's
I'm
why I
good.
said it.
Shane didn't invite you to the Met Gala.
What
happened?
One day.
All right.
One day.
right.
Moving forward, we got Uzi, Lil Uzi Vert at the doctor with Bapes on.
He's holding an octopus.
I hold a Murakami octopus. I think it's a hat or it might just be a teddy bear. I'll start with you. Drip flipper skip.
This made me laugh so hard when I saw it because he's holding an octopus. And the look on his face, he just looks so happy. You know, even though he's at the doctor's,
right.
it almost looks like the doctor's
show.
giving it to him as like a stress ball. You know, like he's like so nervous. Like
Drip flipper skip.
it's a drip.
Brendan.
Yeah, Uzi wears a lot of ridiculous outfits, you know.
That you're
but-
not into.
Yeah,
I got you.
And so I appreciate seeing him in something a little more earthly.
So this is a
drip. Yeah.
GV. How you feel?
I think Uzi might be the single most underrated person in the game right now.
Damn. Okay.
So I'm a huge triple drip on this. I think the natural creativity and uniqueness and a mix of little darkness, I think there's something very serious about this kid.
Uzi's special.
I think there's something super special about this kid.
You're buying the rookie card.
Drip.
I would.
There it
I
is.
would.
Drip for me.
Fuck, I would.
A box.
Drip for me. Last but not least, the best outfit on the table. GV. Tell me.
Wow.
When GB gets up.
Wow.
When GB gets up. When you wake up. Tell me this outfit. What happened today? Tell me about this day right here, GB.
Tremendous
This is
fucking
like
day.
a startup special, right?
It's a startup.
This is like
no,
you're going
it's
startup.
not.
You're going
It's not
with it.
because the hoodie's not there. It's actually not. It's a rare button-down situation, which I kind of am
Had a date after? What's going on here?
Unlike you, my friend, who I genuinely think, similar to Uzi, I think you are a stunningly underrated, and you're highly rated, stunningly underrated fashion icon.
Do me next, but go on.
I'm really not.
Right.
My levels of giving a fuck
Yeah.
about outfits is zero.
Rock bottom.
Rock bottom. What do I think about? What's the closest pair of jeans and closest
right.
top to my hands so I can get out there and fucking play my game?
I love
You're
that.
standing by this then.
Oh, this is phenomenal shit. This
Yeah,
is like
yeah.
This drip.
11 out of 10.
Yeah. I'm giving you a drip on this because it's a beautiful thing. You know exactly where you are. You're like, I'm there. I'm staying in that lane. I'm not. Yeah. Drip.
Speaking of fucks, you have like the reservoir tip beanie on.
You know what? I love beanies, bro. You know why? I
To hide the bald spot.
Yes, that's number one. Number two, to sleep on planes.
This is the drip because you're being yourself.
Gary, before we get out of here, we do want to breeze through the comment section. Each week we take a look at what people have been saying about the show on YouTube, and we air some of those grievances and thoughts here out on the show. So real quick,
Segment.
we have
Such a money segment.
Self-destruct saying, I learned English just to watch your show. Yeah, never heard of a better way
That's
to
true.
spend
I love him.
time. Yeah.
Or her.
I learned how to speak English watching The Flintstones and Price is Right.
Wow.
JCZZY4 says, edit the FSR theme song with Welty's ad-libs on the gang, LOL. And that's all caps.
Dang.
Justin
Blueface,
Jones
I'm on the show.
143 says, every color is not a full-size run. I don't know what that means. I don't know. They're maybe disputing.
Oh,
the
yeah, they're just trying to be
interpretation
difficult.
of
That's
that.
cool.
Israel Flores, one more, says, I've missed this show so much since it's been between seasons. Yeah, I mean,
We
it's
missed
nice,
you, brother.
It's nice to go on vacation.
We missed you.
How long
for a
were you
little
guys
bit,
off
but
there?
I don't know, 4 or 5 weeks.
Oh.
Put the stamps on the passport. This has been another episode of Full Size Run. We're glad to be back. I'm your
Amen.
co-host, Brendan Dunn.
I'm Matt Welty.
That James, baby.
And this was
Gary B.
Amen. Yes, sir.
She want every color, that's a full size. Buy 6 for my kids, bought a 7 for my chick.
Hello, everyone. I am well. How are you? Good. How's it going so far?
Great.
Well,
A lot of stuff.
there's a lot of stuff. Okay, great. I'd love to go around, introduce yourself, where you're from, and what you do, and then we'll go back around and do Q&A. And I would make that very selfish, because that's, you consume plenty of macro free advice from me, but like I'd love to make sure I deliver on what your singular question is here. So let's go.
This is the Gary V audio experience.
Brian Bellamy from Charlotte, North Carolina, head of the Refinery House, which is a small agency right now.
Awesome.
So, yeah, you see.
Awesome.
My name is Stephen Jane, Refinery House, Charlotte, North Carolina, paid media.
Hey, media.
And I'm Taylor Bryant, creative director at the Refinery House.
Awesome. Mark, I know you. Okay, here we go. Go ahead. It's now your turn.
I'm Carrie. We are the Wellness Network with Link, so our partner business partner.
Very nice.
From Melbourne, Australia.
Very nice.
We work with health and fitness experts to help them monetize on their brand. Really niche health and fitness experts, postnatal, your bodybuilding guys, powerlifting guys, all sorts of just real experts that can solve one problem. We help them generate leads, make sales, set up their delivery systems to scale, creating a high-end experience for their customers and clients.
Understood. Through a rev share with them model or through a fee model?
Through a fee model. Yeah.
Okay, understood. Awesome.
So my name is Doc Williams. So I'm the founder of Brand Factory Inc. And basically I'm a personal CTO. So I help solo entrepreneurs, small businesses, when they're struggling and trying to scale and they're frustrated. I go in and basically build their tech stacks or help them with automation for that one.
Makes a lot of sense. Where are you based?
DC.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Very cool.
And then started with copywriting. So that's how it started with years ago, and then went from there.
Interesting. Okay.
Brian Neal, CEO of Blind Zebra Enterprises. I do sales training, sales coaching, keynote speaking, and podcasting. My side hustle is on an NFL ref.
Is that true?
That's true. I got your present too.
I'm fired up about it. I wanted it already.
You want the present?
No, we'll save it for the end. You NFL ref.
I'm an NFL ref, yeah.
You actually referee NFL games.
I do.
I think it's amazing.
For 5 years. You've seen me
That's
in
crazy.
person,
That's amazing.
Right, it's awesome.
How many games a year do you do?
22. 15 regular season, 4 preseason, hopefully.
I'm so fired up. I cannot wait to be mad at a call that you make next year.
I don't have the cameras going. I gotta say it.
Listen, I already know the answers. It's human beings. It's amazing. Cool. That's really cool. Let's rock and roll.
All right, Q&A.
So in the macro, actually, I'll just start with this. Given you three, I would assume, which would be smart, given what you're at, creative and media, you're on your path to building a VaynerMedia-like agency and trying to figure. I mean, obviously, there's always nuances, but creative and media under one house, and you're trying to whatever it may be. There may be a bunch of different things.
Go ahead. If you remember, I left you a comment about asking about how you apply a retainer model to a software development agency, and so that's like primary is solving this. So we have a software development agency that sits next to a digital marketing agency. So they're all from the digital marketing agency side. We also have full service software development in terms of enterprise level stuff. So
all under what one company, like one P&L? Okay.
Yep. And
it started with that, and this has been built on top.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So software development goes back about 4.5 years.
How did that start?
Me.
Solo.
Pretty much.
Cool.
Yep. And then now, so
how many people are in each?
So almost a bench of about 70 engineers on the right side with.
Meaning none full time and all outsourced when you say bench?
So I invested in an agency in St. Louis so that we could share an engineer bench.
Interesting. So they're full time employees?
They're full time of them, and then I get to lean into their bench and kind of cost share.
I get it.
Easily burstable capacity, keeps my overhead low.
I totally understand.
Yeah.
So that's that. How many if any full time devs?
So we're full time devs.
Yeah.
Just over a dozen.
Understood.
And then kind of on this side, we're all full time in the agency.
And how many of those?
About a dozen as well. Well, 10 to 15. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. So on the software side, I'm curious if you've seen models work where you can have a retainer that's more than just support or maintenance, right? Because you've talked about breaking out the strategy into its own component of how you bill a client. Or
the answer is you can, and you've gone through some of these things. It's hard for it not to be support or maintenance because people have bought into the value of that.
Right.
When I started VaynerMedia, this company started as community management only. That was the only thing we did. Campbell's hired us, and some of you are youngsters, but old Facebook, like if you left somebody on somebody's page, that was what was on the top of the wall. It was like MySpace, so people weren't like the amount of people that laughed me out of the room to make comments, to do community management and make content, which is the core foundation of who I am and what is probably considered best in class 2019 marketing on digital right now. Put out content on social networks and engage with the community for insights and laughed out of the room for $5,000 a month. Laughed out of the room. With 1 million followers on Twitter when I knew him, when built up Wine Library with been on Conan with the same kid that built from 3 to 60 million, laughed. Why I'm telling you that is it's the answer. The answer is of course. If you deliver on what you're asking for in return, and I believe there are a lot of people emerging potentially in the mid-market that can afford to pay a strategy around tech, infrastructure. I think both of you can easily convince a human and say, hey Gary, you have Wine Library. Let's go back to my dad's own store and say, you're wasting money on legacy tech and bad infrastructural decisions by just paying me $3,000 a month where I will both be in the backbone business. So before you decide if it's MailChimp or Cloud this or Google, or a new PO, if you're just, I'm backbone. And on top of that, I'll be proactive and set up I'll be in defense, backbone, but quarterly we have an in-face or a 30-minute call every 2 months, or I'll be on offense where me and my team are thinking about your liquor store business, and you build an infrastructure that allows people to see what's going on best in class. In Canada, the Canada Liquor Control Board now puts QR codes on their bottles. I do believe that there's a sector that would pay for thinking. Okay. Because the way you always get people to understand it is the money saved. One of the ways I started breaking through to community management was saying, how much do you spend on call centers? Oh, fucking millions. I'm like, they blow, and they do nothing. community management, when somebody goes on your Campbell's page and says your soup stinks, that's also could be a call center. And we're only 60,000 per year, and I'm gonna pay, got it? So it's the angle.
I guess it's like the product or the story that you present to them.
I gave it to you. I think that's the truth. I mean, I'm sure there's others, but I gave you the one that, like, I'm always reverse engineer from the consumer. What would, I would say, what would trick me? And trick in a good way. What would get me thinking like, And you know, one thing you could do is like, in the way, if you go prospecting, it's like, do you spend $50,000 years on technology? Technology is your email service, like you throw a lot in there. And all of a sudden, like my dad's company, Wine Library, right now, is incapable of making smart tech decisions. That's not true, I forgot, we have John Kane. We are, but a lot aren't, and more importantly, bless you, and John would know what to do with that too. So look, people don't like to pay for thinking. They don't like it. Strategy is, but.
Just learned on the marketing side and it's gone great.
Because there's an output along with it. Yeah. Strategy baked into videos, cool. Strategy just for the sake of strategy, not cool. Right. Got it?
Yeah.
Notice how I made you put something tangible in there. I'm gonna give you a 30-minute call every night, you know? So people want something. I'll be honest with you, one of the ways to do it is to do an annual conference.
Interesting.
Yeah, one of the things we're about to do at VaynerSports, just to give you a preview, you'll see me promoting it in 6 months. I gotta get it past AJ, but I think I got it. We have a lot of people that are doing brand deals with our players. So much of it has to do with me, and they're trying to and I'm like, look, why don't we just, if they do brand deals with our partners, like with our players, why don't we do a thing every year, like the Saturday before the Super Bowl in whatever town it is, and they get access to that one day full of it. It's money to spend time with me, and this is an hour. Like,
Probably did in Atlanta this year a little bit.
Yeah, what we did in Atlanta is exactly how I'm thinking about it. Atlanta, that was the fucking cool party, and I'll do that again. In Miami, we'll have 2 chains, and we'll have, we'll kill it, and it'll be culture. That's Saturday night. Friday will be the business conference for the people that sign $50,000 deal or more with VaynerSports people. And what those businesses are going to do and be like, fuck it. I don't give a fuck who VaynerSports gives to what players my money for my cheese puffs. I just want to be with Gary for that day on Friday. I would pay 50. Got it? That's how I have to think. Reverse engineer them.
Makes sense. Okay. And then kind of the reason why we came, or I brought them, is we're a really young marketing agency.
Yes.
Really young. January 1 of this year.
Amazing. Congrats.
Thanks. So it's more of starting well for us.
Yeah.
Versus coming to you in 2 years going, shit, I wasted $250,000 on this and $100,000 on that.
That's right. That's exactly right.
You can go back to where you were, if you even were ever in between 10 and 20 full-timers and
We were.
boutique.
Yeah, we were.
And,
I started my company in a conference room of another company. Like we were like. People like kind of continue to forget that when
you started from ground
zero.
zero. You're like 30 friends or
Got
10
it. No,
friends.
respect. We were small for a long time because the first few years I was pretty passive. I mean, I think when I took over 2.5 years in, I think we were less than 30.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we got crazy when I started running it full time. I just love hiring people. That's not a joke. So go ahead.
Yeah. So if you could think back to then, give me. I mean,
a couple core things. Disproportionate over communication with every single person that's in it. Like the game-changing reason why VaynerMedia is still foundationally strong is how close I was to the first 100 employees. It's still permanence. We were said later of like old Vayner, new, like there's many things that will come from it later, but it is honestly, it's raising a child. Overlove the fuck out of your kid in the first 4 years and see ridiculous dividends later. Like, later you can worry about entitlement. But at 4, they can't be entitled, just love the fuck out of them. Later, you can like not let them win like I do now, But in the beginning, and they'll cry, does every day, but because they're getting used to like, what is this? I'm so, so it's you're the guy, you have to build a real relationship with all of them. Thanks for the post yesterday, it's very sweet. You have to build a real relationship, and you have to manage all of them differently. You have to manage them based on them, not based on you. Right, yeah. And sometimes they want, and at first everyone wants, there's a million things. At 12 and 20, like you're gonna have that awesome culture. Like, people are gonna stay later, you're close as fuck. Cut out the cancer quick. Okay. If you by accident fucked up and hired somebody, you gotta get, give her or him real, the only time I'm pretty radical candor is when they're a singular cancer in a small group, where I'm like, hey, like nobody likes you. Well, I'm the best employee. I'm like, cool, I'm still gonna fire you. The best employee isn't the one who makes the most money or the client likes the best. It's the holistic best. And all 11 people in this office don't love the way you're rolling.
Makes sense.
So that's important. Early cancer is important because it keeps like positive vibes. It's a very I think the first 4 years of a company are disproportionately nurturing. It's actually really funny. There was a period in 2011-12 when I was investing in pretty heavily in female-centric startups, Birchbox and McMag, all these companies, and later it became such a part of our culture. Like, there was a moment 24 months ago where like, what's your portfolio look like with female founders? And I could see it was bubbling up, and I remember thinking like, this is gonna be awesome because I was really in a good place. But it was really funny. I was in a good place not by being a noble man or like trying to be fair. It was out of my general thesis of the other way. It was my disrespect. It was my. It was me being. What's the word I'm looking for? Sorry, I used the word because it was me being. I was stereotyping men, even though I'm a nurturing dude. I was stereotyping men for not being. I was being very, very basic. Women are, But I actually believe it. I believe that over nurturing emotionally a business in the first 3 to 4 years is remarkably underrated. All feelings, all kumbaya. I mean, you got to pay the bills. Sure. You got to get through. But I think that's where if you can help, and I don't know you well enough, if you can put a lot of the financial onus on yourself, and right, it's very cliche. That's why I asked you, did you start it first? I'm like, good, he's gonna be able to do this because he was like, when you're the person that is the thing at first, you know it. Like that's you can't imagine how fun it is to walk through this company knowing that me as the CEO is the best practitioner of social media work. There is no executive that I'm scared of in my own company. It's very powerful. Most executives lose touch with reality or never had it in the first place. They just like thought of a business idea and like their partner was the one that made the bread. So as much onus and pressure on you to allow it to establish that culture. And then where I missed the mark was in year 5, 6, 7, when you were here. When did we first move in here? 3?
2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah.
3, right? 3, it's 3. 3 will be in August, right? Yeah. So what are we in, 19, 16? I think 5 years in, I waited 1 year too long to make the transition from over-nurturing to merit, which then creates entitlement. And I had a very difficult time unwinding that. It took me a good year and a half because I let go of 30 people to make the statement, rip the Band-Aid. Right. That fucked up everybody. I mean, you would have thought that like it was the Great Depression here. But people yelling at me and all hands on. In my own employees being like, fuck you. But that, I made the mistake. I waited a year and a half too long.
To go from lovey-dovey to just like, hey, it's a meritocracy.
I make fun of entitlement, don't let your kids win 8th place trophies, but I missed the mark here by a year and a half. And the moment I realized it, I was like, I just remember going through that in my own mind. I was like, this is gonna suck because what entitled kids don't like is when you cut off their credit card. like the kids that you buy Mercedes for in high school, pay for their college, unlimited Uber, unlimited Equinox, and the first year out of college you buy them their apartment and you get them unlimited Uber continuous and you got them their job. When you decide, because you're a parent that decides that for some weird reason 23 is the year a kid gets cut off, that kid fucking shits on you like crazy because you didn't condition them.
Yeah, I have a little sister, so I'm well.
So that happened. So I think if you can get that to me is the framework. If you can get your timing right from over coddling, culture, safety, yes, heart, and you can make that transition to merit. And every company's different, every leader's different. I missed the mark here, which I will hope will make me not miss the mark the next time. But here's why I do it. I missed the mark and our company's never been healthier today. Overcorrecting from when you created too much entitlement is a hell of a lot better than establishing a company that is a soulless financial machine.
Yeah.
You're never injecting culture into that. So the seed matters.
Excellent.
Cool.
And then so in terms of over communication, so for the first in college all the way till I exited my first business, I was pretty much solo. And so
it doesn't come natural.
Right.
Try to figure out your way. Maybe it's phone calls. Maybe it's hiring a chief heart officer, like making an investment to culture now and giving her or him disproportionate power.
Yeah, I'm excited for Claude. Yeah.
Cool.
Interesting. I want to know a little bit more of how do you guys manage your accounts? Because there's a time when you're a younger company and you have an analyst managing 10 accounts, right? And then how do you go about making that transition into 1-to-1 or 2-to-1?
Carefully. And when you're asking that, are you asking financially or like how the account gets used to it or the people themselves? Like give me all of the above.
I think the easiest answer would be financial. Well, they pay more, therefore they get more people.
Yes.
But more of like a part of the company and culture because it's two completely different strokes. I've worked at other agencies, so where I've managed a ton of accounts, some mid-size and then some bigger ones where I am down this for one client only. So, but I've never been in any transition from one to another. So I think that's
what's your concern in that transition?
I don't know. Should be concerned.
Well, that's what's really good about this question. I think it's a good theoretical question, and I think it's less scary in real life, which is why I asked that, and which is why I'm glad the way you answered. I think you're worried about the boogeyman. You know what I mean? Like I think you're trying to be thoughtful, which is amazing. That's what you want from leaders to begin with. So that's a good tell. But I think, hey Carl, you're on 7 accounts. Now you're on 4.
And we're just going to run Yeah.
There's not, some people might get like. Are you worried about the internal part, like the actual employees that work for you, like making that transition?
Sure. I mean, it could be, yeah, because it's a completely different mindset.
Yeah, I think it's a boogeyman thing. Really, I do. Like, it's a different mindset that either that person can do or can't do. You're probably not going to know if they can or can't. A lot of these, you know what I mean? I think people prep for things a lot of times that there was no preparation needed for.
Gotcha.
Think about how much you psyched yourself out for the first time you were going to kiss somebody. Years. Like some of these things are just overthought. It's casting too. Carol's going to transition beautifully. Rick, not so much. Yeah, Rick. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think for you on the financial side it's easy because you're just allocating. And then this is why culture matters.
Right.
Dude, this is why culture fucking matters. If you do part 1, Anything that's scary about part 2, the culture eats it up and fixes. Carol, who's struggling from going from 4 to 1 because she's bored, is going to feel safe to talk about it. Instead of looking for another job to get challenged, this place got too big. Let me go somewhere where I can get that high of 10 accounts. You see where I'm going?
Yeah.
Culture. Culture is like oxygen. People think it's like a department. People think, it's not like finance. It's fucking a living and breathing thing. It is the operating system. It is not one of the apps. Finance is an app. Creative is an app. Strategy is an app. Culture is the fucking operating system. It's probably the proudest thing I'm up to. It's one of the most proud. I'm so proud that what I'm putting into the business ecosystem around this subject matter. Because I'm an alpha guy. It's not like, I'm not like, an 88-year-old grandma saying culture math, like I'm alpha, but this is real. And I'm glad that it's like starting to pick up a little momentum. It's going to really pay out. So that's what I think.
I think
Please.
the reason I was asking
Please.
that, it was because, because I've been in both of those roles, just the depth of analysis and the quality of work that you're expected to.
But the client is the judge and the jury of the quality of the work,
Right.
which is a variable.
Bigger client, higher expectations.
Potentially.
Gotcha.
It's casting. The bigger client just might have gone to the same college as you and likes you and has decided your work's better. Play in real life. That's what I do. Got it? Potentially. The client is the judge and the jury, but they're a human, like a referee. All I need to know about referees is he's a human being. He's making a subjective call based on his knowledge of what pass interference is or isn't.
Right.
You understand?
Yeah.
It's an ideology that you hope he does it right every time. He can't. What angle they see? These guys are going so fast. One of my biggest things with referees is they need to get into better shape. Like,
Obviously.
No, but I'm obviously making a fun joke, but like, it's fucking hard out. I'm very weird with refs. I barely ever get upset with referees because I'm like, it's fucking hard. You know how fast these motherfuckers are? No matter how smart he is about positioning and he can film for days to be on a 36-yard line in this hash, these fuckers are moving. And so what, you're mad at them because you watched it a minute later in super triple slow? Do you know how fast this shit is? So the same way I think about refereeing is the same way I think about clients. It's casting. I have plenty of small clients that are way tougher than big clients. There's plenty of people paying me $11 million. They're passive as fuck, and people paying me $48 and pissed as shit. Got it?
Oh, yeah.
The key for your business is learning when to fire a client, which is foreign as fuck.
Yeah, especially when you're young.
Of course, especially, and by the way, when you're young and don't have the leverage, you don't fire. Kids always ask me, Gary, when do I fire? I'm like, can you afford it? No, then you don't fire. You fire when you can afford it, things are great. You should fire clients that are bad to your employees to keep up the culture. It's the operating system. Yes, but if you fire them and go out of business, there is no operating system.
Great. So one thing I was really curious about is, as we are a young agency and, we're starting to build ourselves up, kind of finding the line between building up, and this might tie into the personal branding thing that we're going to have, but the line between putting our work and our time into building our brand, and then how do you balance that with the work that is driving revenue, like your client work? And,
you have to do both.
Yeah.
It's hard in the beginning, but the answer is both. The client is subjective. So you gotta be thoughtful that you're not deciding how much time and effort you have to put into the work. And you can take a video, look, you're a creative, you know this. You can make something that takes you 13 minutes that they think is the most remarkable thing they've ever seen, and you can do something that's your life's work, and then you walk in and they're like, this is a piece of shit. You're in the complete subjective game. So you have to use the advantages of that while recognizing the disadvantages of it. Understand? Yeah. Are you a perfectionist because you're insecure and you spend 2 more hours editing something because of your own ideological nature of perfection, which could have been used to work on your brand? Or are you not? Got it? Yeah. A lot of creatives don't like to hear speed and output and quantity matters. And I'm sure it's a friction on my own team. I'm looking at D, it's, when people, because, 4 months now, 5? When you first come in, it's look, I'm so respectful. I think creative is the variable of success. So it's really funny because I don't look the part of the champion of creative, right? But it really is what I believe, and it's what I am. I also equally believe in output and speed. There's such a practical part to me. It's no different than what I just said. I'm saying the same things over and over, both. If you break everything down, it's both. It's always both. The answer's both. It's why we have a problem in this country. People think it's left or right. The answer's both. I can't believe how much our country now believes it's one or the other. It's nuances of both. The good nuances. It's just hard to, So anyway, so the answer is both.
Okay. So when it comes to
if you're not building brand, you're not creating funnels that give you new business in a way that's passive. If you're not delivering on the quality work, you're not retaining. It's like eating in the old days. You have to hunt and farm. The answer's both. So what does that mean? More hours or hire more people? It's not super complicated. Or the one because those are tough, both, being efficient with your actual time. When people come in here, my employees are like, I need somebody on this account. I'm like, I'm not getting somebody on that account. And they're mad. They're like, you fucking try to burn me out. I'm like, no, you're on fucking Reddit for an hour a day. Yep, good.
Me?
Yep.
All right, cool. He's going to ask you the big question.
Okay, so ask the even bigger question.
I have 2 questions
Yes.
for you. One is business advice, and the other one is selfishly some life advice.
Let's go.
So the first one being, our business has been built in the past 3 years on you,
Makes
and very successfully. We've reached $3 million turnover, and
what I feel from my observation where the brand is very personally branded. And we discuss this all the time about, at some point, VaynerMedia was Gary. And how do we remove him?
98% of the people that work here still think that's our biggest problem.
Right.
So let's talk about that for a couple. The reason I answered you that way, 98% of the people here feel that I'm too far ahead. If they can't, even most people don't care about it, but like the people that are trying to help this company, like my direct reports and like most of the feedback, we had a new head of we're hiring a new head of comms. I interviewed a lot of people. It was the number one thing they wanted to talk about. Gary's so excited if I get this opportunity. I'm so excited to build up the brand of Vayner. So it's not just now. There's things that come along with that. If he hates it too much or loves it too much, both are a problem. So got it? So I don't know. Like the answer is you're fine in theory, more than you can imagine. But we're at the vulnerability of him as a human. And if he hates it too much, it's stressful, he doesn't want somebody to take a selfie, or like clients call him instead of the people you build around. Yeah. Or if he likes it too much and it becomes a caricature of himself and he gets high in his own supply. So that's the answer to that question.
Yeah. So what we're trying to do, mistakenly, is we think it's a logical problem that we need to resolve, as he's the bottleneck of the company. But in actual fact, it's an emotional problem, where if he's not emotional about it, he is who he is, and the 1% is the 1%.
Because I'm the brand, people want me, people want my strategy, oversight. Did Lynn approve this?
So that's where you're making an operational mistake. Yeah. So one thing I did not make an operational mistake about is nobody gets me. And never was it promised. Now, if if Pepsi comes along and says, well, we'd like you for these three, like we want you for, like it's all negotiable, but it was never in play.
and you make that clear from the beginning, so I don't become the bottleneck.
The end.
And then you don't get pissed.
Right, they made a decision. I told them right to the face, you do not get me. I do not work on any account. I'm not here. I'm in the bat phone business. That shit better be bat phone shit. Like the Joker's fucking choking someone. Not there's a puddle in the street, Batman. You know what I mean? I'm in the Batman business, but where did this shit come from? Where does this shit come from? Oh man. But it's like I like communicating that way because it makes it obvious. You know, like even though it's funny and ridiculous, it's very clear what I'm telling you. You want to call me because your business is in real trouble, or like you're super upset with the people managing your business. Like we can have that combo, but I'm not gonna fucking review that tweet.
Okay. So,
Expectations up front, which takes humility from the person. The thing that most people are unable to see about me until they really get closer is the humility part that comes along with the confidence. You know, it takes humility of the personal brand.
So my second question, less of a question, but I want to hear your thoughts.
Please.
I want to tell you about this, and I highly respect everyone who goes and asks Gary Vee and is vulnerable enough to talk about themselves and their position because I'm feeling very nervous.
Go ahead.
I want to kind of set the tone with the end in mind.
Please.
We are super happy living with my parents. They're the best people in the world, and it took us a long time to get there. But here's what happened.
Wow, that makes me
phase
super
one,
happy.
He used. We were getting serious in our relationships, and we decided to buy a house.
Okay.
And we talk a lot about the unconventional success metric.
Yep.
We do a mortgage and
Yep.
debt.
Yep. Right. I'm telling you, I mean it. Indian culture, Russian culture, it's the same shit. Obviously, there's a couple that outlie, but like stuff to prove you won is how humans are wired.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So we bought a house.
Yep.
If you see our stock account, I'm going to refer back to data. That was a time when the first growth happened in the company because there was a lot of pressure and there was a deadline.
Interesting.
I go under pressure. So
I understand.
Cool. So
Maybe.
the problem with this house
Maybe.
was
We need to talk
didn't
about
have
that.
a garage. And so one day when we had to park on the street, we parked a little bit further down, and 2 houses down is a massive mansion. This is about 9 months later. There was an open house, and we walk in the house, and he's like, "We should buy this house." And I'm like,
You buy. I want to make sure I'm following this. You buy a house 2 houses over 9 months earlier. Right.
The first house.
I understand. Yep. You at that same time are starting the business and it's starting to work.
It's starting to work.
I understand. It's starting to work. Like good things are happening in the business. You're starting to see the early indications of something good is happening. So what you do with those early indications is decide that you should buy the bigger house. By the way, that makes a ton of sense to me. Keep going.
Okay. And so he's the dreamer, I'm the believer. I'm like, this house is 3 times of what our current house is. If you think we can do it, let's do it. We signed the papers 2 weeks later to buy this house. In the meantime, the same agent sell our house. And they're like, this is so weird. And look at our Stripe account, and that was our second huge spike in growth. And sustained growth, if I may add. So it's not just like
literally from.
That might have had nothing to do with the houses, by the way. That might have been.
I bought the house.
I understand. But like the growth might have not happened because you're under pressure. It might have been because you're right about the thesis of what you were doing.
I want to test that now.
Good.
Because, now that we're so happy and comfortable, and
You want to make yourself more uncomfortable? If you play a game, let me say one thing, and I don't know if this is where you're going, but I'm just going to jump in because I like to do that. If you're going to play a game of like every time we put ourselves in macro pressure, that we are this united front, that we emotionally and financially and strategically we have big spikes of growth, you're going to pick wrong one day. And lose. So don't make that your thesis.
For sure. And
figure out how to create pressure in a different way that isn't financially.
Yeah. So now we don't have financial pressure.
Okay.
Because
I understand. You've grown into being able to afford it easier. I get it.
We've grown
I understand.
into really just enjoying what we do.
Okay.
But now our business growth isn't as exciting, if that makes sense.
Of course it makes sense, but that might not have anything to do with the pressure. I'm worried that you're strapping it to something that might have been serendipitous, not the engine of. It may also not be as exciting because the maturity of what you're doing is now doing much of the same, whereas before it was learning and finding new angles and doing, there may be a lot of reasons that it's not as exciting. Unless you're just a masochist of financial, like, and I'm not joking, maybe, I can't, I don't know you well enough, but like, it's highly unlikely that like, that's the case. But wait a minute, you live with your parents? Yeah. You moved them into your house, you mean?
We moved back with them.
So you sold that big house?
We still have it.
What we've done is we've turned it into a business retreat. So it's worked out really perfectly.
I see. That's cool.
We run events there.
I understand.
Yeah, so that's really exciting on that end. Maybe that's a really great segue.
Maybe there's also another thing, and I'll let him segue, but another thing for you to debate, maybe you should start a new business. That's what I do.
Yep.
I just keep starting new businesses. And some will fail and some won't.
Yeah.
But in the net, I don't give a fuck because I'm happy. Starting a new business for me makes me happy. It makes me happy. I'm not really worried about, I love when everybody around, straight men and women are like, I want to be happy. Yeah. Like, you can quit Vayner and start your own company if you want to be safe.
Yeah, I think that brings a lot of closure for me, because no way do I want to test us with financial pressure.
Yes.
I just knew that wasn't the right way.
You can pressure yourself and challenge yourself without it being the financial part. It can be the intellectual part. Like, one of the reasons I love to start businesses is to see how right I am about something. Because I love when people are like, oh, I thought of Uber before Uber. I'm like, that's great, Johnny. Like what does that mean? Like, I love people talking about shit. Oh, I knew Snap stock was gonna go down. Like, what does that even mean? I'm in the business of putting my money where my mouth is. Maybe that's what you're looking for.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
There are two takeaways from that, which is one, and I know Brian's going to go into
For me. Just because you like concentrating and being, that's amazing. That's phenomenal. I think it's a great thesis. I think it's an incredible thesis that you should focus on something and see it home. How about the fact that I got D's and F's for that same macro rationale? Or you could be me, which is you love throwing up 47 plates and you're comfortable if 16 collapse because you like 31 plates more than one.
Yeah, and I love the takeaway of challenging us intellectually.
100%.
Yeah, because at the moment it's always been financial.
That's right. That's what, honestly, you just made me so happy. If you can get into legacy, curiosity, process over bank account, I don't think I've ever really known how much money I've had, ever. I have no clue right now.
Yeah.
Enough to be dangerous to make sure it's enough to not be dead, but like, when your process is the game, you're in a much better place.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So we work with niche health and fitness.
I heard.
The big thing that I teach them and we teach them as a company is to build tribes, to build 1,000 raving fans around that one key area.
I understand. Because the monetization against that versus 100,000 that don't give a fuck means nothing.
Correct. And so as I go deep, I'm starting to realize they can't monetize coaching because very few people pay for high-end coaching. Like you said before, people pay for tangibility. People don't pay for improvement.
Yeah, and oftentimes, like, where it really becomes an interesting debate for a lot of people, depending on how they're wired. For example, I can get a lot of money for coaching. I don't want to. So there's two groups, ones that can't, and there's ones that subconsciously actually don't want to, because an enormous percentage of people that pay for coaching are paying for the feeling that they're fixing something versus actually trying to fix it. One of the reasons I really struggle with a lot of people I know is they're bottom feeding on people. And so you gotta figure out which group. It's an important question for you when you meet somebody, you're like, hey, you can do this. It's either that they can't fill the pipe with valuable enough content, or actually they'd be more like me, which is interesting, which is they just don't feel good about it. It's an important part. Whereas I'm thrilled to sell a hoodie or a sneaker or a glass of wine.
Coaching is so intangible, and most people don't ride.
It's also very important to analyze your customer. Coaching is very tough when you know the person's looking for a quick fix.
And the majority are.
100,000%.
And that's the reality.
The end. And then what it does is takes people out of their truth. Because their ROI is the coaching business.
Correct. So we're kind of in a very ambiguous business because we have these experts who are coaching clients to a result. My job as their tribe leader is figuring out how to help them build their tribes and connect the dots to help them actually deliver their coaching for free, build that tribe, and then monetize on products, services, e-commerce, supplements, meal prep, recurring stuff. So I've got two questions for you. In order for us to do that, I need to get myself into the software space to allow them a platform to build their tribe.
Okay.
That's what I'm starting to feel. The 200 coaches that we have, if they can all have one white labeled software that they use to deliver to their tribe, that can then open up the door for them to put, for them to segue in affiliate products, meal prep, supplements, and stuff. So right now we've kind of got two empty gaps. The first empty gap is if you were us now, you had 200 clients, you had a $3 million revenue sales. How do you begin to enter into software and tech, knowing that that's the future of fitness and that will help your clients grow, and they need software and tech. And then the second question is, how do you form strategic partnerships with other product services, for example, supplement companies, meal prep companies, apparel, so that you bring it under one big umbrella brand and you use the software where they build the tribe so that they don't make so much money on the coaching, but everything else is so much so leading with, cool, your prescription is to buy this meal plan if...
I understand. You either build the tech, or you rent the tech, or you buy the tech.
Yeah.
The end.
Yeah. That's what I came to as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone's different. You know, you want to feel more financial pressure, take a lot of the $3 million revenue business and deploy it against buying something from maybe a company that thought they were building a consumer tech platform, but they didn't realize how fucking hard that was, and they failed, and they've run out of money, and you can scoop up the tech. The first thing you probably have to do is bring somebody that looks like these two directly in your life as a partner, or somebody who actually gives a fuck. The biggest mistake that people make when they go into the tech business is they try to outsource the CTO, and it's different than where he is going. I mean, if you're gonna be in the tech business, and in essence you're gonna now start selling a SaaS product to all these individuals, you better fucking have somebody who gives a fuck for the next 8 years at your hip. And a lot of times it's an entrepreneur who knows nothing about it, and they think they're gonna be clever and have somebody build a SaaS product in fucking Poland, and then what happens when there's a fucking update? And what happens when something breaks? Like, they fuck this up all the time. What I would do, I'd probably give up 5% of the company and hire a CTO and have her or him build it, or analyze the situation and say, actually we don't need to build it. These 3 series of products in the marketplace, we added 1 layer on top of it, we use their APIs, and we've got a product. And see, what's really interesting about this, right? So what's interesting is like, and these people actually do it, like and this is actually just an insight for all of you. What's interesting about me and probably what's manifested with me is I'm dangerous enough to be able to give that answer where people that actually know are like, fuck, that's a good answer, right? That's something that's just good for everybody to learn. Back to all the plates, I think something that people understand is how important it is to be dangerous enough. And you better be dangerous enough in technology and communication because that's where our world's going until all of us die. Those two things are here. You better be dangerous enough in understanding tech, and you better be dangerous enough in understanding how to communicate, which currently is social media. Like, that's probably a much bigger factor in who I am right now than maybe even I articulate enough. I'm glad I just did that, because that really fucking matters. Because you do have to market your business, even if you're B2B, and you should know how to do LinkedIn marketing because it will change your businesses. You go into SaaS, you can't rent that shit. You better, has to be part of you. So, and listen, one of the weird, I think the mistake a lot of people would make 4 years ago is you're gonna learn how to code. Like everybody thought that was the unlock to, it's a commodity. Every kid, I was so pumped 5 years ago when everyone was sending their kid to learn how to code. I'm like, this is gonna be awesome. Coding is gonna be like plumbing. I'm gonna be paying fucking $26,000 a year for, everyone's like, you're gonna make $250,000. I'm like, do people understand basic human supply and demand? If everybody learns how to code, like the reason all those kids that actually were nerds and learned how to code and popped out in 2003, 4, 5, 6, 7 mattered is because that's what it was coming and nobody had the skill. And so that's why they won. If every 8-year-old learns how to fucking code, right?
Yeah. Gary, just on that.
Please.
Where would you find a CTO? What am I looking at?
Look, bro, honestly, this is why I love this shit. Like, you should talk to these two. They probably know people. Like, there's a lot of ways to go about this. You can either talk to people at Marcos. Like, these people probably know. I mean, you're in Australia. They may not know. Like, there's things to talk about here. You can decide to go remote. You can be like me and you want all the good shit here. Like, whatever you do, but it's not as hard as you think. Like, one thing that I've always liked to do in the beginning is you look at shit in the world that you like, and you literally do 4 hours of Google to find people that built it. You find out it's an agency that built it here, and then you reach out and you look on the agency site and you literally see head of product and you're Karen Thompson, and inevitably her Twitter is linked to it, and you just DM her and say, Karen Thompson, your fucking app that you built for Honeybee was really rad and a great product. Like, I'm looking to hire a CTO, and she's like, as a matter of fact, our head of development over here just said to me yesterday that I'm on a new job. Like, I mean, like, you work.
Yeah, awesome. On to the second question. The strategic partnerships with the consumer product companies.
You reach out to them.
Yeah.
Every one of them's interested. Like, you email info at.
Would you start your own consumer? Would you start your own brand?
Depends on what you think. Depends on what you think you're good at. Yeah. If you think you're good at the toll booth business, you build a toll booth. If you think you're good at the highway business, you build a highway. That's what the two things are. That's what the two things are. If you want to sit in the middle, and somebody's building a meal plan, and you're sitting in the middle, and there's influencers, and you sit in the middle, and you arbitrage, that's what you do. That's the toll booth. If you think you're good enough to fucking make the meal plan, that's the highway. Biggest companies in the world right now are the toll booths of the internet. Amazon, Apple. That's why Mark loves blockchain. That eliminates the toll booths. Got it? That's why I like personal brands and why I wrote Crush It. The pedestal that my book Crush It is going to be put on in 30 years is remarkably exciting for me personally, because at scale, what blockchain does is justifies the behavior of people building personal brand, because it's the only thing going to be left is the thing and the audience on the other side. There will be many technologies built on, like the thesis, and I don't know how it will evolve, and I'm not dangerous enough just yet to fully have even great thesis on this, but my lightweight thesis on this, in its super macro, I'm very confident, which is there's the person and the audience. And in a lot of ways, that's what the internet did, but then people layered on top of it, which led to the next innovation. That's all. The internet's gonna feel like the networks. Cool.
So just two questions. This kind of goes into, actually, like you were just saying, like removing certain things. So originally, I built an app for a sports agent who wanted to put herself out of business. So basically, it was an app that acts like...
It's funny, the same agenda I have for VaynerSports. Put everybody out of business. Go ahead.
And this one's like, basically, it's direct to, the player can sign their contract with the brand.
So smart. Brand, from a marketing standpoint. Understand.
It goes into escrow, and then when they either do...
Yep, got it, understand.
So, done this, going through it, copyrighted, done stuff with ESPN, got to be with AJ for VaynerSports.
That's awesome.
But the thing was, I can do things like that. I can be in ESPN, I can do this. Now, it goes into who we sometimes represent, right? So we have one of the clients, Little Skies, and so he's on tour. And so, like, the partner I have, he has his own business, but he's a videographer, so he does everything with him. So we did a documentary about him, his family, everything. But there's one thing that when we're trying to get bigger coverage with bigger, like, complex things like that, it seems like it's moving targets. Like, we can get smaller outlets, but there's always seems to, the decision maker, it's not the editor, it's always moving when we're trying to distribute that kind of content. What we do with microdocs for those.
Well, it's because they have the leverage.
Yeah.
It's a moving target because it's a highly political decision. You want free distribution potentially, and attention is the asset. Mm-hmm. If Complex, or as we continue to build 137 PM, if you're gonna hit me up and be like, yo, we made this awesome, and Sky's fucking on it right now, matters.
Exactly.
And I'm gonna have to say to myself, like, but I don't want to, the content's a commodity. Mm-hmm. I'm like, fuck it, let's just go make our own T Grizzly documentary. Because we've got the audience.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? And content is the variable and the most important thing, but the supply of content is remarkable.
Yeah.
There's 877 SoundCloud rapper documentaries being made right now.
Exactly.
Because everybody wants to be D-Rock. And like, there's a lot going on. right? So like that's why that's happening, because they're trying to figure out they'd rather do it themselves. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And they're going to continue to go down that route.
And
Everything's going to be fully integrated. People are going to make and distribute themselves.
Yeah. Which brings up, okay, so
You see where I'm going?
So
You can still catch some stuff because the decision maker's just like, fuck, I fuck with those guys, this was fresh.
Yeah.
But they don't want to pay money for it. And or they don't want to share the revenue when they get a sponsor to layer on top of it. This is why I'm building it this way. Think about what I'm doing. VaynerMedia has the relationship with the brand. The publishing company is the distribution, right? The media part of VaynerMedia is enhanced distribution. My production capability, like you see what I'm doing? I don't want to be at the mercy of anybody.
And so with this business model, the thing that we're using is almost, which is kind of unique, when we're doing these mini docs, what we're trying to do is actually just either give the rights or something to whatever platform, but use that as leverage for getting other clients. So we're not actually looking to...
Okay, so when you say other clients, you're charging the artist?
Well, actually, a lot of them, it depends on which artist, right?
Makes sense.
If they're,
Drake, not so much. Skies 2 years ago, maybe.
Exactly.
I got it.
So with Skies, the videographer, we actually are all from the same town, like from years ago. So he documented Skies since he was 7.
That's amazing.
And his father almost died when he was like 14. The whole reason Skies started rapping was his father got in a horrible accident, 3rd-degree burns everywhere, couldn't speak for a while, and he rapped, but he taught his kid and everything, and that's actually how Skies blew.
That's insane.
So he has the whole
I didn't know that.
like he has all of these.
Well, that sounds like a unique piece of content, and that I would be more careful with.
I wonder. Okay.
That sounds, and this is why content is the variable, right? Like, so as you added more context, that seems unique. If you've got footage of that shit, that's unique to me. I think that I would be more thoughtful about. That to me, I think you need to try to reach out to Hulu and Amazon and Netflix and try to really go for the jugular. Not even, like, I think to your point, lower places, I don't even think you play in the complex Vice, like hype, like I think you go fucking jugular if you've got that footage, because the footage is the value prop.
Yeah, and he has all the footage when he was recovering.
It's funny, it's making me think about something that I don't think people understand. Like, literally the most valuable asset that I put in a trust for my kids is all the IP footage of everything I'm recording. Yeah, it's wild, right? Because it had no value, so the value on it when I put it in the trust is like $100,000. So my intuition is, if you actually project the potential of VR 50 years from today, you could have unlimited people paying $19.99 to sit in that seat right now and think they're in this room. I always use the analogy of, would I today pay, and how much would I pay to sit in the room of a meeting between Bill Gates and Steve Jobs in 1984? For me, the way I learned, a lot, because I'm good at contextual history, so I pay the 5 Gs because I can afford it, and because I know if I sat there and listened, they would say something that I could contextualize into 2019 that would help me. Interesting, right?
Oh, this is the last question. It was dealing with all the things we were talking about, CTO and all the things. What I've developed is basically, it's called being a full stack brand developer.
Yeah, I understand.
It's a mixture of operating that. And what I'm focusing on, I have severe dyslexia, and I think kids need to learn how to basically learn these skills, because it's just not, I was terrible at school. It just doesn't work the same way with that. So I'm basically putting this together as a program, and I don't know...
A curriculum?
Yeah, and I don't know if should it be feasible where I should even care about revenue stream or do that, or just worry about the program and try to teach it to as many kids as possible?
Well, that's a personal question, right? Like, I think that, look, all of us have different levels of what they want to do selfishly and what you want to do selflessly, right? And so I never judge that. I think that's circumstantial, right? I chose the route, maybe because I had options, because I knew how to build businesses otherwise, to not monetize my audience. But I don't judge that. I don't judge that, and I don't think anybody should live to anybody else's standard. Maybe you start charging at first, it hits pay dirt, you did well, and you're like, fuck, I've done well now, and this clearly is working, let me make it free for everybody in the world. Maybe you go more my route, you make it free, that builds up equity in itself, and it lets you monetize in other places where you get to speak for, like, there's a lot of ways to do this, and I don't think there's a right way, there's only a right way for you. I hate when people try to impose their way. I'm very passionate, but I'm not trying to impose my way, because it's fucking free, I'm trying to use it as a context point, and you can do whatever you want with it. It's something I'm trying to clarify more, like, I don't think I'm right, I think I'm right for me, it's a data point, and your ability to synthesize that and understand your own nuances is the key. Who's right, Tony Robbins or Oprah? They're different. Oprah had the luxury of a TV deal to not charge her audience, but that's what she did after, because that's, I don't know. I don't want to have a mastermind. I don't, but I don't mind selling you sneakers, because my big thing there is, if you're wearing sneakers anyway, so for me it's comfortable, I want to give away my content, and I do look at people that sell their content more cynically, I do, but that's okay, it doesn't mean I'm right. And cynicism is actually wrong, it's not for me. You do you can do either. And they both can work. You can hold your breath, build equity on giving it away for free, and then do something on the other side for yourself. It's a long game. Or you can charge from the beginning because you need it right now, and that's fine too. Just too much judgment in the system right now on one or the other. We've gone on full judgment tilt. Do what the fuck you want to do.
And that's why I built the agency to work with the clients.
I got it, bro. I wanted to buy brands one day when the economy collapsed. That's why I built an agency. Like, I shouldn't be in client services, but I have a strategy. The economy has decided not to collapse. It's just still sitting here, but but yeah, now the machine is like way greater. Now I can really swallow Reebok, let alone fucking, So, in some ways, what I perceive is like, fuck, why won't this thing fucking clap? Well, my own thesis on myself, right? The longer it's gone, the more leverage I have. I used to think that I was going to fold Vayner and take 20% of the team and work on Aquafina. Now I won't have to do that. Now somebody else is going to run Vayner,
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm having what I'm calling it maybe an identity deal problem. So I've got my company's Blind Zebra. I think you get that, right?
Yes, I get it.
Thank you. And I'm doing sales training, sales coaching for myself in Indy for 22 years. I've intentionally wanted to be an independent, just me, single shingle, lifestyle biz, shut it down and done.
Good for you.
2 years ago, I'm like, you know what, there's no reason not to scale this.
Good for you too.
So
I love that story. I think that's one thing that I wish more people understood.
Yeah.
You can change your mind.
Yeah, and especially I'm the only guy at the table with readers, I think. So
I get it.
Okay, so.
I get it.
So I've got, here are the brands, and I want to get your opinion on, okay, if I handed them to you, what's the first two
Go ahead.
things you think about? Sales training, sales coaching, keynote speaking. My wife and I are flying to San Francisco to launch a wine biz. I have business ADD. We'll meet with John Wilkinson from the Bottom
Amazing.
Guys. You're going to say, like the same guys. It's a sports oriented in a can.
Love.
Sports people, Blind Zebra. It's going to be named for referee calls.
Love
It's
it.
going to be called a legal substitution. There we go.
I'm in for a case.
Almost
Can't
able
wait.
to touch it. Okay, you're in. We're doing in the fall launch a thing called Hustle Fest.
Okay.
It turned into my full
Yep.
real hustle. And a lot of guys in the Gary Brackett, Pat McAfee do the same thing. Going to run out of place, do that. That's Hustle Fest. And I've been doing podcasting for 14 years. I've got 650 episodes in sales. It's called the Man Selling Podcast. I've got a partner in that business. Got a decent LinkedIn tribe. We've got about 11,000 people in a group. And we've got about 5,000 people on email list. And I personally went heavy on LinkedIn early on, and I've got about 11,000 LinkedIn connections. That's my big, just my own personal individual deal. So that's the lay of the land. Now I'm trying to figure out, okay,
what would you like to happen? So if I said to you that, just in business, you'd like to do more revenue.
Yeah.
So if I just said,
they're separate. I get separate answers for each one. So the sales training thing will be scaled. So I've got this public program called Training Camp. Everything's around football with the brand. And so I've got Training Camp in Indy, and so we have Training Camp in Chicago, Training Camp in Columbus, Ohio.
How are you going to do
that? Certified coaches like me. I've got the content's already built. I just need to go out, and then we're going to feed leads to them. It's going to be the stickiness that we'll have.
Franchise?
I don't know if it's going to be a franchise. That complicates something similar to that.
Yep.
Speaking, I just need an agency to rep me. I just don't do anything to promote myself.
there's no agency that wants to rep anybody who hasn't created the leverage for themselves first.
Right.
Doesn't exist.
Is a podcast with 150,000 downloads a month enough leverage or not? Gotta be bigger.
No, it's not that.
What is it?
It's you need to be speaking.
Oh, I am.
Good.
Do something. Yeah.
Do more.
Yeah.
And film the shit out of it and put it out.
Yeah.
Got it?
Yep. The wine business is a distribution business. We've got, I think, 80 colleges that are opening up alcohol sales. You got NFL, NHL, Major League Baseball, and you go to a tailgate. There's no one sport specific wine, and it's in a can, so it's single use. And our NFL fan is flipping to female more than male.
You know how political that's going to be to get distribution, right?
Yeah.
It's really political. You know the 3-tier system, right?
Yeah, I came from Procter & Gamble on the sales side.
Yep.
So I understand that side.
The only difference is it's actually completely different than CPG from the standpoint of the distributor has the leverage, not the creator of the product.
Yeah.
Because of the prohibition laws in place. So for the San Francisco Giants to serve it at their Young's Market or Southern, it's an extremely difficult business. Yes. I just want to make sure you're going in eyes wide open and not make too much the first year.
Yeah, no, that's good. John said the same thing.
Good.
Yeah, it's good. And this Hustle Fest is a brandable thing too.
It's a conference.
Yeah, it's a conference.
Look, I mean, it's all this. Listen, obviously, you can imagine based on what you just said how native this question is for me. Yeah. I'm going to give advice that I think that I live, which is you need to build up as much personal brand equity as possible to then funnel into these energies. Yeah. I believe the way to do that is to invest in your personal brand. That means produce content and spend media to amplify it. The biggest mistake people are making right now is relying on organic, on their personal brand, because that feels like the right thing to do. There's almost like this badge of honor of like they get their traffic from organic. It's actually the reverse. It's a super non-strategical move to not amplify media when media is underpriced. You should be spending as much money as you can afford, amplifying your content on LinkedIn.
Are you doing anything with legal cannabis yet?
Yeah, I have a 49% share in a company called Green Street out of Los Angeles. We've taken some former VaynerMedia employees that now work in there. It's an agency. It's a conference business called Hall of Flowers, which we own a piece of, and we own pieces of equity of brands we start with other individuals.
Have you heard of Coffee Delivery yet?
No.
So I'm invested in them. It's cannabis delivery in Nevada,
which is
California.
Exploding as a business model everywhere.
So we bought 150 smart cars and started distributing them all across California and Nevada. And the interesting thing now that we're up against is obviously you can't use Facebook, you can't use paid search.
Yeah, but that sucks for us because we know it. But I keep trying to remember. This is literally my favorite thing that's going on right now is the cannabis conversation of
like before Facebook and paid search, there were other things.
100%.
Right? So just go find those.
You can also do influencer marketing. Yeah, like all my cannabis friends, and since I'm really in it, and 2 years ago when I came into it, there was a legitimacy factor that the market appreciated, and I was like, look, it's here's the punchline. Everybody, I was just at the Hall of Flowers conference. Every single person that came up to me and said, Gary, what the fuck? I can't. Facebook's fucking me. I'm like, they're not fucking you. They have a term of service. You don't think they want your money? They're trying to figure it out. So instead of crying about what you can't do, why aren't you spending all your time trying to figure out what you can do? You can start the #1 podcast in the world around cannabis and dominate. This is going to be great for cannabis businesses because the drug of the current unbelievable success of being sucked into an Instagram, Facebook world is something they're not going to get high on which is going to allow them to innovate and create something they own instead of fucking renting.
Intended. One more culture question for you, if you don't mind. So I'm as addicted to starting new businesses. They'll tell you
Yes.
that as well. So how do you make your current team feel like you're not going to abandon them, or is it
By
like
not
other
abandoning them.
people? Well, yeah, but like, obviously, but like, and I mean they know my
Yeah, just-
personality by now, but it's like, wait, less
Look,
time of yours.
100% what worked for me is I would say things over and over. They mainly didn't believe it, and then over time as things happened, they believed it more, and that's how you build a reputation. You know, it's funny how basic it is. Like, what are you gonna do? Like hypnose them? Like you know,
It's like a factor
no, but I'm making
more
jump.
people around you, or like
No, because it's still not you, right? How do you make sure they know that you're not going to abandon them? That doesn't come in the form of hiring me. Hey, I'm here. I'm, you know, like that makes it seem like you're going to abandon them. You know, like here's Carl. He's really important. I'm like, fuck, this is the thing. You know, I got the other way. I got more in. You know, I'm like literally like I even eliminated the COO role at Vayner. I'm the COO. That really gets you to believe it when the CEO is operational. You know.
Both offices.
And an interview with CNN.
Okay. Quick photos? Yeah, let's do quick selfies first. Oh, thank you, brother. Oh, this is
Game worn,
fucking
brother.
amazing, bro. Game worn. Fuck. It is amazing.
Unworn hat. How's that? You think?
Awesome. I will. Thank you, brother. Hey, podcast, it's me, Gary. Thank you so much for listening to the podcast. I've been blown away by the explosion of the podcast this year. And speaking about this year, this is the year that my Empathy Wine comes out. EmpathyWines.com is the website. EmpathyWines with an S.com is the website. If you've enjoyed this free podcast and it's brought you any value whatsoever, it would mean so much to me that at least you could go there and sign up for a 3-bottle subscription. Or if you're really into wine and you drink 36 bottles of wine a year, I highly recommend that you sign up for Club Empathy, which gives you a case of the rosé, the white, and the red. And by the way, I hear it all the time. Well, what if I don't drink red? Or what if I only like rosé? You can give away the bottles because what comes along with a Club Empathy subscription is the fact that for $720, which is what gets you the 3 cases of wine, you also get an SMS sommelier, which means that there's a text number that you can text anytime, a cell number that you can text anytime if you're going to Napa and want us to set up the trip for you, if you need a bottle of wine for your boss, like literally a white glove butler service of all your wine needs if you sign up for Club Empathy. EmpathyWines.com. Buy it or I'll die.
This is the Gary V audio experience.
Hey everybody, it's Gary Vaynerchuk, and this is episode 313 of the Ask Gary V show, and I'm excited because the amazing woman that I'm about to introduce all of you to is a true bred entrepreneur in the way that I like to call it. I've just been so impressed about her career, and I'm going to let her introduce herself. She also brought tequila, which we'll have to ask her what that's all about, but I'm excited about that, and that's the show. So Marcy, why don't you say hello to the Vayner Nation and tell everybody a little bit about who you are.
Hey Gary, thanks so much for having me here.
Go ahead, no problem.
That way?
Yeah,
that
that's
way.
good.
Okay. I'm Marcia Kilgore, I've been an entrepreneur now for about 30 years. I brought some
So you started when you were
tequila.
0?
I started when I was 0. Thank you for that. That was really good.
That was charming,
that
right?
was quick.
I'm
Yep.
good like that. I'm suave, boys.
The charisma is
Go ahead.
amazing here. It's reeking of charisma.
Go ahead.
30
years.
I started Bliss Spa in New York
Yes.
back in 1996, and then sold it to LVMH in 1999, and then sold it again to the Starwood Hotel Group in 2004, and then I started a business called Soap and Glory, which I sold to Boots Alliance Walgreens.
Yes, that's the big
in
UK
2000
retailer.
Well, Walgreens is
Yes.
also, yeah,
Yeah, that's true.
yeah,
That's
they're
right.
everywhere. They're
Yep.
global. They're
Yep,
global.
they are.
And then I started a footwear brand called FitFlop in 2007, which
Okay.
is globally sold
Yep.
and still have it.
Yep.
And then started a small ecological brand called Super Duper, which is only sold in the UK at the moment, but it's about doing everything right with recycled plastic and ecological formulas. And then I came up with the idea for the big whopper, the big one, which is called Beauty Pie.
Beauty Pie.
And it is a disruptive buyer's club for lovers of luxury cosmetics.
Break that down for me. So real quick, as we recap, 5 meaningful businesses that you've launched.
So far.
And what did you learn with Bliss? Bliss is obviously a brand I know extremely well, did extremely well here on the East Coast and all over the world, but it hit my radar, which catches my attention. What did you learn in that first? What were you doing before that, in 96?
96. Before that, I had
Yes.
a little spa. It was called Let's Face It. And
Let's
it was
Face
just
It.
Me. First, well, in 92, I started doing facials.
Okay.
And then I did facials on my own in a room for a couple of years, and
Okay.
then opened a
And where'd you
bigger
do
Let's
that?
Face It. When? Where?
Where?
Soho, Prince and Broadway. No, Prince and, gosh, it was so long ago. Prince and Lafayette. Spring and Lafayette. Spring and Lafayette.
So in New
East
York?
River State. Yeah, in New York, yeah.
And you were born where?
I was born in Canada.
In Canada,
In
what part?
Outlook, Saskatchewan, Canada.
No kidding.
200 people.
And
It's
you-
bigger now, 2,000.
And you knew
Yeah,
you wanted to be in New York one day?
No, in fact, no, but I was really bored in Canada. And my sister was a model, and she came to New York when she was probably 18, and so I was 13 or so, and one summer I came to visit her, and then I knew I wanted to come to New York.
Really?
Yeah, there was so much incredible pumping energy, right? And all you
Mhm.
needed was a piece of pizza and somewhere to sleep. So I knew I wanted to come back when I finished high school.
Cool.
Yeah.
And you did?
Well, I got accepted to Columbia, and
Good for
then,
you.
well, except then my payment issues,
Yep.
yeah, kind of fell through. So
Yep.
I ended up moving here, but not having enough money to go
To school.
sit in tuition.
Understood.
So I worked as a personal trainer.
And was your-
because I
and
also
was your
a
sister still
bodybuilder.
here?
She was at the time, yes. Yeah. So I was a bodybuilder.
See, now when she
in
just dropped the
Canada.
bodybuilder part, your eyes lit up.
Yeah.
So,
Well, yeah, you should
well,
see
it's just cool. Like,
I
you're
still
like,
have the muscles.
not from the body,
See,
really?
abs of steel. Right
You were
now, see?
hardcore?
Yeah, I was a champion bodybuilder.
That's amazing.
When I was about 17.
It's amazing.
Are you gonna ask me how much I could bench press?
No, but I want you to share
It
it.
was quite a lot.
How much?
Like 180.
It's real.
It wasn't bad for for a girl.
Sure,
Yeah.
it's way more than Andy can do.
Kevin Durant could bench press 185.
Right,
Really?
we went to the draft. Yeah, yeah. Yeah,
Well,
went
you
on to
just need a
become
better
like-
technique.
I was like, well, you don't need.
Yeah, you don't always need also
Technique is
pecs,
real.
you know,
As somebody
cares
who
about
like,
the pecs.
honestly, as somebody who like started like only lifting like 4 years ago, technique is everything. I was doing all like up here.
Yeah,
like,
no, not in the
it's-
traps.
it's all-
But
yeah,
it
I
is,
learned
yeah,
that stuff.
yeah.
Anyway, so was your sister?
I'll take you to the gym one
please,
day.
I'm looking forward to
Yeah.
it. So your sister was living here when you?
She was living here.
So you
and then
crashed with her.
I crashed with her for.
That was fun?
No.
Horrible.
You know, well, let's just say I evolved.
Understood.
Yeah, and it's a family thing.
I
And
understand.
sometimes you can live together, and sometimes
Sometimes
you can't
you
live
can't.
together. Yes.
Got
So
it.
I evolved, and
Yes.
then I got a job as a personal trainer when I was about, I guess I was 18, working at this gym called Better Bodies, which was on, I think, 19th between Broadway and something, and everybody worked out there. So John Claude Van Damme worked out there, and Gladys Portuguese, he's subsequently married, and he's still married today.
Did they meet there?
I don't know. They're
Okay,
both
keep going.
bodybuilders.
Keep going.
And then, you know, there's a lot of sort of the glitterati of the time. So
Sure.
you had the film producers and the directors and all the cool
Yep.
whoever.
Yep.
Whoever was whoever that
At
wanted
that time.
muscle.
Yep.
Yeah. And so I went there and was working out, and everyone approached me to be their personal trainer. So I ended up getting a job being a personal trainer and then trying to save money so I could go back to university, which I came here for in the first place.
And is that what happened?
Well, I started taking classes at NYU part-time.
Yep.
But then it was very hard to juggle the personal training schedule and the class.
course.
I used to fall asleep in economics.
Right.
So I kind of, and you know, it was very, very expensive, and we were taught at the time by grad students who weren't necessarily English speaking, which was difficult in calculus. So I dropped out. And then I started to go part-time to Baruch, and I really focused on then learning how to give facials, which was sort of a side gig off the personal training because my skin got so bad. So one summer, instead of going to the Hamptons, where I would be, you know, trapped by a wealthy family who wanted me to exercise them at whatever time of the day, I don't think what you're thinking. You're not. Okay.
No, I wasn't. I actually still don't even know where you're going. But
Well,
go
that's
ahead.
good. That's good. I decided I would take a course on how to give facials. And so I went to the Christine Valmy School of Facials, which was the only thing back then, and learned about how to do facials and skin, you know, skin treatments and waxing and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And then I, after, convinced my personal training clients to let me practice giving them facials after I would give them a personal training session.
Amazing.
So I would carry a steamer on my back and go up to Park Avenue and have all the, first the workout equipment, right, and then the steamer and all of the beauty equipment, and I would run them up and down their stairs, and I'd do a yoga class with them, and then I would give them a facial.
Amazing.
And then I learned how to get better and better, of course, at doing facials, and then I got a small studio in the East River Savings Bank building on Spring Street in Lafayette. And then people started coming to me, and then I gradually started doing less personal training and more facials, and then it kind of went from there. Very organic.
So literally the business started by you scratching your own itch of trying to solve your own singular problem.
Well, that's always it, isn't it?
You know, this is a huge thesis of mine, which is why I'm leaning in, and I love that you jumped on it.
Yeah.
Like, would you tell me that the 5 businesses since, or the 4 businesses since, have similarities, or then it evolved later on?
Certainly 2 of them absolutely have similarities. FitFlop, which was one of them, I had no time to exercise.
Did you have any sense that you were an entrepreneur?
No.
As a
absolutely.
kid?
Well, okay, I never had a job working for anybody else.
Okay, that's a good take.
So,
What
except
about as a
for-
kid, like shoveling snow or like trying to make a buck? Was that in you?
Yeah, I'd babysit. I had maybe 3 or 4 part-time jobs when I was in high school. Okay. Yeah, because I had to, because my dad died when I was 11. So, thanks, but it gave me a gift.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Adversity is the foundation of success.
Yeah, and you learn that you just got to make it for yourself. Nobody's going to provide
Nobody's
it for
gonna
you.
cry for you.
No, and my mom
No.
did not cry for me, not for a second. So there was no, don't worry, it'll be fine.
Yeah.
I don't think I ever heard that.
It was, let's figure this out.
It was me saying to her, let's figure this out.
I understand.
Yeah, so we figured it out. And actually, it's really served me. So it's
for
a
you.
terrible thing that happens, but you got to turn everything into,
No, I understand.
yeah, why is it working for you instead of to you,
I have
right?
the best mom in the world, and she lost her mom at 5.
Yeah, it
so
must be tough.
I genuinely believe that a lot of her greatness comes from that adversity.
Sure.
And the natural DNA and a million other variables, but understood.
Yeah.
So how did Bliss come about from that singular location?
Well, so I had that one facial treatment room,
Yeah.
and it got really busy, and people used to have to wait in the hallway. So I got a larger space where we built out 3 treatment rooms and manicures and pedicures, and then I hired a receptionist, and then we
became
had
real.
Yeah, it became real, and it was still called Let's Face It. And then the waiting list that we had there was 18 months. So people were starting to actually get angry because if they tried to rebook an appointment and they didn't book 18 months in advance for their
18
facials.
months?
Yeah, people would book. I want Tuesday night. I want the second Tuesday of every month, and they'd book 18 months out.
Oh, 18 months. Got it.
But
got it.
the whole schedule was booked 18 months out, so you just couldn't get in. So I thought, well, I've got to
And
expand.
real quick,
because-
from my own knowledge, was it completely word of mouth, or did the Post or the Times, or did you have a viral moment in the old media world?
Sure, yeah, we had a lot of magazine press. Not much newspaper at the time. When I opened Bliss, we had the Times.
Yep.
Yeah, but everything else was kind of Vogue or Glamour or Self or whatever they were
Celebrity
back
clients,
then.
is that what was driving it?
We had a lot of those.
Yep.
Yep. But,
I understand.
Yeah, they
Name
were.
of the game
You know,
was
they
that.
need facials too.
I've heard.
Yeah.
So how did it go to Bliss?
So then it was that. It was the 18-month waiting list, and people were starting to get really upset that we couldn't, get anybody else in. So people would call, and there was just no way you could get in for any kind of appointment for
At
18
any
months.
time.
Yeah. So obviously you've got to expand, right? And there happened to be an empty space in our building, the Leo Castelli Art Gallery, and so he was closing, and we took over and opened. Well, it took about 6 months to build. It was upstairs in the same building, so I could run up and down and look at the construction and choose paint colors and all that kind of stuff, which was great. And we opened in July of 2006. And it was 10 rooms.
And you named it Bliss this time?
I did, because
Why?
I wanted to. I thought, what is the greatest feeling that I can give to my clients so that when they're in here or they're walking out, they just have a moment of, what is the very best thing I can provide? Because people in New York, still are, right? So stressed, so fast. They just need a minute. And what do you want to make them feel? And then I had that, you have that feeling, and then you have that moment, and then all the hair on your body stands up. It was one of those moments when that name came to me.
Good for
and
you.
then that was it. Yeah.
What happened from there?
So we opened in July of 2006. There were 10 treatment rooms, and it was full. So Vogue wrote about us again, and then there was a New York Times article, and we were, full
You had the
page
same
in the style
problem.
section.
You
It
had the
was
same problem, just at bigger scale.
Yeah. So then we had to think, okay, what are we going to do now? Because we still had to pay off the construction, and yet we had no rooms available. So then we were looking for space above or below, and we ended up expanding upstairs. But it took a couple of years because we had no money. So it was that, I never borrowed. I just hoped.
You just executed.
You got to execute. Anybody can theorize.
Anybody can hope.
Yes, anyone can hope, right? Yeah.
You got to execute against the hope.
You prepare.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So never raised capital?
No, I've never raised capital. I've stuffed it between my mattresses and saved it, you know.
Good for
but
you.
yeah, well, you got to be frugal.
And then what happened? It got so hot that the big company came along and
We
made
had
an
a
offer
few.
that you
We had a
couldn't
few.
refuse.
Yeah, we had a few circling around. So 1999 was kind of this hot
Yes.
time.
For everybody watching, because there's a lot of youngsters,
Yeah, you weren't born
1999 was just like it is now. You know how I make fun of too much money in the system?
Yeah, there was a lot. And it was, you know, Bliss was there, Kate Spade.
Yep.
She had just started her company Crunch.
Yep.
Had just started, remember all of those things. And it was
Yeah.
all at the same time. There was a real creative energy
Yeah.
going on.
There always is in New York, thank God.
Yeah, it's true. But then there seem to be pockets where
Always.
new brands come
Always.
and these brands stay.
Yep.
Because Bliss is still very big
I know,
today.
it's great.
But it doesn't always
Do
happen.
you feel great about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, it means you really made something that really resonates and it's timeless.
You know what's fun is when it's not your company, you're driving along and now you see a new location and you just like smile or think back to
still
something.
going.
That's
yeah,
neat.
it's got something that actually keeps
So
rolling.
pretty quickly after you had your first place, but as Bliss it was only 3 years, huh?
Yeah, we were, well, 3 years in, we started to get approached by a lot of different large conglomerates.
And you know, for a lot of entrepreneurs that are going through this right now, were you kind of like, I'm never selling, I'm going to build this monster?
No.
Okay, so you were
Not
always
at
open
all.
to it.
I never thought about it. I never
Right.
thought about it, but I had lived on a futon with a small television and a vacuum cleaner in a 1-bedroom apartment in the East Village for, you know, a long time.
By the way, remember how I always talk about how'd you have the money to do things? How did you not borrow money? There was your answer.
Yeah, you go to Benny's Burritos once a week if you're lucky.
One of the biggest things I get pushback on, Gary, for me is because I talk about not pouring the money back into business or not making as much money.
Yeah.
And people don't understand that you could have a huge business, but live like shit. Everybody thinks a business is supposed to take, like so many people take the money out of the business so they can live glamorous.
Yeah.
And I'm like, the business is your life.
Yeah, that's got to be it, right? You got to sacrifice.
That's
It's
what
a
you did.
choice. Yeah, of course, but I didn't know how to do anything else.
But I'm sure you remember, just to remind some people, like, I'm sure there were people in your life at that point, Bliss is hopping, it's getting all this press, and then you have like a friend come over and be like, this is where you fucking live?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Did you love that?
I don't care.
That's the answer.
Yeah, who cares? I mean, it's not, you're not doing it for other people. You're doing it for yourself. And I don't care what anybody thinks about where I live. And it was perfectly fine. And one of my friends did great trompe l'oeil on the inside of my apartment for a couple of facials. We swapped.
Barter, baby.
Yeah, I loved it at the time. And you know what? I walked to and from work. It was
You
great.
didn't give a
just-
fuck. Like,
no.
when I think about where I lived, the 7 years I was building the wine business, it was just a fucking bed.
Yeah, you're not there.
You're not there.
You're not there. No, it's like staying in really, really expensive hotels. I know it's glamorous for Instagram and stuff, but you know what? Come on, you're barely in there.
Honestly, I'm just really focused on the water pressure and the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi has got to be
to
good.
me, if the
It's gotta
Wi-Fi
be clean.
You know what's
Yeah.
funny? I'm a little bit dirty that way. Like I'm even weird. Like sometimes like weird shit has happened to me. Like traveling in hotels, like the bed is not as clean. Like there's something, maybe a weird hair. Like nothing skeeves me. Nothing skeeves me.
no.
Nothing skeeves
Could
me.
be the housekeeper.
Nothing skeeves me.
They have hair.
But if the water pressure in the
Like to think
shower
that. It's
isn't
not good.
good, I'm fucking dead.
Okay.
I need water pressure and I need Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Literally, when I both my apartment and my home, like right now, like that, like to my wife, I was like, that's the only two things that matter to me.
And like a
I care about
decent-
nothing else.
Come on, decent mattress.
I don't know.
Helps.
Probably, but I don't really know what I'm
don't
so
know,
fucking
no.
exhausted at the end of the
That
day
you don't know.
that I'm like sleeping regardless.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah. I know
water
what you
pressure.
mean. Yeah.
In the shower, Wi-Fi.
Earplugs.
You know what? I'm so fucking uncomfortable. By the way, I don't
yeah.
mind earplugs. I've done it.
I like a bit of
Sometimes,
earplugs.
You know
The
what?
wax
If
ones are really good.
If I'm able to know that for some weird reason, occasionally 8 days a year, that I can really sleep in,
Yeah.
earplugs when I'm home and I know I can sleep to noon if I need it, that's when I'll do it because I'm like, I'm not missing this rare opportunity to go like for 15 hours of sleep.
Yeah.
But
But otherwise-
water pressure, Wi-Fi.
Okay.
I keep it basic. Anyway,
Got it.
so Bliss sells.
Bliss sells.
And
I stayed for a while.
Makes sense.
Yeah, because the
Burn
W
out,
Hotel group
hand it over.
Yeah,
I get it.
and they wanted me to stay.
Did
and
you
I tried that for a while.
When you obviously made some money in that.
Yep.
What, if anything, did that mean to you? Did you buy a better place because you're ready?
Yeah, I bought an apartment
Yep,
in Brooklyn.
yep.
We bought in Dumbo when it was just up and coming. You know, that really great
Midas touch, you know,
neighborhood.
like-
Well, it was
That's
good.
amazing.
That
That's
was my
fucking
husband.
brilliant.
That was my husband.
Kudos
He
to
was
him.
looking
You
around
fucking
Dumbo,
drilled
and
it.
Yeah, he
You
totally
drilled it.
Actually, yeah, he did really well.
No shit. If you bought in 2000 or 2001 Dumbo,
Yeah, he
that's
did really.
fucking crazy. You crushed it.
He's really good,
Good for him.
at the real estate
Yeah.
thing. Yeah, and he actually convinced me. I wanted to buy a small apartment in this
He went
building.
bigger.
He went bigger. He was right. And then when we moved out of New York, he sold it for
He did
really
well.
yeah. he
And where'd
did
you move
really
from
well.
New York to?
We moved to London because we had opened a Bliss in London, and we wanted also to be a little bit closer to his family who's in France. So we thought, you know what, we've done New York for 18 years. He'd been here for probably 25. So let's try London. We had a lot of friends there. We'd opened the new spa there, so it was
cool.
it was nice. And we wanted to have kids, and it's quite human there.
Yes.
You know, lots of outdoor space,
Yes.
and so it's nice to be
Still
close to
has
Europe.
city, though. Da-da-da.
Yeah,
Yep.
city, and we can come back and forth. You know, it's so easy now.
Just to go macro as we've gone micro, when people ask you, because you've had so much success in your entrepreneurial career, when people ask you like what stands out, what's worked, what's your advice, what are your go-tos? Like if like a family friend, if you're like, if this weekend you went out on Memorial Day and like somebody, you know, like a young person, guy or gal comes to you and says, I want to be an entrepreneur, what are your go-to, like what are your top things?
Probably two.
Please.
One, there's no shortcut. There's never a shortcut. There is no way around it. You just got to work and sacrifice.
And real quick,
okay,
to
three.
build, okay, before we get to 2 and 3.
I might forget them.
Do you feel like, don't worry, you'll remember. Do you feel, go ahead, finish.
Okay, yeah, I sometimes.
I get it, I do the same thing, and
then
honestly, that's why I let you do it.
yeah,
I'm like,
yeah.
fuck, I would forget, so go.
Yeah, okay,
Go ahead.
so if you choose one thing, it means you can't choose the other. Right? Now, people don't seem to get this.
Oh, I get it.
Okay, so there's this book called The Road Less Traveled. Did you read it?
No, I don't read shit.
It gets a little bit, like, it's
But
sort
I
of, you know,
believe it, whatever
religious
you're
at the
about to
end. But when you get to page 26 or something, there's him telling a story about how he chose to do something and then didn't have enough time to do something else and was complaining to his professor because he chose to do something when he actually didn't have to do it. And the professor pointed out to him that this was your choice. You can choose anything you want. So if you choose A, you probably can't get B. If you choose B, you can't get A. Choose one and then don't bitch about it. That's kind of it, right? You've got to understand there's a sacrifice with every choice. You want to open a business, you may not have a glamorous pad or a car or be able to go out all the time. You may have no social life. This is your choice, but you don't get it all, and don't waste time complaining, because that doesn't get you anywhere either, and it's a big drain. It makes you really boring. I forgot number 3. What was number 3? Okay, we had 1, 2, I don't know, it'll come to me. You ask me something else.
Listen, I think that I couldn't be a bigger buyer of what you're putting down.
I remember.
Go.
Okay, don't sell it if you're not going to buy it yourself, right? So how many of us have sold something that actually, if it was your money, you would not buy yourself for that price, that item? And if you won't, you cannot, it's not going to do well. If it's not good enough, don't do it. Just wait.
Nothing makes me happier than legitimately giving advice I've taken. And I think about it the same way.
Yeah.
Like, I agree, because the intent of the whole thing is dead if deep down you know it's not something you would buy.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. People always ask me, like, you're such a good salesman. I'm like, because I believe so fucking much in what I'm selling.
Yeah, if you like your stuff, if you would buy your stuff, if your house is full of your own stuff, it's good
Eating
stuff.
your own dog food.
Yeah, you have to. Why do you
believe
expect
in
other
that.
people to eat?
I believe it. I believe it.
Yeah, it's that simple.
Yeah, I
And
agree.
you got to be willing to work. Like,
what's your take on the current state of entrepreneurship? It's become so cool. This was not as cool as when you and I were coming up the game.
I found it cool because that was just a nice fit
It
for
was a creative
myself.
outlet for you.
Yeah, and it just felt like the only possibility, because I would never really see things the way. I mean, I did. I think I misspoke earlier in that I said I never had a job. When I was a teenager, I worked in a restaurant and I worked at a gym. Okay. So I did work for somebody, but I never quite agreed with the way that they executed. And I was like 17, and that was killing me, that we were not doing things properly, and I was just the aerobics teacher. So it's so much easier for me, and it leaves me so much more at peace if I can make my own decisions and then execute,
It's the same reason you've never taken money.
I suppose so. I don't know, because I've never taken money.
It's why you have it.
Yeah. Well, if you
have to understand, I feel such a kinship towards you. Like, I don't want the money. I want the freedom.
Yeah, and to do something beautifully and just know that it's the right thing and be able to feel excited about it. Because when stuff is pure and you feel like you have given it all and there was no compromise and you didn't have to fake and it's just right, that you know, when you give, it makes you feel great, right?
No shit.
Like,
you don't even care about the results. You know what's great?
You got to stay, you got to eat.
Yeah, you don't want to
It's
run a
gotta be
business.
viable.
But what's so fascinating about giving is so many people think they give, but what they're actually doing is manipulating.
Yes.
A lot of people say to me, Gary, I give. I go, no, you don't. I go, because I know you, and you tried to give to me. What you were actually doing was you were trying to get something from me, and you made pretend you were giving to me to get what you wanted from me.
You have to think really hard to even get through that.
But it's actually very simple. Like, I genuinely believe the reason giving is so powerful is so few people actually give without expectation that when you taste it, it's intoxicating.
Yeah.
People are always like, everyone's so drawn to you. I'm like, because I'm fucking giving.
Yeah.
Like, it's not super complicated around here. Like, because I'm giving.
It costs nothing, right?
When it's your natural framework, when you're capable, when you're like, there's so many things that go. Like,
practice, though. Come on, it's practice.
Everything's practice.
Everything's practice. Yeah, we're like spirit animals.
100%.
Yeah.
Everything is practice.
You
By the way,
see
if
that,
you're watching
right?
on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, please put your phone number in. Andy's going to grab some questions, but as you can see, I'm enthralled in this conversation. On your current business.
Yeah, Beauty Pie.
I want to talk about that because the way it's interesting. I wonder if you've talked about your other businesses this way. I always wonder if the one, as you kind of structured it in the way you were talking, is the one that just happens to be current for entrepreneurs, or is I don't know. It was interesting when you said it. I'm like, oh, I wonder how I think about that.
Yeah.
Why do you think this was the mother lode, the one?
It's when you can do something and build a business, and this is Beauty Pie, my latest business, which is like a giant buyer's club for people who love luxury beauty products.
And what's a buyer's club? Educate us.
So a buyer's club is when you go in with a group. So there's a large group of people, all members of the club, who can buy direct from a source without paying for middleman or marketing or any retailer markups. And that's my definition of a buyer's club.
But they're not reselling it, or is it?
No, they're not reselling. These are end users. So our members are the end users of the product. And I worked in the beauty industry for such a long time. And what I realized, over so many years of doing it, the spa was incredible because you're putting your hands on somebody and really changing how they feel. And you can really transfer an energy to them, and that's worth money. That service is worth payment, right? And for everybody who worked in the spa, it felt like a good exchange and a fair exchange. In cosmetics, and especially when you get to more expensive cosmetics or the luxury types.
And where does that start? At what price point, just for us less knowledgeable?
Listen, what's luxury to some people,
That's
right?
right.
It could be a $50 face cream up to a $200, up to $300, $400 face cream. Generally, the cost of goods on something like that is about 8%. And the reason for that is because let's do easy math, right? If you're selling to a retailer and the retailer is selling that cream for $100, right? 60 of it goes to the retailer. So then you back out everything else, the marketing, the free samples, the middleman, the celebrity, whoever you pay, blah, 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 8%. So a woman who is buying, or a man who is buying a $100 cream is getting an $8 cream because of all of this stuff in the middle that doesn't do anything better for their face. And what I realized after...
So how is this different than a direct-to-consumer brand that may make those, obviously all the DTC explosion?
Yes.
How is this buyer's club concept?
Different.
Yeah.
Well, we're transparent. So we actually show customers exactly how much it costs to make the product. So flat out, everything. Here's exactly what the package costs, the formula that goes into it, the packing, safety testing, et cetera, et cetera. And then they can buy up to a certain amount each month of product based on which membership they chose. But we never value engineer the product backwards.
Well, similar to Costco?
Yeah, it's like Costco.
It sounds like it.
It's like Costco, but people always say, it's not like Costco. Don't say it's like Costco. I'm like, well, it's not like Costco in America.
The people that are trying to tell you to not say that.
They don't understand Costco.
No, they're people who are ideological, not executing.
But Costco is amazing. So imagine Costco, right? Filled with amazing luxury beauty stuff.
Costco's amazing to you and I as a business model. They're speaking in very layman's terms of like, don't associate with Costco because it's discount.
But it's not discount.
I know it's not. They have fucking boats in there for like $80,000.
Yeah. And everybody's in there with the Range Rover.
So people pay for membership.
You pay for membership.
You're authentic with what the cost is.
Yeah,
Now, does the
actually pay the cost of the product
because the membership covers your
yes,
margin.
The membership covers your margin. It's so easy, and so it's
The end.
Yeah, but come on. Okay, now look at it this way. So, imagine.
Is there any added value, or is access to buying the product what they're paying for?
It's access, and then they have limits based on which
But
level of
Costco
membership.
actually makes margin on their products.
We
They're not
don't.
just you don't.
Well, here's why.
Please.
I didn't want to make it a margin game because that it eliminates the purity of it. So
did you consider flat out showing people that you were going to make a 6% margin on it in transparency? Because that was the other thing that I thought about when you were talking.
No, because I want people to know exactly how much it costs. I do not want to ever get into this margin game where there is a motivation to go back into it because the way cosmetics work, it's always the same thing. You want a $50 cream? Oh,
by the way, it's not just cosmetics. It's every fucking.
But cosmetics.
I started Empathy Wines for the same reason.
Yeah, I suppose.
I cut out all the stuff in the middle. Now we're
I mean,
making a margin on it because we don't have the membership component. But I love what you're doing. Not to mention, every single person in here who's listening right now is like, oh, I like anybody here, right? Who maybe not into cosmetics, but there's something else is saying, oh, cupcakes, oh, hats, oh, shampoo, like. I like that. I like knowing exactly what it costs. And now what's interesting is you'll be able to build on top of the membership if you choose to over time.
In terms of?
Well, right now,
you're coming in.
Well, no, I'm not coming in. I'm brainstorming because I can't help it because I love it.
Yeah.
You're right. I can't help it. You have a business where the value to pay for the what are the membership level?
10, 20, 30 a month. And allows you to buy, this X, Y, or Z.
Right. So I'm paying $120 a year for the ability to buy things that cost.
Yeah.
That, and
normally
it's up to you.
Would be 10 times cost.
Correct. And it's up to you to deliver a product that I like in that variable. What I'm thinking is that's going to be a very valuable proposition and that a lot of people are going to be excited about.
I think so.
And so what you're able to do over time, though, is now you have millions of people subscribed to the membership.
We can actually get them better prices.
Of course.
And we've done that already with a lot of stuff is now half the price it was at the
beginning.
beginning.
You're using your volume.
Yeah, faster. And we always just go for the best stuff.
What you can do next gets really interesting, though. Whether it's events, whether it's there's
pop-ups.
You have unlimited access because you have first-party data at scale of end consumer. Whoever's closest to the customer wins.
Yeah, I think so. You get so much out of it, and they get so much out of it. And the beautiful thing here is they win.
Let's get a call.
We win.
I love it.
It's amazing.
So this started 2 years ago.
Yeah, we just started.
You launched
little
in
small.
the UK.
We launched in the UK, and then we have a warehouse in the US. We are set up and ready to go. Yeah, just starting.
And did it click instantly? Did you know right away? How did it go?
No, actually, you know what? People couldn't believe that that's what cosmetics really cost to make.
Yeah.
And
so they assumed that the product wasn't as good.
Yeah. Now they're learning. It takes a little while. It gets to be the truth does, and the pure, doing the right thing, right, is always going to win in the end. So
that was verbatim what I talk about.
Oh, sorry.
No, not sorry. It's making me love you so much. Who's this? Michael from Minnesota.
Hello.
Michael, it's Gary Vaynerchuk.
Hey, Gary, this is Michael.
How are you?
Good, sir. How are you?
I'm extremely well. Thanks for calling in, and please say hello to Marcy.
Holy.
Hi, Michael.
Sir, holy shit.
Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
How's it going?
Great.
Good. How are you?
You have a question? I'm gonna move it along.
Yeah. So I'm gonna be real fast. So I'm 22 years old.
Okay.
I'm from the Philippines 4 years ago. Came to the United States. Finished school and stuff like that. But I'm planning to go to the military.
Great.
And I'm contemplating between sales or go to the military to pay for college and then build a business from there.
So are you going to the military so you don't have college fees?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And right now
my parents are definitely not going to pay for my shit.
I totally understand. And are you currently in college or are you in high school? You're 23, you said. So with the moving from the Philippines, I just want to get. So you've gone to college already and caught debt, and the way to clean that debt is to go to the military.
I did 1 year college, but I just got enough college credits to start as a high rank in the military. But then again, what I'm doing right now, I have like 3 fucking jobs, 1 full time and 2 part time. So the 2 part times I'm doing brand ambassador, so basically selling shit like that, talking about the product, and So right now I enjoy doing sales. But
let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
You're thinking about going to the military to pay for college for the sake of having a college degree? For the sake of having a college degree?
Yes, sir.
All right, just so you know, you're talking to 2 people here. One who didn't go to college, and I went to Mount Ida College, which is like, I might be the reverse. Like, no question, my 6th grade classes in Edison, New Jersey were tougher than Mount Ida College. So, like, you're talking, like, I'm worried that you're putting a college degree on a pedestal and deciding to go to military to pay for something that actually won't bring you any value other than perception.
It may or may not.
It may or may not.
Yeah, I dropped out of college.
Okay.
And I'm doing pretty well.
Why do you want to go to college? Let's start with that.
Basically, I mean, most likely for security, so therefore I can get a training from the military and then college.
No.
I'm seeing it so I went to my girlfriend's graduation, right?
Okay.
And there's like at least 500 of them graduated, at least 30 grand a fucking student debt.
Yeah.
Times that by 500, that's like almost 20 million right there. And I was like, I can't pay for fucking 30 grand of college, so.
But what does that have to do with you, and why do you want to go to college?
like I said, they're basically just for security, so I have money going in, but I'm really not so sure what I want to do in college in the first place.
Bro, I'm telling you right now, this is my biggest, you're talking to two people who also love building brands. The great brand that America built and in cahoots with college is college in America.
Yeah, I
like
agree.
if you go back and watch this tonight, watch this, because it's going to be, watch this 50 times. You have no rationale you're literally going to go to the military to pay for something and spend 3 years there to pay for something that you have no reason or knowledge to why you want it other than it's the thing you're supposed to do.
Yeah. I completely agree. I think it's, if you know what you want to do in college and it's a path to lead you to where you absolutely want to go, great. But if not, just go get a job.
Right.
Start
if you said
working
to me,
somewhere.
Gary, I want to be a sports agent like your brother, and that means I have to become a lawyer and I have to go to law school. I'm like, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But, in this huge wave of entrepreneurship or sales or all this stuff, we now live in a world where the biggest companies in the world no longer are requiring a college degree. You can DM your way into a job these days. I'm just like, I hate that kids are going to the military and kids are taking on huge debt to do something that they perceive as fun or the right thing to do, or this notion that, I can always fall back on my college degree. What do you mean?
True.
It's just not true.
Not true.
Fall back to what?
Yeah.
Okay. So, like I said, right now I'm doing 2 brand ambassador jobs. So I go to Walmart, talk to people all day, fucking day. So should I just stick to that, develop a skill, and then move on?
What you should definitely not do is commit 2 to 3 years of your life to the military to pay for a piece of paper that you have no fucking idea what to do with in the first place. Literally what you just said to me is I'm 23 years old and I plan on graduating college at 26, 27, 28, 29 years old, but you have no logic to why you want that piece of paper.
Sometimes I think if you just get in there, get a job, stay in your job, try and get a different job, try different things out, right? You're in the market, you find out what you like doing, and then you might want to go to college later.
You or your parents or your girlfriend or your girlfriend's parents or some TV show you watched 11 years ago put the idea of college on a pedestal and you're still acting on it.
Yeah, I agree.
And the military's a big risk, isn't it?
Sure is.
Yeah.
Like anything can happen.
Yep.
I mean, it's just real life. I mean, forget about the thoughts of like where everybody goes when we say that. Like, fine. Like, obviously, world wars aren't popping out every day. Forget about that. And military, by the way, I love the military. I'm sure it can bring a lot of discipline and things of that nature. I love the military. I love college. I love entrepreneurship. I just love self-awareness more than all three. So, like, when you do Q&A and I can ask you this question, you have no answer.
Yep. I agree.
This is good. This is why I'm excited. Like, I don't think the college degree as a backup plan is as big of a deal as you think. And I think you need to think about that.
Okay.
I think that's a great,
Got it, sir.
thought through answer.
Thank you.
You are so right.
Thank you. All right, brother, take care. Let's get one more. I'll take that one. It's interesting. And listen, you and I grew up in an era where the degree did carry more weight.
I suppose so.
I mean, like, and I'm thinking forward, not backwards. I can make a statement I'm very confident of. Look, college is right for some people. It's not right for some people. There's a million things. I will say this. The brand of a college degree is not increasing in our society.
No.
It is decreasing. The end.
Supply and demand, right?
Supply and fucking, see, God, I love you. Fuck. We are similar. Like, honestly, it's that basic. Like, I don't think you and I are some incredibly crazy entrepreneurs. We just understand
Very
basic shit,
practical.
very practical.
Practical.
Adam?
Hey, Adam.
It's Gary Vaynerchuk. Say hello.
Hey, what's going on?
How are you?
I'm excellent. How are you?
I'm super well. What's your question for Marcy and I?
Oh, my question is, so I'm building my version 2 for my platform. Yeah.
I'm listening. Don't listen to the podcast. Turn that off. We're live here on the radio. You got the
okay.
delay.
All right, I'm sorry. All right, shut it off.
No worries. Oh my God, I said radio because that's what I used to say on Sports Talk. They're like, turn it down. That's so funny. Where your brain goes.
All right, shut it off.
All right, good. We're right here. What's your question, brother?
Okay, my question is, I launched a platform to sell your Tesla, and I want to know if I should accept outside funding in the form of equity. I've got an equity company on my ass, or borrow the money from someone, or just keep struggling and using my sales money and to build my version 2.
Whoa. I think I'd keep struggling and use your sales money to build your version 2.
Me too.
Yeah, try and stay independent as long as you possibly can.
And borrowing from a bank, high net worth individual, and definitely taking money from a venture capitalist is not staying independent. Now look, you've got 2 people here who've never taken funding for their businesses. The only time I've ever had any cash infusion in my business was when AJ and I decided to sell a piece to Steve Ross, but we took every dollar off the table. Not one of those dollars was used to operate. So I don't like using money to operate a business because I think it creates bad behavior.
Yeah. If it's your own money, you spend so differently.
Right? And it doesn't take a hero to lose money every month.
No. And everybody's losing money every month.
You're preaching.
No, just suffer as long as you can. As
But
long as
listen,
you're
other
moving
people will
forward.
tell you like you need the capital because you only have a window. I don't know. It all depends. Like if you're building a business that has a window, you're building something vulnerable to begin with.
Yep. Yeah. There's no shelf life on that. Yep.
Yeah, but the money is so alluring.
That's why fucking people lose. A lot of things are alluring. Doing cocaine to hook up with chicks is alluring. It's not right.
Right.
The longer that you operate, I think the longer you operate on your own money, right? The more you learn how to be incredibly responsible with it and be strategic with it. And the sooner that you have too much money, the more wasteful you get with it, and you don't think as hard. I think when it's your own money and you're suffering, you think hard.
What's alluring about the money, bro? Break it down for me. Educate me. From your perspective. Yeah, from your perspective.
Well, the alluring thing about the money is that as soon as I get it, I can be more comfortable. I've been living. I've been struggling for like a year, and I finally got the platform going. I got sales coming in, but
a year?
It's great. It's not easy.
A year. Hey, you gotta buck up. I struggled for 10 years, right? 1 year is like you are spoiled.
Brother,
Stop being spoiled.
Brother, you're giving up your business, a piece of your business
for
that
a
money.
year. Think in another year, can you suffer for another year? Suffer.
Well,
you might be three times as far ahead.
Now I'm just used to living on very little. I got used to living on.
That is the best thing ever.
So hungry.
Brother, that's the best.
I used to eat bagels pretty much every day, all day.
I don't want to eat food ever again. I want to do nothing. I want to like never leave this room. Like guys, like bro, if you've gotten used to it, you're about to fuck up your shit.
If you're used to it, that is a great place to be.
I got pretty skinny too.
No, you really can't eat at all.
He can. Like seriously.
You've got a phone.
What?
No, I can eat. I eat a lot of bone broth.
Help me here. What do you say?
Bone broth. Hip and trendy.
Bro, on a serious note, like without like humor stuff, because I really want to help you here. Like, is like, do you want to take the money? Do you not want to take the money? Like, what's the punchline here?
I kind of want. I do want to take the money, but at the same point, I'm like, I built this from zero to a few grand a month now. Why bother taking the money? Why? It's like I'm being pimped out.
Yeah, I agree. You're so early in the process. A year is nothing.
Yeah.
Like you haven't even started. Do you believe in the business long term?
Yes, I definitely believe. I'm just my sales are going up every day. Every month.
Is anybody pressuring you to take the money that's not you? Mother, father, sibling, spouse?
No pressure. I mean, no one's pressure. I have no external pressure.
Good. Yeah. You listen, I think the longer you can stay independent, the more likely you're building something meaningful.
And the value is exponential the longer you can hold on to it without getting any investors in.
Okay.
Good luck, bro.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think we're built from similar cloths. And listen, there's a lot of businesses that are capital intensive, things of that nature. But I think what I'm overreacting to these days is everybody thinks the only way you can succeed is by raising capital.
Yeah.
Right? Like I didn't even hear of that until my early 20s. Everything was maybe you could get a bank loan and maybe not, but most likely you got to figure it out
and somebody
save
had
money
to co-sign for it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it wasn't. I'm just going to go out there and try and scale something and waste a lot of money.
As we're wrapping up, what else have we not covered in these last couple minutes? Anything you want to talk about?
Oh, let's see. We've talked about beauty pie.
We have.
Let's see. We've talked about there being no shortcuts.
Yes. Please.
The question of the day?
Yes, that will come up, but we're not there yet.
Are you asking it or am
You're
I?
asking it.
Do I have to come up with the question of the day?
That is correct.
Oh, I thought I had the answer of the day. Because
that could be the question.
When you think about a question of the day, it's about what is the meaning of life, right?
Or
what is the meaning of business?
You know what's funny? It's either super in the clouds,
Yeah.
or you use the audience as a focus group, and you can ask a very simple kind of tactical question that may give you a huge insight into something. I love asking questions for answers because it's insight.
Yeah, of course.
It's
So,
insight.
What do you think the meaning of? Wait,
what do I think the meaning of life is?
Yeah.
That's you know what's so funny? You said it earlier quietly while somebody was talking. I think one of the things as we're getting to know each other that we completely connect on is utter practicality. The meaning of life is like the least practical thing I could ever think of.
Oh, but actually it's quite practical.
I think having a North Star is practical.
Okay.
Which is different to me than the macro, but it's all how we interpret.
Yeah.
Here's my thing. The ambition of my life and the wish that I would have on everybody besides health, because if you're not healthy, it's game over, is genuinely enjoying the process.
Evolution.
However you want to call it.
Yeah.
I just love the fact that I wake up every morning and I love it, which is why I like the booing, which is like why I love the struggles. To me, the trophies are so not interesting.
No.
They're just not.
No, they're not.
They
They don't mean anything.
They only mean something if you're insecure and you want to show somebody the trophy.
Yeah.
I mean it. You said something earlier, like so authentically, and it was so pure, which was like, I don't give a fuck what my friends thought about my apartment.
I think you said that.
No, you said it.
Oh, did I?
And that
bad
might be
influence, Gary.
No, you might have not said fuck, but I definitely, who cares what they think is the way I think you said it. Whatever you said, that's the fucking game.
Yeah.
That's the game.
If you can get
Let me ask you
there.
a question. What do you admire out there these days? Because the more I'm sitting with you, like I'm like, oh, this is one thoughtful lady. Like what if I said to you, hot take, give me 3 or 4 things you admire. You could say anything, countries, individuals, brands, business model. Like just straight up right now, what's got your attention? You're like, oh, and you may not even have a fully thought through thing. You're like, oh, I want to explore that a little bit. Like what's got your attention in the world outside of your 4 walls?
What was his name?
One minute.
Is it Robert Smith?
Robert Smith?
Who paid
paid
off
off all the
student
student
loans
loans.
of all
That's
those
amazing.
kids
Yeah, that's
graduating from
amazing.
Morehouse.
Okay, that's
I admire that because
me
just
too.
the idea of let's make it easy for some other people and let's hope that they then take that energy and make it easy for the next
Love.
people, and just being able to lift someone up like that.
It's so funny you said that. That so caught my attention too. Okay, what else? What's a product that you love right now that has nothing to do with your world?
A product that
caught
I
your
love.
attention.
Sure, you know what? I'm so in the middle of my world.
I know.
It's really hard
That's
to
why
think
I'm-
about
I know.
products because I actually don't look so much at products.
I get it. Anything you use that you love?
What do I use
A
that I love?
cereal, a drink,
God.
a shampoo.
Well, my AirPods. But you know what? I love them.
Have you guys heard this from me? You know this like my.
Okay, but wait, we have
No,
to
that
feel
was
a bit.
spooky as fuck.
Wait, we gotta.
Like literally, I asked this question when I do dinners,
And you were
my
the
answer
AirPods.
for the last year and a half has been this.
Okay.
No, really, that's fucking crazy. You've heard that in some dinners?
Yeah, but wait, didn't you read the whole argument against AirPods?
Cancer to the head?
No, it was more about how the batteries don't recharge, right? And they
Oh,
only
I
last
get
for
it.
X amount of
No,
time,
that's
and then
fine.
you're going
It
to
takes
become
2 fucking
landfill
seconds,
and blah, blah, blah,
it's the
blah,
only
blah.
thing
and
Tim Cook's done well under his
I
watch.
love those so much. They change your life.
I mean it.
I bought them for everybody in the office for Christmas because they were
Smart.
so good.
Smart.
I mean, really, you feel free, but you can communicate.
What else? Do you consume content? Do you watch, listen to anything?
I do. I watch TED.
TED?
Yeah, I listen to podcasts like How I Built This, Freakonomics. I listened to yours because I had to prepare for this. And it was good.
Thank you.
Yeah, and there's tons of podcasts that I listen to because there's just so much
You like
interesting
the-
information. I love Ray Dalio.
He's amazing.
Okay, that's it, right? That if you're going to be an entrepreneur, go listen or read that book.
Yeah.
At least once a year.
Makes a lot of
Right,
sense.
just to remind yourself what's really important and what the truth is.
I'm really looking forward to getting to know you better.
Likewise.
I really like where your head's at. Question of the day. You get to ask it.
Oh, it was going to be what was the meaning of life?
And then that's it. Thank you so much for being on the show.
What a pleasure.
Yeah, super
Thanks for
enjoyed it.
having
You keep asking questions, we'll keep answering them.
This is the Gary V audio experience.
What's up, podcast? This episode is a YouTube archives clip from January that features 6 of Gary's strategic ways to sell without selling. Each is so important and can really help you win in the macro. Hope you enjoy and let us know what you thought on Twitter by tweeting @GaryV. Number 1, brand is greater than sales. This answer focuses on why branding is more important than monetization.
If you're selling self-published books and digital courses, you're limiting the upside of your speaking career because you're doing sales over brand. The reason I'm one of the highest paid speakers is because all of you are so bought into me because I don't sell you a $1,000 thing that you will do something like this or you will pay $2,000 to get a ticket to a big, so one of the things to think about, it's your business. You have options. You have more like what I had, which is you have economics in the business that are doing well. I would tell you to not monetize your audience for as long as you possibly can because that's gonna build more economics in the back end, but I do. Yeah. I only build brand because I'm not selling it. I'm gonna use it. Now, the one caveat to that is you need enough sales so you don't go out of business in your ideological marathon, right? But as much as you can build on brand always pays. The reason Tommy Hilfiger and Fila are back on 15-year-olds' bodies is because it's a brand. It wasn't because they had good sales. Brand, always brand. That's why Transformers and Spider-Man and Aquaman and Wonder Woman open.
Number 2, scaling a business. Gary says growing your company requires 2 important traits, humility and patience.
The reason people don't scale well is they don't even realize it. You might not even realize your subconscious, we talk about subconscious bias for like female minorities. There's subconscious bias as an operator. You get the high that you're so good at everything, you actually don't want to hire somebody to do something that does it better than you. Or you love doing it. You love knocking on the doors, so you don't want to let somebody do that while you make a podcast. But scaling a business comes at 2 very important traits. 1, humility, and 2, patience. Also auditing your fucking 24 hours. So if you're sleeping 6, 7, 8, 9 hours, what are you doing the rest of the time? And what do you need? You might say, Gary, cool, I've listened to all your shit, but I need 3 hours a night of Netflix. That's how I decompose. I'm like, Mazel tov. Then let's go back to your 8 hours that you work. What are you doing every minute? That's where this has gotten. So the reason I can do, it's scary to me how lazy I think the 29-year-old me is. And he was a workaholic. It's not that I try any harder, it's that I'm dramatically more efficient. It's a game of, and this is for a lot of you, scaling is predicated on your ambition versus what you're interested in your lifestyle at that current moment. The reason I'm great at scaling is I don't want anything fancy. My most devastating business decisions have been predicated at the moments when I bought my 2 homes. I've never said this clearly, I passed on Uber because I bought an apartment. If I just stayed in the apartment I was in for 1 more year, I would have $400 million that I don't have right now. That's about as basic as I can say it.
Number 3, go all in on LinkedIn. Figure out what form of content is natural to you, written, audio, or video. This is important if you're in a B2B business, as LinkedIn is crucial for you.
You should be producing an ungodly amount of LinkedIn content in whatever form of communication comes most naturally to you. Written, audio, or video. I couldn't be more bullish on LinkedIn as a content B2B place. Couldn't. I'm obsessed with it. It's grossly underpriced. The ads are expensive-ish, because they have a floor. They don't do what Google and Facebook does, which starts at the bottom. They have a cost on the CPM. But organic traction is real. Just putting your LinkedIn profile that puts out content, URL, in your email signature as somebody who emails a lot is enough of a match to start your LinkedIn content career.
Number 4, creating ads on social media. Gary believes you need to make more content specifically to use as ads. This will allow you to get hyper-targeted to your different types of consumers.
Everyone's like, Facebook doesn't work anymore. I'm like, no. The ad that was working for you has been saturated, and it's costing you more and converting less because the people that would convert on the first thing have converted, and the feed's getting more competitive. You need to make more content. This feed is busy. If it's not contextual, it's not getting consumed. You can literally be like, hey, are you a 42-year-old woman? And run it against 42-year-old women. It is crazy. You will scale from 800 to 2 million pretty quickly if you get Facebook and Instagram ads right. And the way you do that is literally your fucking phone. Video after video after video. Now you made it, notice how my framework works so well for you. Now that you're all in on you, you fucking can do it on the FaceTime. You don't need shit. You don't need D-Rock. You fucking hey Atlanta, I'm coming through. Hey Atlanta Falcon fans, I'm coming through. Running against Atlanta Falcon fans. Guys, buying ads for everyone is real. I don't care what you do. Concrete, pools, but the magic is in the long tail of it. Imagine if you're only talking to African American females, what you're gonna say in that camera versus talking to middle America 60-year-olds who care about our military. It's gonna be a completely different video.
Totally different.
People say things to me in YouTube because I have so many blogs. They're like, Gary, why are you changing your adjectives? They try to razz me for pandering to my audience. I'm they're like, when you're in Atlanta in the hood, you're using slang. I'm like, right, that's subconscious. In the same way that when I'm talking to a 6-year-old, I'm talking adjusting to your audience is my natural state. It's not a bad thing, it's a great thing. It's why I connect with so many different people. So that's how I think about content. That's what you should be doing.
Number 5, influencer marketing. The value of underpriced attention is unmatched. Make sure you're taking advantage of it.
When Seinfeld's the #1 show on television, you run commercials. you shouldn't be sitting around predicting if Sally Magoo, the surfer, is going to be around in 5 years. You should buy her when she's underpriced attention. If you tell me that the 5 million people are so underpriced based on your budget and based on what you or us thought the value of that post was or video content, well then I'd be like, let's do it. Right. To me, it's a buy. It's like, do you buy 1 home or 3 homes? Well, if you can buy 3 homes for 1/100th of the value of that home, if you can buy a $400,000 home for $1,000, they want to sell you that home for $1,000. And you have to buy all 3 of their homes that are worth $400,000, but you're paying $3,000. You buy those 3 homes and figure it out later. That's how I think about influencers. Right. There's micro influencers that aren't worth their fucking $80 for the little photo. Totally. And then there's people that are, a holy grail is creating an influencer team that understands how to work with 7 billion people and understand if they're a good deal or not and make that deal. That's how I think about it. That is my holy grail of influencer marketing. I can price every person on earth, and then when I speak to them, I can know if it's a good deal or not, and then I want to maximize my $100,000 on the $100,000 best buy because I bought $18 million worth of awareness for $100,000. Now that is fantasy land, but the closest you can get to that. So what does that mean? You start casting long, wide nets. You have 15 interns that work for free or minimum wage to DM everybody on earth and ask them how much they cost. Like, there's a lot of things you can then decide to do, but it is not an either or. Do we bet on these 3 people and they're going to be 15 million followers versus, because you're doing it. It's not about how many followers. No.
Number 6, creating content as your leverage. In this segment, Gary explains the important concept of hosting the party and how to use it to your advantage.
My favorite marketing principle is the high school party rule, which is, if all of you think back to high school right now and think about the person that was a C, D popular kid by junior year but started throwing parties where cool kids could go and drink and hook up, they became way more popular on the arbitrage that their parents weren't around. That's basically how I think you should handle this. I think you should start a podcast and just interview the people that you actually want to do business with, and now you've won. Literally the entire, you sending an email with the title saying, I'd love to have you on our podcast to know your journey and thoughts of the current state of blank, are gonna get a hell of a lot more responses than, do you need to place a front-end developer? Now all of a sudden, you're the first person ever to say that Karen or Rick, the technology decision maker at a company, is worthy of a 45-minute podcast. They share that with their 13 friends on Facebook. It's also gonna be the fact that you're gonna be the first person they reach out to when they, literally, you host the party. That will work. Thanks guys for listening. Please, please, please share the podcast and make sure you've subscribed, because a bunch of you aren't subscribed, and more importantly, a bunch of you listen every day and haven't told your friends it's the best podcast in the world. I'm watching. Have a great day.
All right, everybody. We thank you so much for coming. All right, now it's official. Thank you so much for coming. Episode 1 of Wine, Pizza, and Content. We got our panel here. We got the great DJ Clue.
World famous. We got Dave East in the building.
Dave East.
And of course, the content king himself, Gary Vee, is in the building. Make some noise, please.
Absolutely. Well, Dave, thank you so much for coming to join us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So 3 out of 4 of our panelists are native New Yorkers. DJ Clue's a Queens man. I'm the boy from New York City. Dave's Harlem and Queens man. Am I right about that?
Both.
Okay, where'd you start?
I'm holding down the Soviet Union.
Harlem. Yeah. Gary wants us all to sing the Soviet national anthem.
Like Nikolai Volkov.
Absolutely.
This is the Gary V audio experience.
So Dave, you started out in Harlem, right?
Yeah, East First Avenue, Harlem. Then I lived in Queensbridge and Ravenswood.
Okay. How old before you got out to Queens?
Moved maybe like 15, 16, but I was always back and forth because my aunt, that was the reason we went over there. Okay. So I'll be just visiting. Then when she passed, I moved to her apartment.
Got you.
Now, Dave, what made you want to start in hip hop? And rap? I always loved rap. But like to get serious with it, like when basketball ain't work, like once I knew that was over, I want to do something that I know I'm enjoy doing every day. I could be my own boss in it. I ain't work for nobody. Now, what would you say is that defining moment when you was like, yo, you know what? I really think I could really do this and make some money. When Nas shouted me out, I was like, it's real. Like, you know what I mean? It ain't just my block or just New York City no more. You know what I mean? Like somebody like that speaking on it, I knew I was like, I'm about to at least have a career with this shit. You know what I mean?
So how old are you when that happened?
25.
So how did that relationship start? How did you meet with Nas? How did he discover you? How did that happen?
Like I said, I was living in Ravenswood, and me and Jungle was tight, like before I was even rapping. So I would just go to Queensbridge, get my Jamaican food, my weed, like whatever. I just, you know what I mean? Or, and I would.
Gary's where you get your weed?
That's where I got it. Yeah, that's where I got it.
Go ahead.
I would just go to the bridge and always see Jungle. And at that time, I had like little mixtapes out, doing little freestyles. I did like mad ciphers, shit like that. And the hood was talking about it, you know what I mean? And Jungle was that caught wind. He was like, bro, I didn't even know you was rapping, like, you know what I mean? Because I'm never the type to pull up on you like, yo, you want to hear this? Like, I would never do that. So he kind of just heard through the streets about it, and he was like, yo, I put Nas on to the shit. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't sitting with him somewhere listening to my shit. There's no way that's a reality. But maybe like 2 or 3 weeks after that, Nas' manager called me. Like, yo, I'm in New York, let's get up. Oh, this shit is real. And I spoke to Nas, you know what I mean?
Dave, here's the real question. Which current NBA superstar were you better than back in the day? Guys, on a serious note, everybody watching on my stream, I don't know if Dave saw this, but I had to put
It
some
might not
Dave,
even be like a star right now. Like, he might have fell off by now.
who'd you yoke on?
Uh,
Guys, Dave was a ridiculously good player. Like a real
Dante
player.
Cunningham, wherever he at, I boomed on him crazy. Wherever Dante, he remember that.
Actually, let's
10th
go
grade.
the other way to make it a little relevant for everybody watching.
Right.
Who'd you play coming up the basketball game? Like that whole scene, college, whatever. Who'd you watch or play against or play with that you really knew were going to be where they are today?
Kevin,
KD, right?
Kevin for sure. Kevin for sure. When's
the first time you saw
met
Kevin?
Kevin? I was in 10th grade, so I was like 16, 17. But he was real skinny. Like
He's still skinny.
He way bigger than he was like when I met him. You know what I'm saying? But he I had never seen nobody that tall shooting like that. You know what I mean? He was shooting from everywhere, man, tall. Like, and then I went to Richmond. He went to Texas, and I'm sitting after our games. We losing like a motherfucker at Richmond. You know what I'm saying? We get smoked by everybody. Like I never forget. We played VCU. VCU had Eric Mena was their point guard.
I remember that.
And Larry Sanders. That was the year they beat Duke.
Yeah, they had a great
beat us
squad.
by like 60 that year, bro. Like some embarrassing shit. You feel me? But every night after we would lose or win, I'm going back to the hotel, back to my dorm, and I'm watching Sports Center. And Kevin's going crazy. I'm watching this shit like nah, because he was nice in high school. Like, but I didn't really get to see it until I was away from him. You know, when you hooping with somebody. It's like, you know what I mean? I'm challenging him, he challenging me. But once I got to sit back and watch him in Texas, I said, nah, he gonna be a star, like all the way a star. But a few of them, Harden, Westbrook, Jeff Green. I lost the state championship. I went to Springbrook High School in Silver Spring, Maryland, the end of my 11th grade year and my senior year. I lost the state championship to Jeff Green. He had dreads. Yeah, I forgot the school. I think it was Northwestern in Maryland. But I lost the state championship to Jeff Green.
He went to Georgetown, right?
And then he went to Georgetown.
He was a real
yeah.
player. Big play.
Yeah. I grew up with Jesse Sapp. Sapp from the same side. He went to Georgetown. But a few of them, like the basketball shit is like it's touchy with me. That's why I left it alone, like all the way. You know what I mean? I got into rap and just
went all
in the rap. You know what I mean?
Now with these new contracts, do you ever feel like, yo, man, I might have to put the mic down and
Get a little 10-day.
get a little 10-day contract?
These new contracts are no joke.
A 10-day contract now might get you about 5-6 mil.
No 10-day. I might try some masterpiece shit. I don't know. But the Knicks, that'll be a good look. I had to work out for like a summer though. I'm smoked out.
It might be longer than summer. I ain't gonna lie to you. It might be like a summer.
I need a good summer, no weed.
Hey Tom, what's going on with the pizza world? Break us down. What's happening here in Made in New York? Like, what are people eating? What are people excited about?
Well, you know,
And because so much of my audience is entrepreneurship, you've been an entrepreneur your whole life. What's the biggest thing you learned from the instant success that this location was?
No, we're really lucky. Honestly, it was an instant success. You guys know you're involved in this with us, and we opened this place 6 months ago. It was an
instant success.
Yeah, well, you know.
I know, really. I mean, like you've done a lot of stuff, Southern Hospitality, Hunt and Fish.
Yeah, of course.
You know, this place opened and it worked right away, and that's okay because a lot of shit doesn't work right away. I'm actually really curious because this worked well, and it's always a grind. You got to maintain it. I'm not saying that, but what was the biggest thing you learned from it working so much better out the gate than you expected?
I think the reason this place worked so well, we had a vision that we stayed clear to. We stayed on our path. Like this was supposed to be like a great New York product. It was supposed to be like the New York slice shop that you went to after school. You know, it was supposed to represent that place that you know you were sitting there in your classroom at 2:30, you couldn't wait to go there, and that's what it's supposed to be like. It was supposed to be like the Neapolitan thing. It was supposed to be a great New York product. And I think I got my guy Frank. He's back there now. He's like one of the great pizza guys in the industry. I think we were very true to our product. We never deviated. You know, some people in the media suggested we go in different directions. We never did that. We really believed in it. Thank God we're lucky, man. Our numbers kept growing and growing and doing really well. It's a great thing.
So I know we were going to do this show, and there's something I've been wanting to ask you that I always forget when we hang out, and it's fun to think about hip hop and basketball because this is such a common thing. Andy, get him down. Get him down. So to me, I want to know what your top 5 list, not in rap, not in basketball. I want to know what your top 5 all-time WWF, WCW, NWA wrestler. I want Eitan's top 5. If you don't know, this is one of the great connoisseurs of wrestling. I want to know your top 5.
You a wrestling
Start.
fan, Dave?
Dave, did you like wrestling?
Were you a wrestling fan when you were a kid?
I like Sting.
Sting's a good one.
All right.
That was a
That's
good
it. I had the Sting mask, all that. That's
I want you to go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We're talking about greatest wrestlers of
all time.
All time.
I'm putting you on the spot.
Wrestlers of moments.
That's the one.
I know, but I need you to go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay. So one being
Here we
next,
go.
right? Okay.
Steve Malenko.
All right. So
I've been waiting for this for 20 years.
I could do this for sure.
Think about your people.
I could do it.
Clue, you got your top 5 list?
Got the list? Superfly Snooker, number 5.
Okay.
I agree with
Junkyard Dog, number 4.
JYD Thump.
Ultimate Warrior, number 3.
Wow.
Macho Man Savage,
Number
2.
two.
Ric Flair, number 1.
Woo!
And that's my list.
I love it.
I think I would take Junkyard off and put on Hulk Hogan on there.
Hulk deserves to be there. Hulk's the greatest.
But
I
Hulk
love
didn't make your top 5. And I can't believe The Undertaker didn't make your top 5.
Oh, God. I love Mark. Mark's one of the greatest. You know what? I was under a lot of pressure. Mark, you're definitely...
He's about to tombstone you. He's about to roll up.
I would definitely say
Who's in there?
I was definitely a big fan also of Sergeant Slaughter.
Okay.
That's a good one.
Sergeant Slaughter's a good one. And
Clue showing his age.
Yeah.
And Jimmy Fly Snooker was one of my favorites though.
Superfly's great.
Wolfpack.
Okay.
Oh,
like
you're
him.
Dave's a youngster.
He is a young guy.
Dave's a youngster. He's like The Rock.
I like the Wolfpack.
Stone Cold. Degeneration. You youngsters.
Yeah. What's your list?
My top 5. So number 5 is The Missing Link.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Green Tongue. That's some nerd shit.
Yeah.
I know you youngsters have no idea what I'm saying.
It's a good one.
Number 4 is Ravishing Rick Rude.
That's a great one.
Super underrated.
Great one. Great one.
Number 3 for me is Ric Flair.
Okay.
Number 2 for me is Mr. Perfect. He was unbelievable. That character, and number one, and he could be my number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, is Macho Man Randy fucking Savage. For all of you, for all of you that follow my content, you'll never unsee what I'm about to tell you. When I make 1-minute videos on Instagram, I'm actually doing Randy the Macho Man Savage. I'm just doing a wrestling promotion. When I'm like my cadence is basically Macho Man saying, "This Thursday night at the Civic Center, Hulk Hogan, you're fucked." If once you see me say that, you'll never unsee it.
That's a great list.
I think your cadence needs to go up and down a little more because Macho Man's cadences was going from
Who saw
thousands.
Who saw Macho Man's promo? It just got released. I'd never seen it before. There's a video right now on social of Macho Man doing a promo in Spanish.
I
He did the whole thing.
Who saw the rap song he did with 50 Cent?
I saw.
Oh, word?
That was not one of
I don't
50's
even
better
remember
moments.
I don't remember that
Clue,
one.
back to top 5.
Yeah.
He's the wrestling man. Top 5 hip hop artists of all time.
Oh,
DJ
man.
Clue's
We
top
wanna do
5.
this right now?
Yeah, we're gonna do it right now. It's okay. Everybody's got an opinion. It evolves. It's Clue's list today.
This is like your
It
Mount
evolves.
Rushmore.
Listen, I have my
wanna hear
five. I have my 5, but it's not no specific order.
Okay, I'll take it. I'll let you off the hook.
Okay,
That's an easy way to go, but go ahead.
Yeah, you got caught.
Me, I'm definitely gonna go Big, Nas, Jay, Kiss, and Fab. That's my 5. Those are my personal 5.
Everybody's got a personal 5.
Dave, where you at?
Dave, you got a 5?
Nas, Biggie, Styles P, probably Hove, Eagle, Beanie. I like Beanie.
Okay. What about you, Gary?
Biggie, Too Short,
Okay.
Lil Wayne, Bone Thugs and Harmony, 100%. I fucking love them the most. Cleveland's misrepresented. Actually, I can't believe I'm going to say this because I can't believe how much I like. It's so early, but I fuck with T Grizzly so heavily. I honestly, no joke, and I know it's too early, but I'm telling you, my thing with people, you know, it's really funny when I think about it. Why I love Big and why I loved KRS-One, like T Grizzly paints pictures. I fuck with T Grizzly. I think when I know everybody's watching right now. I was like, that's fucking early or what? I have a funny feeling. 10, 15 years from now, I'll recall this clip and look. I think he's got it like that. I think he can paint pictures.
I didn't put anyone on my list who's anywhere close to clocking out.
I get it. I understand that.
I was thinking more golden era. You
I
know
get
what
it.
Yeah.
I get it. You know?
Like Method Man belongs on that
You
list.
know how that is. It happens.
I swear to God, I believe he belongs on that list. I think he has a very
Who?
unique style. Method Man.
I get it.
Wu-Tang changed a lot. Wu-Tang changed a lot.
It's funny. I can't believe you're. Is that out? Like, do people even know that? Okay. I can't. When you told me that you're playing him in this upcoming film, it's crazy. The first time I heard you, that's crazy. Where's Mike Boyd? Mike Boyd, you still
I know
here?
that. I wasn't saying it because I knew that.
Mike Boyd's here?
Yeah, Mike Boyd's here.
Like 3 years ago, 4 years ago, when Mike Boyd's like, hey, I think you'll really like this guy Dave East from Harlem, and I listened, literally within the first 30 seconds, I'm like, man, remember I was like, man, it gives me a little of that Method Man kind of. That was the first thing I texted him back. And then when you told me the other day you're playing him, I'm like, fuck, that's exactly how I
swear,
saw
I
it.
wasn't saying that for any reason.
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question.
Wu-Tang's
When you were a
fucking-
young guy,
that took over.
was Nas one of the artists, being you have the relationship with him, was he one of the artists, when you were a young guy listening to Illmatic, was he one of the artists that influenced the sound that you have now? Would you say that?
Musically, kinda. Like Nas kinda influenced me more like his style. Like Belly was always like one of my favorite movies.
Great
You know what I
movie.
mean?
Yeah.
And just the whole character, Sincere, I bought into that. You know what I mean? But I was like as far as rap went, younger, I was much more into like Mace, Cam, like, you know what I mean? Just shit in Harlem. Like I was just like more into that when I was younger. As I got older, Nas music made more sense to me. You know what I mean? Because as a kid, I knew the hits and shit like that was on the radio, but the deep
But
Nas,
was it Mason Cam because of the Harlem influence?
It was, I would say, part of it, but I could see them. You know what I mean? Like I could remember seeing Mace on 25th Street. I remember seeing Cam by the mark. Like I can remember seeing them as a kid, so I could kind of like identify with them more because I seen them. You know what I mean?
I just feel like with Nas, I feel like when he rapped and was talking about something, he make you visualize it.
See it.
With words. That's what made him so
to me,
crazy with it.
to me, over beats, over everything. To me, anybody, you know, everybody hears different voices, but whoever can paint the clearest picture, like you're right. That's why that album is anybody who can tell a story that you can see is always going to be iconic. Versus anybody who can make you dance or a great beat. It's amazing. It's got a certain shelf life. When somebody tells a true story and everybody, no matter what they come from, can picture it in their head. To me, that is Biggie. The reason Biggie's forever is no matter who you were, when he started talking, like everybody, like literally could picture a poster on their wall. Like it's that iconic.
Right.
And I think that is the variable. When Mike, every time Boyd hits me with new stuff, and that's my whole life, every day, Stallion, Schmallion, like whatever's coming through, I'm always looking for, is this person helping me see it? I can't wait for your new album.
It's on.
Tell him. Because we were just talking, I was like, oh shit, that's what, the two songs that really resonated with me when we were listening were the ones that most made me see it. So tell everybody who's watching and here about the new project.
Yeah, I'm dropping my debut album with Def Jam and Massive Appeal, July. I don't have the exact date.
You push it back a little?
Because I'm gonna drop 2 singles in June. So the first single will be coming out early June, mid-June, and then I'm gonna drop the full project in July. But yeah, I feel like this is my strongest body of work that I didn't put together. I've been sitting with it. I ain't released no music since me and Styles' album, Beloved. I just been cooking up. It's really sitting with it and just doing like I've been doing a lot of homework, just going back, listening to everybody first shit.
Oh, is that true?
NWA, yeah, everybody. That's all I've been
First
doing.
shit.
They first shit. 50 first shit. Nori for CNN. Like I've been just listening to every pun. Everybody first album I went and just wanted like just hear their energy on their first album, like how they came out the gate, and just comparing it to my shit.
I apologize for cutting you off. Clue, I want to ask you this. I always thought that the first album was the easiest because you had your whole fucking life and you could tell your story, right? And then it got harder. Do you think it's harder for people like this new generation that has so many mixtapes and other projects that are out before they put out their, like when I was listening to you, I'm like, fuck, that's interesting. But for a lot of those people from an OG standpoint, their first album was their first work. Now these youngsters coming up, they're putting out music from the get. We're seeing it. And by the time they do their first album, a lot of times we actually know a lot about them. They've already told us about their come up. And I've always felt the second album was so hard because you had your whole fucking life to articulate it. Now you hit, and now people want some shit from you 24 months later. Do you think it's a challenge? It's different now with mixtape culture, with SoundCloud culture. Like, from your perspective as a true historian and OG of this, is it a challenge?
Nah, it's definitely a challenge because like if you go on the internet every day, there's 25 new songs coming out from different artists, new artists, and you know a lot of people are coming out making one songs and disappearing. You know what I mean? So it kind of makes it difficult for someone who's been out doing features, doing mixtapes, dropping an album because like the anticipation and the pressure is just so much more now.
You feel pressure about this album?
Everybody feel pressure about anything.
I believe that. I believe that.
A little bit, but like more so like for the ones that been rocking with me. You know what I'm saying?
You wanna
like,
come through for that?
Yeah, like this why y'all been fucking with me. You know what I mean? Like that was my kind of mindset going into it. Like, of course I want to appeal to new people, but the ones that been rocking and rolling from day one, you know what I'm saying? I feel like I owe it to them for that shit to be like as dope as it could be. You know what I mean?
Sugarman, something I think a lot of people may not know about you, like you successfully launched the Signature Club in New York City. Like you did. Suede was was the place for a period of time. For a lot of entrepreneurs, a lot of people trying to make things happen. After you have such a big hit, do you feel pressure on the next project? Like what happened to you? You know, I think of clubs in New York during that era. We're in a non-club era in New York right now. Yeah. But when you were in the game, whoever had the club, that was the king or queen of New York. You had it, but it was similar to like an album or a song. Clubs had shelf lives. You get the 2-3 year run. What happened to you after you were done, after you knew, A, when did you know that you were out of your white heat moment where you guys were the fucking spot? And then B, what happened next? Because I think it's a super interesting question for a lot of people here.
Now, before he talks, we talking about the guy who built One Oak and sold it.
True.
Built One Oak, it was done, and sold it.
Yeah.
One of the great mistakes of all time.
No. It wasn't a mistake. You know what it was, honestly? I knew my heart wasn't in that space. I knew it wasn't. I was opening up Southern Hospitality. I wanted to do that. My partners wanted, and you know what, honestly? I didn't have it in me to do another club. I did it for all those years.
Jason was with me today with a group of entrepreneurs. I was doing something, and I told him the only time I've lost meaningful money in my business career was when I was raising a $150 million fund, and one day I woke up and realized I wasn't into it, and I gave everybody their money back. Yeah. It's a huge lesson for everybody who's watching. When you actually know, Ace, I know you do a ton of shit, I see you shaking your head. The biggest mistake that people make is they start doing something, they tell everybody what they're gonna do. You actually said something to me once about a project, like when you know it's not right, no matter what you told the world, no matter how much money you're in, never see it through. Right. If you know it's dead,
see, that's the flip side of success with failure, right? So you just asked me why this place did well. Because my heart was in it, I had a path, and I knew. My heart wasn't in that. You know, the guy who owns this with me is my partner, Ronnie. We own One Oak together, too. We both looked at each other, we both knew our hearts weren't in it anymore. We didn't want to do it. I don't think we would have been successful with it. Oak wouldn't be what it is today if you guys know what, the guys who we gave it to, good friends of ours, Richie Akiva and Scott Sardiano, and they did a great job. I'm so proud of them. I love them. And, you know, we did well on our own. And it's just, you know, I think you have to know when your heart's not in that game anymore. So we had a great run. We made money. Everything was awesome.
So go back to the question. When did you know, when did you know it was over?
I think we knew that we didn't want to be in that space anymore. I think it reflected in the business because we didn't want to do it anymore. We were both.
How long were you doing it at that point?
4.5 years.
And that's every fucking night.
It's hard, man. It's long hours. It's getting home at 7 a.m. It's the truth is, and you know, it probably. I hate saying this because his son is in the room. It probably cost him his marriage, and it probably cost me that. It takes a toll on your life. It's a lot. It was a lot of fun. Don't get me wrong. We made money. We, you know, had fun for sure.
This is before everyone was buying 10, 20 bottles at the table.
Well, that's
it was great. And listen, Clue was there, and we had the best times. But
you know what's crazy about Clue being there? He looked exactly the same that he looks now. The reason everybody's Clue, you have literally forget Black Doesn't Crack, like that is known, but you actually haven't aged in 20 fucking years. And I'm a little bit concerned about it, Dave. When Dave was like 6, and a fan of you, you looked exactly the fucking same.
You know what's terrible? Right? There's a picture of like 20 of us, and it's like me and Clue and Biggie and Mike Daddy.
Yeah.
Clue,
everybody looks like
we
shit
all look
now.
old as hell except for Clue. Like we all now, we look at us like, what happened to all of us?
Honestly, that's why everybody laughs. Like, can you please tell the world what the fuck?
I don't know, man. Good genes. I don't know, bro.
Is that running your family like that?
Yeah, I would think so.
It must. Look how beautiful his daughter is.
I get it.
Yeah,
I get it.
Absolutely.
It's an age, man.
Yeah.
Looks like his.
Got the secret, man. You gotta put that out.
So you when did you know? Like you just knew it yourselves?
Yeah, I just knew it. I just knew my heart wasn't in it. My partner's heart wasn't in it. We looked at each other. We knew, and that was it. We opened up Southern. Southern was a big success. The other things we did really worked out well. Like I said, that's the other side of success. It's knowing when you kind of run your course. It's time to pivot. Kind of time to go on to do something different. And
Dave, let me ask you a question.
I'm sure Dave knew it was time to basketball wasn't his path, right?
Oh, yeah.
He got kicked the fuck out. That's how
And that
he
was-
knew.
so he
He
knew.
walked in, they said, you're off the fucking team,
Right?
motherfucker.
You knew.
That's how you knew.
Kick me out the
Doesn't get any more obvious than that.
Forget the team. They said, get the fuck out of the
Get
state.
off campus and just get out of here, leave.
Dave, on that note, like when I think about the four of us, and I just have a lot of context here, something I've been thinking a lot about the last 6 months is why do people know sometimes the second they meet somebody that it's like forever, right? Like if looking at all the faces right now, sometimes you just meet people and like, oh, I'm just gonna be friends. Like I'm gonna be friends with this person for the rest of my fucking life. Like, talk to me about that first. Actually, all three of you. Like, I don't know why this has been so in my mind lately, but like when I say that, I know how. Like I know you two, and we're gonna know each other real well. Like, what do you think that is? How do you think about that? When I talk about you, literally, and I know my team's here, and as I introduced you to them through the years, I don't know if I know of a better friend on earth than you.
Thanks, buddy.
No, but you really, I think you know this about yourself. You know this about
Don't
him.
gas him, though.
But I'm going to gas him a little bit, and because I have a selfish question for the audience, which is you take a lot of pride in being a great friend.
Yeah.
Like a lot more than normal people. Now back to my question. What do you think that is when people meet somebody, and how do you think about it, and what are the efforts you put into it? Because I think relationships are like truly the foundation of the game, and I think a lot of people are missing it. And I think a lot of people are looking for short-term ROI. They meet somebody that they know got something going on, and rather than building a real friendship, they want them to post them on Instagram and tag them, and that's already kills the friend. Like, I think people are short-sighted. I think you're great at the long game. And more importantly, what happens to you when you recognize one of these people? Because you have a lot of them in your life, but not a lot of them compared to how many people you meet.
Well, let me ask you a question. I'll turn that on to you. I see you do that for strangers. What's the impetus for you to do that? When you see, I see people that you see on your show that they tell you that they're in some kind of peril and they need some kind of help. And I saw that one guy on your show said he needs $15,000 to get this is a stranger. You didn't even know if what he was saying was truthful. You're like, good, you got it. It's yours. What makes you be that person? What's the impetus that makes you want to be that person?
For me, it's intuition. Like, I don't know what else to say. Like, I'm sure maybe in some weird way it's all. Here's my big thing. I always start with yes. I'm always like, yep. Like, I'm so not scared of anybody taking advantage of me. I'm so not scared of being wrong that I always start with yes. I meet somebody and I'm like, yeah, I got you. Or like, let's do it. Like, I'm just not scared of failing. And so I'm optimistic. And I think too many people are insecure and they're scared to get got. So they're just in, like my dad. Listen, you know, I love my dad with all my heart, but he's in the no business. Everything's no. Because he comes from a culture in the Soviet Russia, like fuck, like to him, like getting tricked or somebody like doing wrong by him is like a death. For me, if somebody fucks me, that's their loss. Like it's that, I don't know if it's Bronx Tale or whatever that movie where the guy's like, only $20, you got off easy? That's how I feel. If somebody's stupid enough to not know what the fuck I'm up to, that they're trying to get me on the short, on the quick, they fucking lost. Because if you roll with me in perpetuity, you're gonna fucking win. And so I think it's just self-confidence. But that's a little bit different than when I met you at that wine tasting where I went home, like brushed my teeth, looked at my wife, I'm like, I made a friend today, which is rare. Like I mean it. Like I was, yeah. I know it's like kind of corny, like I wanted to deliver it in a corny way because it doesn't happen often. It happened to us at the Knicks game. We were talking, but like sometimes you just know that this is not. We're gonna check in every 2 months.
Let me ask you another question. So Dave and I are killing this wine.
shit good.
This is badass.
Right?
This is badass.
I like it.
Yo, clip that and run that ad on fucking Instagram.
I like it.
So
Like it's all hip hop fans. Swipe up to order. Dave said it's good.
When we met,
Empathy, that
when we
shit
met, you were
good.
primarily in the wine business. It took you a long time to finally put out your own wine.
Yep.
I know how many offers you got to do this, and it took you a really long time. Why now? And tell me about this. 'Cause I'm
Circumstance.
loving it.
I have two partners
Dave
in
and I
this
are gonna
business.
drink this whole bottle.
I have two partners in this business, John Troutman and Nate Schroeder. They've been with me for a decade. They were interns at Wine Library. They worked at VaynerMedia. The company was getting bigger. They were lieutenants. They mattered. But what they were doing wasn't like, if I pulled them out, the whole company, Vayner, would still run. I saw that as a great thing. This is back to yes versus no. You got some senior people. They're good. Oh shit, if I pull them out, nothing would happen. People get upset about that. They're like, fuck. I'm like, good, let's go on offense. Direct-to-consumer brands have been blowing up the last 3 years. Everybody knows Lola, Gymshark, Fashion Nova, like that whole world. Just felt right. I was like, I trust these two lieutenants. I know how to build the brand. Our influencer marketing game's on point. Our media is on point. The whole VaynerMedia machine is a front to build brands. So, in gut feelings.
Killing it. It's a great product, baby.
I appreciate it.
Very proud of you.
Thank you, brother.
So let me ask the people at this table something.
And actually, real quick for everybody, we're about to go into Q&A. So
Absolutely. So whoever's got a question,
We're about to
let
go.
D-Rock know.
Who's got the
Come
mic?
forward, you
Wait,
can ask him
Tyler's
a
got the mic in the
question.
back? All right.
Three of us are New York guys. Gary, you're a surrogate. We'll let you in. You're a New York guy.
I'm Jersey, baby. What?
Yeah, and you're a big Jets fan. We got a Jets player in the house.
I had Joe Namath on my show today.
I know, I love that.
I was
love
fucking
that. Broadway
hyped.
show. Pretty great.
You want to talk about
Hey, let me ask you a question. What do
Oh,
you
shit.
think growing up in New York? What did that mean to you? What did that play into your artistry, as to who you are as a man? What did being in New York mean to you?
No, with me, it was like I always had family out of town. So I would see being from New York, my influence on them and just how excited they would be about everything. The way I talk, whatever sneakers I had on, whatever clothes. Like, it was like they was living in another planet. I'm like, this is regular shit. Like, this is what this is how we dress, this is how we talk, this is what we eat. Like, so it always let me know, like, New York was it was just a different, I know being from here was different to the world. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, no disrespect to where nobody from, but I knew being from New York, I had kind of an advantage to the world, you know what I'm saying? Because just growing up in New York.
It's true.
Just growing up
I don't
in the
think
city.
people, David, I apologize. I don't think people understand the delta between New York and everybody else.
Right.
I love when Boston and Chicago think they're close.
Right.
They're fucking confused.
New York attitude is different, and just me moving around, you see that, and you start to really appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you go out of town, everybody's so nice. Hey, I like hearing the cab. Fuck you. I like that shit. Like
Adversity.
after you're used to that shit, I like that friction. That tension is high. There's too many motherfuckers
Because
around me.
it's
Like,
easy for you to go
I like that
anywhere
shit.
else, whereas if somebody's coming from somewhere else, it's hard to come
Come
in.
here, exactly.
100%.
New York can eat you up. You don't know where you coming to. Like, but if you from here, I always say if you can make it to New York, you can go to fucking Sudan. You go anywhere and get it. You
Your
feel me?
idol Frank nailed
Real
that
shit.
one.
Yeah,
Nailed it.
your peripherals is just on point. You just see somebody over your shoulder.
You
and
just
grab
show
up.
you used to
Yeah.
shit. Like, man, you be on point.
Is
Like,
this the greatest city in the world? Is there any doubt? Is this the greatest city in the world?
No doubt.
The greatest. Can't duplicate New York.
I fully believe that.
Gary, what does it mean to you?
I think, I was fucking jumping in and cutting everybody. Like, I think I genuinely believe what I'm saying, which is there's massive confusion between the Delta of New York and guys, Los Angeles is over at midnight. People are wrapping up. They're driving on the freeway. Like I don't even want to talk about. Like, listen, I love Chicago. Boston, I think Boston's Connecticut. But Boston doesn't even get my radar.
Damn.
Like
Who from Boston in here? Ain't nobody from Boston in the building?
I
forgive
think what New York has, and here's why I'm saying it. It's actually not coming from trying to razz people. New York has acceptance. New York has acceptance. Go take a camera and just walk up and down New York, watch 800 different fucking looking people, and nobody even reacts. That's called acceptance. New York is the true in a world where I wish we had acceptance everywhere. With China's exploding, right? Beijing and like China's exploding. But like what New York will have is a true acceptance, no matter what you look like, how you roll. Like it's just normal. Look at the fucking people in this room. Like it's normal. All different shit. It's the fucking best. And there's no fucking close second.
If New York was a soda, New York would be Coca-Cola. It would. Anywhere you go, you see that red with the stripes, you just know what it is. If you see somebody walking on the street in LA and they have a New York cap on, you're gonna be like, "Are you from New York?" Because
no, just like that.
It's just that respect that come with it.
Eternity, like, you be seeing motherfuckers out there.
Happy birthday to Big.
You're a real like.
Bro, I'm the boy from New York City.
You are
That's my fucking Instagram
like
handle.
you are you love, but you love New York 1957. Like you love 1973.
You know what? Not necessarily that. I love what it was when I grew up. It bothers
You're
me.
nostalgic.
Yeah, for sure. It bothers me when I walk through like neighborhoods that I knew and I see stores that used to be owned by like, amazing mom and pop.
Yeah,
and now
immigrants.
it's like a Starbucks and stuff.
Sure.
That bothers me. But
I get it.
It's still the greatest city in the world. It's still, to me, the cutting edge of the world. It still defines fashion. It still defines, culture. But yeah, for sure. Do I miss the way it was? We all miss things the way they were. But
Harlem ain't Harlem no more at all. Like,
sure not.
At all.
But listen,
But you know
everything
what's
changed.
But you know what's funny about that? That's what the last generation said too.
Yeah.
When we have
I know,
drinks,
we
we always
always
talk about it. I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, but the people in 1920 during the Roaring 20s thought your 1980s New York was soft as fuck.
Yeah, for sure.
It's true.
You know what's funny? When I talk to my sister about this, my sister always says, she goes, "It sounds like what you miss is the New York we grew up in, when people getting shot in the streets and heroin addicts." And I kind of miss the grittiness of it a little bit. It's the Starbucks and the Chase banks don't do a lot for it. But you know what?
Just FYI, that's still happening. You just don't hear about it.
I guess
it's just not like, it's low.
So, Clue, what does being a New Yorker mean to you?
I mean, I tell everybody all the time, man. New York is like the hustle capital. You know what I mean?
Wearing
It's
your
like,
Giants hat.
It puts that hustle battery in your back and that mentality to go get it that you just can't get other places. That's why you see so many people move to like other states and they end up coming back because it's like, yo, I couldn't make no money out there. Yeah, you can. everything closes at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
All right, let's do Q&A. Who's got a question?
Who's
Raise your
got a
hand.
question? Who's got a question? Got a mic? Got a young lady up front.
I have a question for Gary. It's a business question.
Go.
What would be your
Put up your mic to your mouth.
sorry? What would be your biggest piece of advice for someone that's trying to scale from a multiple six-figure business to a seven-figure business? What is your, differentiator between a multiple six-figure business owner versus a seven-figure?
I think when I hear that question, the first thing I would tell you is to not think about becoming a seven-figure business. I think what got you to 6, ironically, is almost always what gets you to 7. The only difference is you just gotta wait. I mean that. I mean, like, look, now, without looking under the hood of your business, what is it? New product offerings, charging more. Biggest mistake that people make is they don't charge more when they have demand, right? Like, I say it all the time. Not innovating. You did something cool at first, but now everybody's doing it, so now the money's spreading out. You're impatient. It's just theory. Like, I started with this. You're doing 6. You're actually on your way to 7. It's just gonna take a lot of 29 more months, but you want it in 9 months instead of 29. So those are the 3 cliches. Are you charging? Are you not charging enough? Are you not innovating your product and creating a new offering? Or are you just impatient? That's 80% of the answer to your question.
All right.
Questions?
Any other questions? Randy, what you got?
I got a quick question for Gary. Being that you're a big sports fan and you're a big Jets fan or whatever, it's a lot of stuff going on with the New York Knicks right now. You
Yeah.
got a lot of investors and stuff. So if the chance came up that you could purchase the New York Knicks, would you?
Whenever the only 2 teams I would ever buy are the Jets and the Knicks. So the answer is yes. I still have a lot of wealth creation to go. I don't think Dolan's selling. I know that everybody brings it up. It gets brought up, but he's not selling it anytime quick. But yeah, the Knicks would be like, people always ask me like, if the Jets sell before you have enough, and would you buy the Bengals? I'm like, the only thing I would even consider is the Knicks, and if I can't get those 2, then it was just not meant to be.
If Gary gets the Knicks and he lets me pick the players for him, we'll have a championship in 3 years.
And I would definitely get that 10-day contract.
Dave. Oh.
Listen, I'm on the record on this. I think the guard. Let me say something to all the youngsters in here that you don't know, because you just don't. And the late great Burt Sugar said this to me. Burt Sugar, if you ever saw this, was the boxing guy that used to have the cigar, used to have a hat. If you ever see it on Classic Sports, I went to like this weird thing he did in New York. There was like 10 people that showed up, and I was such a nerd about boxing. And I got to talk to him afterwards, and we're talking sports. And he said, "Kid," he goes, "New York is a Knicks town." He goes, I know you think it's Yankees and Giants. I was like, fuck the Giants and all that. But he was like, New York is a Knicks town. When the Knicks are going, this is a Knicks town. And I caught it a little bit in '94. Shit was crazy. The Garden is going to be rocking a year from now. I'm telling you, it's coming.
Speaking about boxing, I have a very interesting story. Being that I went to fight on Saturday.
Woo!
Me too.
I went to fight. So
that was a knockout.
So right before the fight started, I told a story about a Tyson fight I went to. I went to Vegas. I went to the mall, bought me a nice fancy Coogi sweater, some nice sneakers. You know, I bought some $1,500 front row tickets to the fight. Was going to see Tyson.
Dad.
And that's how I learned my lesson.
All fired up.
So I was all fired up. We walked in. I said, yo, let me go to the concession stand and go get a pretzel and soda. Right before the fight started. So the bell rung. I went to go get this pretzel and soda, and I came back with the pretzel and soda in hand. The fight was over.
It was a wrap.
It was a wrap. So this time,
you didn't
at
go.
the fight, I didn't go. You know what I mean? And I caught the knockout right when it happened.
Let me tell you my story. I was there. You seen me? Right. I was there for the knockout and looked down at my phone.
Oh, man.
Like somebody just texted me. Like I'm like, oh. And then everybody went crazy. I'm like, nah, I ain't just missed that.
Oh, man. See, now, if you was there to hear my story, I told the whole row and back of me my story before the fight started. I said, do not go nowhere because the man was going to get a drink. I told him, I said, listen, I made this mistake before. Don't do it. And sure enough, it happened.
Knocked him up.
Question for Dave. You know you close with KD. Is he coming to New York? How you been? Don't do that.
Come on. He loved New York. I'm gonna say that. Kevin loved New York City. So
Kevin's been real smart. He's flirting, but like he's not telling anybody Denver.
I ain't gonna lie. I conversate.
He let it tell. You know what I'm saying?
I conversate with KD all the time. And he's not saying nothing to nobody.
He's not. I talked
to him
I know forever. He ain't telling me.
I got text on my phone that will tell you Le'Veon came to New York because of me. I fucking recruited. I'm fucking texting, DMing KD every fucking minute, and he's not telling anybody. But I'll tell you right now, on the record, I know nothing. He's coming to New York.
Thank you.
He's coming. If you think about,
I already looking for a new spot out here. So
listen. Think about knowing nothing. Think about knowing nothing. It's all upside for him. He's got rings. He joined a team. So if you're just thinking the psyche of a winner like KD, the natural upside is going somewhere where it's your team and winning a ring. You win in fucking New York, it's a wrap.
I think he's trying to recruit. Like I think he on that time right now. Like if he do make the move, you want to bring. You want to bring somebody with him. Like
questions.
This is for Gary. Hi. I have two questions for you. So the first one is, when you had financial failure, like you've done really well thus far and all the things. What was the thing that brought you up? Like that mental mindset.
I don't give a fuck about money. I'm being dead serious with you. I do not care about money. I love the fucking game. Like people buy dumb shit. Like lately, people have been coming at me a little bit. It happened this week, and they're like, "Wait a minute. You keep telling all of us that you didn't make any money, but how'd you have money to invest in Facebook, Uber, and Twitter?" It's like a thing that's popped up this last week, and I'm laughing because I'm replying. I'm like, because I lived in an $1,100 a month apartment that was a piece of shit in Jersey. I went on no vacations. I bought no $4 coffee. I didn't buy any fucking swag clothes, and I fucking saved. I made $41,000 a year the first 3 years of my career, and I saved $9,000 each of those years. You know how many fuckers in here make $70K a year and lose money each year because they got a fucking I didn't have a credit card until I was 27. I had a debit card because I wasn't gonna fucking spend money I didn't have. I don't give a fuck about money. I care about the game. So when I lose money, I don't care because I just don't care about it. Like I don't know what else to tell you. Like what? Like what are you gonna do with it? First of all, none of us talk about money. People don't talk about money in America. Like what? We're walking around showing each other our bank accounts? Like we don't it's super easy for me. I think people value money too much. Because they think it buys them happiness. Like people think that. And I really don't believe it. I really don't. It's so proven. People need to travel. People need to. And by the way, if you can't afford to travel, go watch YouTube. Go look. Like people are confused out here. You don't need stuff. The more you're into stuff, your happiness, that means you care about other people's opinions. The more you're fucked. Outside affirmation is fucking blueprint to fucking disaster.
Any more questions?
Second part, I'm sorry. Yes. I don't have one. I don't want to sell. My exit strategy is dying. Look at it. And it's a great question because we live in a culture now where everybody's building businesses to sell. I'm older. I'm an immigrant. We build businesses to pass on to the next generation.
Hi guys, so this question is basically for everybody, but I'm a huge fan of you, Gary Vee. I've been watching all of your videos. I read both of your books, the one that came out in 2009, Crush It, and Crushing It. As somebody that puts myself into multiple different fields, I did play college basketball. I started multiple businesses in college. I'm a YouTuber, social media influencer. But my question is, I've watched your advice to 20-year-olds like 5 million times. And one part of the video that really stuck out to me was you said that, I forget exactly how you put it, but you said, it's hard to be half pregnant in a whole bunch of different things when you can put your all into one thing. And I know this is from, I know where you're coming from, but it's also very hard when you have a lot of different interests.
It's funny you said that because I just saw D-Rock's face over the last 2 months, and I've said this a lot too. I'm all about doing 37 different things. This is one, and I said it yesterday. I was flying from Qatar last night. I got into this conversation with somebody on Twitter. I said, look, I don't think I'm right about anything. I think I want to share my points of view and let everybody use that as context and do them. All of this, Dave, for everybody here, This is one big game of self-awareness. And if you are so creative that you want to do 9 things, back to what we just talked about, then the reason I was giving Jewel that advice because I knew a little bit about him and I felt like he needed to go all in on something. But for me, I got a fucking sneaker deal, I got a wine brand, I got a family wine business, I got VaynerMedia, I got fucking Pure Wow, I got 1:37 p.m., I got fucking VaynerSpeak. Like, I'm so fucking schizophrenic because like the last 2 times I've hung out with him, literally the last 2 times he's like, you're doing too much shit. Seriously, straight up, from a good place. He's like, I think you're doing too much shit. And I keep looking at him like, I don't give a fuck. I was like, it makes me happy. I might just start a flower business tomorrow for the fuck of it. It's gotta be the process. You can't go out of business. You gotta pay your bills. But back to the last thing I said, if you make your bills low, people make their bills too high. Then they do shit they don't want to be doing because they gotta maintain their bills, right? You know how many people have too many rooms in their home? Almost everyone.
I think Gary's a little bit different than everybody else because his passion to win is like, he'll go to bed at 2 a.m. and be up at 5:30 a.m. in the gym working and then straight to work all day. He doesn't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Like, his will to win is different. People, I always say, like, you know what I mean? Like, they try to do mad different things at one time. You need to concentrate on one thing and master that one thing, and then you can branch off and do a bunch of other things. He has VaynerMedia. He has that on lock.
100% right. It's 80%. And then if like 20% can go to 0, because his point, my 80 on Vayner actually is 110.
But here's the thing. You gotta remember something. Everyone's different, and everyone's formula for success and happiness is different. So he's telling the truth. We literally sat at dinner, and I thought about what I was going to say to him for a week, because I love him. That's my brother. And I was going to say, listen, I think you're doing too much, and I think that you're not giving yourself enough, meaning like enough free time and everything. And he said the most important thing to me. And he goes, if I do what you're telling me to do, I won't be happy. I'm happy doing what I'm doing. And the truth is, we all have our own formula, right? We all have our own path for what makes us happy. Everyone's different. Gary is happy working 160 hours a week. It may not be what I want. It may not be what Clue wants. It may or may not be what Dave wants. We all have
People
our
hit
own
me up
path.
and like, Gary V, I want to work 35 hours a week and I make 40,000. I'm like, mazel tov. Like, that's amazing. If that makes like I couldn't agree with that more. And by the way, and if I change my mind tomorrow, then that's what I'll do. If I want to retire and golf, who are you living for? Like, there is no proper blueprint. But what people struggle with is being patient. The patience thing, this is why I push it so much. People are so hungry to prove that they're successful to somebody else that it puts an extra level of stress. Like, lately I've been saying, look, I was 26 years old, 27 years old, ringing up my friends coming to my family liquor store in their nice fancy car because they went to do finance, and I was the cashier to my high school friends buying champagne. I know what they were thinking. What? What do you think they were thinking? They're coming in their new BMW at 27, coming to my store, buying a case of Veuve Clicquot, and I'm ringing them up and carrying the case of champagne to their car. What the fuck do you think what they were thinking? I know what they were thinking, but I was thinking something else. I was thinking that you're judging me in the second quarter. I know the foundation I'm building. It's VaynerMedia. VaynerMedia is big, but I know it's not what I'm actually doing.
You know, very interesting thing about Gary. I knew Gary very early in his journey. He and I are friends 15 years, and I knew him when he was primarily a wine salesman, working with his dad.
Primarily was the only thing I did.
Absolutely. And the truth is, as funny as it sounds, you won't believe this. He had less time to spend with me back then. True story. I would write him like, when are we gonna hang out? He goes, bro, I'm so busy. We're gonna hang out like 3 or 4 months. By the way, let's not pretend he has so much time now. But back then, it was like insanity, which is so hard to believe. But because the grind back then was so different than now. Now, you know, we see each other 7-8 times a year, something like that.
More.
Yeah.
Like, I've really leaned into our friendship.
Yeah,
And
for
I mean,
sure.
No,
For
really.
sure.
I mean,
But Clue, it's real. 12, 14 years ago, no joke. I would write him and he'd go, bro, I'm going to try in September. I'm insane. And that's real.
It was like March.
And you know what? And he had no money back then. And that's real. And that's actually a really interesting point, right?
You know what? Go ahead.
I think with this generation, the biggest thing is like, I feel like everyone's looking for a short shortcut.
Everybody
Everybody's
social media
looking for
did that
shortcut.
though. I feel like social media did that because you could be laying in your bed, you feel me, and see what everybody's doing. Like that before, like even with the rap shit. Think about it, Clue. You didn't know what a rapper was doing, what he had on, like unless you was reading the source or seeing him on TV. You know,
MTV Cribs.
Yeah, like now I don't have to see you ever, but I know everything you're doing. You know what I'm saying? So that kind of cuts the hunger because it's like now I'm trying to impress the gram or the Twitter.
My
Like,
take on it is the economy's been too good for too long. People are soft. My take on it is that people, to your point, when they see that, but the reality is that the reality is a lot of people grew up more cushy than they think. I love when, you know, obviously with the hip hop stuff, like people are like, I grew up tough. I'm like, you kind of didn't. Like people's definition of growing up tough now compared to people growing up tough in the 70s is real different. And I think the reality is that I think this becomes, people are impatient because they care about other people's opinion. It's real simple. You actually care what other people think about you. And thus you want to get there faster to flex on them.
But let me ask you a question since you mentioned social media. See, I remember when Clue was in a different place in his life. And I remember when he was breaking Fabulous, right? And I remember when he was an artist, and I remember the professional and the whole bit, and he had this artist named Fabulous. And this is actually where he and I became very close friends. I was doing a birthday party for a friend of mine who was going to remain nameless. And he said,
Just say it.
No. So,
Derek Jeter, okay.
Okay. So he said, and I asked him if he would spin. And he goes, okay, I'll do it, but I need you to put my artist on and let him perform. At the time, he only had like 2 lines on this song for Lil Mo. He wasn't what he is now. So we did. And Clue was hustling so hard to break Fabulous. And we all know where Fabulous is now. And by the way, Fabulous is a tremendously talented guy. Trust me, Clue was the engine in that vehicle. Believe me when I tell you, I was there and I saw it. But the question is that back then it was a whole different mechanism to break an artist. It was you sign with a label, and the label does so much of the work. These days, Gary's going to tell you, whether you believe it or not, that that's an archaic vehicle. That now an artist can do it themselves. You can get on social media, you can do the work yourself. So, what do you say about that?
I feel like that's the shortcut shit that Clue was talking about. You know what I mean? I feel like you don't have to really put no real groundwork in no more. Like it's no real street teams. Like I can remember seeing street teams, like people coming all through the city,
posters on the lampposts,
fucking towels, whatever. Like I remember seeing that. Now it's a gram post. All that equates into an Instagram post now. Like, and I'm not knocking the gram. I'm on the gram. I love it. You know what I mean? But
I live for your gram.
Yeah, my gram is lit. Follow me.
If you care about a father-daughter relationship, if you fuck with father-daughter relationships, I'm not joking. I literally think your gram with you and your daughter is some real inspirational shit. You agree, right?
Definitely.
He's a character. Dave East at Dave East.
It's incredible.
Follow me.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. My thing with that is I love that that's the world we live in. Do you know how many artists couldn't get through the system because the 30 people that controlled shit at the label and at MTV said no? Seriously.
I feel like it's dope. Not to cut you off, but it water it down.
But the market gets to decide.
You know what I mean?
We don't get to sit here at this table and say it's watering down. The people speak.
People do, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Put the power back in the artist's hand.
The artist has more power than ever. The audience has more power than ever. People may think it's corny, but if it has an audience, it has an audience. Like, you can't be mad at the audience. I'm never mad at the audience. Like, do you know how many people shit on the Kardashians in first? I used to go to LA and I was telling them about the new world with my agents at CAA, and the 2 things that they made fun of 8 years ago were Netflix and the Kardashians. That's the fucking framework now.
People always wonder why MTV stopped playing videos out of nowhere. You know what I mean? They wonder that. Now, I'm gonna give you a perfect example. Everyone has music they love. They play it on their phones. No one in this room probably has purchased a song within the last 2 years. Now, Jacquees dropped a remix to the LMA song, and it was online, and everyone loved it, and then it disappeared. And no one could find it. Everyone was scrambling to try to find a copy of it. Now, what happens is Spotify and Apple Music and what happens is the record labels decide to pull all the music and don't let no one stream no more. It's going to be a real serious problem.
No, it's not. The artists are going to go direct to consumer on the internet. They better be real careful out here.
Clue, same way I always say, if you wake up and Instagram has died, what are you like? A lot of people. What's the B plan if the gram no longer? So I feel like the people before that.
Because I've been saying it for years.
Do people do that?
Do you really want that to happen?
What do you do then? Though, like,
listen, you know this about me. I won Twitter in 2007, 8, 9. I know how to do this. We can. Let's all scratch to zero and start again. Let's go.
There's a lot of careers been created solely on Instagram, like.
No question.
Like total careers though, like on IG.
There's several in this room.
They need to be.
As it should
Instagram need to be getting a percentage off of certain shit, like you know what I'm saying?
As it should be, because no different than a newspaper, no different than a radio station. I'd much rather a platform that has no human. I love when people are like the algorithms or Zuckerberg. It's a platform. It's a platform. Who do you want to control? You want Dick Clark to control shit? You want guys? MTV. Let's get it real straight on race issues in America. For all the youngsters listening, MTV refused to play Michael Jackson until CBS called and threatened to pull all their rock bands in 1983. MTV wasn't playing Michael fucking Jackson. You want that world? Get the fuck out of here. I want a world where the platforms, anybody, transgender, alien, nobody has say except the artist and the fucking audience. And if they're doing shit that you think is corny, that's fine. By the way, that's awesome too. Have your opinion. But the audience gets to speak. They didn't play Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson was at Jackson 5 for 20 years at that point. Michael Jackson was very acceptable for white America, and they still didn't fucking play him. That's the world we want to go back to? I want to go into a world where the platforms rule, and I see my friend Mark here, when it gets into blockchain, which is the evolution of all this, you can't, like, this. Let the audience speak. I know that we all want to have opinions. I never think I'm right. I just follow the audience. The audience. The audience is right. What, your opinion about Pearl Jam is right? Like, your opinion about this fashion brand is right? The audience speaks. Every day, the audience speaks. Let it speak. You can throw judgment, shade, your opinion. That's amazing, as one should. But the audience speaks. And that's what's great about all this.
I think what everyone needs to think about is, since we talk about Instagram, Instagram is a quote-unquote free platform.
Free.
A free platform that's worth billions. So use your mind and think about that. How could they give you something for free to use every day and it still be worth billions? How are they making it? Think about how they making their money.
They run ads, right?
They run ads. They sell analytics. They do a bunch of different things that make them being able to get in contact with you and all those millions and millions of people is worth money.
It's a great trade.
Yeah, it's worth
What are you
money.
gonna do? By the way, what do you do? You want to delete your Instagram account? Delete it. Guys, Instagram is MySpace. Like, we've been living this. It was called fucking MySpace when you were in fucking grammar school.
Top 8 and all that. I had a good
Yeah, if
top
you want
8.
to, remember when somebody dropped you from their top 8? How salty you got?
Be tight.
You got
What you
salty.
think top 8 for, man?
Salty.
Got problems in school.
Gary,
next
what's
week.
the next MySpace?
No idea. The thing that I've been great at, and you know this, I'll never forget the party at Southern Hospitality. Hope and Beyonce are in there. Timberlake, like, it's fucking crazy in there. And I look at Eitan, I go, I'm gonna bring the most important, richest person. Straight up. This is like literally what I said, right? You should have seen who was there. Beyonce, Jay-Z, like everybody. And I bring in Travis, the founder of Uber, and I will never forget that party more than anything because I at that point knew that Uber was gonna win, but the world didn't. And I'll never forget that combo. So, but at that point, don't forget, I passed on Uber as an angel investor. I still did okay. But
Oh wait, so did Mark Cuban.
Yeah,
so
lots
did
of people.
Damon John.
A lot of
So did a
people.
lot of other smart people.
But
so did Eitan.
but-
God damn it.
But what
wouldn't be selling pizza.
what I've done really well is I don't know what's next. I know when it's happened. Like, for example, for Dave, and this is not a joke, and Dave's got to make his own decisions. But when I look at TikTok, I want to win kids when they're 6 to 13, when they're 5 to 11. The sooner you can get in, the better. So, you know, whether it's TikTok or whether it's something else, right? But right now, what I'm very interested in is it's been a minute. It's been a while since Snapchat came out. It's been a while.
I was just about to ask you about that. Do you think that Snapchat has made any mistakes?
A ton of mistakes.
And if so, what do you think they were?
I think they were audacious when Instagram was copying. They were passive. They thought they were too cool. And I thought they didn't move aggressively enough to innovate when they were being attacked. And I think most people are lazy and would rather have one app than two. And that's where they got caught. Like, everybody here, I'm looking at the faces and the head nods, everybody was pot committed to both at the time.
Right.
And as soon as stories came, as soon as filters came, everyone's like, oh, I don't need both. And what Snap made a huge mistake on, my big take is that people are insecure. So at that point, if you remember it, and I know a lot of you are going to think right now, when Instagram started copying Snap, more people had more followers on Instagram than they had views on Snap. If it was the other way around, they would have stayed. But because they had more people following them on Instagram than they had views on Snap, their insecurity of numbers were like, okay, fuck that. Now I can do this over here. My stories get more views on Instagram than they do on Snap. And that was a fucking wrap.
I ain't been on Snapchat since Instagram made the story.
Yeah,
You and a lot of other
And that
people.
used to be my shit. I like the Snap shit disappear after you said it. I like that. Instagram made them stories. I ain't been back. I don't even remember my Snapchat password. I ain't been on that shit.
Got a question over there, Bro.
Got a question?
Oh, we got a mic. Let's get a mic.
Hi, so I got two questions. And you briefly spoke about it. What are your I have one for you and Davies. So what are your quick thoughts on the blockchain and cryptocurrency? Just quick thoughts.
On blockchain?
Blockchain and crypto.
Blockchain is the internet. Crypto is like a browser. I don't know who's going to be, navigate. I don't know who's going to be the search engine, but the blockchain infrastructure is incredible to me. I think too many people are chasing a lot of different cryptocurrencies. And so for me, it reminds me a lot of internet. And listen, blockchain and internet are different, but like what this feels a lot like to me was the mid 90s where you knew the internet was going to win, but a lot of you were young. There was 1,000 search engines. Dogpile, Lycos, Ask Jeeves. Yeah, remember Ask? So what I don't know is Bitcoin or something else. I'm far more, I don't like talking about things I don't know. I'm a complete buyer of the blockchain technology. Intuitively, less confident, but intuitively, I do believe that there will be cryptocurrencies that matter. Which ones, I don't know. And I think if you study the history of the internet between browsers and search engines, there were thousands. Actually, some of the things, this you guys may remember, social networks. When MySpace popped, it wasn't just Facebook. There was Tag World, there was like Small World, there was High Five, there was Orchid, there was Plurk, there was fucking Pounce, which was similar to Twitter. There was all sorts of shit.
Black Panic.
Yeah. And so
Creep.
So
Creep live.
So that's how I see it. Dave?
Cool. All right, so Davies, so you're obviously more of an established artist. So just rewind, go back like 10 years. Imagine there was a platform that allows you to connect directly with the consumer, like the fans. And this platform, you get to offer a piece of your music, like 5-10%, and in return, like it's basically like the stock market for music, right? So
On the overall artist's return or on individual projects?
So it's an app that obviously it's like a social media. You get to connect with, you offer your like 5% of one of your songs, and in return you want to raise 20 grand, 30 grand, right?
I get it.
How valuable would that be? Like back then?
How valuable?
Yeah, because
like then it would have been like super innovative. Like it would have been brand new. Because nobody, I don't even feel like people doing that now. You know what I mean? Like so beyond like certain like shit SoundCloud, shit like that, but nobody do that where you could directly get it and you don't have to pay for it. You know what I'm saying? But as free as SoundCloud is, whoever own that shit is paid. You get what I'm saying? Like, and you can release free music on that shit left and right all day long. The consumer can get it free. All that.
I don't think if you gave the average artist, and this is even some of the artists that are on right now, if you give the average artist 30 grand and told them to go promote their record, they wouldn't know what to do with the money.
They ain't gonna know what to do.
Forget about that for a minute. When you're an unknown artist, the ability, what people don't understand about Kickstarter is 99.9% of Kickstarters don't work. When you're an artist that nobody gives a fuck about or knows, saying I'm gonna give you 10% of my back end for 20K, nobody's giving you money. The second you got an audience on SoundCloud and Instagram, you don't want to do that deal because you want the upfront check from the label. Got it? It might be. Listen, I take the check from the book. Like I can self-publish my books, but in that world, I decide to take the upfront check and share with them. To me, it's a very interesting conversation. The platforms like you're describing, the reason they fail, if they fail, because they don't always fail, but if they fail, is you don't get the timing right. Like if I decide right now, like, yo, like the audience, I'm not big enough yet to command the dollars. Kickstarter's amazing, but then people go and do a Kickstarter and nobody gives them any money. It's great in theory.
But I feel like like he just was saying, the people got platforms. If you take me back 10 years ago, nobody in this room know me. So it couldn't work. You feel me? Now if I do it, it's like I have people that are
the two guard from Richmond.
You have no, yeah, like who the fuck is that? Like, nobody. I feel like you have to create a platform before anything can happen. That's why, like he was saying, your attitude to change. Instead of waiting to work to see what that do, you want that upfront bread because you know who you are at that point.
All right, Ace, what's your question?
All right, Eitan. So it's amazing watching you and Gary just enjoying this moment and just sharing nuggets to everyone here. I've been following Gary for the last 10 years and yourself, Eitan.
Thanks, buddy.
And I've seen the expansion. And Gary just said something that was so key, which is I love this process, right? So for someone like myself, I'm always wondering, you have a million things going on. What's your success in terms of something that you can give to everyone here in terms of how you manage your time? Because it's only 24 hours in a time and you have so many businesses, Gary. What's like your, what do you attribute your success to?
I exactly know where I want to go. There's a friend I have named Tom Bellew, and I had him on my podcast, and he broke it down for me. He said, Gary, he loves superheroes. He goes, your superpower is you don't judge yourself. That's actually my answer. The reason I can manage everything is I don't judge myself. Like when I'm here, and like I looked at my phone, and there was like two like issues. Like when I'm here, fucking around, trying to make some content, give love to fans, see my boys, do my thing. When I look and I missed a text from a huge client, and tomorrow that client's frustrated, and that client decides to fire Vayner, and I lose $400,000 in revenue, I don't judge myself. People beat themselves up. They're like, fuck, I shouldn't have done the pizza thing. I should have checked the phone. I should have had, Tyler pay attention. Like, people beat themselves up. People beat themselves up. And a lot of times, I'm trying to find the right balance of like, I love the whole thing. I love saying, hold yourself accountable. Everything's my fault. But then I have friends around me like Mark who are like, hey, some of us, when we hear that, and I'm like, right. Because I hold myself accountable, but I equally, on the polar side, I don't beat myself up. And if you don't have one or the other, you're in trouble. If you don't beat yourself up, that's amazing. But then if you don't hold yourself accountable, you become audacious and you become delusional. If you hold yourself accountable, but you beat yourself up, then everything feels extra. So it's in the counterbalance. And I think when I'm at my weakest, I'm only talking about one or the other. And what I'm trying to evolve into is make sure I'm creating clarity. My strength is not overjudging myself, but also knowing that I have to be accountable. Like that was my fault that I missed that. But at the same token, it's a loss in the micro. But in the macro, I love my process and I'm growing.
That's great. And I have one last question for Eitan.
Okay.
You've been my mentor in terms of being a restaurateur, and now you're doing Empathy Wines and this whole pizza shop. How do you continue to recreate concepts? You just took over White Horse Tavern, and it's just amazing how just being in the restaurant business is not easy. How do you actually have the vision to kind of take over concepts that are struggling and then really revamp it and create something that's a niche?
Well, Ace, honestly, and by the way, the guy who's asking the question is a wonderful guy. He's also in the business. He owns a restaurant right next to mine. Buddy, it just comes down to passion. It comes down to I enjoy the business. I love what I do. I find concepts that I enjoy. I manifest them in my mind, in my heart, in my soul. I won't tell you everything works. Some do, thank God. The new project is White Horse Tavern. It's a second oldest place in New York, so I'm so excited about that. And yeah, it's like what we're all talking about here. It's a passion project. So often in life we think what we're doing is about money, and it's not about money. It's about passion. It's about what makes us happy. It's about what brings enthusiasm into our lives. So what we do for a living, we're both in the same business. It has so many hard moments, but we must love it because otherwise we wouldn't do it.
And Ace, you're also banking, like you do a lot of stuff. I'm telling you, it's the judgment. Like when people start realizing your L is your L, not anybody else's, it gets real good. You maybe have heard this. I bring up that scene from fucking Rocky IV when Drago loses and Russia's all fucking pissed and he grabs the mic and he's like, fuck you, Russia. I was in the ring. This is my loss. You deal with your America versus Russia shit, but I was in here for me. And I don't know why, maybe because I was born there, but like to this day, That's how I think about it. If Empathy Wines goes out of business because Aton was right that I was too stretched, I can't hear the judgment. That's my L. That's for me. And when you actually go there, it gets a lot easier because so much of us, I'm telling you, outside affirmation, it's so difficult. When you can get insular, I navigate everything so easy because if I lose, I make fun of myself to myself. We have a conversation and we move on and you just go inside. Like, don't judge yourself. You're trying. To me, if you're trying, like it's a very third grade shit, but when you're having that, like I am never gonna be disappointed because I'm fucking leaving it on the field. I'm bleeding out here. For real, I'm trying. And I'm trying to do good. Like, I feel good about it. And if it's an L, it's an L. We all have that.
So guys, I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. Most importantly, please, round of applause for Dave East for coming out and joining us. Dave, July on that album?
Yeah, man, survival.
Please follow Dave East. We're Made in New York Pizza. DJ Clue, Gary V, I'm the boy from New York City. We'll see you next month. Thanks for coming out.
Hey podcast, it's me, Gary. Thank you so much for listening to the podcast. I've been blown away by the explosion of the podcast this year. And speaking about this year, this is the year that my Empathy Wine comes out. EmpathyWines.com is the website. EmpathyWines with an S.com is the website. If you've enjoyed
Sourdough is one of those things that takes a really long time to make and to master. I've never really had the time or the patience to focus on bread baking, but now since a lot of us are stuck at home, could be the good time to start learning how to bake these breads. So this video will go over everything from making your own starter to eventually feeding the people you love with your freshly baked sourdough. I'm going to show you how to do two different starters. The first one is a 1-to-1 ratio, very simple, that I got from a book here in Australia. The second one is from a chef that I really, I can't even talk anymore, really admire. His name is Joshua Wiseman. He's on YouTube. I'll put a link in the description box below so you guys can check out his content, which is a slightly more complicated starter. Then I'm going to show you how to use that 1-to-1 starter in a very simple no-knead bread recipe. And then for the Joshua Wiseman starter, I'm going to use the Joshua Wiseman method of making sourdough. In no way am I a professional, and in no way these are going to be absolutely perfect. I just want you to watch my attempt, and then I'm going to continuously, even after this video, try again to make it even better. So enjoy. So any good sourdough starts with, well, a starter. To put it simply, it's water and natural flour that's left to ferment. All dough for bread needs to rise. It's basically wild yeast and live bacteria, which will make your dough rise and give you that classic sour flavor. This is why most people will talk about their sourdough starter as if it's alive, because it is. Every teaspoon has about 50 million yeast and 5 billion lactobacilli, I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, bacteria. Which is why we also talk about feeding the starter by adding new flour and water to the fermentation. Lots of bakeries will have starters that are a couple of years old. Some people have starters that are over a century old. The next thing of note, if you've never made any kind of dough, it's understanding that not all flours are created equal. Just like how different salt has varying attributes of saltiness. Flours are made from different types of main ingredients, from wheat to kamut, and those will have different levels of gluten, flavor, protein content, and will absorb water differently. Which is why you'll find different recipes of doughs online with different hydration percentages. The first starter recipe is from the Tivoli Road Baker book, and it's pretty straightforward. Take a jar that can take in about 330 ml, mix 1 tablespoon of water at 26 centigrade and 1 tablespoon of organic unbleached whole wheat flour. Make sure it's completely mixed and then leave it for 24 hours in an area that keeps a temperature of about 26 degrees. If it's warmer where you are, you might have a faster turnaround period and you'll need to feed it more frequently. The next day, do the same thing. 1 tablespoon of flour, and 1 tablespoon of water at 26 degrees. You'll keep doing this until day 6. Every day you'll notice rises and falls in your starter. Ideally, you can feed your starter every time it starts falling again, usually around the 12-hour mark. At this point, your starter should smell slightly alcoholic, maybe a little fruity, and a whole lot of sour. By the end of the 6th day, it'll be ready to use. Now from the build phase of the starter, we move on to maintenance. If you want to keep your starter alive further and forever, all you have to do is keep only 1 tablespoon of your mature starter, throw away or use everything else that's in the jar, and then feed it every 12 to 24 hours with 1 tablespoon of new flour and 1 tablespoon of water at 26 degrees. You're going to do this forever. For the Joshua Weissman starter, it's a little bit more complicated and he goes into a lot of detail on his channel, but I'll put the link in the description box below. But here is the summary. So you're gonna take a jar, you're gonna weigh it without their lids to make sure you know exactly how many grams are going in each time. This process will have you feeding the starter every 24 hours and discarding most of your mature starter each time. So I'm gonna explain day 1 to make it easier for everyone. So basically in your jar, you're gonna add 100 grams of ground rye flour, 150 grams of lukewarm water at 29 degrees Celsius. You're gonna mix everything and make sure that flour is really hydrated. You keep this in a jar for 24 hours in a location that's about 26 degrees Celsius, covered but not completely airtight. I just placed the lid on top and screwed it maybe just 1 or 2 times. On the 2nd day, you'll only be keeping 70 grams of that mature starter and throwing out the rest. To this, you're gonna be adding 50 grams of rye flour and 50 grams of unbleached all-purpose flour and 115 grams of lukewarm water at 29 degrees Celsius. And then until day 7, we go on and on and on. To make this video slightly shorter, I'm just gonna put the text so that you more or less get the gist of what we're trying to do. So every day from day 3 to day 4 to day 5 to day 6, you'll see that the quantities of flour that you're adding in water and the amount of mature starter that you're keeping each time will vary slightly. On day 7, we can already start the maintenance feeding, the thing you'll be doing, again, forever, if you feel like you need an active starter for the rest of your life, like we all do. Every 12 hours would be best for the feeding, every 24 hours is still possible. So for this, you're only gonna be keeping 25 grams of mature starter, adding 50 grams of stone ground rye flour, 50 grams of unbleached all-purpose flour, and 100 grams of water at 29 degrees Celsius. So basically at the end of every cycle, you're either using or throwing away 200 grams of mature starter and keeping 25 grams only for maintenance as you go on. Okay. Now that we have our starters, let's work on the bread. Finally, it took us forever to get here. I decided to use the 1-to-1 ratio starter, I'm calling it that from now on, in the simplest recipe for sourdough I could find on the internet. Here are the ingredients you'll need. 50 grams of your starter, 350 grams of water, 380 grams of unbleached wheat flour, 95 grams of rye flour, and 11 grams of salt. The first thing that we're gonna do is just mix everything with your fingers. Make sure that all the flour is hydrated. It'll be hella sticky, so don't worry too much about it. Cover that with a damp cloth and then let that sit in the cupboard where the temperature is about 23 degrees Celsius for 12 hours. If it's a warmer environment, the dough might actually be ready earlier. So you're just looking for the dough to double in size before you can actually use it. The next day, you'll need to place the dough on an unfloured surface. Fold the 4 sides over themselves and then flip carefully. This is when you're gonna use a simple shaping technique. Basically, what you're trying to do with the dough scraper is from the bottom side, pull and spin the dough onto the top side, then pull it back towards yourself, basically forcing the scraper under the ball, creating this tight little boule as you go. Once shaped, let it rest for 30 minutes. Now all you gotta do is prep your banneton. For the final shape, you're gonna do exactly what we just did before the resting period. All you gotta do is flip over the ball, fold the sides over again, then flip it again gently without letting any of the air out that's inside, and then just create another nice tight little boule using that same shaping technique that we used a while ago. You're gonna place this in a floured or lined banneton and in the fridge in a plastic bag for 1 hour. While that's happening, take your cast iron and put it in the oven at full whack. My oven here only goes up to 250 degrees Celsius, but ideally you could go up to 500 Fahrenheit or 260 degrees Celsius. You're gonna leave that in there for 1 hour until it's completely scorching hot. When ready to bake, all you gotta do is flip the dough over on some baking paper, score it with a really sharp knife, and then place it in the Dutch oven without burning yourself. Trust me, it's harder than it looks because I burned myself a couple times. That'll be baked covered for 20 minutes at 250 degrees Celsius. After 20 minutes, remove the lid, bring the heat down to 230 degrees, and bake for 20 to 30 minutes more, depending on the color that you're looking for. Take it out, let it cool to room temperature, and enjoy. Okay, so I'm gonna try it now. It definitely isn't as airy as I expected it to be. There are some holes in there. It just didn't rise. Could be because we were using like a very simple technique to make our starter. Could also be because there was no kneading involved or anything like that. So it just didn't give it enough time or I guess texture to kind of puff up the way we wanted it to. I'm still gonna taste it just so we can see at least if it's good or not. So here is the piece. It feels chewier, something like you'd find in like a commercial supermarket or something. Flavor-wise though, it's not bad, but I think we can improve this. For the Joshua Weissman method, strap yourself in, ladies and gentlemen. You've got 36 hours of baking in front of you. You're gonna start by making a levain in a jar. So I started around 8 a.m. 35 grams of starter, 35 grams of all-purpose flour. Again, we're using unbleached all-purpose flour. 35 grams of whole wheat flour. I'm using organic flour here. And 70 grams of 26 degrees Celsius water. So mix everything together, place a lid on it, and let ferment for 6 hours at 25 degrees Celsius. Get as close as possible as you can to these figures. Now at 11:30, we're going to make the autolyse. So mix together in a large bowl 804 grams of bread flour, 75 grams of whole wheat flour, and 660 grams of 30 degrees Celsius water. Mix everything until it's hydrated, should take you maybe 1 or 2 minutes, and then leave it to rest until your levain is done. At 2 p.m., mix the levain into the autolyse. Right next to you, make sure you keep 80 grams of water at room temperature that you're gonna use to dip your hands into when things get really sticky and to help you mix better. Use it in small quantities. Now try to incorporate that whole dough together. It should take you about 3 minutes. Then put that whole thing on an unfloured surface and then pick it up and slap it and fold it over itself. I had a really hard time doing this. It was extremely sticky, but as you go through it, eventually it gets slightly easier to handle, but mine was still very sticky. You're just basically looking to get it nice and smooth. When it becomes slightly easier to handle, place it back in a bowl, cover and let rest for 25 minutes. After resting, sprinkle 18 grams of fine sea salt on top and the rest of the 80 grams of water that you had sitting there. Mix it in again and then slap and fold for 3 more minutes. Cover and let bulk ferment for about 4.5 hours. I actually did this for about 5.5 hours. You would think that this is downtime and you're done, but my friend, you are not. During these 5 or so hours, after 15 minutes of resting, you are going to do a series of folds. Basically picking the dough up in the bowl from the sides and stretching it as far as you can go without breaking it and folding it onto itself from all sides of the dough. Now, a dough is not square, it's round. I don't know how many sides your dough will have, but I did maybe 4 to 5 to 6 6 times, depending on when I was doing it. That is one stretch and fold. And then you cover it, rest it, and then you're gonna repeat that same movement about 6 times. So basically, rest 15 minutes, first stretch and fold. Rest 15 minutes, second stretch and fold. Rest 15 minutes, third stretch and fold. Rest 30 minutes, fourth stretch and fold. Rest 30 minutes, fifth stretch and fold. Rest 30 minutes, sixth stretch and fold, and then leave it rest until you've completed the 5 or so hours that you set out to bulk ferment in the first place. That makes sense? It made sense to me. At 8:30 p.m., yes, we've been working on this for 12 hours now. Take the dough out, split it in two, shape it into boules, and let rest for 20 minutes uncovered on your counter. Now to shape it, this was also quite interesting. Flour the top of the boule lightly, flip it over, and then stretch the bottom to about the halfway mark, then the left side to about 3/4 to the right, then the right side all the way to the left side, then stretch the top part to the center, then take the top, middle, and bottom sides and crisscross them. Then you roll the shape from the bottom to the top, forming another type boule. You can shape it a little bit more by using your dough scraper by pulling the sides back under the boule, basically giving you something nice and tight. Next, you're gonna dust your banneton with rice flour, place the dough in, make sure the smooth side is facing down, and that goes into a tight plastic bag. The first one I had was too small, so it didn't really work out. So I did it again with a larger shopping bag and then tied it on the end so no air can go inside. That stays in the fridge for about 14 hours. Okay, next day, 10:30 in the morning. We're gonna place our Dutch oven in the oven at 250 degrees Celsius, or as high as you can get it, and do the exact same thing as before. Flip the boule, smooth side up, onto some baking parchment. That goes into your Dutch oven, that gets covered and bakes for about 20 minutes with the top on. And then 230 degrees Celsius for 20 to 30 minutes with the top off until you've reached the desired color.
The crust is so good. It's very crunchy. The bread, room for improvement.
What?
Yeah.
Why? I thought it was really good.
It's good, but it's still very damp and moisty.
You like it fluffier,
Fluffier,
drier.
yeah. Not too dry, but I still like to have that moist and that doughy feel, but just not this much. But it's still good. I'll still eat it. Maybe it could have a little bit more rice in it. Usually there's like the big holes in there. Eh wala, konti lang. It's so dense.
No, are you? There's a lot of holes.
No, there's a lot of holes. They're just not big ones. So that's the only thing it lacks. But other than that, the taste is really good. The crust, the texture is amazing. Just a little bit of improvement for the actual bread inside. But it's still extra delicious, especially with butter and jam. Good job, love.
Moral of the story, I'm never making bread again. As you saw, there is always room for improvement. I was really happy with both the flavor. The texture for me was not bad. I had holes, but I think it could get even more airy, and that's maybe more time in the bulk fermentation, maybe being slightly more careful in terms of the hydration and the types of flours that are used. Sourdough is a learning process. The more you make it, the more you gain experience with it, the more in tune you are with your ingredients, the more you'll find out something that works for you. It's very complicated and it takes years to master. So I was happy with my first and second attempt. And yeah, so if you guys want to see more of these kinds of videos, let me know. You know, if you have time, if there's something that you've always wanted to try but you never really had the time to, let us know in the comments below. I'll read through it and then see if I can actually make them here. Again, I'm not showing you perfect recipes, I'm just showing you my attempts and my journey with these recipes. So I hope you guys enjoy that, and I'll see you guys next time.
And weather's a little warmer, a little bit, and yeah, it's I like it here. But I lived in Toronto for a long time, and Toronto's such a big city, and there's so much going on that, you know, no matter how, like, I lived in the Toronto area my whole life, and I lived downtown for a long time, and I just found it really interesting that you can live somewhere and be somewhere and still, like, have so many places in one city that you don't know about, like areas of the city that you never go in and you don't know, or someone can be like, oh, you're from Toronto, like what, you know, what, like, cross streets do you live on? And they tell you and you're like, oh, and you're not even sure. Like, it's just weird sometimes when you can be from a place and love it so much but not, you know, kind of know all the ins and outs no matter what, because it's a massive place, and sometimes you can feel a bit lost in your own city. And especially with what we do, and we're never home. We're always, you know, we're always on tour, and, you know.
Free podcast, and it's brought you any value whatsoever, it would mean so much to me that at least you could go there and sign up for a 3-bottle subscription. Or if you're really into wine and you drink 36 bottles of wine a year, I highly recommend that you sign up for Club Empathy, which gives you a case of the rosé, the white, and the red. And by the way, I hear it all the time. Well, what if I don't drink red? Or what if I only like rosé? You can give away the bottles, because what comes along with a Club Empathy subscription is the fact that for $720, which is what gets you the 3 cases of wine, you also get an SMS sommelier, which means that there's a text number that you can text anytime, a cell number that you can text anytime if you're going to Napa and want us to set up the trip for you, if you need a bottle of wine for your boss, like literally a white glove butler service of all your wine needs if you sign up for Club Empathy. EmpathyWines.com. Buy it or I'll die.
This is the Gary V audio experience.
What's up, podcast? Happy Saturday. This episode is an interview Gary did with Neil Hughes. They talk about quitting, giving, and adversity. Enjoy, and as always, let us know what you thought on Twitter. Up next, Gary.
So welcome to the show, Gary. You often talk about how everyone judges people by their current success. And there's a great photo online of Ed Sheeran online busking and nobody paid him any attention at all. Now, we might have a few people listening that just know Gary Vee is the guy that has over 10 million online followers and wants to buy the jets, thinking, I wonder what he has right now, and they're struggling to progress forward on their path. For those people, can you tell me more about your journey, your struggles, your challenges, and your moments where you wanted to give up, and how actually those moments actually shaped you and created your success?
So it's an interesting thing because I think that so much of who I am today is the byproduct of the great fortune of finding what I love and being good at it, which is not something that everybody finds. So just to address the last part, I never want to come on here and not be authentic. There's never been a day since I started my career, which was day after school, college, at my dad's liquor store, but then 8 years earlier when I was a stock boy in that liquor store, there was never a day where I ever considered even remotely close to quitting. There are plenty of, I think somebody who truly finds what they're great at and what they love have terrible days at the micro level all the time. But there's never been any close momentum in my mind of, I don't want to be an entrepreneur anymore, I don't want to do this. There's some things I want to do. So look, I was born in the Soviet Union. I came to the States when I was 3. We were very poor. 8 family members in a studio apartment, poor, not buying anything but food, clothes, and and shelter, and none of the 3 of them were fancy. I grew up very, very humbly. Was a very entrepreneurial kid, lemonade stands, baseball cards. Eventually got into my dad's liquor store. My dad, worked every minute of my childhood until he was able to save up and buy a liquor store in New Jersey. I learned a lot in the sports card business of collecting, and once I understood at 16 that people collected wine, I was able to connect 2 passions of mine, which was 1, how do I give back to my incredible parents who really did a lot for me, and 2, this real love of flipping, right? Like buying, seeing things go up. I understand that mentality. Launched one of the first e-commerce wine businesses in America in 1996, long before most people did. Was a pioneer in email and Google search and YouTube and .com marketing. And then when my wine show started on YouTube, was the first time people started to ever hear of me, really outside the wine and spirits business world. Yeah. And then Twitter, I became one of the fast movers on that. I became one of the most followed people on that platform, and that was a big play for me. And then I started a marketing agency with my brother in 2009 called VaynerMedia, and that's when the whole Vayner thing started. Lots of companies, lots of entrepreneurial ventures over the last decade. Every single day, today, 7 to 10 pretty substantial headaches. I manage 1,000 people, London, New York, LA, this fall, Singapore. So it's a global company. I have multiple companies under the VaynerX umbrella. So VaynerMedia, 1:37 p.m., PureWow, which are publishing companies, Vayner Speakers, speaking bureau, Tracer, an ad platform, tech platform. So, for anybody who's listening, people get close to quitting when people overextend themselves financially and get into trouble. Yeah. When somebody they love very dearly gets sick, or when they're just genuinely not doing something they enjoy and they're doing it for the money. The reason so many people burn out is because they're doing it for the money. Yeah. I'm not doing it for the money. I'm grateful that what I'm good at and what I love creates financial upside, but Jesus, I'd be super pumped making $63,000 a year buying stuff at garage sales and flipping them on eBay. That's probably the closest I ever get to thinking about giving it all up. I sometimes do think, what would it be like to be a full-time garage sailor? Other than that, I'm really not joking. It's funny, the other day I was thinking about it, I was like, I may actually, it's funny that's where my brain went. I said, I might actually do that one day. That would freak everybody out. And then I'm like, wow, I'm probably at a place now that if I did that, then inevitably there'd be the Netflix show. It would just I would start over and it would take me and I think about that stuff. I'm like, I'd probably be bigger than ever because I'd be a motivation to millions. He gave it all up to do what he loved most, going through people's trash in their backyard on a Saturday. I think happiness needs to become more of the ROI. And I think if you're a true bred entrepreneur, not the current version, because there's so many people right now that want to be an entrepreneur because it's cool. Yeah. But if you're a true bred entrepreneur, you almost have no other option. You can't, to me, getting a job feels exactly like you telling me right now to go to outer space and jump off the moon. It's completely not in the cards. And so what else are you gonna do?
Absolutely. So when you look back now, especially just how far you've come, what do you think that you've done differently that's helped you succeed where so many others have failed? I'm
obsessed with giving more than I take, and I'm completely and utterly not driven by money. And I think that is during a time where everything's being documented and people are watching, I think that I've gotten extra credit for being a human being who's a good businessman, but wants to be a better person.
Absolutely. And we're all navigating through the uncharted digital waters now, trying to make sense and get ahead in an era of exponential change. So how do you approach business challenges personally, especially with so much technological change across the landscape?
Easily, because for me, that is the norm, right? Yeah. I'm an extreme advocate and loud voice of embrace change, invest in the future, to me, as long as I'm making payroll, then I'm achieving what I need to be doing. So I'm not maximizing profit on a yearly basis, which allows me to invest, which allows me to grow. And that's what I'm passionate about. And so, to me, if you are not recognizing that technology is going to put you out of business, then you are very naive. My friends here, Jason, we're doing stuff in the sports card world. It's really his world. It's a passion of mine. I've gotten rebooted in it. We're talking about, I was thinking about wholesalers just now, people that buy the cards from the manufacturers and then resell them. They're making so much margin on the hot product that, if you just think about what technology can do and where it's going, like anybody in the middle, a bookstore's in the middle, Toys R Us is in the middle, anybody in the middle, from the person that makes the product to the person that consumes the product, anybody in the middle is vulnerable and technology's coming after you. And so I highly recommend, if you're in the middle, that you pay attention to that statement.
So how do you stay hungry though? And do you fear the day that when you do it, inevitably buy the jets? You'll think, Now what?
Look, I mean, buying the Jets, winning 7 Super Bowls, because I think the Patriots now have 6. Winning 7 Super Bowls is going to, by the time I view myself buying the Jets in my 70s because I genuinely believe the way I'm creating wealth is slow and steady. So, no, I don't worry about that at all. I think I'm going to be a mature man by the time I buy the Jets, and I think I'll be extraordinarily, once I come off the high of actually pulling something off like that and actually saying I was going to do it for 50 years to the public and having all the accolades. I mean, that is going to be a monumental day. I will absolutely trend on Twitter that day. Once I get down from that high for 24 hours, I'm going to be extremely focused on trying to win a Super Bowl. So, I think the great thing about somebody who leads out in front and wants to do things, one thing that I'm trying to get better at as I get older is smelling the roses, but I'm not really good at it. And I feel like I will celebrate way less than anybody understands when I'm able to make that transaction.
So for the younger people listening that are passionate and hungry for success, but they want it right now, how can they learn to overcome that impatience and focus on the actual long game?
By first recognizing that their parents screwed up and society screwed up, and they created a framework that creates an unbelievable sense of entitlement, and recognizing that anything special takes time and takes work. It's very hard. It's like the amount of people that take diet pills and sign up for quick fix health benefits grossly outweigh the people that eat right and exercise right every day. And that's what happens in business. Everybody thinks there's a course, a shortcut. I'm gonna make all my money in Bitcoin and be out and be a billionaire next year. A shortcut mentality is inherently in people. I believe it's because they worry too much about other people's judgment. Patience is unbelievably not on the pedestal that it should be. It's one of the reasons I try to put it on a pedestal. Recognizing the problem is step one. 99% of the people that are consuming this content, audio or video right now, are grossly impatient.
It's something that on a much lower level than yourself that I get as well. I get a lot of emails from people saying, well, how can I do exactly what you've done, Neil? And I'll say, well, a daily tech podcast is 365 podcasts against your name here. 2 articles a week becomes 700, 100.
And think about all the years where you had to study to know even what you're talking about, and right? I mean, just years and years. I've been doing business since I was 6 years old, for real. Not kind of for real. Kind of like I'm an athlete real. 80% of my leisure time as a kid was shoveling snow. And by the way, you can hear shoveling snow. What you don't know is ringing a doorbell, trying to sell somebody, I'm giving you $10 to shovel their snow, sensing when you can ask for $20 or $5. Taking 5 when you wanted 10 because the last 6 houses didn't say yes, and it's getting later at night, and then actually doing it. Then actually having, while your friend, literally, I've got a vision in my head right now of shoveling snow on people's decks while watching my core friends build snowmen and throw snowballs at each other just 100 yards away. That takes a sense of discipline and passion for work and business that most people don't grow up with. So here I sit at 43 years old, not old, but not necessarily a kid like so many people entering. I'm now 35 full years into 100% pot committed business thinking. I went to school thinking how to sell candy. I went to school thinking how to sell cards. I didn't go there trying to learn calculus. And so, that whole 10,000 hours Malcolm Gladwell thing, I don't know where I'm at now, but it's a lot.
Well, like I said a few moments ago, I was the IT guy by day in an office listening and reading your content during my hour-long commute and then working on a side hustle from 8 till 12 every night. But by doing that, making the most of LinkedIn Pulse, when it was very first released, I was named the #2 tech writer on the whole of LinkedIn. And now another 4 years later, I'm sat here talking to the guy that made it all possible and inspired me to go chase my dream. So to someone listening to this podcast, this is why I do podcasts as well, because I think it's such a powerful format. We've got listeners in 165 countries that might be listening to this week, next week, a month, a year, 5 years from now. To those people that has a comfortable life, doing a job that they despise though, living for the weekend, questioning how they lost their way, ended up settling, but convinced themselves that they're too old, too institutionalised now to do anything about it. What would you say to those people?
They're crazy. And they're just it blows my mind that somebody who's 58 years old doesn't realize that they're going to live for another 50 years, which means they're maybe at halftime. But here's the problem. Every 58-year-old that is in the system right now grew up that when they were a kid, their grandparents were dying at 58. So people use history instead of the future to make their decisions, and that's a huge mistake because you're not going into a time machine, but you are going to be living going forward. And so the impracticality of deploying what happened in the past as the framework to you is a mistake, and I can't be more passionate than to try to get 40, 50, 60, 70-year-olds to realize if one person's done it, then you can too. And so if that's the Colonel Sanders of Kentucky Fried Chicken, or Vera Wang, or Sidney Frank, who started Grey Goose at 72 or 78 years old, I just don't understand why people are giving up when they're unhappy when the internet now exists. This is where I think people get caught. If you're 60, you grew up the first 40 years of your life without the internet. Yeah. And so you don't actually calibrate the power and the opportunity that is the internet to start your podcast around Star Trek or gardening or the side hustles that become careers that people don't believe, that obviously I believe in, obviously that you've lived.
Now, I'm also fascinated by how technology continues to transform our lives. I'm so glad you mentioned the internet there, because I'm also fascinated by the past. And I recently saw a video of Bill Gates, and he was being mocked on the Letterman show back in 1995, where he said the internet would change the world, he gave his vision, and he was mocked accordingly. And equally, David Bowie was mocked by Jeremy Paxman when he tried to do the same. So you have a reputation of having a radar that knows what platform is going to blow up next. But now we have 5G, IoT, AI, AR, voice search, blockchain, and crypto, which is exploding while we're talking right now, all waiting on the horizon to change the game again. I mean, is there anything that particularly excites you?
5G excites me.
Yeah.
I don't think people actually understand what that infrastructure is. When you don't have that lapse in technology because of the speed of the framework and fiber, you're talking, like, I'll be honest with you, it excites me because I think of it as like when we built the highways in America. Like, we didn't necessarily understand all the things that were gonna happen around the suburbs, the demise of cities for a couple of decades, and obviously now they're back, but like, you know, I don't think people understand what 5G technology actually means and how that changes the medical arena. You know, you're gonna have physicians performing surgery on people that are, you know, millions of miles away, because they're the best surgeon in the world for this surgery, and because there's no lapse between their hand movements and the robot that's gonna be on your body, that's their hands, since there's no lag, there is no fear. I mean, this is really quite crazy, actually. If you have some crazy, this is an extreme example. Oh, by the way, autonomous cars only become real because of 5G. Because once you eliminate the lag, you eliminate the percentage of issue. But the one that I can't stop thinking about is the surgeon thing, which is for example, one thing 5G will allow, for everybody who's listening, is no lapse in the information exchange. So again, I'm in Peru, I'm the best surgeon in the world for this rare ruptured appendix thing, and it's 2 a.m, but I get called from a New York hospital because I'm affiliated by and associated with and compensated by, and I get up, you know, take a quick shower and go into this room in my apartment, put on my gloves, turn on the thing, and start performing the surgery as if I'm in the fucking room in New York City, and I say that, like, that's incredible.
Absolutely.
I mean, I expect to give tons of keynotes a day in hologram form where I get half the price I get being full human, but 5G is gonna make that happen because I'm gonna be giving the keynote right here, but I'm gonna be simulcast in hologram form all across the world. But that's what's gonna happen. Like, Ed Sheeran just made a lot more money. When hologram technology with 5G infrastructure gets to that place, and if he's in Madison Square Garden, but I can be in Rome, and the hologram is that advanced, and the lag time of everything he does in New York, I'm feeling, you know, it starts getting really interesting. Pay-per-view's cute, but what about if you can go to arena and it feels like you're actually watching McGregor fight because the 5G infrastructure is in such a place that there's no lag between me watching him in hologram form in the octagon in Afghanistan while it's actually happening live in Las Vegas. I mean, we're talking about game-changing infrastructure. Look, the blockchain is game-changing infrastructure. Cryptocurrency is like search engines. There's gonna be 1 billion that go to zero, and there'll be Google, and there'll be, you know, Yahoo and Bing still work, by the way. And so whether Bitcoin is Google or Schmidtcoin or Schmincoin or like Doge or, you know, Litecoin or whatever it may be, I have no idea. But blockchain's an incredible technology. Look, AI is clearly unbelievable. I mean, all of it's super fun. AR, VR, it's all gonna happen. Do you know how crazy a fax machine was for you and I?
You still see them in some places.
Yeah, on eBay on the flip. You know, like, look, I think, you know, it's an antique, but I mean, like, do you remember how crazy a beeper was?
Yeah.
Or a wireless phone in my house? I mean, I lost my mind. I could watch the football game and be on the phone with my friend. That was nuts, like, because it wasn't attached to the wall in the kitchen like mine was. Crazy.
Now, I've watched you for many years, and you've said for a long time now that the currency in business now is attention.
Yes.
Now, there's a new privacy-based browser called Brave. I'm not sure if you've even heard of it.
I have not.
He's trying to shake up the entire ad industry by returning 70% of all ad revenue share to the users. And
This is forever been a thesis.
Yeah.
I don't think people care.
Yeah.
I think people care about privacy in theory.
Yeah.
But then don't live it. I don't know what to say.
Yeah. Now, you inspire people all over the world every day.
Let me say real quick.
Yeah, you go.
I think people going and using Brave as their search engine versus Google, they care about the product. So if Brave's as good as Google and giving back 70 cents on the dollar, maybe you got something now. But the problem is just giving back, people don't choose price.
Yeah.
People don't choose money as much as people think. People choose convenience, people choose quality, people choose a lot of things over money. And they definitely don't choose privacy. Humans don't care about privacy.
Yeah, I'm starting to realise that.
But by the way, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
It's a good thing.
And do you think that's a fair trade, convenience over privacy? Is that a fair trade?
Of course, because nobody does anything with the privacy.
Yeah.
Everybody, like, as long as your kids aren't getting killed and nobody's stealing your money, you care far less. And by the way, once we all realize we don't have privacy, we're all gonna become more authentic humans. Everything that is bad in society is the stuff that's hidden. The skeletons in all the five of us in this room's closets and everybody listening, those are the bad things.
Yeah. Now, you inspire people all over the world every day across multiple channels online. But I've got to ask, I mean, what inspires you, both here and in the past? From those
Optimism.
Yeah.
Optimism inspires me. People who have very little, who have severe challenges, and persevere. Maybe this is where I'm so affected by my mother. My mother lost her mother when she was 5. She grew up in the depths of Soviet communist Russia. Her father went to jail for a decade. She's the most optimistic person I know.
Yeah.
When people come up to me and they're like, oh, I have it, so I'm like, I was just thinking about my mom. You know, she's so positive, so optimistic, and she had such shit as a child, you know?
Now, finally, Gary, I don't want to end on a downer, but you often talk about how people should...
Real quick,
Yeah.
I don't think what I just said about my mom's a downer, and I think it's an interesting insight. I actually think adversity is the great gift in our society, and I think that if you really look at who's upset for real, it's the people that grew up entitled and are then zoo animals when they go into society because they were so overcoddled, not the ones that have chips on their shoulders and had a lot of negativity.
Absolutely, completely with you on that. Now, finally, Gary, I don't want to end on a downer, but like I said, you do have to talk about how people should speak to people at the end of their lives and how they share regrets.
Yes.
So if someone was to visit you in a nursing home 40 years from now, hopefully longer, and come to you searching for those same answers, where's the alternative narrative that you'd hope to give them, what you want to be remembered for?
Look, I want to be remembered as somebody who gave more than he took and somebody who redefined what an alpha male could look like and the things that he would talk about, you know? I want to put words like kindness and gratitude and empathy on a pedestal as strengths, not weaknesses. So I want to be admired. I want to be admired because I gave, not because I took. And that's what I would tell any kid when I'm 98, right? If you can figure out how to give and eliminate expectations of others, you will forever be happy because you won't be at the mercy of anybody. And you will be so fulfilled with the admiration of other human beings that you can live a really successful and happy life.
That's a beautiful moment to end on. Thanks so much for taking the time
Thank
to
you.
speak to me, Gary. Thank you so much.
I'm happy to do it. Thanks guys for listening. Please share the podcast and make sure you've subscribed because a bunch of you aren't subscribed. And more importantly, a bunch of you listen every day and haven't told your friends it's the best podcast in the world. I'm watching. Have a great day.
Hey everyone, it's Nick Dio here from the 4Ds program. So I moderate and manage the 4Ds at VaynerX, which is a one-day digital immersion that we host at VaynerX offices in New York, LA, London, and soon to be Chattanooga. So during the course of this day, we explore the entire social and digital landscape with businesses, operators, entrepreneurs of all size businesses. And what we've done here on this very special episode is we've taken some of the most frequently asked questions as it relates to personal brand over the course of the last 3 or 4 4Ds, and we've put together Gary's responses. And we hope that these insights fuel you and give you a little bit of clarity into what the 4Ds entails and, of course, a bit of a peek behind what is a closed door and confidential session. So if you've got any questions about 4Ds or anything that's discussed on this podcast, you can shoot me an email, nick@thesashagroup.com, or feel free to reach out and check out the landing page, vaynermedia.com/4Ds. That's 4DS. Enjoy the episode and all of Gary's answers.
This is the Gary V audio experience.
So one thing about 4Ds is we got a ton of B2C, but also B2B businesses in the room. And in this first question, Gary discusses the best way to build personal brand in the B2B space.
The only way to build a personal brand in B2B is to bring value to the decision makers that has nothing to do with your direct business. Let me say this because it's going to be important for a couple of you. If you think about it, my audience for Gary Vee the last 6 years, 7 years, was not mapping to what VaynerMedia was doing.
That's right.
And even Sasha and even 4Ds has been a very passive execution for me because I feel like it's starting to bleed into the people that do follow me, right? The way you gain credibility is when the content is bringing value to the audience, when it's not a lead gen for your business. When we read the newspaper, advertorial sections don't get us as excited as the regular. The reason I've been successful is I've been able to provide value without expectation in return of business. And if the karma or serendipity, or if you're friends with the CEO of GE and you're like, you should meet this guy, like the serendipity of the right event worked out. So let me explain what I mean by that. There's reasons why your business is successful. If you started a podcast or started making white papers or putting out content on LinkedIn, which is where you should live, you need to be thinking about who you're trying to reach, which is the decision maker who drives private label. You should almost start a podcast called the Private Label Show, but every guest should have nothing to do with your industry. A show about private labels is not a show that exists and is directly attributable to your business. Now, interjecting when you interview another female executive some of those nuances may be a smarter way to integrate it than making it the pillar of the content. Okay. I don't have a Jets show. I don't have a garage sale show, but I do show my other parts of my life in my content. See where I'm going? What I like about you interviewing other people who are the private label provider to Costco for shrimp, frozen shrimp, and he gets to tell you the story of how they did that. Now you're just creating a halo of private labeling, which inevitably is gonna lead to you. The number one thing you wanna do when you're in B2B content marketing is never make your content about what you're selling and always make so much value for the audience that they click your profile and they do the homework of what you sell. That's what I do. That's what works. I'm not asking for the business. I'm putting out as much value in the world. I'm gonna either be right or wrong about TV marketing. I think I'm gonna be right. And as that continues to play out, that's only leading to more opportunity, not less. But I'm never asking people for their direct business in my content.
Next up, and we get this one all the time. Gary, I don't have a content team of 30 people. I'm a team of 1. What's the best way to start putting out content? Listen up for Gary's answer. Your
ambition is, right? So like, you know, that's the most important question. Like for me, the number one ambition for me coming out of school was to repay my parents. So that's what I did. Built a business for my parents for 12 years. And then I went on to there's just the most important question is, what are you trying to do? Like, are you trying to make more money? Are you trying to build a huge company? Are you looking for legacy? Do you want to move to Seattle?
I'm sure those will change over time.
I agree.
There are things that there are things that I would like to do for my parents. They don't need me to take care of them by any means. They've done all right for themselves, and God bless them. But sure, there's something that I would like to get my dad Porsche just because I feel like he would have fun in that car because he drives an SUV for work every day.
So does that come in the form of like you just want your business to grow?
Yeah, I just want the business to grow, and so being just an army of one and not having maybe
Facebook and Instagram video content about you being a real estate agent. People struggle, all of you struggle producing content because you think you have to have something to say. And my point is, if you just tell me what happened, that's more than enough on the delta of not doing anything at all. what I need to get people to understand is most people say, well, my life is boring and I have nothing to say, and they just don't put out content. And I'm just like, if your first video of every day was about the Nationals or the Capitals or the Wizards, you will get business. Because I promise you, if you made fucking Jets content and I saw it, I'd buy my house from you. That's how I make decisions. It's better than not.
Right.
But I love that you said, I love how quickly you responded. It's a very important moment. Just so you know, 99.999% of everybody who's ever heard anything from me decided not is better than the Wizards thing. So the answer is more volume, but the part that everyone's struggling with is it's all insecurities. Nobody's listening. I only got 2 likes. It doesn't look good. Is anybody listening to this? Everybody quits. Everybody gets hyped when I hype them like this. Then they do it for 4 days, a week, a month. Nothing happens. They're like, fuck that. Did you look carefully at the 2009 and 2010 tweets, how much engagement they had?
Versus now?
Yeah. Did you or not?
No.
You know that some of those tweets only had 2 likes and a share?
I did know, yes.
People forget what my 2009 and 10 looked like. Everybody starts with only 1 like. Here's the tactical part. You put a ton of content, eventually something kind of goes viral and you spend a fuckload of money against it because people prove that they gave a fuck.
Okay, we're up number 3. So in this next question, what we hear a ton of is businesses and operators that have multiple businesses that have similarities. And the question is whether they should consolidate them all under a single roof or name or allow each of them to live independently. Listen up for Gary's answer.
Very quickly got to the poker chips. So the business name didn't have anything to do with poker, and I never changed it. But over the years, I've acquired many of my competitors. So now I'm Nevada Jacks Poker Supply, and VR Pro Poker, and Palm Gaming. But they're still all separate.
Okay.
So I don't know if I should, being that it's still 55% of the business is poker, would you say I should combine all and start maybe ABC Poker or something?
Why? That's the most
because
important.
It's so fragmented.
For who? For you on the back end, for the consumer?
I think for the consumers. For us, it's not a problem.
So for the consumers, what do you think happens?
They get confused, I believe.
Why?
Because we've got different products on different sites. So we don't have all the same.
Do they know that they're even associated?
Some people do, some people don't.
The question is, doesn't matter. And then what are you trying to accomplish? To me, the reason to consolidate is you've got a big commitment to building a brand, and that when you flip it, there's gonna be a delta on the brand value. Right, so when you sell a business, or when you value a business, there's the EBITDA of like, here's the profit. And then there's a thing above it, which is what's the brand worth, right? The reason to consolidate is to build a brand. I would not call it ABC, I would create a brand, right? That would be the biggest reason to consolidate in my opinion, based on what you're saying.
I don't have any intention of selling.
Then there's no crazy reason other than maybe you just want to manage one site, maybe you're curious on what it's gonna mean. Maybe there are some curiosities of if you think about it, I assume these are web-based driven businesses, right?
Yes,
you're gonna give up.
Right, that's why I've
No
never
shit.
done that because.
And you're not giving me a compelling reason to. Okay. If you're gonna give up all that SEO juice, all that brand equity, all the people that, and I'm gonna guess 80% don't give a fuck or know that you have 7 other sites, and now you're gonna consolidate them all, and they're gonna, type in Palm, whatever, and it redirects to this. I know what, but then it's like, that's not my, dude, let me tell you a great story about Wine Library. We built a new store on the same fucking plot of land, and everybody decided it was a different store and that we were more expensive, and we dropped prices. People don't like change. The second you redirect, they're gonna be like, somebody bigger bought my people, and now it's more expensive. Or not as good, Right. I just don't see the value unless you've got a strategy for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Does it make sense?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, guys. So number 4 is actually one of my personal favorite topics. It's something that we discuss at length, the difference between personal brand and your business in 4Ds. And obviously Gary has a big opinion on this one. So this question is the difference between your personal brand and your business brand.
Yeah, I think the reason that works for me, and I think it's something that I recommend, is I just don't think about it.
Yeah.
I think people think try to overthink it. Live your life.
Mm-hmm.
It's similar to the advice I gave you. There's a lot of people that wouldn't have given the advice that I just gave you. The business book ideology is consolidated. There's a lot of people that are giving you advice about your personal brand and your businesses that went to business school and are executives in companies, and they give advice. The reason I love this session, this part, is I get to give you contextual advice after you've been watching higher level theoretical advice for a while. I listen, right? And then I answer. So people are like, Gary, this is the favorite of every smart person I know. Gary, what happens to Vayner if you get hit by a bus? And I go, it goes out of business. And they're flabbergasted. They're like, what's your contingency plan? I'm like, life insurance. They're like, what do you mean? I'm like, when I die, if I died by a car accident right now, it's really awesome that I bought so much life insurance based on my potential earnings that my family will at least achieve some percentage of that ROI, which I'm not even that pumped about because I'm on a new kick of not giving my kids anything, let alone, I'm on a whole different, I used to make fun of Warren Buffett and Bill Gates for giving, because I come from immigrant, it's like you give your family, right? I was like, fuck those motherfuckers. Now I'm like, they're brilliant. Your kids are losers, on day 1 if you give them too much. Anyway, nonetheless, I say to them, it goes out of business, and they're flabbergasted. I'm like, bro, and then I go into and usually these are non-entrepreneurs giving advice. I go, let me tell you something about Nike and Amazon and Puma and Chase Bank. It is far more likely that the CEO of Coca-Cola turns every 6-7 years than me getting hit by a bus. And the second it does, that company changes forever. I don't care what happens to VaynerMedia when I'm dead. I'm pissed that I died. Like, you know what I mean? Like people are so confused. So anyway, back to this answer. Blend them. Yeah. Play. What? When a company comes to try to buy it, they're gonna want you there for 3 years anyway and lock you in to be the executive that hands it off anyway. And so whatever personal brand equity you have, you're gonna be able to trade on. At best, guess what? When you leave after 3 years, you'll still have your personal brand and start your next shit. I moved very seamlessly from wine to marketing, and I'll move very seamlessly from marketing to sports card dealer. You know.
Number 5. So Gary's well known as Gary V on the internet, but he's also the CEO and chairman of VaynerX, which has a whole portfolio of brands and businesses underneath of it. So he gets this question a lot in 4Ds. How do you balance the brand of your company and actually doing the work for your clients? How to build personal brand while still executing on the work that you need to do for your clients and business. Listen up for Gary's answer.
Great. So one thing I was really curious about is, as we are a young agency and, we're starting to build ourselves up, kind of finding the line between building up, and this might tie into the personal branding thing that we're gonna have, but the line between putting our work and our time into building our brand, and then how do you balance that with the work that is driving revenue, like your client work? And
you have to do both.
Yeah.
It's hard in the beginning, but the answer is both. The client is subjective. So you gotta be thoughtful that you're not deciding how much time and effort you have to put into the work. You can make a video, look, you're a creative, you know this. You can make something that takes you 13 minutes that they think is the most remarkable thing they've ever seen, and you can do something that's your life's work, and then you walk in and it's a piece of shit. You're in a complete subjective game. So you have to use the advantages of that while recognizing the disadvantages of it. Understand? Yeah. Are you a perfectionist because you're insecure and you spend 2 more hours editing something because of your own ideological nature of perfection, which could have been used to work on your brand? Or are you not? Got it? Yep. A lot of creatives don't like to hear speed and output and quantity matters. And I'm sure it's a friction on my own team. I'm looking at D, it's, when people, because 4 months now, 5? When you first come in, it's look, I'm so respectful. I think creative is the variable of success. So it's really funny because I don't look the part of the champion of creative, right? But it really is what I believe, and it's what I am. I also equally believe in output and speed. There's such a practical part to me. It's no different than what I just said. I'm saying the same things over and over, both. If you break everything down, it's both. It's always both. The answer's both. It's why we have a problem in this country. People think it's left or right. The answer's both. I can't believe how much our country now believes it's one or the other. It's nuances of both. The good nuances. It's just hard to, for one. So anyway, so the answer is both.
Okay. So when it comes to
if you're not building brand, you're not creating funnels that give you new business in a way that's passive. If you're not delivering on the quality work, you're not retaining. It's like eating in the old days. You have to hunt and farm. The answer is both. So what does that mean? More hours or hire more people? It's not super complicated. Or the one because those are tough, both being efficient with your actual time. When people come in here, my employees are like, I need somebody on this account. I'm like, I'm not getting somebody on that account. And they're mad. They're like, you fucking try to burn me out. I'm like, no, you're on fucking Reddit for an hour a day.
Number 6. So for many of you listening, your personal brands are heavily integrated with your business. Now, it's an often question in 4Ds. How does Gary view the integration of his personal brand and the overlapping with the multiple businesses that he runs? Listen up for Gary's answer.
It's very personally branded, and we discuss this all the time about at some point VaynerMedia was Gary, and how do we remove him?
98% of the people that work here still think that's our biggest problem.
Right.
So let's talk about that for a couple. The reason I answered you that way, 98% of the people here feel that I'm too far ahead. Most people don't care about it, but the people that are trying to help this company, my direct reports and most of the feedback, we had a new head of we were hiring a new head of comms. I interviewed a lot of people. It was the number one thing they wanted to talk about. Gary's so excited if I get this opportunity. I'm so excited to build up the brand of Vayner. So it's not just now. There's things that come along with that. If he hates it too much or loves it too much, both are a problem. So, got it? So I don't know. The answer is, you're fine in theory, more than you can imagine. Okay. But we're at the vulnerability of him as a human. And if he hates it too much, it's stressful, he doesn't want somebody to take a selfie, or clients call him instead of the people you build around. Yeah. Or if he likes it too much and it becomes a caricature of himself and he gets high in his own supply. I get real high. Yep. So that's the answer to that question.
Yeah. So what we're trying to do, mistakenly, is we think it's a logical problem that we need to resolve, as he's the bottleneck of the company, but in actual fact it's an emotional problem, where if he's not emotional about it, he is who he is, and the 1% is your 1%.
Because I'm the brand, people want me, people want my strategy oversight. Did Lynn approve this?
So that's where you're making an operational mistake. Yeah. So one thing I did not make an operational mistake about is nobody gets me. And never was it promised. Now, if Pepsi comes along and says, well, we'd like you for these 3, we want you for, it's all negotiable, but it was never in play.
Right. And you made that clear from the beginning, so I don't become the bottleneck.
The end.
And then you don't get pissed.
Right, they made a decision. I told them right to the face, you do not get me. I do not work on any account. I'm not here. I'm in the bat phone business. That shit better be bat phone shit. The Joker's fucking choking someone. Not there's a puddle in the street, Batman. You know what I mean? I'm in the Batman business, but where did this shit come from? What is this shit come from? Oh man, but it's like I like communicating that way because it makes it obvious. You know, like even though it's funny and ridiculous, it's very clear what I'm telling you. You want to call me because your business is in real trouble, or like you're super upset with the people managing your business. Like we can have that combo, but I'm not gonna fucking review that tweet.
Okay. So,
Expectations up front, which takes humility from the person. The thing that most people are unable to see about me until they really get closer is the humility part that comes along with the confidence. You know.
Question number 7. So this is one we get a ton of in 4Ds. People want to know how much of an investment should they be making into their personal brand? Not just money, but time, effort, energy, and focus. Here, Gary talks about the type of investment you should make into your personal brand and what he calls the halo effect.
Identity deal problem. So I've got my company's Blind Zebra. I can get that right.
Yes, I get it.
Thank you. And I'm doing sales training, sales coaching for myself in Indy for 22 years. I've intentionally wanted to be an independent, just me, single shingle, lifestyle biz, shut it down, I'm done.
Good for you.
2 years ago, I'm like, you know what, there's no reason not to skip this.
Good for you too. By the way, I love that story. I think that's one thing that I wish more people understood.
Yeah.
You can change your mind.
Yeah, and especially I'm the only guy at the table with readers, I think. So
I get it.
Okay, so
I get it.
So I've got here are the brands, and I want to get your opinion on. Okay, if I handed them to you, what's the first two things you think about? Sales training, sales coaching, keynote speaking. My wife and I are flying to San Francisco to launch Old Wine Biz. I have business ADD. We'll meet with John Wilkinson from the Nevada.
Amazing.
You're like the same guys. It's a sports oriented in a can.
Love.
Sports people, Blind Zebra. It's going to be in for referee calls.
Love
It's going to be called a wheel substitution. Here we go.
I'm in for a case. Can't wait.
Touch it. Okay, you're in. We're doing in the fall launch a thing called Hustle Fest.
Okay.
It turned into my full real hustle, and a lot of guys in the Gary Brackett, Pat McAfee, do the same thing. Gonna run out of place, do that. That's Hustle Fest, and I've been doing podcasting for 14 years. I've got 650 episodes in sales. It's called the Man Selling Podcast. I've got a partner in that business. Got a decent LinkedIn tribe. We've got about 11,000 people in a group. And we've got about 5,000 people on email list. And I personally went heavy on LinkedIn early on, and I've got about 11,000 LinkedIn connections. That's my just my own personal individual deal. So that's the lay of the land. Now I'm trying to figure out, okay,
what would you like to happen? So if I said to you that, you know, just in business, you'd like to do more revenue.
Yeah.
So if I just said...
They're separate. Yeah, I get separate answers for each one. So the sales training thing will be scaled. So I've got this public program called Training Camp. Everything's around football with the brand. And so I've got Training Camp in Indy, you know? And so we have Training Camp in Chicago, Training Camp in Columbus, Ohio.
How are you going to do
that? Certified coaches like me. I've got the content's already built. I just need to go out, and then we're going to feed leads to them. It's going to be the stickiness that we'll have.
Franchise?
I don't think it's going to be a franchise. That company is something similar to that.
Yep.
Speaking, I just need an agency to rep me. I just don't do anything to promote myself.
There's no agency that wants to rep anybody who hasn't created the leverage for themselves first.
Right.
Doesn't exist.
Is a podcast with 150,000 downloads a month enough leverage or not? Gotta be bigger.
No, it's not that.
What is it?
It's you need to be speaking.
Oh, I am.
Good.
Do something. Yeah.
Do more.
Yeah.
And film the shit out of it and put it out.
Yeah.
Got it?
Yep. The wine business is a distribution business. We've got, I think, 80 colleges that are opening up alcohol sales. You got NFL, NHL, Major League Baseball, and you go to a tailgate. There's no sports specific wine, and it's in a can, so it's single use. And our NFL fan is flipping to female more than male.
You know how political that's going to be to get distribution, right?
Yeah.
It's really political. You know the 3-tier system, right?
Yeah, I came from Procter & Gamble on the sales side.
Yep.
So I understand that side.
The only difference is it's actually completely different than CPG from the standpoint of the distributor has the leverage, not the creator of the product.
Yeah.
Because of the prohibition laws in place. So for the San Francisco Giants to serve it at their Young's Market or Southern, it's an extremely difficult business. Yes. I just want to make sure you're going in eyes wide open and not make too much the first year.
Yeah, no, that's good. John said the same thing. Yeah, it's good. And this Hustle Fest is a brandable thing too.
It's a conference.
Yeah, it's a conference.
Look, I mean, it's all this. Listen, obviously, I mean, you can imagine based on what you just said how native this question is for me.
Yeah.
You know, I'm going to give advice that I think that I live, which is you need to build up as much personal brand equity as possible to then funnel into these energies. I believe the way to do that is to invest in your personal brand. That means produce content and spend media to amplify it. The biggest mistake people are making right now is relying on organic, on their personal brand, because that feels like the right thing to do. There's almost like this badge of honor of like they get their traffic from organic. It's actually the reverse. It's a super non-strategical move to not amplify media when media is underpriced.
That's great.
You should be spending as much money as you can afford, amplifying your content on LinkedIn.
Yeah.
Hey, podcast listeners, big ups. I'm putting on my Gary Vaynerchuk, CEO of VaynerMedia hat right now, not the Gary V that all of you love so much, or at least are curious of, or actually are starting to hate. I have no idea how you feel, but I love you. Nonetheless, a $10,000 immersion day where you come in and you learn from our creative team, our media team, our consulting strategy team, like just a complete get in here, kind of like Disney and Zappos does, have your company pay for a $10,000 consulting strategy day here in New York City. We're also now doing it in London. Details are on VaynerMedia's site, VaynerMedia.com/4Ds. media.com/services/4Ds. Can you create a Gary V's? Create a Gary V for me.
Media.com/4Ds.
Hold on, everyone. Stick with me here. D-Rock's going. If not, I'm going to create a Gary V. Great. VaynerMedia.com/4DS, right? Yep. VaynerMedia.com/4DS. The 4Ds that I want to make sure the podcast world knows about it. VaynerMedia.com/4DS or GaryVaynerchuk.com. Hit the events tab. Come and check out the 4Ds. I'd love to see you in New York or London. Go see the dates. Sign up. This will change your business. See ya.
This is the Gary V audio experience.
What's up, podcast? This episode is an interview with Jazz Takar. Him and Gary talked a lot about how Gary got to some of his key ideologies today, like empathy, happiness, and legacy. Hope you enjoy. Gary V up next.
And today, I got a very special guest, Mr. Gary Vaynerchuk. Did I do it justice?
You did it justice.
Thank you,
Perfect.
buddy.
Thank you, brother. Thanks for having me on.
I love you.
Thank you.
For everything, not only that you've done for myself and my team, but for the positivity that you're putting out there. This episode is going to be our series. It's going to season premiere for season 4, episode 1.
Yep.
It's going to be
How many episodes have you done?
I'm at 60 episodes.
So is it 61 or 60?
61. Okay.
Spencer Long wore that number last year for the Jets. He was terrible, so we're off to a tough start.
I can hold off for you.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
The reason I make mention of for season 4 is because what you've been doing. It's been amazing, not only for my team to see, but really for the world to see. And so this episode is also going to be dubbed How to Make Positivity Louder. Because I know that's important to you. And I could talk for the next 30 minutes about all the little things that I've copied you on because you've allowed it. But I really want to give back. And so I can't pay you back for what you've done and the education that I've gotten from you. Because like you, I know you have a report card here somewhere. I couldn't find mine.
Yeah. Call the school. I couldn't find mine. This is a copy. I literally had my admins. I'm like, call my high school. I think I have the rights to it. I think you can get it.
Yeah.
You should do it.
I like you. I just barely finished high school. And so I can't pay you back for for all the stuff that you've done for us, Gary, but I want to pay it forward. And so hopefully we could do it through an episode like this and in the future. So let's talk a little bit about a couple of things that you've taught me. Patience.
Yes.
Okay. And then with patience, I want you to also go into that.
Which comes hard for alphas.
Okay. What do you mean?
Well, when you're hungry and ambitious and want to fuck up the world and win and dominate, patience seems foreign.
Right.
It seems anti-cultural to when people think of themselves like, I'm going to win.
Yeah.
They don't normally think I'm going to win in 80 years.
Fuck. But where'd you get the patience from? So it's hard. It's like you said, it's easy. It's hard for people to alphas to get it.
I think I'm way more practical
than
people realize because I'm so high energy and sometimes that seems less practical.
Yeah.
I also think it's based on my ambition. My ambition is not to own a Lamborghini. My ambition is not to own a mansion. My ambition is to try to buy the New York Jets. And I think in that, and more importantly, that's my kind of selfish, kind of fun immigrant to rags to riches thing. My ambition is to leave a legacy, and that's forever. I may say the most profound thing that ever comes out of my mouth might come out of my mouth when I'm 84 years old on a virtual reality show on Mars. It might.
Take it back for a second because there's going to be your lucky number's 5, my lucky number's 13. So there's probably 13 people that don't know about you yet, even though you're all over the place.
13 million, 130 million, and that's the fun of it. 1.3 billion don't know who I am.
Who are you and what do you do?
I'm an entrepreneur, immigrant from the former Soviet Union. I grew up a hustler kid in Jersey in the 80s and 90s. I'm all those cliche things. Immigrant, cursing, Jersey, competitive, feisty, hungry, ambitious. But I'm also Tamara Vaynerchuk's son, and that my mom is an emotional, intelligent juggernaut. She's quiet. She's a mother of 3. She, is not super social. She's definitely not out there, but she has talents with empathy and gratitude and kindness that I completely absorbed DNA-wise and then was parented by. And so I think I'm an unusual alpha business winner in that I'm building businesses. I invested in a lot of big fancy companies. I've got all my Tumblr and Facebook and Twitter and Uber stuff around here. I've built a huge company. I've built multiple huge companies. I'm a successful, wildly followed on social entrepreneur.
Yeah.
But I think I'm coming at it in such a different way than the other people that entrepreneurs look up to.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's the thing I'm most proud of, which is I think I'm putting words in, especially alpha males, but alpha females too.
Mm-hmm.
I'm putting words in the vernacular
Mm-hmm.
that had just not been part of the winning business culture. The words empathy and gratitude and kindness and patience were not the words coming out of 26-year-old entrepreneurs saying that they're going to kill it or crush it.
Well, a lot of people want to tear down buildings, not help others try to either build up theirs or just build bigger buildings like you say.
Yeah, I mean, what you're referring to, and I appreciate you calling that out, it's one of my favorite things. I think if you're great, you don't spend time tearing other people's buildings down. I want before we went on camera, the reason I give away all my best advice is because if somebody's a better executor than me, it's going to happen anyway.
Right.
It's going to happen anyway. So I think the world has abundance. My success is not at the expense of anybody else's, nor is it the other way around.
How'd you get so fucking quiet? How'd you get so quiet in your head? Because I'm getting there, and I'm not just saying
practice. See? You just said something very important. You'll understand this better than people listening for the first time.
Okay.
You said something powerful. I'm getting there. Why? Because you listened to me. And it became something you started believing in. And once you started tasting it, you can't untaste it.
You can't.
It's very unnatural to think giving more than taking leads to more for you. But it's the truth. And so, especially if you're talented. And so people think they're giving.
I think it's egotistical because you said that. And I was about really in my head. I was about to say, I know I have a certain talent. I think it's self-awareness. Got it.
I think that look, I'm incredibly confident, and I think ego is insecurity. So I think it's confidence speaking, and then I think confidence is more palpable when it comes with humility. right? Like I think the reason, listen, there's a lot of people who see one Instagram video of me for 1 minute and not like me,
Right.
because I'll be hot and excited
Sure.
at first and I'll be like, fuck this guy. But anybody who's actually spent any time digging, the reason I think most people end up liking me if they really go down the rabbit hole is there'll be something that I'll do that will make them realize in all the bravado and all the East Coast, there's an equal amount of humility, patience, kindness, and it'll be that light to be like, whoa, I didn't expect that from him.
Yeah.
And I think that that's important. I think, that just comes with a mixture of DNA and experience. But for me, I got quiet. And what you're referring to, if people don't follow me, is I talk a lot about being quiet, which means, look, if you go to my latest post on Instagram, there'll be 800 people that are saying, there's people that say outlandish things like, you're Jesus. I'm like, all right, let's calm it down. But like, people really get fired up about me.
Sure.
And then there'll be 8 people that are like, you're a snake oil salesman. You're full
Right.
of shit.
Yeah.
You don't, what the fuck? This guy's getting rich over talking about common sense.
Look, there's people that knew that I'm going to come see you, and they were thinking you're a snake oil salesman. For me, it's easy, like one ear out the other when they talk, like when they say that, because they haven't dug deep enough.
Yeah.
It's not,
And the
there's no
reason
depth in that.
And the reason I don't get upset when people kind of take a hot take at me
Yeah.
is I don't have the audacity
Okay.
to think somebody should spend an hour digging into me. People are busy. What the fuck are they supposed to spend an hour consuming all my content to get a good read on me? I think that's audacious. I think that's insecurity. So when people have hot, I get it. I know how excited I can get. I know that in a 30-second video, I can come across, because when the lights go on,
Yes.
I feel like I'm an athlete.
Right.
When the lights are on, I'm in.
That's me Sunday nights, buddy.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. It's me Sunday nights. Like I can't wait to get to out of the locker room into the fucking game on Monday morning.
And for me, when the lights are on a piece of content,
Yeah.
that's me actually wearing my uniform and
Yes.
performing. And like in real life, though, I don't have athletic ability, but when I try to scrap it up with friends, like I'm dirty. Like I want to win at all costs, whatever it takes.
Shoot their heads off.
And so, but when the game's over, it's like, I'm not happy I tripped that guy. Like it's not, I don't feel good about it. It's just I can't help it. During that game, that's what I'm going to do.
Right.
And I think that's, if you're self-aware enough, and that's what can come across in my content.
Yep.
But the reality is the truth always speaks in the end. There's a lot of fake good guys out there.
Right.
And I like that the world's starting to expose them. I like it a lot.
And you think it's these, like the cameras and the social media, that's the shit that's going to expose it.
100%. You know how many guys are walking around scared right now?
Why?
Because they know they pinned a woman against a wall and did something inappropriate 13 years ago. I walk around light as a fucking feather. I like that. And I knew that was going to happen 20 years ago. And because doing the right thing is always the right thing, something I say a lot. I've lived that. I was parented by a tremendous mother, so I know who I am. I'm not perfect. I'm fucking got plenty of shortcomings, but I know what I've done and what I haven't done. And you live that life. And I'm also willing to deal with my circumstances when I do the wrong thing. When I make a wrong, bad business decision and the business feels the effects of that, I don't blame other people. I'm extremely accountable.
It's all your fault.
100%. And people get mad at me for that sometimes. They're like, that's not a good way to live. You get depressed. I'm like, look, optimism and confidence along with accountability is incredible. I have accountability. I also say don't beat yourself up. I don't judge myself.
Who do you have accountability?
Real quick though.
Yeah.
I'm full, because I've never said this
Okay.
way. I'm fully accountable, yet I don't have the ability to judge myself when I fail.
How'd that happen? How'd you...
I think in general, a lot of what I am is a contradiction. And so I think that's where a lot of this is happening. So I'm able to be accountable, but I don't dwell. Being accountable doesn't mean you beat yourself up. I never say I suck, but I'm aware that I lost. That's different. Just because you lost doesn't mean you suck. And that's how I think about it.
It's not the final score.
I like booze in the third quarter. Like I've used this analogy lately. I like it. I actually thrive over, like I think a lot about basketball because I'm getting really into it. The Garden's right
MSG.
there. The Knicks are about to have a big offseason. Please God.
KD?
You guys are,
KD? What?
hopefully. Are you
How are you
guys,
feeling
are
about-
you a Raptors fan? You must be losing.
It's all about, we're losing our shit over there.
So-
when you come on Thursday, it's game 1.
I know.
If you fucking stay in,
I
we were
couldn't.
going to get you tickets.
I know. I was going to, trust me, I was super locked in.
Okay.
I was going to be super
Next time
proud.
tickets on us, though.
I would have been super proud. I would have been super set up. But I had to get back
I
to
know
New
you
York.
would have been set up. You don't need us. But
No, I
Go
appreciate
on.
it. But
Knicks.
No, but I think a lot about like me
Yeah.
in different scenarios. Like I'm the guy that like if I'm a Knick
Yeah.
and Toronto goes on a 13-0 run to start the third quarter and we call a timeout and the whole Garden is booing,
Yeah.
I love it. And this is something I'm trying to figure out how to explain to people because that booing is killing everybody. And now that we have social, the booing is on the record.
Right.
People are crushed by negative feedback from their mother, from their spouse, from their boss, from the general public, from anonymous comments on social. And I feed off of it. I laugh when I see kids or people trying to hate on me. And I'm like, man, if this person knew that negative content actually is feeding me, not bringing me down,
Yeah.
they'd be so fucking devastated. Like, they're literally spending 20 minutes right now to try to hurt me, and they're actually feeding me to be stronger than ever. I'm like, I always look at them like, man, they must be, man, I don't even have the heart. I never reply that way. I never reply to somebody who hates on me, like that comment, because I think I don't even want to deploy negativity. I don't like negativity. So when somebody's shitting on me, if they actually knew the truth, which is that actually is what feeds me, not the positivity.
Right.
Actually, that's not true. Both.
Okay.
Like, this is why I think I'm scary. I think I'm scary because I can't hear you. You say I'm the best? Cool. You say I suck? Cool. You try to hurt me by saying I suck? Cool. You try like when you're not penetratable by outside feedback, you're fucking dangerous.
You are. We were talking off air. You asked me how I heard about you. And it was a few years, I saw a YouTube video. And I've been very blessed to kind of always know what my passion was. I'm not good at a lot of things. There's 1 or 2 things I'm good at. It's things like this and meeting with people.
Yep, people skills.
Okay.
Yep.
You talked about Smurf It Up. To the 13 people that don't or haven't seen it yet, how did that come about?
Oh, I'm so improv.
Yeah.
I was giving a keynote
and
like I was trying to make a point. This was 2008.
Yeah, and that's what I really want you to go
It
into.
was the talk that made me write Crush It.
Okay.
I got off stage. It was right here at the Javits Center. So crazy. Actually, I never made this connection. The talk that changed my career was literally a 5-minute walk from my office right now. I got offered to speak at this Web 2.0 summit in 2008 at the Javits Center. And there was two very important tech guys in the green room with me. Fred Wilson, who's an amazing all-time VC here in New York, and Jason Fried, the incredible founder of 37 Signals, wrote a book called Rework. Actually, a very different point of view of me, like work-life balance to the extreme, the other way, the balance. I like everybody in my office. He wants people to work remote, but I respect the shit out of him. Different points of view, different things that are comfortable. Anyway, I'll never forget this. I looked at both of them and I said, I remembered the energy I felt. I go, something's about to happen. I'm like, either good or bad, but I could feel the chemicals in my body being different. And I hadn't spoken a lot at that point. This was maybe my 10th speech ever. 8th, 6th, super early in my speech.
You were passionate on that
I remember I felt the moment.
Yes.
And the moment is what basically has happened in the world, which is, I just knew in 2008 for sure, and I knew probably in 05, but in 08, it was like that the world was about to change because of the internet and social media in a way that nobody was understanding, that everybody had a chance. That the internet doesn't care what country you're from, what your race is, gender, like it's the truth. People are shitting on it. They should be loving it. They're shitting on it because they didn't realize how fucked up we were, and we're getting exposed by the internet, by social. There is no social network. There's platforms that we feed. Everyone's like, social media sucks. No, we suck. Social media is the mirror. Like it's funny to me when people are like, Facebook. I'm like, there is no Facebook. Facebook isn't CNN, like CNN, Fox. Facebook is a platform. We're Facebook. Who's Facebook? Zucks is not posting.
We feed it.
Your Facebook. Your fucking Facebook. And so we needed that. But I mean it. Like I'm every day now, like social media is ruining us. I'm like, we're ruining us. We fill the pipes. We're the water in the pipe. Our water's contaminated. We're the problem, which is amazing because now we'll eventually get there and then we'll fix it, or get better. But nonetheless, I just knew that talk was going to go. I went out there and I just shot my shot. I told everybody like, look, this is the greatest year ever. Anybody can do anything. Let's not think about trillions. Let's think about tens of thousands and be happy. It's funny when people are like, Gary, you push hustle and burnout. I'm like, what are you talking about? My signature talk talked about being happy, making $80,000 a year, talking about Smurfs. That is the polar opposite of like burn yourself out and buy a mansion. Anyway, it's my own little like current tip for everybody thinking I'm pushing hustle porn. I'm like, I get it. I like hustle. Yes, I think work ethic matters. But equally, please listen to what I've been saying for a decade. I want people to be happy. And if you're happy making $42,000 a year, working at Rogers at a 9-5 in Canada, fucking live your life. I'm not judging. That's basically what I was saying there, which is Smurf it up meant if you love the Smurfs more than anything else in the world, please start a Smurf podcast or video show at night. And maybe 3 years later, after doing it every night, because you will do it every night because you want to talk about Papa Smurf.
Yeah.
And Smurf Ed is cool to you. And you'll talk about it. And if you can build a little niche audience, and it's funny what happened with Smurf It Up, because at the time it wasn't in the ecosystem, but then what ended up happening was a couple years later, it was a huge feature film about Smurfs. Smurfs kind of reboot. And I always think about, man, if somebody actually literally took my advice, they probably would have gotten like a $50,000 ad deal for the movie to promote on their podcast. And so, yeah, I mean, for everybody listening, what this all means is like, look, if you have a passion or an interest or a hobby, I believe your hobby can be your business if you start making content around it in podcast, video form, written form, which eventually can lead to you selling merchandise, eventually lead to you being the speaker on the subject matter, a personality, a subscription-based business, an events business, SmurfCon once a year you throw in New York and you make 100,000. And is your life better doing something you love? Maybe something as small as Smurfs can only make you $200,000 a year and you might be making $330,000 as a corporate lawyer. But I'm saying do that and stop buying as fancy cars and homes and jewelry so that you're happy. This has all been one game for me over the last 10 years to get to this place where I can articulate what I mean, which is like, let's get happy out here. Like we have to redefine success. Success cannot be Lamborghinis, mansions, and boats. Success has to be being happy. Because people are not happy. And happy's fun. Happy's fun.
I totally agree with you.
And that's what led to keeping up with the Joneses. Right. That's what's led to me going hard after mothers and fathers.
Like, what's this now? Talk to me about this.
Most people are unhappy because their parents fucked them up.
Because they wanted them to be doctors, lawyers, engineers?
Yep. Or because the parent is unhappy themselves, so they're deploying misery loves company. And it's okay. My big thing is like, you don't have to hate your mom. Like, I need to start adding to this.
Yes.
So like, for example, this first time I'm going to say this. If your mom fucked you up because she's the negative one, you don't need to hate her. You need to go up the ladder and be like, oh, fuck, your grandma fucked your mom up. So like, to me, it's like, look, if you're hearing me right now, and you've been listening the last year, and I'm saying like, put pressure on the person that's negative, and you've come to realize it's your mom or dad, don't hate them. Actually be empathetic for them. Just don't live under that geist.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big one, because what it's going to lead to if you don't do that, if you don't forgive and understand they got fucked too, then you're going to resent, and that's going to encompass you.
And that might go down to your kids now.
My hope is the ones that are consuming me are going to be the ones that stop it.
Yeah.
But it starts with forgiving their mom, because they have to realize it was their grandfather, and then they realize it was their great grandfather, and then you start realizing, oh wait, and your mother didn't have the luxury of the internet where she could have stumbled upon somebody like me. And not that I'm fancy, I'm just saying they didn't hear other voices. We live in the generation of hearing other voices. People focus on the extreme shit that's getting banned and all that. What about the positive shit?
I know.
Do you know how much we can change people? This is why positivity needs to get louder, to put a bow on how you set this up. I'm living out. I'm not on Twitter and Facebook and Instagram trying to debate everybody like everybody else is. I'm not trying to convince anybody. Convincing doesn't work. You're not going to convince somebody that sees the world differently to see it your way. That's audacious. I'm going to live and create example and create collateral happiness and positivity. The end.
Hang on, before you say the end. Collateral collateral happiness.
I'm just living.
Got it. And document it.
Some dude in Toronto is like, fuck, I fuck with this.
Yes.
And then you get happy.
And I'm going to pay it forward.
And if you don't, because plenty don't,
yes.
that's fine too. You're one fucking dude.
Yes.
And I'll go to Sarah and Sally. Yeah. I'm not crippled by it. And what am I doing? I'm just doing what my mom, my dad, and fucking immigration life did to me. I'm just a byproduct too.
I know you speak about your mom a lot, about her giving you this self-esteem.
Yes.
How did she? Like one or two things. Like what? Like
she overemphasized when I was being kind.
Okay.
You're a nice boy. That was so nice. Like when I was nice to like kids that were getting picked on.
Yeah.
She made that a big deal. She also held me accountable. Report cards, punished. 0 for 4 in baseball, you suck. Not the coach, not the sun was in your eyes, not anything else. You. So like I think it was a positive reinforcement of good behavior.
Yep.
And accountability when results weren't there. I think a lot of people go over positive and it becomes delusion.
Right.
Right? Like that's why we have a soft culture.
Participation trophies.
Correct. That's why I talk about 8th place trophies.
Right.
I talk about it because I think that's a place where we're hurting kids. Like, so what? You suck at baseball.
Pick up basketball.
Or program, or sell lollipops, or be a designer, or do post-edit production. Like nobody's good at everything. LeBron sucks at science.
And he didn't give a shit that he sucked. Went all in, as you said.
And that's why athletes and actresses and singers, we put them on pedestals. Who were they as kids? They were pot committed to their talent.
Did you ever play poker?
No.
Because you use a lot of poker analogies. I play not like professional by any means.
I do use a lot of poker analogies because I feel like it connects to people. They understand when you have a lot of, you know this because you consume my content. When you have the best hand, you go all in.
Yes.
People can understand what that means. So I take it from an abstract to a direct analogy that may connect.
Your company, Vayner Media, now VaynerX,
Yes.
which is the holding company of how many companies now?
4, 5, 6.
And how many people are
1,000.
working? 1,000. Congratulations to that.
Thank you.
Like, there's people who want to build bigger companies. How did you scale so fast, Gary?
By not caring about profit.
Elaborate, my man. Is that in the business world? That sounds weird.
Most people don't build big businesses because they take the money off the table and buy dumb shit.
Back to the Lambos and the Ferraris. And you put it, so if you don't mind me asking,
we went from 1 to 3 to 14 to 27 to 58 to 70 to 100 million in revenue.
Okay.
Which is great, obviously.
Yes.
But I never made money.
What you were putting it right back in?
Yep. You know, a fun thing right now that's going on in my world is people are like, Gary Vee, you're full of shit. Wait a minute, you're saying that you made no money in your 20s, but how the fuck did you have money to invest in Facebook and Twitter and all that shit? When you talk about that, I'm like, I saved. When I made 43,000 one year, I saved 5,000 that year.
I should put away money.
You know how many people make 43,000 a year and collect 8,000 in debt that year because they needed to go to Coachella and drink Blue Bottle coffee? Like seriously, we've gone away from old school shit. Like I laughed. When people are like, come with me with this, I'm like, I saved money. I lived in an $1,100 a month apartment and I bought nothing. I went no vacations. I bought no clothes. I didn't spend any fucking money.
I watch your content. You wear like, you don't buy like no watches, no Gucci belts.
Shit.
Yeah.
I don't buy shit.
Trash talk. How did that come about?
You
don't need to do this.
No,
you don't need to.
I got
sound
so
like
many
Ron
people
says.
that said, fuck you, Gary. Easy for you to say you have money. And I was like, okay, let me show them what I did when I didn't have money.
Yeah. There's a way to make money on a Saturday morning.
Yep, I might fucking sell a Smurf.
Yeah.
I told you I was gonna put a shelf, but I'm like, you know what? You know, yeah. I mean, look, my knack was always. I mean, look, this sports card thing. Like,
yes,
I'm telling people to their face. Kawhi rookies are up 80% in the last 4 months.
The claw.
Like, I always tell people to their face, bro. You started doing after you saw the video when? When did you first come across that video?
I'm gonna say 2000, mid 2017.
Good. So we're talking 2 years ago. Maybe,
yeah.
Right. I've been saying it for 10 years. You just saw it 2 years ago and you just started to execute. People have been watching me for 9 years and still aren't executing. I'm giving you the fucking blueprint. It's free. There's no funnel here. There's no mastermind. There's no ebook to sell. I'm giving it to you.
For the guys who are watching and listening, the Gary Vee content model
is like the amount of people that
pay 20 G's right now. Dude, I would have paid 20 G's all day long.
The amount of people that have reached out to me saying, I cannot believe you put that out for free.
It is ridiculous. When I first saw
the Bible, right?
We have 6 copies. 6 copies printed at our office because everyone has it because we dissect.
Yep.
And Gary, I've only done 15% of it.
And
my whole fucking business has turned around.
Brother, I want to be the greatest entrepreneur of all time. I don't know if I will be.
How do you, like, I've said that about you to people and they ask me a question. So sorry, I meant to cut you off, man.
No, go ahead.
Like, when do you know that you're the greatest entrepreneur of all time?
You don't. That's the best part of it. I don't get to decide. There is no trophy. This is about intent. This is where I think people don't understand the bigger meaning of what I'm saying. When I say I want to be the greatest entrepreneur of all time, it means that I want to give to entrepreneurs at a level that nobody's ever given before. It doesn't mean at 87 there's some fucking weird Academy Awards of like, and the greatest, like, that's not going to happen. You know, and the greatest entrepreneur, I don't believe that she or he is going to make the most money. Nobody gives a fuck when the person with the most money dies. People care when somebody who gave dies. When some random person that made $19 billion dies from the Forbes list, nobody gives a fuck. When Prince dies, we shut down for a day or two. Because he gave through art, something that impacted you. You gave a fuck about Purple Rain. You didn't give a fuck. It's like everybody. I always tell people about entrepreneurship, it's like fantasy sports. Nobody cares about anybody else's fantasy team.
So true.
Right?
I'm a fantasy football team. Yeah.
You don't care about it. You love your team. Like, Ricky's gonna run the best. But even best, you just don't give a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck how much money I'm going to make. When somebody sees Warren Buffett or fucking Zucks or Bezos, that's like cool. And they go, I wish I could have that much money. They're not like, yay, Bezos. Nobody gives a fuck about anybody else's money. People care about what you did for them. That's why I have a shot. Because I'm going to spend the next 50 years giving to the game that gave to me.
Thank you for
You care more about me because you start the meeting, this video with, I can never pay you back. Think about what that feels like for me. That's amazing.
It's the truth.
You know how many people watching like our minor league players and they're like, Gary Vee's an idiot. That dude would have paid $20,000 to give it free. Fucking idiot. You're an idiot. You're playing minor leagues. I'm trying to go to the Hall of Fame.
Trying to go to the Hall of Fame. I probably have a couple of minutes with you. I so want to respect your time. I don't want John Trout to come in and get pissed off. Two things.
He's not tough.
Okay, just now. Shout out Trouty. Last Saturday, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock in the morning. It's starting to change Saturday mornings now for people. I hope it really, really does. I have a 5-year-old and a 3-year-old. My partner has a 6 and a 4-year-old.
Did they watch it?
I haven't yet because I needed to watch it. I was like, I know Gary's not gonna throw any F-bomb, but my wife might get pissed off. You know what I mean? But let me just watch it. 14 minutes and 30 seconds or something like that. Just so you know, I did actually watch it in the 12th minute or so. Amazing, amazing messages. What can my kids expect to get out of this, man? Little V.
Little V is like a project I'm very passionate about. I started a Saturday morning cartoon. I wanted to make a cartoon that I would have watched at 7. It's not super complicated. I always say, like, scratch your own itch. I know 7-year-old Gary, and as much as he loved Scooby-Doo, and as much as he loved G.I. Joe and Transformers, and as much as he loved Tom and Jerry, and I loved Tom and Jerry when I was 5, there would have been no better show for me than Lil V. And I've started this show, and what's real, I mean, this is super selfish. It's so fun. These are mixes of like actual shit that happened to me, and then just making it contemporary. Right. Like the first episode is about selling slime at school. You know, for me, that was like G.I. Joe figures or, you know, Star Wars figures or things of that nature. Slime being cool in culture right now. Plus, you know, I make my sister a very big part of the.
She was huge in that.
Huge, and I want to make sure girls and boys watching it get fired up, and like, you know, so I'm excited about it. I'm super excited.
You actually gave the Gary Vee content model within the episode. There's a part of it. I was like, wow, brilliant.
Oh, the amount, like, there's definitely a South Park Simpsons part of it too. Which is, I'm really going to educate mothers and fathers. Like, they're going to watch it too.
I enjoyed it.
I'm sure you did.
I did enjoy
it too. I watched that shit now too.
Lil V every Saturdays.
Not yet. We're gonna. It took a long time to build this episode. We didn't really know how long animation was gonna take. We're now a bunch of big, like, I knew what was gonna happen. The reason I decided to do it this way, which is not have a bunch in the can, is I wanted to put it out, establish the IP, and now the question becomes, does it actually show up all over the world on Saturday mornings, not on YouTube? So we'll see if we continue the production, or do I actually distribute this somewhere else?
Look, man, I'm gonna push it to my cousin's kids and all that kind of stuff as much as I can. One other thing quickly, Empty Wines. How did this come about? Obviously,
Scratching Itch, John and Nate were with me for 10 years, started as interns in the wine business, executives here at Vayner. I didn't need them day to day anymore, so I saw that as an offense, not a defense. And we started direct consumer wine brand, like making the best $20 wine in the world. Simple as that.
And why'd you call it Empty Wines?
It's the single word that I most resonate with. I think being an empath has changed the course of my life. It is, if I lost empathy out of my body, if that trait didn't come to me through the DNA strands that my mom and dad gave me, I would be a very different man.
Thank you for you. Thank you for being you. Thank you to your parents for instilling a lot of self-esteem in you. And thank you so much for doing this with us.
You got it, brother.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You got it.
Can we get a couple
hey guys, I hope you really enjoyed this episode of the Gary Vee Experience. Now go out and share this, pass it on. Let me know what you thought.
This is the Gary Vee audio experience.
Cause we're gonna be
Hello? Yo, man, it's Gary Vaynerchuk.
Hey, what's going on, buddy?
Life is good. You, bro?
Good. I watch you all the time. You actually helped me get out of a depression mode of mine. And, dude, I love you. I'm inspired so much by you that a lot of people say I'm a lot like you.
Well, I appreciate that, man. That makes me really happy. Anything I can answer for you? Or we just...
Dad's having kidney failure, and I'm trying to find a little bit of motivation to keep on going with this business he's having. And he kind of screwed it up a little bit, and I'm kind of lost on what to do. And I don't know if I should just go ahead and start my own and let him see what he can do by himself or what.
Well, okay, let's break that down for a minute, because obviously that's intense and there's a lot of emotion behind that. Is the business... like, do you not know how to operate the business? Like, if you're doing it out of nobility and, honor, but you're not capable, of running it, obviously you don't want to put yourself in that vulnerable spot. Does that make sense?
Yeah, exactly. I half know how to run it.
Understood. I appreciate the authenticity. Does he want you to do it? Like, does he need it? Like, give me one more layer of context to see if I can give you any value.
He's having kidney failure, and he wants me to take it over, but at the same time, he still wants to have his thumb in control.
I see.
You know what I mean?
Of course I know what you mean. Look, I think, for me, the right answer in these moments is for you to be overly, it's such a complicated conversation, right? Like, it's a really tough one, but, I think you've got to make a decision. There's only two moves here. You either go and have a real conversation with him and be like, Dad, I really want to roll this for you, but, like, I need the autonomy, otherwise it's half pregnant, or you just eat the shit and have the empathy at the macro and just try to navigate through that thumb, given the circumstances.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. And I'm also trying to open up my own business as well.
What kind?
PDR business, paintless dent removal. I work for my dad and I do body work.
I got it.
And I'm trying to do paintless dent removal, and I'm getting ready to go to school here in about 6 months.
How old are you?
I'm 28.
Got it. I mean, look, you got your whole fucking life in front of you. I think 28 is a tricky number because people get confused because you're post kind of that college era, 30s looking you in the face. And I think there's an enormous amount of confusion in the system for 28-year-olds about where they are in life. I think
that's my biggest problem I've been having lately. I've been watching a lot of you and watching a lot of your videos and a lot of things that you do and all kinds of other stuff, and it's helped me kind of come out and realize, my time is when I ever find it. I got my own clock.
100, bro, honestly, no joke. I feel like you're closer to 2.8 years old than the way you think about 28. Like, you've got fucking 60 fucking years of execution in front of you. That's like 2 fucking full lives more of execution. And the problem with 28 is 28's a fucking tricky thing. 28's fucking tricky. 28 is fucking too many people up, because I'm telling you that looking at 30, like, wait a minute, it's like, oh shit, 30's here. Shouldn't I, quote unquote, have my life together? And then at 28, you got, 5 to 50% of your friends that you went to high school or college with that are like, getting married, having, getting somewhere in their life, Don't let anybody else's fucking clock, dictate your game. Like, at 28 is early as fuck.
Yeah, it used to bother me really bad because they're all buying houses. They're 25, 26, buying houses, getting married, having kids, and I'm still trying to have my mom and dad's house.
Brother, their fucking life has nothing to do with you.
Yeah, well, after I've watched so many videos of yours, I snapped out of it and realized that my life is my life, and nobody control it, and I'm going to be my own happiness. Nobody else can control that.
That's what's up, man. And honestly, that makes me happy. And honestly, I hope I hope it's really sinking in, and it's not just early words coming out of your mouth. Because once you go there, dude, honestly, brother, I'll shoot it fucking straight to you. I'm 42 years old, and I swear on everything I've got, I feel like I'm just starting, and everything that people think I am and what I've accomplished and all that is shit in my own head, because I'm like, I haven't even fucking started. So imagine what I think about you at 28.
Yeah, I left my girlfriend. I couldn't tell you how many friends I've thrown away. I couldn't tell you how many friends I just stopped talking to because they're losers. They're not winners. They don't have that ambition. They don't have goals in life. They have nothing.
Listen, some of the most painful things that so many people at 28 need to do is cut out negativity or people that are not going to the next place. Like, cutting out all that shit is enormously impactful, and that makes me happy, man. I think you. That's
what I've been doing.
Just keep cutting and if there's one person that's happy left, then that's how you do it. And if there's nobody, fucking manifest in your own fucking dome. Dude, 28 is the beginning.
Dude, since I've cut all that negative out, I'm so much fucking happier. So much happier.
Good, brother. Well, that makes me happy. Thanks for calling, bro.
Thank you.
Hey guys, first and foremost, as always, humbled, thankful for you listening to the podcast. Keep hitting me up on Twitter with feedback. Also, really excited about something. Over the last several months, it's become very clear to me that the 4Ds product that VaynerMedia has, the one-day consulting session that's $10,000, that's really kind of going after a business doing $1 million, maybe $500,000 to $20 million a year in revenue, has been really working. 60 to 70% of the businesses have a ridiculous ROI from the session, and so now I'm rolling it out because it clearly works. So VaynerMedia is super proud to present the 4Ds, the Daily Digital Deep Dive, GaryVee.com/4D, the number 4D podcast. GaryVee.com 4D podcast if you're ready to take your business to the next level.
This is the Gary V audio experience.
Hey everybody, this is Gary Vaynerchuk, and this is episode 314 of the Ask Gary V show, and I'm extremely excited to have this guest here. I've seen some of Noor's content on the internet. I actually don't know the backstory, which is what I usually do when I have guests on, so I'm going to be hearing the origin story of how she has amassed this enormous attention in her region and all over the world. And more fun, we were just getting ready for the episode. Last night in New York, there was really difficult summer, lightning, thunder, weather, and we were both somewhere else, and I drove from Toronto to New York for 9 hours last night, and you drove from Michigan to New York. How long was your drive?
9 hours and
I love
something.
it. We're so
my God.
symbiotic on this Friday. Noor, why don't you tell everybody your full name, what you do, what you're about, a little bit about yourself, and then we'll get into some questions. And everybody's watching live, start putting your phone numbers in and what you want to ask about. Andy K will take some questions. I want to do a little bit more questions than we've been doing lately.
Okay, so my name is Noor Stars.
Why don't you put the mic too, because I've noticed people have been.
Is it like
about
this?
That. So I'm trying to do that.
Am I good now?
Yeah,
Okay.
just a hint of
Hi.
it. Yeah, good.
Hello. Okay.
Yes,
So,
Noor Stars.
My name is Noor Stars. I'm a YouTuber. I started on YouTube actually.
When?
2014, when I first moved to the United States. I was in high school. And actually I started, Sinan asked me something about like English, did I learn it by myself? When I first moved to the United States, my English was really basic, but basic in a very early basic, like I know bread, tomato, how are you, my name is blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
And in high school.
Where did you grow up? Where were you born?
So I was born in Iraq.
Yep.
And then we left from Iraq to Syria as refugees.
Yes.
And then I grew up like in Syria, and then the war happened in Syria. We left from Syria to Turkey as also refugees. I lived also in Turkey for like a couple of years, and then we came to America as refugees.
Right, so you're a triple refugee.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And
I came to America as a refugee.
Yeah, and that's why like I can relate to you when you talk about like starting from zero and coming to this country. You came here with your family, you started from zero, you worked so hard, and look at you now. So that inspires me a lot, Gary, and that's why like I'm here now because I love you a lot.
Thank you very much.
Like,
I love you back. So you come to the U.S. You're getting you're young the whole time.
Yeah.
But out of my own curiosity, because I'm so fascinated by this story, which was the biggest culture shock? I know you were young all along, but was the jump from Iraq to Syria, Syria to Turkey, Turkey to the U.S. What was the biggest difference?
Turkey.
From Syria to Turkey.
From Syria to Turkey.
Why?
Because I was
even more than Turkey to U.S.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Because Turkey was very shocking to me. It's a new language.
Yes.
It's not English.
Right.
I had to learn a new language from zero to communicate with people.
Right.
And I was very young. I went to Turkey when I was like 13, 15-ish. It was my first job there. It was very tough as a refugee.
Yes.
It's literally you're by your own, like by yourself,
Yep.
And I found myself very responsible. I mean, in Syria, I was very responsible girl growing up because I grew up with a single mom. But in Turkey, it's like my mom couldn't help me because she doesn't know how to help me. So
Right.
it's like I have to help everyone, and that's why
Cool.
it was the hardest. America, though, I was kind of ready for it because I already learned a lot in Turkey. So that's why Turkey
Makes
was
sense.
hardest.
It's really cool.
Yeah.
So you get here and you go where?
First, I went to Seattle.
Yep.
But not Seattle, like it's a small city around Seattle.
Washington State.
Washington State, yeah.
Okay.
They usually, when you're a refugee, they put you in like small city.
Yep.
Just so
You get acclimated.
yeah. But it wasn't easy. It was tough. So we moved to Michigan because it has more Arabs,
Okay.
and my mom at least can like communicate.
Yeah, of course.
So I started in Michigan high school.
Awesome.
And my English was very basic, and I love to talk, Gary. That's why I'm a YouTuber. I feel like that's what helped me become such a good YouTuber because
I fear losing my voice more than dying.
Yeah, right.
Like if I couldn't talk, that would just be like.
That's it. We're done.
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably do some Stephen Hawking shit and like figure it out, but like it would crush my soul.
Yes, I love to talk.
I mean, high school's already tough to begin with for people that grow up here. Was like, how was your Michigan high school experience?
Oh my God, yeah, as you said, it's tough by itself. So
Yes.
imagine being in high school without the language.
Yes, of
and
course.
people talk, and I'm like, oh, what are you saying? I want to understand. Like, oh, what is this? And I went to high school with the mindset of like a Middle Eastern Arab girl.
Okay.
So it's like, what is he saying? Like, no,
I see.
flirting? What's flirting? I don't
Yes,
get it. Like, no. So I was kind of aggressive and with no language. So
Right.
it was a hard time.
Yes.
And I remember I went to my teacher and I was like, look, man, like I need to speak. He kept teaching me like grammar. What can I do with grammar? Grammar doesn't help me.
No,
I need
fuck
to
sentences. I
Yeah,
need to
I want
talk
to
to people.
talk, right?
Yes.
I want to speak. And I'm like, I need to speak. I want to talk to you. And he goes like, you have to do extra work. I'm like, I'm ready. Give me the extra
Yeah,
work.
you're like, I fucking worked in Turkey, bro.
Yeah, like I want to learn the language. And he goes like, here, like there's these websites and listen to music and lyrics
Yep.
and movies and all of that, and then YouTube. And he gave me like something on YouTube, and that's when I start like binge watching YouTube. And I kind of like I watched YouTube before, but not focus watching YouTube. And when I moved to America, I had a lot of free time, like so I used it. I watched a lot, and I remember the first YouTuber and YouTube video that I watched for a YouTuber that made me like, wait, what is this? Exactly.
That's
It was
cool.
for Michelle Phan. You know Michelle Phan?
Yes, of course.
She's one of the
Makeup. Yeah, of
OGs.
course.
I met her last year at VidCon.
You were
I
pumped.
waited for her,
That's awesome.
and she came. She's like, hi, and I was with the Middle East team from like Facebook and
Yes.
Instagram, and I'm like, guys, leave. I'm here for something, and they were like, what's up? And I met her,
That's awesome.
and I'm like, you don't understand. Your video, the Spanish makeup bread make. I still remember the video. That was the moment where I was like, that's so cool, and I want to do that. I always wanted to do like, I always wanted to be in the entertainment industry, but everyone told me it's impossible because I'm an Arab girl. First of all,
Yes, I'm aware.
First of all,
I'm aware of the political climate in America.
so this is first of all, not only in America, it's
Yeah,
just the
you're
culture.
right.
You know, it's
Yeah.
hard for a girl.
Yeah.
Like when I started YouTube, girls were only showing their hands on the internet. No, like rarely you see a girl with her face. So it's
You mean-
from, in my culture, yeah,
I
it's
understand.
hard. Like now it's
understand.
better. Now I
Yes.
see girls on YouTube and on social media, and I'm like, wow, like it's really we kind of like help changing this mindset, and we're still like trying
I'm aware.
to, but like from all aspects, it's like no, impossible. Like go study, like become a doctor. You're good at school, and I was really good at school, like straight A student, typical Arab family. But honestly, I did it for my mom because I want her to be
course,
proud.
of course.
So I always like get A's and yeah, become a doctor. That's it. But that's not what I loved. I didn't want to.
So what happened next? You saw the Michelle Phan video.
Yeah.
How quickly before you made your first video?
Very quick.
The next day?
Yeah, literally.
Quickly.
I made a video and I remember looking at it and being like, oh my God, I'm going to put my face on the internet. You know what I mean? Like I used to put my face on Facebook on private. Only specific people see.
Of course. It's cultural.
From that-
But you also were recognizing that you were in a new environment in the US that did change. It's like, it would have been
Yeah.
far harder to do that.
And I was so lonely, Gary.
Yeah, of course.
Honestly, it was a lonely time for me.
Look, listen, I know you know my content. Like a lot of the stuff I say,
Yeah.
Is counter to what parents and grown-ups are assuming.
Yeah.
They don't understand all the benefits and virtues
Yeah.
of the digital landscape. They focus on negatives.
Yeah.
Like they're like, kids don't know how to talk to each other without using technology. I'm like, yes, but like, what about you sitting lonely in Michigan in 1987? You would have stayed fucking lonely.
Yeah, I was so lonely and like very alone. I was like, no English.
Yep.
And that's why I started in Arabic. Because I
interesting.
started, I started in my
Yeah,
language,
right,
the language
that's
that I
right.
can do. And even though it was tough, like I was one of the first girls on like YouTube showing their faces.
Yep.
And I remember thinking, oh my God, I'm going to put this on the internet. But at the same time, I was saying to myself, I can always make it private.
Yeah, of course.
So it's not going
You
to
can
go
always adjust.
viral. Who's going to watch it? You know, when you tell yourself,
Yeah.
who's going to watch it? And then I uploaded it and I went and I came back and I saw views and people commenting. Of course, I got hate from people saying, why is this girl here? But also I got a lot of girls supporting me. And that's what's shocking for me. It's like, girls, no, we love you. Don't stop. We want you to create more videos. And I made my second video and I made my third video and there was no money. I didn't know
Of course.
the
that
money
wasn't-
part.
That wasn't the point.
No, I was in high school.
How often did you post at that point?
Not much. When I first started,
Like once a month?
I don't remember, but like not once a month because I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I loved it. So it's not maybe more than that. And I got to a point where I was the first YouTuber, like at least in the Middle East, that was posting 3 times a week. And other YouTubers, like that was doing YouTube at the time, they were like, why is this girl posting? Because usually they post once a week, once every 2 weeks. And I'm like, I love it. I'm going to post more and more. And that's when I passed everyone. Like I start passing people like that has big numbers or like been on YouTube for years. And I'm like, boom. And they text me. I remember like one YouTuber, he was like bigger than me and I tried to like talk to him and he's like, he didn't talk to me. And then when I passed him, he contacted me. He's like, what tags do you use for your video? And I'm like, wait a minute, tags? What's tags? You know the tags that you put
Yes,
on
I've heard of
now
tags.
I know, but like I don't know tags back then. I'm like, tags? What's tags? And then I googled what's tags, like because I didn't know. He's like, oh yeah, you must be doing something. I'm like, man, I don't have money. Like they thought, I don't have money. When I first started, I don't have money to do anything. I'm just posting and.
The big misconception is quality content is always underrated. People always think it's tactics. And look, listen, as somebody who won on not the tactics, as I've built out capabilities, whether it's thumbnails or titles or understanding, of course it's part of the equation, but the art is such a big part of the game.
Yeah.
And most people focus on the math.
Yeah.
And you were winning on the art.
Yeah, it's just like I was creating content that I really love and enjoy, and it was new to YouTube. So people weren't like thinking it will do well, but it did really good.
And what was new about it?
Like I would just talk to the camera and like just rant or tell them something that happens to me. Story, but that wasn't the story time. But I was telling them story and they loved it, you know.
When did you switch from Arabic to English on your channel?
I don't make English videos.
You don't?
No.
To this day?
To this day, it's
I
only
didn't know
Arabic.
that.
Yeah.
You've never made one? Have you thought about it?
I thought about it actually.
Or one of the things that I'm always fascinated with, a lot of the content at VaynerMedia, obviously an enormous Latino population growing and Spanish speaking in America,
Yeah.
and for a lot of brands, we're doing Spanglish. Have you ever thought about doing a video that mixes both languages? So at home, when I speak with my parents, we'll start a sentence in English and finish it in Russian.
Yeah.
Or you'll start telling a story in Russian and you'll finish it in English. Or you'll literally go back and forth within mid-sentences. So like, I think that's something worth debating. And if nothing else, if you think back to your earliest days, one of the things that very successful YouTubers, Instagrammers, people that create content get caught up in is they know at this point of maturity, you're now 5 years later, you know what works.
Yeah.
And subconsciously, you're at your least creative place, because you're maximizing on you knowing what worked, yet it was you knowing nothing in the beginning that gave you the foundation.
That's so true.
And I'm trying to encourage more. I spoke at a YouTube offsite, and it was all it was a crew of who's who.
Yeah.
And I was like, the best thing all of you can do is make a video tomorrow that you know won't work.
Wow, I like that. Yeah, because you know what works. Like I know if I'm making a video, I know it's gonna get 5 million or 10 million or 1 million.
You're subconsciously already so close to it.
Yeah.
Which is what's stopping you from making an English video, even though you should.
Do you think so?
You know how many people don't speak Arabic?
I know a lot.
Yes, I think so.
And I live in America. That's why people like when I talk to them.
And more importantly, like there's so many girls like you guys who want to see both.
Yeah.
There's a 14-year-old girl right now in the suburbs of London who she's 14, and in her household the Arabic language has not been upheld as much, and she's 90% American, English speaking. She has 10% nuance of Arabic words, and she can't watch you because you talk too fast and have too much of vocab that she doesn't understand. No, I think both of us fought to be here today.
Yeah,
and I think
I know.
you never know why. And I appreciate you've always given me a lot of love and have sent nice messages and good vibes and stuff of that nature. But I really genuinely think, if anything, you producing English or English Arabic mix content on YouTube ASAP is super important.
I was thinking of opening like an English channel.
Don't.
No.
Try.
In my channel.
There's nothing listen, you know this. You know that the 5 years ago girl knows this.
Yeah.
Nothing's gonna happen.
On my channel, it's hard, because like it's Arabic.
It's not.
And some people don't speak
It's not.
English.
It's not. You're pandering to the current viewership.
Yeah.
It's not hard. If 88% of them can't understand the English,
Yeah.
you're opening up yourself to the rest of the world.
Yeah. I'm just like, because I worked so hard for the channel.
Do you genuinely believe a singular video of you making English eliminates all you've worked hard with? I just posted a piece of content on my Instagram an hour ago that says, I hate dogs. I have hundreds of people right now actively replying in my comments saying, unfollow, unfollow, unfollow.
Yeah.
I'm not scared of that. I'm trying to make a point of more love with each other.
Yes.
It's not that I hate dogs. No, I'm not the biggest fan of dogs.
I love
But,
dogs, Gary.
Well, listen, that's great.
I love dogs.
I love the New York Jets. I mean, like, everyone's allowed to love different things.
Yeah.
My big point is, though, I posted it, and the team sent it to me, and they didn't even put an asterisk, and they didn't even, like, the way they wanted to go about it, I would have really lost. I'd be on community managing right now. But even the way I hedged it, but what I knew when I posted it is, if I can help one person become a kinder person to another person, it's worth the thousands of people that I lose.
Yeah.
You're looking at defense. You're saying to yourself, I've worked so hard to do this, that if I do something in English, I may lose something. The algorithm, subscribers, some people that don't want me to do English.
Yes.
What you're not thinking about is all the people that you'd be bringing in.
Yeah.
When you have nothing to lose, which is why you're most creative. When you have something, you lose your creativity because you have something to lose. The words out of your mouth was, I worked so hard.
Yes, I did actually. And that's the thing. After reaching 10 millions, Gary, my goal was to reach 10 millions and get the diamond play button because I was the first to get it in the Middle East.
Okay.
So people, like, even when we have events with YouTubers and I would tell them I want the diamond play button, they would laugh at me because they're like, no one did it before you. And we don't know if there's that many channels in the Middle East. We're not.
I understand.
So they thought I'm crazy for a while and I did it. And I was so happy when I received the diamond play button. But then after that, I had like a period of time where I'm like, what's next?
No, it's because you're making too many decisions on outside variables.
Like, how?
Easy. I've never thought about a single number financially or YouTube or subscribers, like, or anything, because the reason you're not putting out a piece of English content is you're pandering something to the outside versus the only reason you had that feeling of emptiness or what's next or what's the next goal, whether it's good grades to make your mom happy, whether it's subscribers, whether it's, listen, I love proving people wrong. I can tell that you're very driven by that. That's a great thing.
Yeah.
I love that. That achieves a lot. But at this point, if you're able to start changing it a little bit and make it about what you're trying to accomplish, what do you want to say? How much impact do you listen? If you want to impact, right?
Yes.
Like when you have this big of an audience that you have right now,
Yeah.
I'm sure you walk around knowing some sort of feeling of a sense of responsibility,
Definitely.
a sense of ambition,
Yeah.
a sense of knowing, wow, I can really make a difference. You're limiting yourself by not also using English since I wish I spoke all these. If I spoke Mandarin and I spoke Arabic, I'd be fucking going nuts. I'm actually trying to I'm devastated that I can't speak Arabic. I was just in Qatar the other day, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, man, anytime when I'm in Singapore, I wish I could speak those languages for the sole reason that I don't transcribe to all these channels so that I could put it on my channel. Here's why. No one piece of content could ever undo all your hard work.
Yeah. See
what?
You have a point.
Oh, I'm aware I have a point.
Yeah.
I'm curious about what's stopping you.
See, the thing is, like, I feel like I'm under pressure.
Makes sense.
Because, like, I represent the Middle East YouTubers.
Which
and
is amazing.
I'm scared if I do it in English, then they might think that, oh my God, like, she's leaving her culture. Or
How
like,
many, so listen, that makes so much sense to me.
Yeah.
And honestly, this was the first moment that I'm like, oh, this is why she won. The fact that you're brave enough to tell the truth right now already excites the shit out of me about you.
Thank you.
That makes a ton of sense. Couple things. There's a fuckload of people in the Middle East who speak English too. I know this because I don't speak Arabic, and when I go there, and I love going there, I'm able to communicate with almost every fucking person. English is one of the universal languages.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to do English content, because I'm like, I want to reach everyone. I want to be able to speak to the world.
The other thing is, you're so young and have such a big platform. We need to be in a place where we don't have to create separate channels because we're scared of the negative. We need to start creating content within our channels so that we make things more inclusive.
Yeah.
Like, you have such a big thing. You speak both.
Yeah, and I speak some Turkish.
I'm sure you did, so I was all pumped about it.
Yeah.
He
was happy.
And he speaks a little Thai. And so I think, listen, I can't encourage you enough to try it. Here's why. You already know the right answer. You remember your first video?
Mm-hmm.
You remember when you said to yourself, I could always make it private?
Yeah.
You could always not make another English video on your Arabic channel.
Wow. Oh my God. I love that. He's like, you can't. Oh, so try it. You know what? I'm going to try it.
I believe you.
I will.
I believe you.
I will
And
try
I have a funny feeling it's going to be great. And the same thing that happened on your first video is going to happen. Yes, there will be hundreds of comments of like, fuck this, you're selling out, you're not representing. And then you'll have a ton of people that tell you that this is huge and amazing. And you will impact and bring more good to more people.
I'll try it.
You will win the net game. The reason I've always won as an entrepreneur
Yes.
is I think in net score. Most people are worried about winning 1-0 or losing 1-0.
Mm-hmm.
I'm worried about winning 11-6.
Yeah. Wow.
That's what we just talked about. Everybody thinks it's 1-0. Life is not 1-0. Life is 11-6.
Yeah.
And that's what a successful navigator of the opportunity is in my mind.
Maybe that's why I drove 9 hours from Michigan to here.
I think so.
To
We
hear
want
that.
questions, guys. What else? Tell me the breakthrough video. We're gonna get some phone numbers right now, and he's about to do a call. But before we get to this first call, everybody's got a breakthrough video.
See, yeah.
Was it the third video, the 19th, the first, the 5,000th? Like, when was the video that was like, oh shit? Like, what was your first viral video?
It was actually school tips.
School tips.
Yeah, I remember it went like, it was the first video that hit like over 1 million. And I'm like, wait, like 1 million people
And
watched
what were you
this?
getting up to that point? 100,000, 50, 10?
Not even 100,000, no,
Like
less.
60s and 30s.
Yeah, but the
and-
thing about me, Gary, which is like, I even didn't understand at the beginning, my numbers were like skyrocketing.
Yes.
Like when people find me, they subscribe, and then I passed everyone, and I stayed #1 from 5 million till now.
Yes.
So that's, I don't know, like, don't ask me about like.
Well, you and the audience connect with each other.
Yeah, I feel like my audience, they know not everything about me, mind you. I don't have to draw my live video on my channel.
Of course.
But they know some things that they like. We connect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, Andy, let's do the first question. Nora, I really, really, really encourage you to, let me say this.
I have a question.
Yeah,
That's
we'll get
why
to
I
it. We'll get
opened
to it. You shouldn't do. Go ahead. You shouldn't do an English or an English Arabic video because I'm saying so. You should do it because you want to try it.
Mm-hmm.
And if you do want to try it, then you should do it.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello, who's this? Cody.
This is Cody. Yep.
Cody, you're on with Gary and Nora. Please say hello.
Hey, Gary, what's going on, man?
Things
Hey,
are going
Nora, how's it going?
Hi, how are you?
What's your question?
I'm good.
Cody?
Yeah, so well, I submitted a couple questions, but I guess I'll go with one that's
Whatever you
most
want.
personal to me. Yeah, so I operate and own a restaurant full-time, and then also tomorrow, me and a partner are starting a small business marketing agency, so I just want some tips on, staying motivated and being accountable for myself so that I can do both businesses and be, make both of them successful. Sorry, a little nervous.
No, don't worry, Cody. My question is the motivation part. I mean, why wouldn't you be motivated? Is my
No, definitely motivated, but just I guess being accountable and saying.
Are you worried about juggling two things?
That's more of it, right? 45, 50 hours at one job, and then hopefully with a new thing, 20 to 25 hours a week.
I mean,
that,
it becomes
actual
as long as you're
productive hours.
yeah, as long as you're, that's a really good point. As long as you're staying, look, when you're starting a new business, they're all productive. I think people don't understand that because figuring out what isn't working is almost as important as figuring out what is working because you don't know. It's all new. Back to being creative in the beginning with videos.
Yeah.
So I think that's keep that in mind, brother. That those 25 hours, 20 hours are all going to be valuable because you're learning. You've never done client services for small businesses. You understand?
Right.
Number two, I think as long as you're healthy and keeping yourself healthy and not burning out from the sheer amount of hours, then what you need to be figuring out is how do you balance sleep and escapism? Like, do you need to watch the ball game? How much Fortnite do you need to play? What music do you need to listen to? There's kind of like four, to me it's kind of like 3 pillars, 4 here. You've got 2 businesses, they're pillars. Then there's your own kind of health and happiness. Like, do you get enough exercise, sleep, and rest? And then the fourth one is escapism. Like, a lot of times when people listen to me, they only read the headline. I don't want you to not watch Netflix. I don't want you to watch Netflix if you're complaining and you're unhappy. If you're happy, Like, I watch the Jets every Sunday, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. And I garage sale, and I spent 3.5 hours looking up sports cards last night on eBay. I need my escapism to make me tick. I'm just speaking to all the people that aren't happy. When you're not happy, you need to judge your leisure. Because when you're unhappy, your leisure is your escapism from your unhappiness.
Yeah.
Right. So a little background. A year ago, I had open heart surgery, and so once I recovered from that, I kind of got to the point where it's all the stuff that I want to do, I need to do it now, you know?
Yeah, I mean, open heart surgery at a young age. How old are you?
Right. I'm 31.
Right. Open heart surgery at 30 changes your perspective real fucking quick.
Right. Yes. Right. So I want to do all this stuff, and like my ultimate goal is to have a few businesses by 2025.
Hey, Cody, your ultimate goal has to be being happy.
Right. Well, I think that's it. I enjoy storytelling, and the reason why I'm doing marketing is
you enjoy
I started doing a lot more marketing at the restaurant.
Yeah.
And
Listen,
I enjoy the storytelling aspect.
you're talking to somebody who went through it. I thought I was building a wine business. What I was building was a storytelling platform that built a huge wine business. So I'm living what you're going through. Let me just say this, though, because one of the things that I've seen from my friends, contemporaries, and business associates is when they have a near-death experience or lose a very significant loved one in their inner circle, they put this disproportionate amount of short-term pressure on themselves to get everything accomplished, and I've seen it become detrimental at times. So just be thoughtful of it. You know, to me, this is why the process and the journey and happiness need to be the pillars of our society. Yes. As long as even opening the business is the success, you are now playing with house money. The reason I'm so happy is I think I play with house money. Just being able to do the things that I'm doing is what I want to be doing, not if they end up being successful.
For sure, yeah, and I think, and I enjoy the process too, like building of the business. I think, and then building it to something like just like you do is fascinating for me, and then wanting to build something else up again, right? And I think that's why I want to do the new thing. So because it's not that the restaurant's repetitive, but you know, I enjoy making it successful now, and then I want to take on another challenge.
It makes all the sense in the world. Listen, I'm going to tell you something. Based on everything we just talked about, I would just not judge yourself. I think you've got all the ingredients. I think if you're capable over the next 3 years to not judge yourself, for example, it's going to be easier to get small businesses to use you for marketing than keeping them, because small businesses don't spend a lot of dollars, and it's hard to create real tractional like ROI in the short term, and you're going to land some clients pretty quickly off the success of your restaurant, but then they're going to fire you after 6 months. As long as you don't then, when you get fired by 2 clients in a week, look yourself in the mirror and say, I'm a failure. I wasn't able to keep 2 things going at once. As long as you're able to really balance the judgment against yourself, I have a feeling everything else I've heard from you, you're going to be in a great spot. It is the one vulnerability, the over judgment on short-term losses that are micro losses, not macro losses.
Right, winning in the aggregate, yeah.
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 Good. Nora, anything to add? Or?
Awesome.
Okay.
What you said is
I appreciate it, Gary.
You got it, Cody. Take care. Let's go to the next question.
I have a question.
Go ahead. You ask your
so,
question.
you know, like all I do is like create.
Yes.
That's what I know.
Makes sense.
I don't know. Like I try to study business, and a lot of people tell me you should have another source of income. I don't know. How does that work?
Well,
what's
things.
another source of income?
Well, listen, you know you can start unlimited products. You can start unlimited services. You have unlimited opportunities. Yeah. You don't have to, though. This is what makes me laugh about people. Everybody thinks there's some sort of blueprint. You don't have to. First of all, to your point, just don't forget. Let's use the both of us. I grew up always wanting to be a businessman. It never ran through my mind that I wanted to go to Hollywood. I never joined the drama team. I didn't speak. I got a D in speech. I got a D. This is a report card you've never had. I got a D in speech. I'm legitimately one of the real speakers in society, and I got a D in speech. But the internet created a world where I became known. So all the selfies and the notoriety is not how I thought about it. So it makes sense that I know how to build businesses because I honed my skills in business. I always wanted to be business. And this became a secondary thing. For you, you always dreamed to be in Hollywood. You wanted to be creative and a personality or an actress or however you thought about it. You aren't required to start a beauty brand. You aren't required to start a fashion brand. You aren't required. Now, you may want to, because it might be a fun new challenge. You're such a young woman. You may wake up in 10 years and say, I want a new challenge. You also may have somebody in your circle or somebody from the outside that you get to know over 5 years that you say you want to go in business with them, and he or she always wanted to start a bottling water company or a sneaker brand.
Yes.
It's early for you.
Really? Because I feel like the pressure, because I'm the oldest in the family, and I'm like responsible for a lot of things.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
I have a funny feeling that your ad revenue from YouTube is doing just fine.
Yeah, it's good. Like,
yes,
it's good. And I have sponsorships. I'm doing good. But that's what people say. These are not guaranteed. You should open a business that's guaranteed. And it's like, I don't know what to do.
That's just not true.
I don't know like what else to do.
They're wrong. Your business is not guaranteed.
Yeah.
John Wayne was guaranteed to be famous, not guaranteed to be a good businessman.
Yeah.
Brad Pitt is guaranteed to be a famous person. He's not guaranteed to be a good businessman. It's not smart thinking. You may be capable of using the awareness you have in your audience to create businesses. You also might want to triple down on being awesome with your audience so that other businesses give you money for sponsorship. Do you know how many people have shifted to selling t-shirts, hoodies, sneakers, candy, makeup, and are actually leaving money on the table, and they're doing it for money because now they're monetizing their audience. Their audience has other options to go, so they're leaving them. Their sponsorship dollars are going down, and they're not going to build a successful bottled water company.
Wow, that's why I don't have merch. I never created merch. And people think I'm crazy for not doing that. And I'm like, I don't believe in it. I don't want to create something and people with newer stars on it. Like,
there are so many. Listen, it's fun to have the team here. Everybody sees us do cartoons, sneakers, cereal, like wine. People are like, oh my god, they do. There are so many things that we've been working on for 2 years that never see the day of light.
Yeah, but with you it's different. You're like, this is your job. You create product.
It's what I love and it's what I want to do. But even within it, if I don't feel where I'm going with it, is if I don't feel good about it, even if I felt good about it when we started, I have to feel good from the moment it's an idea in my head to the moment you're loving it.
There's a funny story.
Go ahead.
Tyler wanted to, we're going to release a t-shirt. Gary was on board with it. Long story short, after 4 months, we showed G the shirt. He's like, yeah, I'm not into it. We're not going to do it.
Yeah.
And Tyler was just devastated. No.
That's right. And because I live what I preach. When I tell somebody the losses or the no's are as valuable as the yeses, I pay Tyler. Him spending 4 months on that is money I've lost.
Yes.
Like, you know, like I don't think people understand. My entire world, listen, one of the things that I'm quickly, you know, intuitively I wanted you here, but I'm quickly gaining insight to you. Listen to me. You're super young, and I'm going to use my leverage of you looking up to me right now. Never, ever, ever do anything you don't believe in. It is the quickest way to start the process of losing everything you hold true.
Yeah, that's my struggle now. It's like I don't want to.
It's
I
not a
don't
struggle.
want to do merch.
It's not a
I don't
struggle.
believe in it.
It's not a
Like,
struggle.
Yeah.
It's not a struggle.
It's hard sometimes to say no.
It's very
Because
hard to say
people think
no.
it's like, why? This is money you're leaving. It's like,
Let me give you a real good one that I like to use when somebody annoys me.
Yeah.
That's close to me.
Yeah.
Once in a blue moon, if somebody's annoying me that I love, who's trying to get me to do something, I look them in the face and say, "You become Gary Vee and you do it."
Oh, that's nice.
So whoever's telling you to do it, you tell them. You go amass 10 million subscribers and you do it.
Yeah. Wow.
Right, John? It's good. It's good. Like once in a blue moon, if I get really, it's rare, but like an Andy is close enough to me now, Brandon, my parent, like somebody really pushing me, I'm like, you do it.
Yes. Oh my God. I have another question since you talked about your loved ones.
Yes.
What do you do for your loved ones that don't understand that you're that busy? They think you're faking it or you don't want to spend time with them when you're really busy, but they don't understand that. How do you deal with that? Because
I communicate with them.
How if they don't get it?
By talking. Well, if they don't get it, that's on them. That's not on me.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's not my problem.
Just like, you know how our life is busy and like they don't get it. They're like, why do you have to work that much?
Because you're happy.
I love it.
The end.
Yeah. And I love them too, but I love my job. I love what I do. So
of course. And there's also moments in time. Yeah. Like, you know, you'll get to a place where there'll be for 3 months you not loving it as much and you're missing your aunt and you'll spend more time with her.
That actually happened this Ramadan.
I believe you.
You know, every Ramadan I have a goal of uploading at least 20 videos, or like 20, 25.
Okay.
This Ramadan I uploaded like 7, 8 videos because I wanted to spend time with my family.
Good for you.
And people are like, what's happened to Noor? Because like once I uploaded 30 videos in Ramadan in 1 month.
Have you ever uploaded in those scenarios a video that says, here's what's happened to me, I've been reading your comments, I just want to spend more time with my family?
I uploaded yesterday actually.
It's the best.
I announced our show and then I told them I'm really spending time with my family. That's why I'm away a bit.
The end.
Yeah, another goal.
Listen, this is an inside game. You can do the call. Anytime you pander to anybody's voice besides your own, it always ends up wrong. That doesn't mean not taking people's opinions and being thoughtful, but ultimately your decisions are yours.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hey Robert, it's Gary Vaynerchuk. You're on the Ask Gary Vee show with me and Noor.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hi,
doing
how
well.
are you?
I'm doing great.
What's your question?
My question, Nora, is for you. You know, I've been in the U.S. since I was 8. My parents brought me here, and I'm an undocumented immigrant. I'm a dreamer. And I just want to thank you first for talking out about dealing with fears of being lonely. And I just want to know, like, how you push through that fear, because I'm dealing with the fear of hiding, you know? Like, that's how I'm successful. I hide. And I want to break out of that, yeah?
How do you think about that? How do you think about breaking out of
his
well, his issue, and I don't know your situation, is being a dreamer at this point. Like there's still unsettled business in America on the dreamer situation. So his reality is he's got to play in the shadows a little bit while things get settled.
Yeah,
and
so right, do it like this till you're ready to, or till like people know by themselves that you're successful. That's what I did. Like I didn't tell anyone that I was doing social media till they found out by themselves, and they said, "Oh my God, you're doing this, and how you're doing this." So what you're doing, in my opinion, is correct because you're happy that way. You don't want people judging you and telling you and stopping you from doing it. So do it in the shadow till like you're ready, or like they find out by themselves.
Hey Robert.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a little bit. I'm gonna poke on this one a little bit in a good way. I think I hope this brings you value, brother. One thing that I'm very passionate about is not dwelling on the reality of a situation. We are, you know, your reality is this is where we are right now in the current state of America and where you were born and how it all went down. That's not something you can control. And to your point, when you're in your situation, it's fearful and you feel completely out of control. I think remind yourself that even people that are, let's say from your perspective, fortunate that they were born here, somebody who was born here in the last 10 minutes had their child die in a car accident. Somebody that was born here had $1 million stolen out of their bank account by their drug addict aunt and will never get it back. Somebody lost their dad. Somebody, you know, just got their blood work back and they're chronically ill in perpetuity and will be dying this year. Like, you know, the reality is this is your reality and it's not fun. And I'm sure many people listening and outside the world have lots of judgments, but this is just you in your head. And one of the things you need to play, look, one of the reasons I'm super happy is I'm always prepared every day for my world to be shattered. I think every day. Every day, like what happens if everybody that I love dies today in a crazy accident? And in a weird way, it makes me happy. And I think, I'm gonna give you a left field one, but one of the things that I would do, if you were my best friend, I'd probably say this to you every day. I would say, bro, just make pretend every day that you're not gonna live in America. Right. You know, because once that becomes more real to you, of living in Canada or Denmark or Brazil or all these other wonderful places, you know, once that becomes real to you, all of a sudden, the thing that feels the scariest in the world loses some of its teeth.
Oh, for sure. That's actually one of the coping my wife and I do. Like, she lived in Spain and that's where she learned how to speak Spanish. And that was a big connection that her and I had. That was that, like, she knew Spanish, and so that's what we dream about. That, hey, if anything ever happens to me, go to Spain, you know?
Yes,
and I just wanted to add something. I was like, my biggest fear was, hiding. And then right after that was anybody knowing my secret. And the way I broke through that, or I'm currently breaking through that, is 3 years ago I met my mentor, Ryan Levesque. And I went to Ask Live and I stood up and I told everybody, 1,000 people there that I was undocumented. And today I'm in his new book, it's weird for me to know that there are thousands of people out there that know my secret now.
Well, guess what? Good news. You've now taken back the leverage.
Yeah.
And Spain's got fucking amazing wine, bro. Brother, you've already won this game. I hope you realize it's not thousands. It actually means with internet, everybody. The second you get that through your head, it's going to get even more fun.
And that's what I'm dealing with, is like that fear of hiding is so intensified because of that.
100%, because now but this is actually, no, but what's amazing is you've actually really won. What you've done is taking control. It's, you actually were not capable of dealing with the hiding, so you actually subconsciously exposed yourself, which puts you in a better spot. The only thing left now is the knock on the door that you're not looking forward to.
Exactly.
I'm aware, bro. Listen,
and it's because of my kids,
Of course, bro. Start getting your kids pumped about Spain.
Dude, we are, like, for real. Like,
I believe you, bro.
We were looking at houses. And
bro, listen to me. The biggest thing that I'm hoping happens during this incredible era of openness, of communication, a lot of political unrest, and a lot of dealing with truth that society's going through, is that it becomes one big game of not judging others. I'm sure, inevitably, with what you're going through, you're probably at the you probably think about things a little bit like I do in some ways. You're probably at the coffee shop and you hear somebody complaining about the dumbest shit in the world, and you're sitting there saying, I would trade anything to be with you, switch with you, so I wouldn't have. But what you don't know is you think you want to switch with that person, but that person's wife dies from a brain aneurysm the next day. I believe in what I'm saying. I think a lot of people listening right now and saying, Gary, you're using such extremes. Fine, I'm using extremes. You know what scares me more than a lot of scary things like being undocumented or other things? What about the hidden mental health issues that everybody on earth is walking around with, right?
Oh, totally.
Like, we just don't know anything about anybody else. And so all of a sudden, I don't know, me thinking that everybody else has it just as bad and just as good has kind of weirdly eliminated my ability to judge, which has just put me in such a crazy mental place that I'm desperate for everybody else to start at least flirting with. Like, the second you think for a second that you wish you were somebody else, just remember, you don't know jack shit about them.
Right.
Yeah,
no, yeah,
100%.
that's actually the first thing you said earlier, that you don't know that, they're here, but tomorrow they might lose their children. That was one of the things that Ryan went through, where he almost died, and like he was never gonna, he came to terms with his mortality. That's what broke me out of my hypnosis that my life was shitty. Because I was like, oh shit, I'm not dying.
If every person that has a child, because guess what, I'd much rather die than have my child die. If everybody in the world that has a child actually made pretend every day and felt it, and were that connected with themselves that they could feel it, of the loss of their child, the world would be a much better place.
Totally.
Yeah. All right, brother.
Totally.
Thank you. Let's get another caller.
I didn't understand his
I know you
issue
didn't.
because of my.
I know you didn't, which is why I jumped in and helped.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
I was like, I didn't.
We're a team here.
The number you have dialed is.
I love how you're like, I understand.
Talk to me about being so big. So how many subscribers do you have on YouTube?
11 something.
Okay. 11.4 million.
Yeah.
Talk to me about the rest of your social media. How you thought about it. Did you feel insecurity that you were so big on YouTube and not as big in other places? Did that hold you back from starting things? How have other things gone? Obviously, we've interacted a little bit on Instagram, so how's that going?
I was focused on YouTube for the longest time because I started on YouTube and I really love YouTube.
Yep.
And then I had Instagram, but I never cared. Like,
Yes.
I archived or archived a lot of pictures. That's just like random things I used to post. And last year, actually, when I took Instagram seriously, and I remember you followed me a year ago, I was like at 1 million and something, or like almost 2 million. And when I really focused, now I have like 4 point something. So I believe when you're a creative person, you can make it on
I agree.
And Instagram is very, very, very important platform.
I agree. Has a lot of attention.
Yeah.
Today.
We don't know, like.
If you were much older, you would have dominated MySpace.
Yeah.
I mean it. Hello, Austin. It's Gary V. You're on with Noor.
Hey, Gary V. Hey, Noor. How you guys doing?
Hi.
You're well, Austin. What's your question, brother?
I'm doing great. I'm super excited you guys called me, actually. That's so awesome.
Happy to do it.
But, yeah, my question, I am 21 years old. I actually live right outside of Seattle, Washington, so just like Noor was saying earlier.
Awesome.
And I have a question just for Gary about what quality content is to you when you say that, and also your opinion on influencer marketing.
I think influencer marketing has just started and is nowhere close to dying or being passé. We have always taken other people's word of mouth, and I think we are in the earliest stages of influencer marketing, and I believe that the day I die in 100 years from now, that influencer marketing will be part of it because word of mouth has always been a part of it. So early stages, some will rise, some will fall, quality will rise to the top, there'll be more long tail. I believe that the kids that are 8 years old now that aspire to be influencer marketers may not end up getting to Noor and I's level, but it might be a side hustle that they always have, that every average dad in the world at 41 years old, that's 9-year-olds now, will be in play to get a $50 gift certificate or a free item to post on their Instagram or YouTube of the day 32 years from now, because that's actually how it's always worked. So that's that. As far as quality, brother, quality is completely subjective and the audience speaks. So for me, it's only the audience. However, it starts with me and what I want to make, which is exactly what I was pushing Noor about 15, 20 minutes ago. She knows what the audience wants. She's gotten so big now that she's only making what the audience wants.
صح. Right.
I know.
That's right.
And so I want her to take the next step in her career. So now I'm trying to push her to put out what she wants. My audience did not want, by any indication, garage sale videos. My audience, by any indication, did not want baseball card videos. It didn't want parenting advice. It didn't want relationship advice. It didn't want business advice. My first 5 years was putting out a video on YouTube every day of the week. From 2006 to 2011, 5 days a week, excuse me. And I only made wine videos. And the first business video I started making, people left comments saying, "Stay in your lane, wine boy."
You get that too. Oh my God.
Everybody gets that forever.
Yeah, when you do something new.
Add on to that because I'm curious. Being 21 as a real estate agent, can you think of some practical ways that I can actually use?
I think that you should make. Yes, I think you should make a video about every business in town.
Okay.
You're a real estate broker?
Yes, sir.
You're trying to sell people homes in a certain area, right?
Yes.
If you become the voice that understands every small business, every teacher that goes to the school district and teaches the kids, every pothole on Main Street, every history lesson of the subway store that's been there since 1947, if you become the social media mayor of your area and local newspaper of your area, you will become the #1 realtor in your area. You have unlimited content, bro. Until you review every single business and every single public space and every single street and tree and flower and teacher and firefighter and public servant, until you interview every single one of them, you have unlimited content.
Great advice, man.
I know. Now the question is, are you going to execute on it?
Yes, I listen to you a lot, Gary, and I feel like you've said it before too. Like I've already said all this stuff. Like at this point, I'm just saying the same thing over. Until people can kind of get it more, and maybe a different piece of content will hit people different.
And that's why I believe in access. The reason I'm giving you access to me right now is maybe you have watched the fact that I said be the mayor of your town in real estate from a real estate video in 2011, which I did. And here we are 8 years later. Maybe you consumed it 3 years ago or last week. But the fact that you have access and we're having this connection right now, this might be the way you need to hear it.
Yeah.
I don't get to judge how, that's my big thing with my audience. People ask me all the time, especially good friends, inner circle. They're like, bro, aren't you tired of saying the same shit? Like, if they don't fucking get it, let it alone. I'm like, you're audacious. I'm like, you have nothing to tell the world. I have something to tell the world. I need this. This makes me happy. I want to leave a legacy. I like positive reinforcement. And if that means I have to say the same thing until the day I die in 84,000 different ways over 800,000 different days, then I will do that. Because I don't get to judge how you consume it, bro. I just have to keep putting it out in different ways. And access to the audience is one of the biggest ways I know how. No influencer wants to do it because it's hard. It's not scalable, they think. I think it's the most important. Yesterday I was fucking pissed. 3 canceled flights. Had to go back through customs because I was in fucking Canada. That was the worst. Like, you get kicked off the plane and then you have to wait in customs for 40 minutes. And what do I do while I'm waiting for my car? Go on Instagram Live and provide more value. I also happen to be running a $200 million company with 1,000 employees.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's the answer, brother.
Yeah, thank you, Gary. Thank you, Nora. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Nora, everybody's calling you Nora. Does everybody do that?
Nora?
Yeah.
It's easier for them, but my name is Nora.
I'm aware.
Yeah.
That's why I'm asking. Right, Sinan?
Sinan.
Do you know I called Sinan or Sinan for 2.5 years?
Oh my God.
And then we were in a car together. He's like, by the way, one last thing. We're having this meeting. He goes, you don't pronounce my name right. I'm like, what the fuck?
He told me you're the first one here that pronounced my name right. I'm
well,
like,
you've got the,
I mean, because we're Middle Eastern.
Of course, your tongue goes that way. Yeah. You should see when I get going with Russian. I can really fucking drill it. Who's this? Manal? Oh, yeah, I know Manal.
Manal from Dubai?
Hopefully it'll connect. We'll wait a few more seconds.
The number you have dialed is not in service.
One more time. Did you get your question off that you had written, or did you have something?
Let's see. We have more. Okay, so I have a question that I really like. A lot of people asked it. It's what you say for people who have unsupportive parents, like their parents doesn't support them.
What about it?
Yeah, what about it? What's your advice to them?
To respectfully not listen to them.
Really?
Yeah. Parents love their children.
Yeah.
And a lot of parents, and especially in non-American cultures, but in America too, they do it in a different way, treat their kids like products.
Yeah.
And also feel like their kids are a huge reflection on them, which is where it breaks down.
Yes.
But ultimately, from what I've observed, I believe that most parents are unbelievably proud of a child when they're successful in not listening to their parents. And so you win either way. Here's why. I'll explain in a minute. Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
It's Gary. How are you?
Hi, Gary. Oh my God. This is like one of the best days of 2019 already.
I love it. Say hello to Noor.
Hi, Noor.
Hi, Manal. How are you?
Hi, Manal.
I'm very good, حبيبتي.
حبيبتي.
عيد مبارك in advance.
عيد مبارك علينا وعليكي حياتي.
Hell yeah. What can we answer for you?
Okay, so one direct question. So as a woman in the Middle East, I find it so hard to maintain my sort of like no fuck given attitude because I come up as a bitch basically all the time when I stand up for myself or when I tell the truth or when I achieve so much that people are so scared of me. And what I find happening is that my circle keeps getting smaller and smaller, and then no one is there to cheer on for me. And
Stop listening to those. Stop listening to those insecure dudes.
Yeah. I totally understand what you say because I've been through the same thing.
Of course you guys
gotta
have.
ignore them. and that's it. You can't do anything. They're just insecure. I had a boy that I liked, and he told me, I don't know how to deal with you. I don't know what to do with you.
I'm 39. I'm still single because everyone finds me, intimidating. And I'm like, dude, I would love to get with you. Just give me a chance to, to get to know me. I'm not just all about the social media bling bling, all these marathons and mountains. There's a human being behind all these successes.
Look, listen to both of you and to me and to everybody. The answer to all, if we're going on personal relationships, and if we're ragging on insecure boys, which is the dominant percentage of boys, and by the way, the dominant percentage of girls, it takes two to tango, right? So the reality is, to your point, you probably stumbled across a ton of insecure guys who can't handle an alpha woman, but as you know, and I know hundreds of them, let alone tens of them, I know intimately hundreds of alpha women who have found many men who are able to handle that. So what I would say is a couple things. One, of course, there's a staggering amount of people that are insecure and can't deal with an alpha woman. By the way, there's a lot of women that can't handle alpha guys, even though it's more common, and we see that, we all look at that. However, you also have to be thoughtful about, if you're at a place now, listen, you come across from me from afar, and even the way you're even talking right now, the biggest question you have to figure out is, how happy or unhappy are you about it? One of the things that I think is going to become a very fascinating conversation over the next century is, does one need to become married, right? Like my biggest question for you is, how happy are you right now? That's the question.
Am I supposed to answer that right
Yes,
away?
you are.
I'm very, very proud of my achievements, but then they do not tick our society's boxes, and that's why sometimes I feel unhappy. Like, I always say, when I share a picture of me finishing a marathon or climbing a mountain in our WhatsApp group to my mom, sometimes I don't receive a response. I don't even say, well done. They don't even get it.
Listen, let me phrase. No, you're right. Listen, let me phrase. I don't get it because I'm not a Middle Eastern woman, but I get it. Of course you do, because you guys can connect on that. But you'll appreciate this, and I think this is something we all have to do. None of us get the other person if you don't go through that experience, but that goes for everybody. The reason I get it, I'm going to say it again. This is a very micro thing. Nora, listen to me. I am 43 years old.
Yeah.
In 1989, 1992, when you got D's and F's, the entire world said you were a fucking loser.
Yeah.
There wasn't a single person. Kids don't grow up with that now. Now there's entrepreneurship. Yeah. So like my whole life has been misunderstood. Do you ladies know that almost everybody in the advertising world, the business I'm in, thinks I'm a charlatan and completely full of shit? Like everybody has pushback. When I'm called a charlatan or a snake oil salesman, have to be thoughtful of, do they have any point? I process it, and then I move on. And I think what you need to think about is, listen, nobody will ever convince me that there's not one. You can tell me 98% of people see it that way, but you will never convince me because I've seen it too many times. There's always one. What are you doing about it to put yourself in a position to find that one is the biggest thing that you can focus on. Really. You can't focus on other people. Nobody else. I have no interest in convincing or forcing anyone else to be anything. I focus on myself, and then I say yes or no based on me. And that's what you need to do in this scenario.
Yeah, and don't let the pressure make you make wrong decisions, For
sure.
That's the most important thing.
Yeah, I mean, look, you know.
I just find it very hard to stay on track with all these people telling you negative shit.
Fuck them.
I'm
Fuck them.
Fuck them. I'm a human being at the end.
Fuck them. Fuck them.
Yes,
fuck them. Like, and by the way, if anybody's listening and they're struggling with that, that's on you. It's fuck them, get your shit together.
Yeah.
Living your life based on other people's opinions is the quickest way to live an unhappy life.
Yes.
And when you have audiences like the three of us do, you can't take the good without the bad. You love the positive reinforcement. You love the comments that say you're the greatest and you changed their life. You then have to accept that people are going to say you're a piece of shit. That's the cost of the fucking game.
Yeah.
And that's how I do it. Listen, like all of us are being judged, and in different times and different spaces. I'm very similar genetically to my great grandfather, right? He just happened to be born in Soviet Russia as a Jewish man, which meant he was ridiculed and beat up and put in jail for 11 years. I was born in America, where I didn't have to deal with that. So obviously I have a different scenario, and obviously we're different, I'm sure. No two are the same. But we can only deal with our realities. There's no changing our realities. What you need to focus on is none of the outside and only on the inside. Put yourself in a position to find what you're looking for instead of dwelling on what the outside is not giving you.
100%.
100.
Thank you, Gary.
You understand? Because every second you think, oh, my culture doesn't get it. Oh, these guys don't get it. Oh, that boy I like doesn't get it. Every second you're spending on that, you're not spending on getting what you want.
You're wasting your time. And if you think he doesn't get it, then that's it. He's gone. Don't waste your time on him. You know what I find? Something like we waste a lot of time thinking that it's going to work, and it's not going to work. When they tell you, or like they show signs that it's not going to work, that's
Get
it.
the fuck out.
X, and then next, you move on with your life. And that's how you don't waste your time, man.
It's having conviction without being delusional.
Yeah.
Stick to your guns, but make sure you're listening to the feedback. I always think I'm right until enough people tell me I'm wrong. Not a couple.
Yeah, but what's enough? Like, how much is enough, though? Like, how do you quantify that?
Enough is when a bunch of people that don't have any vested interest have a thought, and I respect their thought. Like, the reality is, for me, enough is like almost everybody. Like thousands, because otherwise I'm going to stick to my guns. I think the bigger question, though, that's to me more of a business answer. In relationship answers, it's one. Every time I sensed my whole life that somebody wasn't interested in me, I didn't spend any time on it.
Yes.
I'll be very honest with you. I never chased a single girl because I was like excited, and I mean this because I was
also because you're Gary Vee.
No, but everybody sees the end. Nobody saw the process. Yeah. Nobody in my high school or college thought I was going to be Gary Vee. I thought I was going to be. And that's the point.
Yes.
That's the fucking point.
Yes.
You know how much happiness I have that every girl that ever knew that I had some interest that didn't have interest now has to deal with the ramifications? It's a delicious taste. All right, I gotta get out of here. Thanks for the call. Noor, I adore you. You get to ask the question of the day. What question do you have for the audience?
For the audience?
Yes.
Oh my God. If what's stopping you from following your dream? Like
Great
the
question.
dream that you
Yes.
really want to do. What's stopping you?
And I never jump in on question of the day, as my team knows, but you just asked such a great question, and it was such a great podcast, show, episode. Tell the truth. Even if you have to create a fake account so your parents or sibling or spouse or children don't see it, create a fake account, a burner, and tell the truth. Actually saying the truth out loud impacts humans tremendously.
Yeah.
Noor, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you
Such a
so
pleasure. You were
much.
amazing.
Oh.
You keep asking questions. We'll keep answering them.
Bye.
The incredible Noor stops by on today's episode. Awesome.
Oh my God, that was amazing.
Thanks, guys, for listening. Please, please, please share the podcast and make sure you've subscribed, because a bunch of you aren't subscribed. And more importantly, a bunch of you listen every day and haven't told your friends it's the best podcast in the world. I'm watching. Have a great day. Hey guys, fireside chat I did for a logistics and freight kind of conference, which is super unique, but there was a lot of great kind of trials and tribulation of entrepreneurship. So this is a unique podcast where both executives and entrepreneurs, I think, are gonna get a ton of value out of this. So hope you enjoy, hope everybody's been well. Miss you guys, and hope you're having a great start this summer.
This is the Gary V audio experience.
Oh, there you are. How you doing? Yeah, you came from the other way. So, like I said, we don't know what to expect. So.
Right off the bat.
Well, I'm so excited to have you here. We have a mutual friend. We actually have a couple mutual friends. So Ted Ailing.
Yes.
And so I think, is Ted here? I don't know if he's in the audience. But interesting enough, that's how I actually first heard about you, was through Ted. And Ted's like the underground mayor of Chattanooga.
Sure is.
But one of the things interesting is this New York media company that you've built actually ended up opening a Chattanooga, Tennessee office.
Yes.
I'd love to hear why. Why Chattanooga?
You know, I think everybody in this room, whether professionally or personally, realizes serendipity and, you know, a lot of different nuances that you never expect come into play. I had a new book come out several years ago that I wanted to promote, and my favorite thing about being a marketer and a salesperson is I prefer to be a marketer because then it comes to me. But when I have something I have to accomplish, I have to go into sales mode. And so when that book was out, I wanted for it to do well, and I created packages where I would trade, you know, an enormous amount of book sales for me showing up somewhere. And I get this email from Ted in Chattanooga, and he came in heavy and hot, and I was thrilled. I mean, I'm agnostic about where I go. When you have the KPI of the results, you go anywhere. I didn't realize there wasn't a direct flight to Chattanooga. That was a little bit complicated. But other than that, I got there, and then what took over is the same reason most of the good things in my life have happened, which is within the first 8 minutes of being on the ground, I just, you know, intuitively was like, this is an interesting place. And it wasn't, you know, a lot of times later on people manipulated to, it was the fiber or this and that. It was strictly the human beings and just the gut feeling I had navigating through the different businesses and people that I met. At the macro level, I'm trying to build a very serious communications company, and my biggest concern in building it is getting too much in the silo of New York or LA or London. And so I give a lot of thought about where to open up offices to make sure that you're getting a flavor of all the different mindsets and angles and nuances around the world. Like, you know, as somebody who, you know, his career took a big turn when he started investing in Silicon Valley startups, what you were just saying on stage that I caught, you know, not only are the costs and competitive landscape of talent different in Silicon Valley and Chattanooga, but the entire ecosystem of how one sees the world. Mm-hmm. And I think one thing everybody in this room can appreciate is perspective is incredibly important. And you need different perspectives to achieve big things. And so there was a very macro ambition for me to open offices in places that weren't like LA, San Francisco, New York, and Nooga ended up being the first one.
As a Chattanooga native, I certainly appreciate that. It's interesting. I talk to a lot of, you know, we sit at the intersection of Silicon Valley with freight, and we're venture backed as well, so we're in constant dialogue, and I can empathize and relate with the founders in the Valley. But in many ways, I find that even the most successful companies that have raised venture funds that are in San Francisco oftentimes don't have as deep context about the industry that they're just, a ton of success, and you have to give them credit for the success. But it's interesting because someone who has deep market context, oftentimes those companies don't. I'm wondering, when you look at, you're outside of New York, outside of San Francisco, and a lot of freight companies are geographically dispersed in the Midwest and Southeast. What do you see that's different about those particular entities than out in the Valley?
Well, in the Valley, you know, as many people here know, an enormous percentage of those companies are started by extremely young people. And so they have no context of any industry. The other thing that many may know in this room but may not is one of the biggest reasons I've walked away and didn't start a venture capital firm on the back of being an early investor in Facebook and Twitter and Uber. I had all this momentum. And somewhere about 7 or 8 years ago, I realized how much I didn't enjoy, you know, investing, and more importantly, investing in companies that weren't actually building companies. They were building financial arbitrage machines. You know, most of the companies in Silicon Valley today are built to raise another round of fundraising and then sell to a bigger company, or right now, because the IPO market is hot, go public. It's all math, it's all Excel sheet, it's all CAC and LTV. It's legitimately not, like, I'm not kidding here, and it's not a razz, it's just not what I'm interested in. I'm far more, like, you know, I come from growing up in a liquor store that was a family business, baseball cards, like I'm a merchant, I'm a build a business kind of guy. It's very awkward to watch and sit in meetings where everything is about pandering to more capital, not to executing for your customer.
So I mean, is it a bubble or is this just a phenomenon? You think it's a bubble?
I do.
And where is the end? Is it Uber's IPO?
Yeah, I mean, if I knew that, I'd be quicker to my path of buying the New York Jets. I don't know. And by the way, I could also be disproportionately wrong. Like, I think I'm already wrong. I would have never thought that we could be here 11 years. The way we solved 2007, 8, 9's economic issue felt like such a Band-Aid that I thought was going to lead to such horrible behavior, which it has. But I would have never thought that the global economy and the U.S. economy would have been able to sustain 11 years of hyper-growth during that kind of bad behavior.
Just funding unlimited.
Look, I think one thing I hope you'll appreciate here for the next 55 minutes, I'm going to stay in my lane. I'll talk about things I know, and I won't talk about things I don't know. The macro rationale to the global economy is something above my pay grade. It's just not where I spend my time. Obviously there's an enormous amount of capital coming in from SoftBank, from Saudi Arabia, from other places that I think continues to maintain it. But this is the greatest era of fake entrepreneurship ever. Because there's just so much money in it, right? I mean, for everybody in this crowd that's over 40 years old, like I am myself, we didn't grow up in a world thinking that our idea was worth $4 million. And that is absolutely what the average, highly educated 21-year-old sitting in college thinks. She or he thinks that whatever idea they come up with, they should go and easily be able to get $1 million on a $4 million valuation for their Uber of sneakers.
But it's interesting because there have been some successes. And so how do you define, you talk about fake entrepreneurship versus real entrepreneurship. How do you know when you look at a deal, how do you know which is which? You
don't.
So you've made some significant investments, early stage investments?
Yeah, but I've stopped.
Uber was one of those, right?
Yeah, I mean, but I've stopped. Okay. And I've stopped because in 2006, 7, 8, 9, 10, when I would sit down with an entrepreneur, she or he was an entrepreneur because entrepreneurship was coming out of an era where it wasn't on a pedestal. Right now, everybody wants to be an entrepreneur because it's legitimately cool, which is just wild for me to think about, just the way, being a businessman or woman wasn't cool in 1992, and it was Bill Gates, a fucking nerd, so now that everybody wants to put entrepreneurship in their Instagram profile and that's cool in the club, that is just bizarro world, but that's also done what sports and rapping has, which is everybody wishes they are. And what's different about entrepreneurship than rap and sports is when you say you're a rapper, someone's like, all right, rap. And then if you suck, everyone's like, oh, you suck. And when you say you're a basketball player, people are like, at the YMCA or going to the league. But when somebody now says they're an entrepreneur, it's just accepted. And we haven't matured into, are you a successful entrepreneur or a wannabe entrepreneur? And to be very frank, I'm concerned about it because I think the one thing I love about entrepreneurship is it's binary. Either you're going to win or you're going to lose. And I think that there's a lot of people right now that are not built with dealing with the emotional baggage that comes along with a public loss. And so I spend a lot of time with young entrepreneurs around the mentality of like, when you lose, are you ready to take that ridicule and what are you going to do? But you don't. I think one of the ways you can is, look, in the rare occasion that I'll make a investment these days, I like people who've already built a real business. I think one of the ways you can do it, as I've evolved, I get way more into the jockey than the horse. So much of the money I've lost in investing was the idea was great and I would have run it successfully, but I bet on somebody who'd never run a business before. And again, so many people here know running a successful business has way more to do with emotional intelligence than the ability to know how to make a good decision about a product or service. You can build a great SaaS product, you can have all your CAC and LTV properly figured out, you can have a lot of things right, but as a CEO, if you do not know how to build a comfortable culture that creates retention and and many other variables, you're going to be vulnerable through actual business long term. And so I'm very much on the kick now of the jockey over the horse.
It's interesting you say that because I think about my own life, and I think the most significant times in my life have been when I failed, and failed in a really sort of public way.
And just for my own clarity, a macro failure, like out of business, or a micro failure?
You're not talking about a business failure.
Macro, like out of business.
Yeah. Well, for me, it was out of business.
Yeah, because I think, and I apologize for jumping in and please continue, but I think I'm obsessed with micro failures. I prefer not the macro failure, right? Like I was thinking,
the business survived. I just didn't.
Okay. Yeah, so that's a personal macro
when you run out
failure.
of cash, they make decisions. But I wonder. It's interesting because you think about that, and that sort of informs you much better because you sort of have this. I think the thing for
pattern
me
recognition, right?
What's that?
You've seen this movie before.
Well, you've seen it, and for me, it was this first time. I always sort of being in having a family that has successful entrepreneurship. You sort of see the model of what a successful entrepreneur does. As you're a kid growing up, and you see your dad build business, he went through tough. I mean, I remember having conversations. There were times that they were tight on cash, and things were not always in the early days were not always great. But I didn't see that as a kid because I idolized my father, and I looked at him as this sort of god of business, and I never understood that he had gone through these. That he had tougher skin because he had to do it, and he had seen his father do it and stuff. And so, when I truly sort of fucked it all up, when I truly it was in for me, it's the first time I ever felt what it was like to completely just be done and had failed in a way that people knew, and that was humiliating. But what it taught me was that I could do it again. That it was painful and it sucked and you never want to go back there. But you also are now, you can survive it, you can rebuild. And I think that was a much more powerful lesson than if you just had unlimited success. And in some ways, in my early 20s, I had a platform inside of my dad's business
that enabled me to build a very successful business. And so I was sort of insulated, and I thought, well, that's what success is, because you have this platform. It's easy to build a really successful business when you already have an infrastructure. Having to do it on your own is quite different. And that was sort of the first time I realized it. And so it's interesting you say that. You look for successful businesses, but I also imagine the character of the story is also important to you.
It is, but to your point, like, the path to success is not straight.
Right.
And so you're right, you look under the hood, but you said something super important, and now I'm just going to veer off for a second, because it's going to bleed into parenting as much as it is entrepreneurship. The greatest thing that happened to you was getting punched in the mouth. The greatest reason I believe that we're living through such fake entrepreneurship right now is not only is there an enormous amount of capital in play for these 22 to 25-year-olds, but they're the generation, that was parented in a way that tried to eliminate losses from the ecosystem. I mean, this is the generation of 8th place trophies, right? This is, my favorite thing that's going on in society right now is 45 to 60-year-olds, clowning on millennials and making fun of them. And I keep looking at them and I keep reminding them that you parented these kids.
Everybody gets a trophy, right?
Yeah, I mean, and so, we've demonized to these kids losing. Yeah. I love losing. Like, micro losing especially, more than macro losing, is incredibly motivating. Yeah. There's nothing more fun than losing regular season games.
Right.
You learn from them. Come playoffs, you like to build on that. But yeah, I think adversity is the foundation of success. Being born in the Soviet Union, living in a studio apartment with 8 family members when I was a kid, going on 1.5 vacations my entire childhood, my parents buying me nothing because they didn't have the money nor the mindset to do that for me, is fundamentally the reason I'm successful at entrepreneurship. I'm not scared of anything, nor do I care about anybody else's judgment, which allows me to navigate very quickly, and my losses are my losses. Right. And my wins are my wins, and they both feel the same. When I hear the accolades or when I get razzed, I basically can't hear them. I'm just so in love with the process. And that's what getting up off the floor is. You had no choice. It's in your DNA to want to play.
Yeah.
And I think that self-awareness for the executives and the founders and the different people in this room is an incredibly important foundation to the conversation right now, both for the entrepreneurs, but also for the key executives and employees of an organization. And the responsibility of the number one to put players in the best position to succeed is a formula that really matters.
It's funny you say that. I think entrepreneurs have this thing after sort of a big loss where you have this, writers talk about writer's block. I couldn't think of anything that was interesting. And I remember I took a job selling employee engagement services, which was not fun at all. Like, the fact that the business exists is sad. And I don't know he's in that business here. But I remember I went back to Chattanooga and I went, and speaking of Ted again, I was in his office and he goes, what the hell are you doing? Like, why aren't you an entrepreneur? Like, why don't you get back in the game? And he was the guy that sort of pushed me to say, get back into it. Like, go back and do it. And the thing was, this time, I was sort of fearless. I didn't care. I knew what it was like. And I burned a bunch of cash day trading because I thought that was how I was going to make my fortune. Don't do that either. And I opened up at a Bank of America I had good credit, was the only thing I really had. And I opened up a zero balance or zero APR credit card, and I ran up $50,000. Bank of America was my first investor. And it was fun to kind of get back into the game. And they don't know that. I did pay it off, which was actually fun. But it was fun to get back in the game after having done it and sort of seeing that, hey, there is a sort of a natural desire. But I think what has driven me, and I would imagine it drives other entrepreneurs, that they've had sort of this fake success. They thought they were successful, and then it all went away, and then they had to go back and build it again. And
that's what we're going to see in the next chapter of this era. The amount of people that celebrate when they fundraise is laughable. I mean, 98% of Silicon Valley startups lose money each month. Like, I don't know if you heard, but it doesn't take a hero to lose money each month. So, yeah, a lot of them think that they're successful, yet they haven't made a single cent in profit, which is the lifeline of a business that isn't in a position to raise more capital. And I do think that what's amazing about the game is here we are, and we're talking about when will it happen, what's the bubble, and literally tomorrow you can wake up and Bear Stearns can happen, and it starts to domino the other direction. And it's that quickly, right? You've got an entrepreneur sitting now in year 3, and she's about to turn the corner, right? She's been losing $80,000 a month, and now 2 more months, and she's going to have this or that or the other thing, and we're going to be making money, and all of a sudden, they're on, 3.5 base on raising their next round, which will give them that air cover. And boom, the news comes out in the morning that XYZ bank does this, or the college debt crisis has done Y, or China did Z, and the investor pulls out. Nobody else is interested, and 6 months later they're out of business.
Yeah. So what is your message to those startups? And there's some in the room.
Make profit.
It's that simple, right? Yeah. I can't argue with that. So.
And to the startups in the room, if this kind of hit you, that makes some sense, or you got your spidey senses going, you go and audit your expenses. What are you paying for fruit bars? Or, who's the 3 employees that bring no value to the company anymore, but you have a sense of loyalty? Run an actual business. And I think that overfunded, lots of money in the system is no different than being a super spoiled kid. If your parents buy you a BMW on your 16th birthday, you're soft.
Yep.
You are. There's nothing wrong with being soft. There's nothing wrong with being soft, but you're fucking soft.
So let's talk about, you mentioned culture. Let's talk a little about culture. And you've talked about this, is that people who are dragging down the culture of a business shouldn't be there. You should get rid of them immediately.
I'm a big fan of this.
Let's talk about that. It's interesting because there's a view of hire slow, fire fast. And there's also a view of, if you have someone who's cancerous to your business, I think a lot of businesses get caught up in trying to document and coach, and it just goes nowhere, right? If they're cancerous.
I wish most businesses were into documenting and coach. What most businesses are doing is, Harold's a dick, but his numbers are remarkable.
Yeah.
That's what's really happening. That's what I'm referring to. That if you've got somebody who's driving top-line revenue, or she or he is crushing their numbers, what most companies are doing is they're looking at surface level. They're like, ooh, if we fire Carol, we're going to lose those 3 accounts because she's so wired in there. What they don't realize is the hidden lost revenue that's happening with Carol or Harold destroying the culture and completely messing up the continuity and speed of the macro.
So what do you do, from your point of view, what do you do if you have someone who's really kicking ass, bringing the numbers in, and they're just they're a jerk? What do you do with them?
What I do, one man's point of view, is I sit them down, I look them dead in the face, and I say, you think I'm joking because you're delivering, but I'm not joking. And if you can't be a good human being, I'm going to fire your face.
That's pretty right there, right?
That's what I do. And I do it, I'm a big shot on stage now and I'm acting tough. I do it in a conversation. I'm like, look, I'm not kidding. Like, I know you don't believe me because you've worked in other places that value dollars, and I value dollars. I just value slow dimes, right? And so you're gonna screw me up. You're not liked. There's a problem here. A, it's my fault because this is my company. So tell me what I've done wrong to put you in this position. Do you hate Stevie, or is something going on at home? Like, what am I missing? 9 out of 10 times you're missing nothing. It's just unfortunately, because before you even get to that conversation, you're trying to figure out what's wrong.
Yeah.
And then 3 out of 10 times, remarkably, people do take a left turn because they get scared straight, or they had it in them, or normally they're insecure. And so I spend 40 of the 50 minutes on trying to make them feel safe.
Yeah.
And 7 out of 10 times you fire their face.
How long do you give them?
It's funny. It's run the gamut. And when I think about these 25 conversations as we're talking right now, one makes me laugh because I gave them 24 hours because literally the next day they were ridiculous.
Yeah.
Other times it's been a couple weeks, a couple months, not usually more than 2 months after that conversation for me, but everybody has their own tolerance. It's remarkable what happens when you make that decision. The buy-in from the rest of the crew that you knew, because most employees think that the big boss, that she or he have no idea what's actually going on. That they live in an ivory tower, that they don't know what's going on in the details, that employee's tricking them, that they're looking the other way because of money. So when you deliver on culture, the buy-in in the macro is remarkable, and what it does for the business is extraordinary. I'm a pot-committed buyer of this thesis, that you have to fire the best performers that are destroying your culture.
How big is your team? What's the size?
VaynerMedia is 1,000 people.
Wow, okay. And how long have you guys been around?
We've been around for 9.5 years.
9.5 years. And so you've hired a lot of people.
Yes.
You've also interviewed a lot more people.
Yes.
When you bring someone into the organization, do you interview every single candidate?
I do not. I did the first 300, I would say.
Wow, okay.
And I do obviously at a certain seniority level. And I try to meet with every employee within the first year. But I don't hire everybody. And that's probably a good thing because I'm probably an all-time ridiculous hirer. I usually hire people within the first 3 minutes in my head. And I have no questions for you. You're going to lie anyway. Like, who cares? Let's just get to it.
I'm the same way.
What's your biggest problem? Well, sometimes I work too hard. Like, interviewing is such bullshit.
What is the worst response you've ever gotten on a question?
That. I hate that question. Like,
I work too hard?
What's your shortcoming? Like, what's a cliche reason you struggle sometimes? Gary, sometimes I get so passionate about my work that I work extra hard and burn myself out. Get the fuck out of here.
So what is the best answer to that question? Or the best type of
The truth, right? Like, sometimes I undermine my fellow employees because I want a bonus, honestly, I go on intuition. I hire remarkably fast. I fire slower than I'd like, but I've gotten faster over the last 25 years.
Yeah, as you get more confidence in
I hate negativity.
Yeah.
And in that, I think I've created too much entitlement and have kind of tried to fix the bad boy too much. And over time, I've just gotten better. Experience matters.
So I'm curious, you were one of the first investors in Uber. At the time, it was an unknown startup. What about that business? I'm talking about culture. A lot has been said about Uber's culture. And I'm wondering, when you first heard that pitch, A, what did you like about the pitch? And then B, what is your perspective on the culture issues that have been written about Uber?
So I got a long-winded story here. I'll try to go fast. Number one, and if you literally Google my name and Uber and Paris, like right now on your phone, Gary Vaynerchuk, Uber Paris, you'll read a Business Insider article. This is just fun for me one day for my grandkids. Not only am I an early investor in Uber, we'll get to that in a minute, because I'm not as early as I should be because I passed on the angel round twice. Like literally Travis came back to me and had coffee with me in San Francisco and kind of begged me to invest because we were such homies. My first book, Crush It. The only people I acknowledge in the book is my family and one random person, Travis. He was investing at that time before Uber and read the book and gave me some good feedback. Literally that's how close I was with Travis, and I passed twice on the angel round. And if I wrote my normal $25,000 to $50,000 check, I would be looking at somewhere in the ballpark of $500 to $800 million in the next couple of months. So that would be considered a loss in entrepreneur land. But I was literally in the room when it was invented. Garrett Camp, who was the founder and inventor of a company that some of you might remember called Stumble Upon, which was a cool website back in the day, literally, it's crazy. I'm sitting in the couch, post this keynote I gave at Lay Web, 2008, I think 9. He's sitting on the ground right over there having some whiskey, and he looks up at 8 people and he goes, what do you think about wouldn't it be cool if on your phone there was an app and you could order a limousine that could pick you up right away? And I remembered the first hot second, I'm like, that's a rich person's problem, right? I'm like, yeah, okay, fine, but and then a couple months later, I saw him, and he's like, hey, that thing we're doing, it's real. It's called Uber Cab now. That's the original name of Uber, Uber Cab. And at first, it was a side project because Travis was investing. Garrett, I think, just bought back StumbleUpon from the company AOL. I can't remember who bought it. And they literally hired another person to be the CEO and outsourced the building of it. So it was a side project. So the biggest reason I didn't invest was because it was a side project. And then a couple months later, Travis jumped in, ran it, and it became what it became. As far as the culture, listen, at the end of the day, this is why I speak so much about culture. I'm completely I have no concept. During that era, Travis went super head down, and I spoke to him 3 times. I spoke to Garrett 0 times. I had, I'm not on the board, I'm not on the advisory board, so I have as much insight to the culture as you do, which is you're reading it through the press and through employees posting on blogs, and so you take it for what it is, but ultimately it was enough pressure for Travis to not be running the company he built, which is something every entrepreneur would fear and not want to happen, and it's why it's super important.
There's been the IPO coming up, he's not going to be ringing the bell. Do you think that's the right decision for Uber?
I didn't know that until right now.
They're not letting him on the stage.
That's too bad. Look, what I don't know is how, everything stems from the top. So the culture is on him. I'm fascinated by the board's power. I'm very caught here. 3 variables running through my head in real time. 1, I'm skewed because Travis is my friend. So already I'm not a clean piece of data. 2, even if he wasn't and I didn't know him, I'm always pro-operator, anti-board, right? Because the operator's in the trenches. The board is on the sidelines pontificating. I don't know why they decided to do that. I understand it. It would probably be massively distracting. I'm sure everybody wants the stock to do well. Travis is on to his next thing anyway. I wonder how much he cares or doesn't care. But as somebody who's already built one business that he doesn't operate anymore, which was the building of my dad's liquor store business into an e-com giant in the wine space, watching my best friend and my dad operate that company is heartbreaking.
I know the feeling.
Because they're not running it the way I would want to run it. And so when you build something and it goes into a different place, it's tough. I have a lot of, ultimately, in a lot of ways, that's the right decision. In a lot of ways, it's the wrong decision. I think ultimately, who gets to judge, I don't know.
When you're at Thanksgiving dinner or you're a family, did you have a tendency to tell them what to do or what you would do?
Well, we had such a weird ebb and flow, right? Because I got into my dad's business. My dad comes to America with $100 in his pocket and in 7 years owns his own liquor store. It's such a remarkable accomplishment. I come into my dad's business. It's a $3.8 million business doing 10% gross profit. And I build it from that to a $60 million business in 6 years with no capital, no credit line. And so there's these 2 massive dynamics in play, right? Which is, immigrant makes good, whiz kid grows it's a real interesting tension. And you couldn't find 2 operators who agree only on 10% and then disagree on 90% more than me and my dad. And so there was constant friction, which was very aggressive in a good way and a not so good way, family business dynamics. Now that I've been out of it for, let's say, really out of it for the last 4 or 5 years, I don't, because I'm pro-operator, anti-board.
Have you learned the hard way?
No, I haven't. I don't want to be a hypocrite about that. The second I stopped running it day to day, they got to run it.
Yeah.
And my 2 cents are bullshit. I keep them to myself. They ask me a lot, and I'm thrilled. Yeah. But I'm just unbelievably not interested in throwing my 2 cents at something I'm not willing to operate, because I don't like when people do that to me. Yeah. I love when employees, Gary, you know what you don't know? I'm tell me, Sarah. Tell me what I don't know. People, think about for everybody here, when you started your career and you managed nobody, how much you shit on your manager, and then the second you started managing people, you got a totally different perspective, right? Remember all those things you thought about your parents until you became a parent? I just think people are funny when they don't sit with all the context.
Right.
One of my favorite reasons to sit with employees, and I do it a lot, is for those conversations. When somebody gets a little bravado and starts throwing stuff at me, I always treat that with respect, and then I throw 87,000 things at them that they have no idea about, and then they leave with their tail between their legs, and I feel pumped.
I can empathize with that, Daniel Pickett. So, I wanted to dive in. Did you have a board, by the way?
No.
You don't have a board. You completely bootstrapped this business.
Yes.
And it was your dad's wine business that you built online. You built this massive business, and you parlayed
that. But I didn't parlay it. What I did was, this is an interesting part of my story. I built my family business, but I'm an immigrant, not an American-based family business. What that means is it's the dad's business until he dies. So I built this business from 3 to 60 million, and at 34 years old, because we poured all the money back into the business and I never paid myself more than $100,000 a year, I go and start VaynerMedia with my brother, and I have to start it in the conference room of Buddy Media, a great SaaS business that did extremely well and sold to Salesforce, because I had no money, right? So you have this great accomplishment on your resume of building this monster business, and you have no financial benefit from it. I had shit credit. I had nothing. Yeah. So at 34, I bootstrapped Vayner. The one great thing I had hovering, we mentioned it earlier, even though I didn't pay myself more than 70, 80, 100,000, back to making money versus spending money, running a P&L. I lived in a shitty apartment. I bought nothing and I worked every day. So I had, over this 8-year period, $100,000, $200,000 saved, and then I invested all of it. I took my bank account to zero because I decided Silicon Valley was going to happen. And the first 3 companies I invested in were Facebook, Twitter, and Tumblr, right? And so I'm rich. But more importantly than that, when I started Vayner in 2009, it was already obvious that Facebook was going to win. It was obvious that Twitter was doing super well. So I had no money, but I had these assets that were looming that I had some confidence on, and then I bootstrapped VaynerMedia.
And it's just completely through social media. That was how you built it, YouTube? Or?
VaynerMedia, the company itself? at that point, I'd written, right when I started VaynerMedia, Crush It came out 4 months later. And it was the book about social media that became kind of this book on the back of what I did in the wine business more, but it built awareness around me, which led to a couple of first clients for VaynerMedia, Pepsi, Gillette. And that started the process.
And why did they want you? Is it just because you could reach a different audience?
I, at that point, had 800,000 Twitter followers, and Pepsi, the business, had 400.
Wow.
And they were like, why do you have that? And people were starting to understand that there was something in the air about social media. And at first, our company was $5,000 a month to do community management for brands. So Campbell's paid us $5,000 a month to reply to people on Twitter. And remember the old Facebook where every comment showed up on the wall? And so people would be like, Campbell's, your soup sucks. And we're like, sorry. So at first it was community management. And then it evolved from there.
So freight, transportation is a very older, it's a very old industry. And up until recently, there hasn't been a lot of venture investment. And so when you talked about the bubble didn't, I think there's arguments whether it is a bubble. And I think there's different points of view. It's still, there hasn't been a substantial, if you take like fintech and broader consumer plays and broader internet plays, it's a very small amount of money. To us, it's growing really fast and it's growing exceptionally fast. But one of the things I find interesting is the traditional freight companies don't understand marketing. Companies that, the only ones that are doing a good job of it are the big parcel companies, which is really FedEx and UPS.
Because they're more consumer centric.
That's right. So the B2B, so there's a lot of folks in this room that are predominantly B2B.
And what you guys have massively felt the benefits of is something that I've been yelling about for a half a decade, which is if you're in B2B, you have to act like a media company, not an advertiser. FedEx and UPS are advertisers. You're acting like a media property.
We do, but I think the broader audience in this room, when you look at what is it, I'd love for you to tell them to spend money with me, but I'm not going to do that. What is it that you would recommend to folks in the room that, as you think about marketing branding, you talk a lot about taking advantage of social media, taking advantage of Facebook and LinkedIn is one that you do. I'd love for you to dive into the future of media and marketing.
The advice that I think will play for everybody in the room, regardless of what you do, including if you're the PTA president or thinking about running for local office, I have no idea what you want to do professionally or personally, but the one thing that has been tried and true, and I keep things extremely simple, is you have to reverse engineer the audience you're trying to reach, and you have to tell them something that brings them value, not you value. It's very simple. It is the simplest model of all time.
I think most marketing and PR agencies that we talk to, it's you get the copy. If they write it, it looks like marketing copy. Nobody's going to read it. When our journals write it, it's an editorial piece where it's written in a way that's written more like a journalist read. It gets read because it's not overflowing, and that's not just about us.
Because a PR company and a salesperson are in the business of selling, and a journalist is in the business of informing. It's fundamentally different. The biggest reason I've popped is every piece of content I put out on LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube, my podcast, I'm desperately trying to figure out how does this bring value for the other person, not how am I going to sell VaynerMedia or sneakers or wine. The end. It's unbelievably basic. This is like Bible shit.
Yeah, and you pump out a lot of content, and you do that. I mean, a substantial amount of content. One of my favorite things is your micro videos. You have a videographer that follows you. Are they here, by the way?
He was just Jason somewhere, I'm sure.
But we have it filming right there. So, but you film yourself, and you take parts of that and turn it into product. I'd love for you to hear.
3 years ago, I took a very interesting move that I probably debated for 6 months. Talk about somebody who genuinely is very capable of taking negative and positive feedback, lives a life where he's comfortable navigating through judgment. And even for me, it took me a good 6 months to say, okay, am I okay with a human being following me around and filming me at all time? That is heavy charlatan, heavy, it's uncomfortable territory, especially 3 years ago. But I saw vlogging on YouTube, and the vloggers were first person. And I'm not. I'm running a huge company. I'm an executive. I'm not going to be walking around with a camera like this. I'm also not a filmmaker or have that talent. But I knew that if I would film my day-to-day, that I could put out a vlog and show real entrepreneurship, instead of the watches and the baby giraffes and traveling. And, I wanted to show people meetings and work and the stresses of actually running a business. And two, I knew that I would be able to make this micro content. The amount of pieces of content that I put on LinkedIn that get 2, 3, 4 million people to see it, and all it was 47 seconds. I mean, it's going to happen here. 1 or 2 of these questions is going to be cut down and put on LinkedIn, and it's going to bring awareness to who I am, which then will bring awareness to the things I do or the things I believe. And so, yeah, I believe, not only do I believe every business is a media company, I believe every human's a media company, and I also am very comfortable with somebody not liking that. People don't like personal brands, or when I make that statement, they're like, ugh, and that's fine. You don't have to be a media company, but you can be. I'm not telling you that you have to do it. I'm telling you that there's a lot of opportunity around it.
And it's not that hard, right? With social media, I mean, in trucking, there are truck drivers which have 10, 20, 30,000, 40,000 followers. They use a GoPro or they use their iPhone, and they're in the cab talking about a story. They're breaking stories faster than sometimes we break them, and we have professional journalists. And it's interesting because they bring perspective, they have these sort of cult-like thought. They're heroes of the driving community, but there's no investment. And I'm wondering, you have companies that do billions of dollars that do a poor job of communicating their brand and their values, whether it's recruiting drivers or extending their brand, then these truck drivers, and not dismissive, they're smart as hell, that do it in the cab of their truck. And you've talked a lot about that.
Watch this, real quick, if you can appease me. It's early, it's good to get blood flowing. Real quick, if you are now a human being that mainly watches HBO Go, Netflix, Hulu, or DVR, that if you mainly consume your TV now in a OTT, Netflix kind of environment, please stand up. Real quick, just stand up if the far majority of TV you watch outside of live sports is done in this environment. I'm gonna wait, I wanna make sure everybody does this. Let's look around, I want everybody to look around. Let's all agree that this is not a 15-year-old teenage crowd, right? And geez, 80, 90%, you can sit, thank you, 80 to 90% of this audience now mainly watches television without even the ability to see a commercial.
Yeah.
Right? And for the 10% that were still sitting, that when they watch network TV shows, right, or cable news, that when it goes to a commercial, they grab their phone and live their life. They're not sitting quietly and patiently to consume a TV commercial. $70 billion is spent in America a year to produce and distribute TV commercials. Not a soul is consuming them. Super Bowl, yes, I would buy Super Bowl all day long. But that's exactly what you just said. It's happening in every facet of every part of the land. People are spending enormous amounts of money on what worked yesterday, and they're demonizing what's happening today.
Yeah, I mean, I look at my kids. My son's, I have 2 kids.
But real quick, and I apologize, and then I'll let you go. The reason I said this is not a 15-year-old crowd, the argument about Facebook and YouTube and social media, everybody goes into, I look at my kids and they do X. I'm trying to remind you that these old fuckers do that too.
That's fair. But
that matters, right? Because what businesses do is they're like, Gary, you're right, I see it with my kids. I'm like, no. The 57-year-old guy that you're trying to reach, he's not seeing that television commercial either. So let's have a conversation.
Yep. No, I think it's spot on. Getting to kids, my kids, YouTube. They don't watch anything but YouTube. We have every channel that you can possibly get. They don't watch any of it. One of them watches Amazon Prime Video and stream shows. They're not tuning into cable. I don't even think they turn on the box. And
nobody's running here from this conference to run home and carefully go through their direct mail. Right? And nobody here is clicking a banner ad.
Yeah, you're right.
Nobody wants to open an email spam. And people here LinkedIn spam everybody, but never open one of their LinkedIn spams. And so there's all this stuff that's going on, tons of money and energy spent. And the reality is it's not reaching the consumer.
So how do you, if you have a marketing executive in this room, what is the message for them? They've taken over this old school business, $1 billion business. They're responsible for marketing it, and the rules have changed on them. What would you say they could do to really drive brand equity and education?
Become educated.
And what's the goal there?
To me, going on the internet and typing in things like literally typing into Google how to start a podcast for a B2B company, literally going into Google and saying how to run LinkedIn ads to land 7-figure contract deals. Like the amount of things that I've seen happen in the B2B space on SaaS companies I've invested in, or GE or SAP or clients I've worked with, all of them over-index when they act like media, and all of them under-index when they try to do 1999 B2B marketing. It's unbelievable to watch people still buy full-page ads in a B2B magazine.
In a print magazine.
That's right.
And it's interesting.
But real quick, I have empathy for these executives because, a lot of them actually know what to do, but the company they work for rewards through their internal scoring the old game, but they haven't created metrics how to measure the new game. Yeah. And I keep telling them, why don't you just measure business results, not impressions? Like literally I had a client that said, Gary, look, we just keep doing PR because we have a meeting every quarter and it says we got 47 billion PR impressions. And I laughed because I know, everybody knows that they got 47 impressions, not 47 billion, but they count all these crazy reporting. So the first thing a very senior marketing executive needs to do is go have a real debate with the board or the CEO about how marketing is measured if it's not being measured by actual business results.
We in my business, we look at a lot of the media in the space and have looked at some acquisitions. And the challenge is that a lot of these publications are print-based. And the decisions in freight are happening faster and faster. Same day, next day service. Most of the tender transactions are within 48 hours. So when you go out on print and you print something, the market has already moved on you by the time it gets there. But there is still a substantial amount of investment in print publications. And those businesses are dying. The mentality of those organizations is still very print-centric. When we hire a writer from a print publication, Legacy Print, at first it's a culture shock of like, wait, I've got to report, this is up in 30 minutes. And it's just a different world. It's because the news is moving so fast. And I just think it's a different paradigm shift. I mean, newspapers, I think I've read 60% of newspapers between the next 5 years are expected to fail because they just can't respond to the digital environment. But you have new media properties, Cheddar, you guys are actually doing quite well.
Yeah, this is just such a fun conversation to have. I'm fascinated by people's inability to understand that technology changes our culture. Like, we used to ride horses to get around. We don't anymore.
Yeah.
The radio was the #1 item in our society. Boxing and baseball and horse racing were the major sports in this country because it was a great sport for radio. But then when television came, that's when football rose because football is a great television sport. Like, things evolve. And, again, this notion of holding the past on a pedestal because you understand it or because it's safe is why companies go out of business.
So what do you do? Our business is not freightways, but the logistics sector is in many ways under attack by Silicon Valley. It's attacked by Amazon. It's attacked by retailers. It's just constantly the regulators. Everybody wants a piece of this massive industry, and it's becoming really a hot sector. I'm wondering, what's the message to a company that doesn't have innovation as a core part of their business? How do they respond?
By letting themselves die.
But what do they do if they don't want to die?
Innovate.
And how do they do that? What's the secret?
By looking at the leader of the company in the mirror and see if she or he is capable of innovating. Everything stems from the top. If you have a company run by somebody who right now is sitting and saying, well, I'm retiring in 18 months and I don't give a shit about innovation, you're in trouble. Or not talented enough to know how to innovate. Like, how many A's, #1s, hire a CMO and say, you figure it out, but they don't even know how to judge it? How are you a CEO in 2019 and don't spend 100 hours to educate yourself on how modern communication works so that you can judge it within your own organization? Gary, I didn't grow up with this stuff. You didn't grow up driving, you figured it out. Like, I know you didn't grow up with it, but it is your job. It's required of you to know how to run your business. And to me, how your business markets and communicates is as important as you knowing how to run the finances of your company. It's just that some people don't want to put in the work to get updated on the new platforms and the new world, and that's to their peril.
One of my investors on my board, when he first invested in a company, and our marketing wasn't great, we sort of evolved, and he told me, he goes, the most successful companies that are able to raise capital and are able to sort of disrupt it have really strong understanding and instincts about marketing, and branding is very, very important to them. And I look at the transportation space, and a lot of times the CMO is also the head of sales, and they're putting in the same person, and they seem to be very disparate skill sets. A salesperson is quite different. I'm wondering if you could talk about your observations in that.
Yeah, I mean, a marketer and a salesperson are fundamentally different with the same objective, with different time frames for that objective. Most companies are salespeople. Like, they want short-term results. And building brand takes a long time. And bringing value to a customer with the ability to then monetize 3 years from then is a totally different skill set than cold calling somebody and getting a sales. Yeah. And there are people that do both. Listen, I'm very proud that I do both. I've done both my whole life. I like both, which is probably why I can see how different they are. I think somebody who's sitting in the audience who feels like they're both can understand this. Man, they're different. And if you're one or the other one's very foreign. You know, salespeople shit on marketers. Right? Because they're like, it's all poofy, schmoofy stuff. We get stuff done. I made some money today, right? What do they do? What is that sign? What is that logo? Like, and then marketers make fun of salespeople because Nike doesn't sell. They build a brand, right? And so Intel makes fun of, so they're two very different things. I don't mind the CMO sitting at the top, but she better know both. And she better know how to have a leader in each function that triangles up to her. And she needs to keep both sectors super accountable for different KPIs. And they have to have empathy and understanding for each other of how they work together.
And KPI tied directly into sales. What's the revenue you're actually generating?
Yeah, but how one judges it, I caught the last part as I was getting mic'd, and you said something that's near and dear to my heart, which is we don't give a crap about our short-term profits. We're playing long game. So for me, every business I build is in perpetuity. And so, as you can imagine, the marketer is being judged in a much longer time frame. However, I don't need them like slacking off and like golfing all day. Like you have to keep people accountable.
I gotta make a profit.
Yeah,
right,
but like they're just two very different things. And I do think in how fast the world works now, a marketer can show a business result within a year, but I won't judge them in the first 3.5 quarters, right? I think the difference between sales and marketing is sales, if we're using football as an analogy, has to put up points in every quarter really to be successful because they can't close the gap in the fourth quarter. Marketing could be down 31-0 and win 34-31 if they did all the right things in the first 3 quarters that put no points on the board in Q4. They can. I like that. That's going to be a clip on LinkedIn.
I like it. Well, we just have a few more minutes. Is there anything, as this industry goes through massive disruption, you've seen it work out in media and are seeing it change in media. What is it you would, I know you're not a transportation professional by trade, but you've seen a lot of industries go through this evolution. if you sort of compare us to media, we're 1995.
I'm paying, because of TED and because of other things, I'm dangerous in my knowledge of what's going on now because of investors and people reached out to me, the Coyote deal. Like, I'm flirting with this space. Here's what's about to happen. You put it right, which is technology and like the world is technology and innovation are going to eat up every sector. It started with the bookstore business. Bezos just decided that's what he wanted to do, and if you owned a family bookstore or a regional bookstore or even a global bookstore like Borders, it was your turn. That happened to be 1997. I spoke at the Black Car and Limo conference 1 year after Uber launched, ironically, just randomly in my speaking career, and I stood on stage and said, you guys are looking, the whole vibe there was, we're gonna use City Hall and the government to stop Uber, and I said, you're naive, innovation always wins. I don't give a shit how much money you're giving to a politician. And so what I would say is, what's clearly happened in this business is we are in the kind of second quarter of the macro innovation and money world, realizing there's opportunity to innovate because there's a lot of mom and pop stuff going on, a lot of tried and true stuff that doesn't map the reality of a 2019 world. And I do believe that there's going to be a lot of disruption in this sector, more consolidation, more money brought in, new brands built out of nowhere overnight. And I think people need to heed that call. Like, what value are you bringing? Yeah. Are you a commodity or are you a brand? And most people are a commodity.
And they should be invested in how they define their brand and how they differentiate it.
The number one thing, in wrapping up, like back to tangible advice, I couldn't say this more passionately. Every single person here that is empowered to do so needs to go spend the next 100 days having phone calls, having dinner, having breakfast, having drinks with every one of their customers, and they need to listen to what they care about. And they need to go back to the pad and cook that meal. That's all I do. I read my comments, left and right. Like, I was just talking with your CMO prepping, you guys were wrapping up, and she's like, are you always like this on your phone? And I was laughing. What I was doing, I was reading comments. Yeah. Because the qualitative feedback is the insight I need for the next innovation. Yeah. And the amount of people who hope their customers like what they are doing, or they're trying to force their customers to like what they want to sell is fascinating for me to watch. I just don't understand how people aren't spending all their time interacting with their customer and figuring out what they need based on that in parallel with where they see the world's going. It's a very fine line, right?
One of my favorite CEOs is John Legere, the CEO of T-Mobile. I've never met him. I think their service sucks. No offense to T-Mobile, it's a bad network, haven't had it. But I love the brand. I love John Legere because he personally answers text messages, he personally tweets it, and he also you can communicate to him. He's a personality, and I think he has a very powerful. He's built this very powerful brand not only around him, but around this idea that they're punching the AT&T and Verizon in the face.
That's right. And there's a huge variable of success for T-Mobile in that delta against the quality of their product. That story is the best because one thing that the reason I want everybody to go and talk to their clients is because inevitably they're going to fix their product or service. Mm-hmm. And one thing I always tell people when they hire VaynerMedia, if I'm in the room or if I'm meeting with an executive, I'm like, look, what we do well is we speed up the process of everybody knowing about you. And if your product sucks, that only means the world's going to know your product sucks faster. And so, I love marketing and communications. I think it is the foundation of our society. If you really play out the chess moves of innovation, what ends up happening is most things become a commodity and communications and marketing become the delta. And so there's never been a more important era to understand your marketing and communications. And as we're wrapping up and I see the clock, please stop being a headline reader and start being a practitioner. The amount of people here who have power to make calls that make decisions about Facebook or LinkedIn or YouTube or podcasting because they read an article versus the fact that they've actually run an ad or run ads or have tried to execute is remarkable. The amount of people that come up to me like, Gary, you love Facebook marketing, but what about Cambridge Analytica? And I'm like, what about it? The amount of people that have thoughts about Facebook and Cambridge Analytica or things of that nature but have no idea what it means. I couldn't be more passionate in reminding everybody this will be the great era of practitioners, not headline readers, and everybody's got 2 cents on why something doesn't work for their business, yet they've never actually done it. And that to me is hypocrisy at the highest order.
Well, the reason these people are sitting in the room, to your point, is because we built our brand on social media. Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, we figured it out. Had zero experience doing this, zero. And we figured out the model using data and informed information. That's why.
And to wrap up, I think words matter. I think people, because of the way social media grew in our society, started as a kid thing, the word social media throws people off. Guys, social media is a slang term for the current state of the internet. If you think the internet's important, you may want to really understand how to use it for the benefit of what you're trying to accomplish. Thanks guys for listening. Please, please, please share the podcast and make sure you've subscribed because a bunch of you aren't subscribed. And more importantly, a bunch of you listen every day and haven't told your friends it's the best podcast in the world. I'm watching. Have a great day.
Cool. Live?
Yeah, I am live, but the phone numbers are going to come on Twitter. Hit me up with your number on Twitter. I want to see if this goes out.
This is the Gary V audio experience.
What's up, guys? This is Justin Schnell. I'm a channel manager on Team Gary V. I help curate and distribute some of the content that goes across the Gary V audio experience. And in today's episode, we're trying a new format where we follow up with people that Gary called from either an Ask Gary V show or an Instagram Live. Today, we talk with 2 people, and we follow up to see how they took Gary's advice and if they have any wisdom they can pass on to the rest of you. Please let us know if you like this new format of the show. You can tweet us. You can reach out to Gary on social. This is something that we might double down on if you guys like it. Enjoy. What you're about to hear is a phone call between Gary and a young man named David Hernandez that took place 2 weeks ago on Gary's Instagram Live. Stay tuned for the madness that unfolded next and for our follow-up phone call with David.
Yo.
Yo.
David.
No way.
Yeah, David, it's Gary.
Get the fuck out of here.
I'm staying. I apologize.
Dude,
I'm going to stay. Yo.
Shit.
Yep.
No
yep.
way.
Uh-huh.
Dude,
yes.
Honestly, I'm like, watch, he's not even going to call me.
Well, no shit, I'm not going to call you. I have like 8,000 fucking numbers. The odds are very low. You should go play the lotto.
Yeah, I know, I should. I'm going to go buy one right now.
Let's go. What can I answer for you?
My God. Yo, so I wanted to ask you, man. I love all your videos.
Thank you.
You really push me.
Thank you.
You, D-Rock, Babin, everyone.
Awesome.
You spit fire every day, man.
I definitely do. I think Babin spits water. But go ahead.
And, I love everything that you say. Everything that you say is absolutely true. But I just want to, like what you say, just stop doing what you're doing and go do you.
Got it.
That's what I want to do.
I want you to do that too.
How do I do that? How do I do that? Because
figure out why you're not doing. It's either it's either insecurity or complacency.
Yeah.
Or confusion. There's a million reasons why it could be. So, like, what's your hot take? What's the honest truth? Like, what do you want to be doing? Like, what are we talking about here?
Well, like, what I want to do is pretty much like what D-Rock and Babin are doing right now.
You want to film?
Yes, film.
So why don't you go work for somebody for free for a year?
Okay.
Good.
All right. I'm gonna do that.
Now you can do what D-Rock and Babin did. Go work for free / minimum wage for a year. Okay. Go find somebody who's a winner and a proven winner already that you resonate with personality-wise.
Okay.
Hang up the phone right now and DM 100 people that you look up to. And say, I want to work for minimum wage to film you like D-Rock and Babin filmed Gary V. Control copy, control paste to 100 people.
Okay, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it for real. And then I'm going to, like, should I do that too? Like,
Schnell in my office just now on Team Gary just shook his head, not thinking you're going to do it.
Okay.
Why do you think he thinks that?
He's like, okay.
So just go ahead and do it right now.
Well, yeah. Like, I think the thing that's, like, here's my question. Why wouldn't you and what else would you be doing? Like what? Honestly, like spit it to me truthfully. What would happen normally now in the way that you like? I can see you're about to open up, which I'm excited. What would normally happen now? You'd hang up, and what would happen normally?
Okay, normally, and I'm being super duper honest.
Dead ass. What are we doing here? If you want to be happy, let me fucking help you, but I need you to fucking tell me the truth.
Okay. All right. So straight up, I'm not even joking with you. I'll probably go on YouTube right now and watch your videos and probably be like, dude, this guy's saying the truth. But you know what else I'll be doing? I'll probably be watching Hulu or Netflix right now and just be fucking watching just my own show.
Okay, I'm super insulted because what I expect you to do right after this is hang up and fucking hit up all your boys and be like, yo, I just fucking talked to Gary Vee.
I will, dude. Not gonna lie. I'm gonna do that. Like, for real.
But seriously, but seriously, why are you not motivated for action? Why are you just consuming shit?
See, that's the thing. Like, I don't get it. Like, I was so motivated. Like,
keep talking.
I don't know. Like, I was even writing films.
And then
like,
what happened? Why?
I just stopped.
Okay, are you fulfilled?
Like, that's what I want to know. Like,
let's
why
talk.
the hell did I just stop?
Well, are you happy-ish? Like, what are you doing?
Oh, hell no. I'm not happy. Like, okay, I just, like, got laid off, like, last year from my job at a bank.
Okay.
And I've just been working side jobs and, you know, and now, like, I've been doing that Flip Life, eBay Flip Life, made over $500 from boots I got for free.
Okay.
And, yeah, now I got a job at a clinic, and I get paid, like, what, like $10 an hour, which is shit. But, you know, it's something.
Yo, listen, do you think are you insecure? Do you think you can't do what Babin and D-Rock do? Like, do you deep down know that you can't film?
I feel like I have the potential to do it. You're
just not sure. You're not sure.
Yeah, like I feel like
I want to stick on this. Are you just not sure? Like you think you might, but you're not sure, right? Which makes sense. I'm just curious.
Yeah, like okay, like with me, like I don't really want to film from my phone. I want to film from an actual camera, so it's to look good, for it to look good, for me to like it, and not just for me, but to everyone, you know, like everyone to like it as well.
But fucking iPhones are good.
That's true though. I take some dope ass pics from my iPhone. Not gonna lie.
Look, I think. Listen to me. The camera quality is the quickest tell for somebody who's full of shit.
Okay.
And I'm saying that with love, and I think you can tell.
Yeah.
Listen to me. There's some reason you don't want to do.
Yeah.
Are you like is hard work like not fun? Like shoot it to me. Like tell me it's okay.
Dude, not gonna lie, man. People don't believe me, but whatever it is, you need me to do, I'll do it. And I don't care about hard work, man.
So honestly, I think then what about judgment? Like peer pressure, like getting judged?
Oh yes, dude. That 100%. Like, okay, like, and I'm being serious. I want to do my own thing. Like I said, film, be in movies, do at least something with that. And then my mom's like, that's just fantasy. And I even told her, how is it fantasy? There's like thousands of people doing it right now. How is that fantasy? It's not hard. Well, it is hard probably, but you can do it.
Do you live with your mom?
Yeah.
Move out.
I live with my mom today.
Move out.
Okay. For sure, man. No joke.
No. Let's talk about it because we're going through this. This is working for me. Okay. How are you going to move out?
Well, I mean, the things are going right. I mean, what I was telling her too, I just want to sell everything from my room as much as I can.
Okay.
Get all that money.
Good.
And get out. And
what did she say?
And honestly, Gary, not gonna lie, I got like a 2001 Buick Century. Still runs to this day. People are like, dude, like, what the hell is that type of car? But let me tell you, I keep up with that thing, and that thing has gotten me everywhere.
Love it.
So, and I have been like using it for, going garage selling.
Yo, listen to me. When you told your mom you're gonna sell everything and be out, what did she say?
She just like looked at me kind of like, well, she wants me to do it. Like, she's on both sides.
Of course she's on both sides. She's a parent.
Yeah, like.
So what did she say this time?
Like for real, like not gonna lie, she wants me to do my own thing. Like she wants me to do that, but she wants me to have like a good stable job, like a suit and tie, like actual government job. But it's kind of like I told her too, I want to be happy and do my own thing, and she just doesn't believe in it.
Listen to me.
Okay.
You have to stop talking to her.
Okay.
You have to stop talking to everybody. Sell all that shit. Find a friend on Craigslist or find a high school friend or I don't fucking know. Like move out. Stop talking.
Yeah. Okay.
Like I don't understand what we're doing here. Like you're talking about it. She wants you to. She doesn't believe in your dream. She wants you to fucking get a safe job because that's her framework.
Right.
You don't want to, so don't. Right. But move the fuck out. Move the fuck out and work for somebody for $10 an hour filming them.
There you go.
Where do you live?
Do that. I live in a small town outside of San Antonio, Texas.
Good. Fucking find some San Antonio fucking real estate person or some fucking entrepreneur. There at least 37 of those motherfuckers look up to Babin and D-Rock and me and like fucking go.
Yeah, for real, dude.
No, but I don't I really just want you to do it.
Yeah. Okay.
Like why haven't you moved out yet?
That's what I've been telling myself too. I graduated at 17. How the hell am I still here in this fucking like small ass town? Like I want to leave, But like I don't know. Like I feel like.
What are you scared of?
I'm not really scared of.
You're very
what
scared.
People would say.
It's
just what people would say.
Well, you live with your mom. People are saying shit now.
That's true.
So you crossed that chasm, bro. Stop fucking making pretend. You crossed the chasm. You live with your mom. People are saying shit.
Right.
Who's left?
Like exactly. And honestly, too, man. Like I don't know, man. Like it's just like I hate like living in this small town because.
So get on a fucking bus.
Okay, and just get out. Just like leave straight up.
No, stay in your mom's house forever. Yes, get the fuck out.
Okay, for real.
I think so. Like I mean, you need to sleep somewhere. Like maybe you'll sleep in your fucking 2001 fucking car.
Yeah, why not? I mean, it's
why not? Logically, live in this fucking car. Like people, like if you want to do it, do it. You're worried about what your mom thinks. You're worried about what other people think. Let me save you time. Your mom thinks you're fucking full of shit because you're still staying in the house and all you do is talk, and all your friends think you're a fucking loser because you live with your mom.
Exactly.
Okay, so where are we left? What are we scared of now?
Okay.
Everything you're scared of already happened.
There you go.
Everyone's shitting on you already. You've been shit on. There's no shit left.
Yeah.
The thing that scares you happened.
Yeah. Dang.
You understand?
Okay.
The thing you're scared of happened. You're just bullshitting yourself that it didn't happen, and that's keeping you from getting happy.
That's true. You know, Gary, and too, I'm being serious because, like, even with my religion, they don't even want us to do shit like the way we want.
That's fine too, bro. Religion, society, neighbor, that's fine too. Listen, I have nothing but empathy and compassion. Religion, households, the culture, society, social media, your parents, your fucking uncle, your grandparents. Wait till your grandparents die before you do that. The fucking whole thing is that, bro.
Yeah. You're right.
I know I'm right. I really think I'm right on this, and I think the most interesting part is the thing you're scared of already happened.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie, man. Remember last year I went to LA?
I'm listening.
My aunt said, "Why don't you stay with me?"
I'm listening.
Like, and she's like, "Why don't you stay with me?" And that's the place I always wanted to live, was LA.
Talk.
The only thing that stopped me was my best friend.
Okay, what about him or her?
The only thing is because I don't want him to go alone back. I just don't want him to go alone by himself back to his home.
Home where? To San Antonio?
Yeah, to San Antonio.
At the time, you guys were there together?
Yeah. Right.
Because what was gonna happen? He was gonna get punched in the face when you walked in?
No, it's just no. Like, I mean, he's married and everything, but like him and I just went on a trip together because I always wanted to go to LA. And
that sounds worse to me than the iPhone camera story. Dude, you're fucking scared. Do you understand me? You're fucking scared. And the part that I'm most excited about is the thing you're scared of already fucking happened. You know the best thing that ever happens to a young male? They get punched in the fucking face, physically. Because then they're never scared of it again. They actually know what it is.
Yeah.
You ever been punched in the fucking face, Andy? I have. That's good.
Damn, Andy.
Yeah, Andy's thug.
I've been elbowed back in the fucking head, let me tell you. They regret doing that.
Listen to me. You're scared.
You're right.
About something that already happened.
All right, Gary. I'm going to start filming. Not going to lie. I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to get out of here. And I'm going to start DMing right now. Not going to lie. Once we get off this phone call, I'm going to start DMing some photographers.
Nope. You're going to start DMing entrepreneurs and real estate agents.
Okay.
Who want, and you're going to say, I want to film you for $10 an hour.
Okay.
But now I want you to DM people that live in Los Angeles.
Okay. I'm going to do it.
Tell me why you're not going to do it after we hang up. Tell me what's actually going to happen.
What do you mean? I'm
asking you. What's going? Listen. I'm not doing this for show or content. Like, we're here. Like, I can get content. I content everything. I'm here because I really am trying to figure out. I'm playing here. We're playing angles here. You know, like, why won't you do that? Like, why won't that happen when we hang up here? Like, tell me.
Like, honestly, dude?
Yeah. Yes, honestly.
It's because my mom's like going to be like, shut the fuck up.
If you're not, listen to me. If you listen to me, your mom is fucking your shit up, and you're fucking your shit up. You need to get the fuck out of there.
Okay.
You understand that, right?
Yeah. No,
like on some real shit.
Yeah. You're right. Because she had messed up like most of my life. She just believes like.
You let her mess it up, bro. You mess up. You let her mess it up. She's 49% of the equation. You're 51.
Yeah.
A lot of people have fucked up moms. Half.
Yeah.
Some of them did something about it. You're using it as your fucking excuse.
All right.
The second you stop blaming your mom, even though she is wrong, like you notice what I did there, like you're understanding, they're both true. She is wrong. Until you take 100% responsibility for being in that fucking house doing nothing, you're doing nothing. It's super easy to blame your mom.
Yeah.
It's your fault. You know what's fucked up.
Yeah.
So let's go.
Okay. I'm really in.
Listen to me, bro. You gotta get the fuck out of that house.
I will, dude. Hey,
listen to me. You need to get the fuck out of that house, bro.
Okay.
Like, you get the fuck out of that house, bro.
Okay.
Live in your fucking friend's basement, even though his wife will be pissed. Move with your, go to fuck DM and go to the airport and fly to your aunt's house.
Dude, not gonna lie, I'm really thinking about just getting one-way ticket to LA. Might as well, dude. I mean, I got my.
Alex doesn't think you're going to. Alex just made a face. Alex, who's fucking keeps it straight. She said, no, you're not. I'm telling you because we're listening here. Watch nothing.
Gary,
what's your Twitter handle? Ready for this? I want you to go live on Twitter right now and go to the airport. I'll Venmo. What's your Venmo? I'm gonna Venmo you $1,000 right now, and I want you to.
Cash at me.
What?
Cash at me.
Listen to me. I heard him. Listen to me. Listen to me. We're gonna make a deal right now. I will Venmo you $1,000 right now, but you have to live stream your ass going to fucking the airport, using it, and going to Los Angeles.
Okay.
Okay. What? Okay. So we're gonna recap right now. If I Venmo you what's that?
The first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set up a Venmo because I don't have it.
You have a PayPal?
And then
you got a PayPal?
Yes, I have PayPal.
Let's go.
Round trip
okay.
$500.
500. I'm giving him an extra 500, Andy.
Okay.
Oh, it means one way. One way, Andy. What time's the flight?
Yeah, bet. Because I promise you, I'm gonna go to my car, fill it up, and you know what? I'm just gonna tell my buddy Joe, drop me off at the airport.
Yeah, you don't need that fucking car no more.
Okay. I'm gonna do it straight up. I'm gonna start packing right now. I'm not gonna lie.
I believe you. Hold on. I want to see what flight we're putting you on. What time's it? Okay. What time's in San Antonio right now?
Okay. It's actually 7:41 right now.
All right. What do we got, Andy?
There's a flight at 7:55.
He's not gonna be able to make that.
No, I'm not gonna make it. Andy, can you find like an 8 something or almost 9?
There's a 9:55. We got you.
AM.
Oh, AM.
Damn it, Andy.
What about 8:55? 8:55. We got you, bro. 8:55.
8:55. I swear to God.
8:55 nonstop. Thursday, May 23rd. LAX.
Let's go. Southwest. Let's go. What's your PayPal? Tyler, where's my PayPal? What's your PayPal, bro?
Okay, you want to know my PayPal for real? Dude, I'm getting dressed right now.
I hear you. I'm excited.
I'm leaving, man.
I'm about to change your fucking life.
Dude,
This
no,
is
no,
it.
okay. Dude, oh my
This is
God.
it. You better call your
I'm
aunt on
wearing
the
my
way.
Logic jersey and everything.
What?
I'm wearing my Logic jersey and everything.
Let's go.
Okay. All right. So here's my PayPal.
Andy, Tyler, you ready? Here's the PayPal. Go ahead.
Okay, and it's Sunny Jim 5 SONNY.
Go ahead.
Okay, SONNY.
Go ahead.
JIM.
JIM. Sunny Jim.
Yeah. 5. The number 5.
I know 5.
Okay. At yahoo.com.
Yahoo. No, I'm kidding. At yahoo.com. All right. How much is that flight? You got an 8:55, bro. You're gonna have to move.
Okay, dude. I'm already getting dressed right now. I'm not gonna lie.
I believe you.
All right. I'm gonna call my boss.
I'm sending $1,000. I'm sending you $1,000 fucking dollars. I think the flight's like 140. So you could fucking take an Uber to the fucking Four Seasons tonight in LA and fucking go.
Oh my fucking God, dude. Not gonna lie.
Now, real quick, what's his Twitter, bro? Here's the key though, because I'll ruin your life. I'll find some Russian mafia people to take you out. I need you to go now.
The flight might be sold out.
The flight's sold out?
Maybe, yeah. It's not looking
Don't do this to me, Babin. Or Andy. Andy, I'm sorry. I'm a little too excited.
No, honestly, now we're canceling the whole thing. Now that you did that to Andy, we have to cancel this whole thing. I'm kidding.
No, dude. I was already going.
They got a 5:40 tomorrow morning.
No, he's going on a flight tonight. I don't give a fuck if this motherfucker has to sleep in the airport and live stream the whole time. He's leaving his fucking house right now. What?
Yo, Andy,
You sent it?
Andy, I'm so sorry. I apologize, but I'm being dead serious. I'm already packing right now.
Hey, bro, listen to me.
What's up?
Tyler just hit the button. You got $1,000 in your PayPal for me right now.
Get the fuck out of here.
It's real.
Oh my God.
Okay?
Okay.
What?
Okay.
Yeah, that's his name. Listen to me. You're welcome so much, but listen to me.
Okay.
I need you to go live on fucking Twitter.
How do you go? Okay.
You figure the fuck out.
Okay, I'm gonna figure it
It's
out.
called Google. And when you get to the airport, there's no flight, you'll figure it out. The days of relying on your mother are over. It is now Google.
Okay.
Google is your mother.
That's a t-shirt.
You understand?
Yeah.
You don't have an answer, you go to fucking Google.
That's right. That's right.
All right.
I'm taking your shoes with me, Gary.
That's a good idea. All right. It's David LH9708. For everybody who's watching right now, because we're all going to watch him do this.
Yes. Dude, I'm already leaving to the airport. Not going to lie. I'm already packing.
That's fine. David LH9708.
Okay.
He's a traveler who's never left his mom's fucking home.
I should have stayed in fucking LA, but hey, I wouldn't have talked to you right now if I did.
Of course not, dude. This turned out to be better. And by the way, you couldn't stay in LA. You had to go back to San Antonio with your best friend, so you could walk him into his house with his fucking wife.
Yo, dude, I'd rather just stay in LA and.
You're staying in LA, Dick. What do you mean? Rather stay? You are staying. You live in LA now, David. You live in fucking LA.
Shit, man, chill.
Yes, this is how it happens.
Dude,
how much is a hostel in LA?
On and everything, dude. Oh
Yeah,
my
there's some
fucking God.
What's that?
He's at his aunt's house. Call his aunt.
Have you said living with his aunt? You're calling your aunt, of course.
Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, that's going to be a surprise. Let me tell you that.
Well, let me tell you what the real surprise is going to be, David. The amount of people in LA right now that are going to be hitting you up on Twitter telling you that you could stay with them.
Yo, I believe it.
You have a family now.
Yep.
20 roommates on you.
David LH9708 is his Twitter handle. He's about to go live. He's going to figure it out because his new mother's name is Google.
Yo, hell yeah. Hell yeah, dude. Oh, you should see me, bro.
What are you doing?
I'm already packing up, dude.
Well, I can't see you fucking live streaming on Twitter. All I see is you're a traveler.
All right, you really are going to see some traveling right now. I'm not going to lie. And I really don't want to be humiliated by the
David, listen to me. You need to stop packing. Well, actually, pack because I want you to get to the airport. You don't think there's a flight in San Antonio, huh? We're about to find out see what David's going to do. David's about to have some billionaire fucking flying private from it.
Yo, I'm not going to lie, man. Okay. So did y'all find a flight for me? If not, I can just use my $1,000.
David, your mother is Google. You're asking Andy to become your mother. I need you to become your mother.
No.
You and Google. Do you understand? Okay. We're not finding shit for you. I give you fucking $1,000.
Yeah, that's what I just said. I'm just gonna already gonna get the $1,000 and already gonna use it right now to buy a ticket.
Let's go. Now, one thing I'm impressed with is March 16th, a couple months ago. I do like that you found that Hasbro, G.I. Joe tank for $1 and sold it for $10.60.
Right.
That's good.
Yo, dude, you should have seen me, man. Like when the first time I went to LA, you came a week later. I'm like, this fucker, man, what the hell? But hey, this is even better. Of
course it's better. I give you $1,000 to move out of your fucking shit house situation to move to LA and change your life. That would have been better than the 1 second selfie we took at the fucking K-Swiss store.
Yo, watch, man. My mom's gonna be like, no, but I'm gonna be like, sorry, Mom. I love you.
You're not telling her, bro. Virginia's calling. Bro, I gotta go. Virginia's calling. See ya.
After that crazy call with Gary, we thought we'd check in with David to see how LA life has been treating him. Here's a quick phone call between David and a Team Gary V member. Make sure to follow him at David Films on Instagram to keep up with his journey.
Hello?
Hey David, what's going on? This is Justin Schnell from Team Gary.
Oh, hey, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you? Sorry for the random call, but we kind of just wanted to check in.
Oh yeah. So this is like from the actual Gary V thing?
Yeah, this is from the live stream. I'm on Gary's team. I'm what we call a channel manager, and I help distribute the podcast content every day. And we thought it'd be cool to follow up with a couple people who spoke with Gary on the Instagram Live and just check in and see how they're doing.
Awesome. So far everything's been going amazing. Ever since even before I came to LA, I just been getting DMs and phone calls, texts, and everything. I met amazing people so far, I just got a camera, and I've been filming stuff. I put out my first YouTube video, and I think I'm gonna post another one, and I'm already working on the third one right now.
That's awesome. And just for all those listening to the podcast today, do you want to go ahead and tell them what your YouTube channel is?
Yeah, it's David Films.
David Films.
Yeah, David Films.
And what about your Instagram?
Instagram, yeah, it's the same, David Films.
Cool.
Whenever Gary Vee gave me that phone call and that $1,000, pretty much like that's all I needed was that push. Because usually something like for this even happening to me is super rare, and I know I would never get another chance like this. And even my friends were going against it, saying, no, don't do it. Give it back to him, the 1,000 and everything. I'm just like, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I can't turn this down at all. And so just from Gary giving me that push to go and follow my dreams, like I never looked back after that. Like I just loved it that he did that. And like I've just been working hard ever since. I've just been, taking pictures and filming and everything and still trying to connect with other people and work with them and see what we can do together.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. We had a good time. One, the phone call was amazing. And two, we had a really good time following along, and I'm sure you've gotten a couple handful of business opportunities just because you did something that not a lot of people do, and that's make an impromptu change. And yeah, Gary was the catalyst to making that happen. But I think it says a lot about who you are as a person. That sure you needed a little outside motivation, but now 2 weeks later, you've taken matters into your own hands, and that's the beauty of life, right?
Yep, definitely.
Cool. Well, David, I appreciate your time, and I'm sorry for the random call, but what I'll do here is we're going to sequence your original phone call with Gary before this, and then we'll link out your YouTube and your Instagram, and awesome. Keep an eye out for this podcast. It should be either tomorrow or the day after.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it.
Of course. All right, all the best, David. Talk soon.
All right, thank you.
Bye.
Have a good day. Bye.
The following is a phone call between Gary and Sarah from his Instagram live stream a few weeks ago, where they talk about not judging yourself on what happened yesterday. If you make it to the end, check out the challenge that Gary gave Sarah and how our follow-up call went with her to see how it went.
Hello?
Hey, Sarah, it's Gary Vaynerchuk.
Hi, how are you?
I'm super well. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic, thank you.
What can I answer for you?
I started a business 4.5 years ago.
Okay.
And I stopped following up with people. I stopped taking care of my customers, and I really want to get back on it. And I want to kind of.
Why did that happen? For real.
Personal stuff.
Personal stuff. Okay.
Well, there's a lot of personal stuff. But then also, like, I think I just got burned out.
You got what?
I got burned out.
That makes sense. That's awesome. I think burnout's amazing and normal.
Okay, well, that's good to hear.
Listen to me good, and this is going to be important for everybody. Why are we judging ourselves about yesterday? Good, you got burnt out, which is clearly what you needed, because your burnout has fired you up to get back to it.
Yeah.
Like, why is it okay? Why is it okay to well, actually, this is not okay. By the way, I've had a very kind of burnt out first 5 months on my fitness and health after 4.5 years of killing it. Like, I made a decision that I kind of looked how much it cost me to travel these guys around the world and finally decided, you know what? I'm sure I want to pay $2,300 for a workout. So I decided this year, yeah. Anyway, nonetheless, kind of said, you know what, Jordan, you don't have to travel with me this year. Like, whatever. And I completely lost my way. Like, I'm super fired. I got real lucky because he was wrapping up, and literally in a week, Mike comes back, and it's going to be Mike for 3 months, Jordan for 3 months, Mike for 3 months, Jordan for 3 months. And so, nice. Mainly because Mike was coming back, it bought me a little more time. So, I've gone hardcore, drilled it for 4.5 months, and I've absolutely not been on my game this year. And I've really not been on my game the last 6 to 8 weeks. And I'm definitely carrying that extra 8 pounds that I don't feel good about. It's on my mind. I'm sharing with you now. But I'm not overjudging that. Like what? Yeah. I'll just get back. I know I'm gonna get going again, and it'll be awesome.
Right.
And I just don't judge your burnout.
So what would you do going forward? How do you connect with your customer base and be like, hey, sorry I went my head?
Call them.
Okay.
Do what I'm doing with you.
Yeah, man, this is incredible. This is it's so inspirational because now I want to call everybody.
That's exactly right. Call every fucking person. How many customers you got?
Gosh, not a whole lot.
Give me the fucking answer.
I mean, I don't know, probably 50?
50?
50.
Where are you right now? What state?
I'm in Pennsylvania.
All right, East Coast. All right, by tomorrow night this time, you should call every single person.
Okay.
I'm telling you right now, I'm super intrigued for you to do that. Oh, we have to call Victoria or whatever. Virginia, go find her number. So you really, you need to call them all by this time tomorrow. I'm being dead serious. You know what? Happy Memorial Day. Hope you have a great weekend. Thank
you.
Thank you. No, not you. I'm telling you what to tell them. I'm telling you what. to tell them. I mean, I'd like you to have a nice Memorial Day weekend too. And by the way, you want to have a really great Memorial Day? Wait till you see what you feel like waking up Saturday morning after you call these 50 people in the next 24 hours.
Yeah, seriously. That'll feel like I really, something really connected with them.
Do it right now. Listen, you know what's crazy about this in the way that I answered it? This morning was the first workout I had that was kind of something in a little while. And it was bullshit because, you start to lose your way. Like little cardio stuff, jump rope and treadmill. And I felt amazing. I feel great. Like,
That's awesome.
Listen to me, everybody, and you and me. You can feel terrible for 93 months in a row and execute properly today and start the process of feeling great. You know how amazing that is? That's why this is it doesn't count. Life is more like boxing than it is like basketball. Basketball, there's a record. You're like 60 and 24, Boxing is, you win this fight, you win. You can be 30-0 and you lose this fight, you're back to 0. You can win the next fight. So just win today's fight. Like, call everybody. You better call at least 5 people tonight.
Yeah.
You're gonna call somebody right now.
Okay.
All right.
I can do it.
All right, I love you, bye.
After Gary challenged Sarah to call all of her clients in 24 hours, we followed up with her to see how it went.
Hello?
Hey, is this Sarah?
It is.
Hey, Sarah, it's Justin Schnell from Team Gary. How are you?
Hey, good. How are you?
I'm doing well. So we had this idea as a team that we thought it'd be cool to kind of follow up with some of the people that Gary spoke with on his live stream. I think it was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
A lot of the times, we put out content of Gary going crazy and giving some great advice, connecting with his fans and his community. And then rarely do we get the chance to follow up. So because that was such a great live stream and Gary, was really on his game, we thought it'd be cool to follow up with a couple different people.
I launched a little business about 4.5 years ago, and I saw some growth fairly quickly. It was doing pretty well, and then through life circumstances and getting burnt out, I stopped connecting with my customers. I stopped following up. I stopped taking care of them, and now my business is kind of dead. So Gary's advice to me was to just go back after it, to just start back up and to reconnect with people. And the specific challenge that he gave me was to call every single one of my customers within 24 hours.
Damn.
And that is what I did. I called every single customer.
Really?
Actually, I think I did it in 21 hours.
Wow.
I spent a lot of time on the phone. But it felt amazing. It really felt amazing. I left a lot of voicemails, but I also did have a lot of meaningful conversations with people that either I've never talked to before or that I haven't talked to in a long time. And they loved it. They were so blown away that I took time out of my day to just literally call them and chat with them. It was beautiful.
Yeah, that's awesome. And this was what, like the Friday before Memorial Weekend when most people are probably not making those types of phone calls?
Yeah. And I thought for sure everybody's going to be on the way to the shore or, doing whatever. I was so shocked. So many people picked up the phone. And for the people that I left voicemails for, I just said, I'm here if you ever, want to chat or if you need anything, I'm always here. And the people that I actually spoke to, it snowballed really fast into summer plans and what's going on in your life. And people just really wanted to chat and to connect. And they were so thankful to just hear that I called just to say hi with no strings attached, with no sales pitch, just to connect.
That's awesome. That's really cool. And it's cool because one, you're calling without an ask, without expectations, and two, I think it says a lot about your clients, honestly, that it was, wasn't a burden for them to check in with someone they've done business with. So it seems like both ways. It was great for all parties. And if next week, you get a return customer or a new piece of business, I feel like that one, sale or success kind of makes the whole thing worth it, right?
Yes, it absolutely does.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, that's awesome. And what? I'm sorry for not knowing this off the forefront, but what kind of business do you run?
Well, I didn't. You don't know it because I didn't mention it.
Okay, good. Thank you. You saved me.
Yeah, there you go. You're off the hook. I know how Gary feels about this industry in general, so that's why I didn't mention it. I do multi-level marketing.
Okay.
And I work with Young Living essential oils.
Got it. Cool. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to put words in Gary's mouth, but at the end of the day, a business is a business, and it's not the first time that he's had 15-minute conversations without actually knowing what the business is, and yet a lot of what he says still applies and can still be helpful for those business owners, and I think that's probably one of his best qualities. So at the end of the day, it's not so important.
I agree. Yeah, and honestly, from all of the content that I've consumed from Gary, probably one of the biggest things that I've taken away is, number one, people aren't buying your products, they're buying you, and number two is to just be authentic and just document. And, they kind of go hand in hand. So it really doesn't matter, if I'm not doing essential oils in 5 years, I still want to have enough of a platform just based off of me and my community. So that's something that I've been able to, I feel like I'm making headway in creating a community just not based around off of oils or any specific business, but just off of who I am and my relationships with people. And that has been, that's been a major win in my category.
Yeah, I think, honestly, I think you said it very well. I think it'll be a good last point for all the people that listen to Gary's podcast to kind of walk away with. From all of Team Gary V, we're very appreciative of people like you who are willing to put themselves out there in situations like this, and we hope that success continues for you.
Oh, thank you so much, Dustin. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Have a great rest of the week. Have a great weekend. Enjoy the extra time with your kids, and look out for this podcast soon.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Have a good one.
Thanks, you too.
Bye.
Thanks, guys, for listening. Please, please, please share the podcast and make sure you've subscribed, because a bunch of you aren't subscribed. And more importantly, a bunch of you listen every day and haven't told your friends it's the best podcast in the world. I'm watching. Have a great day.
What's up, podcast? Today's episode's an interview on the London Real Show from 2016. A lot of fire in this clip, so I won't give anything away. Enjoy and let us know what you thought on social.
This is the Gary V audio experience.
Some of the advice you were giving to people last night on the street: there's no rush. Build for the long term, guys. You don't need stuff right now. Do things that make you happy. One of the words in your title, self-awareness of your book. Most people wouldn't associate these things with the Gary V they think they know, the guy that from the front. But you always say these kind of deep messages deep down inside. Tell me about those.
Yeah, man. I always wonder if I'm weirdly sabotaging my own self. I wonder if I love the process of building so much that I'm slowing down. I wonder, look, even this interview, do you know how many people lately are like, Gary, you talk a lot more about people not liking you than you actually, like, I've done the work. You don't have that many people that don't like you. And I'm always like, crap, I don't want them to say that, because I almost feel like I'm creating my own competitors in my own mind. It's almost like this sick thing. Like, yeah, I love being a paradox or like a complicated thing to figure out because I use it to vet people. Like, I don't know, yeah. I think what I say is the most practical, the most tried and true, the least get rich quick thing you've ever seen in your life. I tell these 23-year-olds, 26-year-olds all the time to be patient because they should. How old are you?
44.
I'm 40. Do you know how young we feel? When you were 26, did you ever think that this is what 44 felt like?
No.
You thought that was finished?
Yeah.
How old are you? 29. Like, you think a 40-year-old, like, when I was 25 years old, I thought a 40-year-old was finished. I don't even feel like I'm starting. Right?
Yeah, but when I was 26, I was in a rush.
I understand.
And all those guys and girls on the streets last night, when you say that to them, like, their face kind of goes blank, because all the stuff they watch, MTV, music videos, it's all about the bling now, and the this now, and the this now.
And MTV's tamed. You start following people on Instagram, and it's a disaster. They're all pushing, like, it's all about champagne and private planes, and you can get it too, and just sign up for my course, like, and everybody's falling for it. So I'm coming out, and first of all, I want to be historically correct. Nobody in 100 years is going to watch that video and say that I was full of crap. I like that, right? Number two, I want my legend to grow. I'm always fascinated by politicians and world figures. Like Winston Churchill, his brain continues to grow, right? I want that. When I'm dead, I want to be in the ground at peace knowing my legend's growing. Like, I want that. I want that in the business world. And so I'm giving real advice, and real advice looks like this. When you're 19, and you can spend 7 full years learning your craft, meeting people that are mentors, being patient, and you wake up and you're 26 years old, you have your entire life in front of you, and you've done great foundational work to go on and then be successful.
And you told people last night, it's not about money. You were like, what do you want to do? You want to change the world? Okay, then go do that.
That was an interesting moment with those two girls.
Yeah.
Like, what do you want? Because if you want, like, they're like, we want to help people. I'm like, you don't need any money really to help people. Like, look, I mean, I live in an apartment now. It's crazy to me that I don't need a big house. You grow up, you're like, you don't need a lot of room. With less room, you don't need less stuff. I don't need 5 70-inch TV screens. I don't need I don't even wear a watch. I don't need a cool watch. I don't need a boat. Like, I need the game. I know myself. I need the game, and that's how I act. Other people want, things that they don't really need, things that aren't going to make them happy. They're not fulfilled inside. And so I'm trying to always challenge people to get to their true self, because once you understand yourself, D-Rock loves to tell stories in video form. And so, like, then do that. Like, I don't know, like, you just don't meet 90-year-olds that talk about how pumped they are that they made an extra $100,000. Like, they don't exist.
Right.
They talk about regret of not doing what they, go talk to 90-year-olds. They regret. They talk about regret. I wish I did, literally, inevitably, I do this. I wish is the opening line. Hey man, tell me about your life. Like, this is what I do. And this is what I did in my 20s. I spoke to a lot of old people, they lived it. And literally, I wish. And so that's what I'm trying to tell people. It's what you don't do that screws with you later on, right?
And be self-aware is what you say.
And I don't know how to teach self-awareness.
Yeah.
I haven't figured that out, but I know it's important.
Are great entrepreneurs born or made?
Born.
Sometimes you talk.
Great?
Yeah,
Born.
great.
Can you be entrepreneurial? Can you do things? Like that thing? You can be entrepreneurial. I can sing every day. Am I going to be Beyonce? No, that's born. You understand? Like, I can practice football every day. Am I going to be Pele? No. Great is born. And show me,
And entrepreneurs, some people should be the 23rd employee at Facebook.
Yes.
They shouldn't go start something. Obviously, they made the right choice.
Yeah, I said that a lot last night. Like, being a great employee with a great leader and a great company, if you just want money, is oftentimes a much better way to make money than to try to do it yourself when you're not good enough.
Right. What's Gary Vaynerchuk like in 5 years? I remember you passed out a comment one time on the Ask Gary V show where you said, you know what? You guys don't know me that well. I might just decide that my family's important one time and I might walk away from all this and I might come back. And you were just kind of letting us know that this is important to you, but you have other things that are in your mind.
That's a good catch by you, because I don't go there a lot. I think that's me hedging for tragedy. I will do this straight if life is great to me. I will do this if life is great to me, because this is what I live. This is my oxygen. But, if life is not great to me, if my 14-year-old, look what people deal with. If my 14-year-old is cutting themselves, like, I'm going home. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. If my mom is diagnosed with terminal cancer, and I'm going home. And so I think that I say those things once in a while because I have the luxury of a lot of things that didn't go well for me in the beginning going well for me now. When you lose 3 of your 4 grandparents before you get to know them, you don't get to deal with death, you know, as early as a lot of people. When you're lucky enough that you didn't deal with the extreme tragedy of losing a family member to a disease, a terrorism attack, the way most people die, sadly, which is an accident and things of that nature, you know, I've been lucky. I've been lucky. And so, yeah, once in a while when I talk win and build businesses and this and that, you know, sometimes it feels like I feel up for myself and I got it for a quick second, just remind everybody within context. You know, yes, I talk about all this stuff in the context of being that part of your life that's business. Hey guys, thank you so much for listening to the podcast. Obviously, very recently I announced empathywines.com, super important to me, probably my biggest project ever, and to be very honest, bit off a ton, maybe more than I can chew, and so I need the community, need to sell a lot of cases of wine. If you drink 9 bottles of wine a year, it would mean the world to me if you went to empathywines.com right now and signed up for the 3-pack. Obviously, if you're a wine drinker, sign up for Club Empathy, which gives you a case of each, and also access to an SMS service that helps you with all your wine needs, trips to Napa, wine recommendations. You'll see it. Just go to empathywines.com, empathywines.com.
What's up, podcast? On this episode of the Ask Gary V audio experience, you'll hear our best performing keynote from Facebook Live this past week. The winner, the Live Your Legacy keynote from January of 2018. Enjoy your Sunday morning podcast and let us know your thoughts on social.
This is the Gary V audio experience.
Hey. First and foremost, I'm always flying in and out on these things, so I don't get to see a ton of presentations, but I catch a whole bunch, kind of little something here and there. I just want to clap up the last one more time because I thought that was phenomenal. I was sitting up there and I was listening. I'm trying to always maximize work. So I was sitting there, working, and all the sessions were really good. I was actually able to get a bunch in today, which made it fun, but that was really good. I was really like feeling it. And I was like, this is really good. I was like listening. I was like, I believe in all that shit. I believe in every word that you just spit. But then you got into the Michael Jordan part. And I was like, fuck Jason. Because I'm a diehard Knicks fan and I fucking hate Michael Jordan. Period. Oh man, that sucked. And I'm a Jets fan. I got Tom Brady. I'm fucking miserable about sports. Anyway, look, I want to really take advantage of this format. This is a fairly small group and we're really tight in here and this is just like how I love it. And so to be very honest, I'll spit a little bit here, but I'd love to do a little bit of Q&A. I'm not sure how set up they are for it, but I don't even need the mics. I'll repeat the questions. So I think, you know, the beauty of technology is that so many of my current thoughts are on YouTube and Facebook right now. And especially if any of you have consumed any of it, I don't need to repeat the themes. I think they're basic. I think at some level, everybody has touched on it. You know, I think the thing that I'm most interested in is the notion of taking it, right? To me, the most interesting thing to me is the internet. I think we grossly underestimate the internet. You know, the internet itself is ultimately the thing that gives us an opportunity to solve the thing that I think is really in our hearts and we're passionate about. Like, I associate so much with so many because, you know, my story is I was born in Belarus. I came to the US when I was 3. I lived in a studio apartment the size of the stage I'm on right now with 7 family members. And so no matter what you look like, as we all know, it's about what you live, where you come from. And to be very frank, it's interesting. I say this all the time and I'm empathetic that the system doesn't put everybody in the best position to succeed. But I'm a product where I think all my struggles have been my biggest advantage. And really, I didn't grow up in an education system or a VC system that rewarded me for being a white male. I grew up in a very interesting path. I was a terrible fucking student. I was a DNF student, so like most immigrants, I didn't use education as my way out. I was just a kid that sold shit, right? Like I just sold flowers and I sold lemonade and I'm Jewish and I sang Christmas carols like fucking, it was my last song. Like what I did and really what I would love to leave you here with, like I know the real answer because I've seen it in so many people's eyes, it's self-awareness. My biggest fear in this room is that you're trying to be somebody because you want to be them versus you figure yourself out and put yourself in a position to be that person. I think what you had when I watched what you were just talking about, like that kid was that kid from the get. He was self-aware, he figured himself out. He was comfortable in that nerdy environment. I was comfortable in high school, working every minute, every second, and missing every party. And like, I have not heard a voice in my own head but mine for a very, very, very long time. And I think what is most interesting to me right now is if you really pay attention to what's happening, the internet has absolutely done this incredible thing, which is there's nobody who's flawed that can sit in between you and the end consumer who's stopping you besides the narrative in your own head. That's a big deal. Like, you know, obviously a lot of people growing up in the music industry, it's just so different now. Like, just fucking go make it. Like, producing a song now with technology and putting it on SoundCloud, production and distribution, like that's some shit you couldn't even imagine. And so I just think, I'll be very honest, I think we're living through the greatest time to be a human ever. I do. We've got problems everywhere. We got genocide in the world. We've got nothing but unlimited problems. But I put things into perspective. Like, I don't know, we got plenty of problems, but the Black Plague was worse. Right? We got plenty of problems, but World War II was worst. Like, you know, there's just opportunity because of the internet, not because we've evolved. I don't put this on us. Like, we've still got plenty of short, but the fact that we have so much opportunity. And so to me, it's basic. Either you're dwelling and looking backwards or you're optimistic and looking forward. The problem is you grew up in an environment, you grew up with parents that put you on the defense or the offense. And that is really the lottery. The lottery really is who's your mom, right? The lottery is who's your best friend. That's the lottery I think a lot about. And so I have unlimited white male friends who have tons of fucking money in the bank, who fucking lost, who suck, who are in depression because they got the wrong lottery because their mom's broken, because her mom was broken, and because her dad was broken. And so I am the byproduct against all the odds that I had of parents that fucking dominated. Like my mom is all time. Just all time, she is. And so even when I was getting D's and F's and all the other immigrant families were making fun of her because her son wasn't gonna make it because he had to get A's and B's because that's all we knew in the 80s and 90s, she knew who I was. She let me hone my skills. I get D's and F's, I get punished, but I'm still allowed to go do my baseball card shows because I was building my skill, and they taught me work. They taught me work. I didn't see my dad until I was 15 and he made me work in his liquor store, even though we slept in the same house every night because he left before I woke up and he came after. And so we live in this world now where the fact of the matter is your Instagram account, your YouTube account, your SoundCloud account, the internet, like the fact that, let me tell you something that fascinates me because we think a lot about money and opportunity. Let me tell you about an opportunity that I can't get out of my head, which is there's a website called Craigslist. There's a section called free where people list shit that they want to get rid of. You go there and you take it and then you list it on Facebook Marketplace and you sell it. And when I think about this, I've been dreaming about this for the last 72 hours, by the way. Like, I'm literally doing this selfishly, so D-Rock capture this because this video is going out. Like, it's crazy to me that the only thing that stops somebody from winning is education and the work ethic, right? I understand that. But education comes in so many different forms. I was on the Breakfast Club the first time, and Envy thought I was a motivational speaker, like a bullshit rah-rah, kind of like the secret shit. So he kind of called me out, and I was like, fuck. He's like, you're live on the radio. He's like, and he's like, give us something practical, fuck this mindset shit, right? I'm like, okay, the mindset's the game, but fuck it, I'll give it to you. And I said, go to the dollar store and go to Marshall's, take your phone, scan shit, look it up on eBay, and if it costs $2 at Marshall's and it's selling for $9 on eBay, buy it and sell it. And that was it. It was kind of like this moment in a 6-minute radio spot. And then I caught a little, then I read all the comments and people are like, bullshit or yes. Then I start getting emails like, yo, I make $500 a week, but I'm making $200 now because I'm going to the dollar store and selling it on eBay. And it built in this whole thing, and then I named it the 2017 Flip Challenge. And we have 10,000 emails of people who've literally went garage sailing to the thrift store and the dollar store and have made 20, 30, 40,000. I started thinking about the long tail of all this, right? Like we're in this, especially like in this incubator, like 99% of startups are gonna fail in this generation because we're living through the greatest era of fake entrepreneurship. The amount of fake entrepreneurs that are in this building right now is extraordinary. It's true. And by the way, please, I know a lot of you don't know me. I'm not saying on a high horse like I'm a good entrepreneur and you're not. It's just black and white obvious because it's a bubble, because it got cool, right? It got cool. And everybody, and it doesn't cost anything. And there's so much money in the system. There's so much incubators willing to give you money. All my friends for the last 10, 15 years are building all these businesses where it's really not that hard to lose money every month. Right? I think on your panel you guys said as entrepreneurs, losing money and then making money or building, I couldn't catch the whole thing because I was distracted. The problem is it takes a lot of talent to build something to then eventually make money. And we spend 99% of our time talking about fucking Slack and Uber and Snapchat and fucking Instagram. We got like 17 companies to talk about, and there's 17 fucking companies going out of business every hour, every minute. And meanwhile, there's more money being pumped into the system. And it's just all so obvious right now where this is all going, and it's not very pretty because we're lacking self-awareness. What we're doing is we're just riding the waves of what the current conversation is. There's so many people that are gonna be founders of companies who would have done incredibly well being number 17 at this startup, or number 94 at that company, or number 167 at that company, but they want to be number 1 of the Uber of pancakes, right? And like so, and I'm watching this and I'm fascinated by it. Meanwhile, there's so much practicality. Let me tell you what breaks my heart. I read a lot of feedback from my audience. I've gotten 2 examples in the last 3 weeks of kids that were making money on retail arbitrage, right? So I think I brought up already the Craigslist, the Facebook Marketplace. I think, no question, if you said to me, hey, this is a classroom of like 16-year-olds and they have to make money in the next 24 months or bad stuff happens. I only default into go buy shit and sell it and run the internet arbitrage. Become an expert. We'll spend the first 3 months, I'll teach you everything about Craigslist and eBay and Facebook Marketplace and let go. And then we'll talk about China and buying shit there and the arbitrage. I would spend an enormous amount of time because the practicality right now in the inefficiency of the internet of buying and selling stuff is extraordinary. In the last 3 weeks, I've had these kids who have been following my content and like, Gary, I want to get your advice. And basically both narratives went the exact same way, which is, hey, I listened to you, I got good, I started buying stuff, then I hit it big. A bunch of people made a lot of money on the solar eclipse glasses. Like you could literally buy those things for like 16 cents in China on Baidu and then sell it for like $4 a pop on Amazon. People made bank. Like I know one kid who made $317,000 on a $3,000 starting point, right? So it's very real to me instead of I'm gonna build some crazy app that's gonna fucking change the world, right? Because it's practical as fuck. And both of them have made real money. One kid's made like $60,000 this year off of like $100 base, right? Like these are like real money. And both of them took it all and bought crypto. Yes. And by the way, I believe in blockchain as a technology out my ass. The part of the story he doesn't know is they bought at 17,000, right? And they bought at 17,000 because they read 400 articles that said it was gonna be 34,000. And by the way, Bitcoin could be 400,000. I'm not sure. I don't know. Here's what I'm disappointed in: short-term thinking. When he goes, who? I'm not mad at him. I'm like, listen, maybe long-term. Like I don't know if anybody's money situation. Let me give you something that will really work for you. If you don't have to take it out of Wall Street, put your money into Facebook and Amazon, and I promise you, unless America melts over the next 7 to 10 years, you'll do well. There's certain things that are just so black and white obvious, right? And then everybody else is looking for a lottery ticket. I use an analogy in a podcast I just did with some good guys, and it hit me, maybe because I was in Miami and stayed at the Hard Rock Casino fucking hotel, which was fucking disgusting. But a lot of people are treating their business the way you go to a casino. Yeah, you could have one night where you took 5,000 from the casino, but why don't you keep going every night and tell me how it works out? They don't build Vegas on us winning. And everybody's treating their business that way right now. Everybody's jumping from trend to trend. They have no foundation of what they're actually doing. They're writing only headlines, and they're gonna get exposed. Instead of taking a meaningful step back and doing a lot of thinking about how exciting it is to eat shit. You know, the thing that works for me that I really wished on everybody else is I love the journey. I love the game. I love the struggle. Do you know why I keep doing new things? Because I like when people clown on me. You know why I came out with a sneaker, my own sneaker, especially growing up in that era? Because I knew people were gonna shit on me, thinking I had too big of an ego and audacity, and I knew people didn't think it was gonna work. And that's why I did it. Because I wanted that struggle. And then the high of outselling Future and Weekend sneakers combined, that high is the greatest. And the low, that's my L. When you love the game that you're in, you win either way. You either win and you get to talk shit, or you lose and your boys get to talk shit and you laugh along with them. The biggest problem right now is insecurity. Everybody's actions are to get shit to close their insecurity. You need a new pair of fucking Supremes because you want to tell people who you are through your Supremes, but you're just fucking disguising your weakness. And so I am absolutely obsessed for people to start talking about self-awareness and patience because they will work. Now, it might take 15 years, it might take 7, it may take 9, but if you actually take tried and true things like that during a time where there's this much opportunity, it's not sexy to walk around and say, you buy weird like candles in China and sell them on Amazon and make $7,000 a month, but it works. And I've literally sat in rooms and had these one-on-one discussions and kids have chosen the sexier thing because we're playing one big fucking game of optics. We're playing one fucking big game of optics. And like, VC is super interesting to me. I did really well, right? Here's my story. I made a lot of money selling baseball cards as a kid. My dad worked his fucking face off and saved every dollar. Immigrants have figured it out. It's called make money, buy no dumb shit, save it for 13 years, buy an asset, have the American dream, right? Versus what's going on. By the way, new prediction, because I've been doing some homework, college debt is gonna take the whole country down. I had no idea. I don't know, I knew college debt was fucked up. I didn't know the following thing that I've been doing homework on the last 3 days. This story is real and is being scaled across America right now. You're $237,000 in college debt on some interest that's fucking bonkers. You're making $84,000 a year and banks are lending you $500,000 to buy an apartment. So just get ready, 2009 is coming all over again. I don't know how long Trump can artificially hold it up, but shit's gonna hit and it's gonna hit hard. And here's what's gonna happen. Everybody's gonna blame the colleges, because Omar, who needed a new BMW, even though he had $313,000 in debt, it's not gonna blame himself for the BMW, he's gonna blame Babson. And so college's brand's about to get fucking collapsed, just like the banks got shit on, including all these opportunities that we know are good alternatives. By the way, 1930, 1940, 1950, vocational skills were hot. Then the propaganda of college came through, which is cool, because it worked for a minute. It just, shit changes. And so we're living through a really, 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 really interesting time because there's so much carnage in the system ready to come. At the same token, it's never been better for all of us because the scale of anything you want to do on the internet is actually real. It's never been more practical to make $100,000 a year talking about fucking the Smurfs. It's true. Like if you look at the niches, if you actually play out a podcast, a YouTube channel, and an Instagram account and really understand how to build stories like my man just did, day in and day out, consistent, especially if you know what the fuck you're talking about, and have patience, you would be stunned how much money is gonna be for you on the other side of that rainbow. And the only way you'll do it while nothing good is happening is you'll talk about the shit you love the most. You can talk about the 1987 Pistons for a living. That's crazy. By the way, the 87 Pistons really fucked with Jordan, which is why I had to drop it on my man Jason. I know you do, man. I got none, fuck. That's why I wanna buy the Jets. I'm like, fuck it, nobody else is gonna do it for me. I'm gonna buy the Jets and win my own Super Bowl. Anyway, then I built my dad's business for him. I left at 34, I had no equity in the business. I didn't save a lot of money because we poured all money back into the business. I grew my dad's business from a $3 to a $60 million business. I paid back my parents for giving to me. And then I did something really smart. I was building a liquor store that my dad owned into a wine e-commerce business, and I was using modern technologies. And along the way, I realized that social media was the second coming of what I saw with Google and blogging and email. Understood the pattern recognition. So I was an early investor in Facebook and Twitter and Tumblr. And obviously, as you can imagine, that changed the course of my career. But what's really fascinating to me is that the opportunities are way greater than they've ever been because it's scale now. It's just that all we're doing is playing lotto. I'm a bad gambler. Like for example, I never taught myself how to play poker. Like I don't like gambling that much. So when I gamble, I go to fucking, like when I go to a casino, I go to actually like own the casino at the end of the night. Like I'm playing the most high risk shit. Like it's only like roulette, one number, put like fucking $500 on it. Like none of it is basic. It's all like I'm trying to like create memories, right? Which is why I lose all my fucking money. That's cool for casinos. That's not cool for life. That's what people are fucking doing. People are talking about building fucking businesses and apps and things and they're not looking at the math. 99% of these companies are gonna go away. And it's been good for 9 years in the economy. There's money in the system. None of the businesses that are pre-Series B are making any money. What do you think happens when they can't raise their next round? You know how many companies are down rounding right now? All of them. Like we are not having that conversation. So meanwhile, the propaganda of that or crypto or other things got people pumped, respect, interested. I'm sure there'll be people that win. Meanwhile, there's all this practical money. And listen, because I grew up pretty ridiculous, DNF student in like rural New Jersey, so like Hunter boys that wanted to shoot you with their, shotgun. Then I went to Mount Ida College in Newton, Mass, 94% minorities, like kids that wanted to shoot you with different kinds of guns. And so like literally my whole group that I grew up with from, first grade through college, 98% of my friends make under $100,000 a year. Then I got into the tech world and these towns and all my next generation friends, 60% of them have 8 and 9 and 10 figures. And I look every day and I live in this fucking bizarro world and money is not the variable of happiness. I got boys on 2 fucking softball teams, fucking working factory job, making $47K a year, and fucking happy as shit. I got friends got $150, $150 million in the bank, fucking miserable depression 3 times a day at the doctor's. Like, and so I'm looking at this and I'm like, okay, let's take a step back. The internet is at maturity, we're at scale. There's real dollars to be had if you build a practical business. And we're pumping people into a casino environment of like winning a lotto ticket. And then, okay, fair. If you're building a lotto ticket, that's how you win $50 million companies, $100 million companies. I respect that. My advice over here on the practical side is much more a $1, $2, $3 million a year business. But then I just look and I'm like, man, how many people are out there right now who would love to make $212,000 a year and love it? And I'm just struggling with like trying to figure out how to get this noise into the system because it's so real. It's so real. There's so much opportunity. And so if I could say anything before I go into Q&A, I really would love to make practicality and patience sexy. I really would. Like, because that actually changes your life. Like, that's actually good. Like, if you're sitting here and you're really in like some need of finances, I'm being dead serious with you. You go to Craigslist. It's free. You drive your car, you take the TV, you put it on Facebook, you sell it for $60, you got $60. Like, you can, it's just, there's so much of it. And like the people that listen to me and are like angry and have dirt under their nails and are ghetto like me that like love it, they're making like $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 a month now. Shit adds up. Shit adds up. And so like, please, think about all the cool stuff that's out there, learn. By the way, I know that's what's being pushed down your throat 99.9% of the time, so I don't even speak to that. Let me talk to you about the 0.01% that's not. The internet is amazing. Like really crazy amazing. Like we take it so for granted, all of us, including the smart ones in it that have been part of it. We'll look back when we're all grossly underestimating what's actually happening. The internet is the middleman for everything. It will suffocate everything, all of it. Bookstores and taxi companies, they're just first. Everything. What do you think's gonna happen to mainstream media? It's all getting suffocated. Suffocated. Retail, suffocated. Personal relationships, suffocated. Real estate, suffocated. It's all getting suffocated, which means you have all the same access as anybody else. You just do. It's just true. And the people in the middle, they used to just be there because of establishment, they're gonna have to adjust and actually bring value or they're finished. And record companies and book publishers and real estate agents, they don't do a whole bunch once they're established. That's the truth. They create distribution, but that's become commoditized. And so you need to understand this truth because when I look around here, people live for 40, 50, 60 years. Like, what are you doing? Like, we got so much time. I get fearful when people are in their 40s, you know, and they think like, it's a young man's game. Like, you're gonna be living here for another 70 years. Technology's getting good. You're gonna be older than you think. You have so much time and everybody's in such a rush. They're in a rush because they want to prove something to somebody, either their parents or to their contemporaries. And I'd really like to make it attractive to be like the person that would, like, listen, I think being a tortoise is cool because you get to win the fucking race, you know? Maybe your mom or dad thinks you're a loser right now, but like, it'd be much better if you won that debate instead of rushing into some dumb shit to make them think you're not a loser quicker. And that's all I see over and over and over again. And I just think that this conversation needs to be put in the system because look, there's a big difference between making money and raising money. And we are become way too romanticized about raising capital, which has a need, and I believe in it, and I'm a VC myself, but everybody's defaulted into it. And let me promise you something, knowing how to make money is always a good skill. Always. And I think it's time that we start having a bigger conversation of teaching people that, but everybody's too fancy. You're too fancy. It's true. People are fancy. Everybody likes to put founder in their Instagram profile like it means something. I can put basketball player in my fucking Instagram account. Doesn't mean I play in the NBA, motherfucker. And so that's the problem right now. We've romanticized something. It's very easy to say. You can't say you're a professional singer because everybody call you out. We can see it. You can't say you're a professional athlete, but you just put that word entrepreneur and co-founder and you are it, but you're not. You're renting that status. There's a big fucking difference between being an entrepreneur and being a successful entrepreneur. And unfortunately, we have confused the lines and it's putting people into really bad habits during an easy time. If you're under 31 in this room, you've never been punched in the mouth professionally, which to me means you're fucking soft. It's not your fault. You might be able to handle that punch, but you didn't live through 2000 and 2001 and 2008, or definitely not 94. And like, you haven't been punched in the fucking mouth. And so like, if you've been doing something for 2 years right now, 3 years, and you're not winning, and it's this easy, you better rethink shit now. Yesterday. It means maybe you're number 3 and you should go find a 1. It means maybe you're dreaming and playing lotto and you need to get practical because this has been the easiest fucking time to make money in the last 100 years. And if you haven't figured it out, you just might suck. I'm serious, it's true. Like, it is cold, but honestly, I'd much rather give it to you cold, give you at least the thought to think about it because it's fucking true cold, instead of fucking pandering to you, and then when you fucking crash and you're really hurting, like all those people that said, rah, you can do it, they're not around. And so, please get practical. Please learn how to make money if you're a business person. And so, that's where I'm at. I'd love to do some Q&A. Thanks for having me. Respect.
So everybody that creates a channel can set their own price.
Yep.
People pay them directly.
Yes.
We split their revenue with them 50-50.
Yep.
And you can use crypto.
Okay.
I want to know, you were early at YouTube.
Yep.
You want to be early at Reflections.
Probably not, but let's talk it through. So the first thing that's interesting is what's the revenue share?
It's a 50-50 split. So Apple gets 30 cents for every dollar. We split the rest with the content creator.
So the 70 that's left, you mean?
Correct. 35 cents to the creator, 35 cents to us.
And so what are you doing to get my 35 cents?
So we're incentivizing influencers right now to sign up for the app and be a part of it when we launch at South by Southwest.
Right. So you think that you're going to get 7 or 8 people that have a little bit of an audience, and that they'll be able to then, because they're on it, get other people to jump on.
Yeah. So we had 100 users in it from LA, some top influencers, and some creators that I can't mention right now, but they are influencers.
You know, usually the reason, and I've seen a lot of apps like this, usually the reason this app scares me is because people underestimate. People love to say, yo, you need to come on my thing. And I've seen this show over and over, because you're on YouTube or you're on Facebook or you're on Instagram and they're not paying you shit. You need to come on mine, and that's how we're gonna do it, which is the right argument, right? The problem is, those platforms have fucking eyeballs. Everybody's a big shot when Instagram's fucking giving you the algorithm and Facebook and giving you the awareness. But when you go over to a new platform and now you're asking your audience for their money and there's nobody actually there, that model has been a real difficult model to happen. There's a very big reason why there is still no platform for content that is working that way in a world where influencers have been real now for 13 years. Don't let this current state of Instagram like trick you. Long before Instagram, there's been influencers on YouTube now for 12 years. There's been influencers for a very long time in a lot of places. When you ask people to pay for content, that shit better be real, because it's unlimited fucking content out there. And second of all, everybody thinks that they can move them, but every one of these A-listers over the last 5 years digitally have done some version of their own app, have been given equity in some new startup that has the same exact business model as you, and none of them have popped, because when you try to drive people away from a free platform where there's a lot of other people to a place where you have to pay for yours, people get exposed for not meaning that much. So I think the biggest thing you need to, and then of course, you're doing the other move that a lot of people do, which is like if you get 7 or 8 people that have a look, have an audience, well maybe that momentum can carry through. The problem is when people start going to a paid place, they start trying to get their audience to come and pay them over here, which starts making them lose their audience in the free place, and that attention was the currency they had in the first place, and so they start losing on both sides. There's a very systematic reason why this model has not worked consistently for the last 7 years, including companies that have had $20 to $30 million in funding. So I would just say, please do me a favor and like really, really go do the homework on the 10 to 15 that have died over the last 4 or 5 years, so you don't make those same mistakes. Because I don't believe that you may not figure it out. I just know it's a lot harder than people think, because the theory of Facebook and YouTube is fucking you is ridiculous. They're the people that put you on in the first place. You're not paying YouTube and Facebook and Instagram for those hundreds of millions of potential views. So you gotta think about that.
Thanks.
You got it, brother. Hey man.
What's up? Quick question, Eugene. So I'm a serial entrepreneur, and then I went into corporate America, made a multiple six-figure income, and then I just walked away from that to go back into tech because I couldn't breathe, basically.
Respect.
And so I just started an ad tech company. Basically what we do is we do marketing for small businesses. We take their customers, and the hundreds of customers that come in the door every single day, we turn them into a marketing resource. So we get them to promote on social media for discounts and free stuff, or drive Yelp reviews and things of that nature. So it's built. Our entire platform is built on top of the Facebook Messenger application. And so a lot of the conversation is all chat by AI, all of that stuff.
Understood.
So I just wanted to kind of get your viewpoint on that process.
I like a lot of what I'm hearing.
Okay.
I like the small business part. I like the practicality of it. Like the long tail in that world has not been exposed. Facebook continues to think about it every day. It's where Google makes its money. The long tail is extremely profitable, and a lot of people aren't focusing on it. The only thing I would tell you that made me kind of think that I would, if I was an investor or partner, I'd be like, hey, incentivized actions to help a business usually ultimately break. So just keep in mind the psychology of like what happens when you're incentivizing an action. The end consumer eventually understands it's flawed. What Yelp's, Anonymous breaks for the same reason. Eventually, the data, the content, isn't valuable. The fact that everybody just heard that you have a business that takes a customer that comes to a local business, they get a better deal to write a review on Yelp, has already made them not like Yelp as much anymore. Yelp was cruising until people started having friends or dating somebody who worked for a PR agency that wrote fake Yelp reviews. When you game the truth, you become vulnerable. So I would be very thoughtful about what you're incentivizing so it doesn't become the vulnerability of what you're building. You stay away from that one vulnerability, every other thing is right. AI Messenger hasn't even started, it will be a huge space. SMBs spend on social media hasn't even started, it will be a huge space. Just give thoughts to the last part.
Nice, thank you.
You got it. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, what's your name?
Good, my name is Victoria Kwanuke. I'm the global brand manager at eBay.
Awesome.
Yeah, and I just found it very interesting that at your core, buying and selling is who you are.
Yes.
And as part of my job, I'm thinking about the future. I was actually spending some time at the Long Now Foundation, and they're building a clock to last for 2,000 years. And I can't help but think, we've evolved. So trade, barter, commerce, e-commerce. You talk about Craigslist, you talk about being practical. How do you think all that's going to evolve in 2,000 years from now? And what are your thoughts of the future?
So, first of all, my first thing that ran through my head is like, Victoria, I love you, but I'm not fucking Nostradamus. That's the first thing that I thought of. Look, I think I think one thing, if you study human behavior, when you start getting into hundreds and thousands, you start to see circles, right? So I think technology is getting awfully close to barter. Do you know how much dumb shit everybody in this room right now has in their home, and then somebody else has dumb shit that person wants? Like, I'm fascinated by barter in such an interesting way. Look, we're always gonna trade. It's always that. Back to the woohoo in the audience, like crypto's so fun because it's opened up so many different thoughts in my mind. The fact that the fact that you can sell me your home and we can do that on the blockchain, and all the people in the middle that have nothing to do with anything get cut out, and all those economics go back to us. Energy bills, like you start looking at some as 30% of the money you're paying for your energy in your home is for people in the middle that do nothing. So we're getting closer and closer to a world of us which I think is super fascinating, massively vulnerable for governments, which is why I think it's not going to happen so quickly. I mean, if you really understand blockchain, like China, America, and Russia are not in the business for allowing it to actually succeed. Because then we become one team. Like you take away currency, bombs are the only thing left. Like it gets really kind of, like I don't think people are so obsessed with Bitcoin, they're not even on Ethereum, they're not even on blockchain. Like this is real technology. You're right, I am at my heart. I mean, like basically I taught my brother how to be an entrepreneur by garage selling and selling on eBay. Like to my favorite hobby in the world, and I'm not pandering to you right now, you can go watch all the film for the last 10 years. My favorite hobby, like I can't fucking wait to March and April so I can start going garage selling on Saturday morning. I get a bigger high of finding some random little fucking toy for 50 cents at somebody's house and selling it for $6 on eBay than I do closing an $11 million deal for VaynerMedia. And by the way, it's not even close. And that's why I keep doing it. Back to like what you had to do. Because when you can't breathe, what are you gonna suffocate? And so like I think it will continue to evolve. I think it's getting more and more interesting. What I'm really interested in is between your platform, Craigslist, LetGo, Facebook Marketplace, there's ARB, right? There's so, like I'm just like like you don't even have to be like if you want to be efficient and actually make money and not just do it for fun like I do, you don't need to leave your room and just buy shit in between the 5 platforms and find the arbitrage. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's an amazing time for retail. Like it's just an amazing time. You've got big box retailers going out of business. But we can, like, if you ask me what is the one thing that everybody in this room has the best capability to build a $500,000 a year revenue business that gives them $200,000 take home, it is absolutely retail on the internet, and it's not even close. And if you really understand how Amazon, Shopify work with those platforms, you can, I mean, the fact that you can basically create any t-shirt company, use Facebook ads to target any long-term fan, right? Like, make t-shirts that like, I grew up in Chicago in the 90s, right? Run it in front of him, he's like, I grew up in Chicago in the 90s, fuck it, I'll buy it. Have a shop, like, if you understood how to run Facebook ads, Facebook's so underpriced right now, there's so much inefficiency. That's what I'm speaking to. Facebook ads are so underpriced that I can get in front of every one of you on the 3 emotional things that you give a shit about with a t-shirt and probably convert 1 out of every 30 times. The ads are so low, the margin on the t-shirt's so high, I can just run that at scale and make $200,000 a year, no problem. Yet, people are trying to solve problems, like build these billion-dollar platforms, and they're all gonna lose, and they're all gonna be going, like, if he doesn't make it practical soon, when the economy decides to do its thing, he's going back to corporate America. He has to make it profitable. Like, it's just the way it is. So, I don't know, I'm really starting to get passionate about, like, let's get practical. Like, I know it's fun to create the next Waze. I know it's fun to create the next Instagram. It's just the math's against you. Meanwhile, all this money is sitting in the system, and it just feels, and guess what? Back to, like, some of the themes, like, nobody's stopping you. There's no boss, there's nobody who hires you, there's nobody who decides. The internet doesn't give a fuck if you're black, white, girl, alien. The internet's the internet. That's why it's the best. We will never achieve what the internet is gonna do. We will never get good enough. We're too fucking flawed. Unconscious bias is not gonna get fixed anytime soon. The internet doesn't give a fuck. So take advantage, instead of like dwelling or being pumped or whatever the fuck side on things you are, just take fucking advantage. Attention is like real estate, right? The internet is so young, you can still buy beachfront property. We weren't around when Manhattan was fucking, do you understand a human being bought an acre in Manhattan for $2? You do understand that happened, right? It seems ridiculous, but it happened. And let me just remind you who the biggest spender of Google AdWords was in the first 5 or 6 years, Amazon. And that's why they are who they are. And right now you have Instagram influencers, you have Facebook ads, you have real underpriced attention to do anything you want. You have people that are now used to buying e-commerce. Like, there's so much opportunity. I just think we're looking in the wrong places. You know? You know what it feels like? It feels like there's like dollars like on the ground, right? And there's just like a huge sign, like $1 trillion over here. And you're like, and then just fall in a pit and there's all this fucking money. Fuck. Let's keep it going. Hi, how are you? You can get to the next guy. So hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
I'm a little nervous.
Don't be.
But because you might blast me, I don't want to end up on YouTube.
I don't want to blast you.
But basically, my project is called the Black Bay Area. Basically, we follow Black people.
Yes.
I'm from Oakland. Yep. I'm from Bay all day.
Let's go.
And so for me, it's really passionate because I saw a lot of Black people being here, a lot of gentrification happening, and they wanted to tap into the Black community without being a part of that gentrifying mechanism that's being here, being in tech. You have the monetary means to buy big $1 million houses and marginalizing people who really need the support and extra help.
Understood.
So for me, it started out as a joke. Like, I do Bay Area Bay of the Day and shout out people. I also shout out a lot of small local Black owned businesses.
Yes.
Now, the way I'm scaling this to be monetizing is I've been doing like smaller events to get my name out there. But I'm launching a website. It's going to be theblackbayarea.org. It will be a larger ticketing hub. So if you want to go on and tap into any Black event locally, you'll be able to buy the tickets from me instead of like a Ticketmaster or Eventbrite. You'll just go ahead because I'll be the word on the street. Okay. So I've made those relationships with the promoters and people that I want to reach out to tap into. The second aspect is going to be e-commerce. Now, I'm not going to lay it all out all at one time. I'm just walking you through the 3 things I'm focused on. Is the second one is e-commerce from smaller merchants. So if you're from the Bay, you know there's one thing that you really, really want, then I'll have it on the site, the hottest product that a smaller local vendor will have. I don't know how I'm going to monetize it for myself, but I know it's important for my community to have the visibility of someone going to a ticket hub that reflects of the community. They can buy items from the community, stuff that's hot that you don't even have to go to a flea market. You can live in Boston but still buy like Ever and Jones barbecue sauce. Mm-hmm. The third one is going to be real estate. So I'm looking at Black real estate investors to see, realtors to post listings for homes, to do roommates for Black people who want to room with Black people, but also No, it's real. It's real life though. It's real life like out here.
I'm laughing. I'm laughing.
So I mean, no, people getting toothpaste and mayonnaise and stuff like that is really, really important. Now, I mean, there's mayonnaise and toothpaste and things like that people are having uncomfortable situations, and those cultural conversations can't take place to where they can feel comfortable. So they are looking for someone who can understand their culture and how they grew up and where they're from.
I agree. Take a step back. How long have you been doing the media content?
I'm wrapping up on my 7th month. So far, I have had about 6,000 followers on Instagram. I have Devon Franklin. I have I Am Sue. I have local notoriety from people just trying to get their word out there about their business, because a lot of Instagrams and a lot of things that are showcasing Black people are showcasing someone in the front saying, hey, this is my brand. I'm not doing all that. I'm putting the people first. And so that's my goal, is to push their product, push them, but also figure out how I can stay afloat. Because right now I do it from the heart. I don't do it to, like, I don't bet on this and put my life on it.
I totally understand.
I'm working it like I would want somebody to work for me.
So there's a lot of themes here that excite me, and a couple things I think you should think. So first of all, my biggest belief, period, right now, is that everybody in this room and their businesses are a media company first, comma, then you do something. Everybody. Like every single business you've got in here, no matter what you tell me you do, my man over there with the video platform, he's a media company first, comma, he's a business. That's how I actually think the next 20 years play out. That there will not be a single business. eBay tomorrow needs to hire their editor-in-chief for real, not branded content, not the way most big corporations do it, all the way down to the smallest business idea here. Media company first, comma, then you do what you do. That all the upsides there, because the media is so underpriced and there's so much awareness. You've naturally and intuitively done that. You've started with media. Now you're starting to see there's something popping a little bit, and you're like, wait a minute, how am I gonna make some money on this thing, right? Not that you started there, because I'm listening to you. Not that you started there, you're debating whether you're gonna do that, right? You're debating that. You're not sure, maybe you want to, I'm sure, you're still early, it's 7 months. Let me tell you a couple things. Number one, it's very easy to start allowing, no matter what, too much of the commerce to come. The reason it's working is because it's pure. The church and state that you have to do between this content and what business you want is extremely important. It's why I work. I put out so much content in the business world for free, and I have no interest in any of your money. I come out with a book, but I'm asking. I'm not interested. There's no top of the funnel retargeting you. I don't hold something back and be like, now you gotta pay, motherfucker. Like I'm putting it all out and letting the karma of the relationship work out, and businesses struggle with that. So much so that I don't monetize my personality. I've always run other businesses, a wine store and an agency that tries to get the big companies, not the audience that I speak to. I think a couple things. Number one, if I could convince you to not be thinking about this right now for another 2 years, it would be the first thing I would tell you. Now, you may hate your job or how you pay for your living, and so you want to get over to this as quickly as possible, but I can tell you right now, if you can wait longer and not spend any mind time on that, but triple down on what you do well. So for example, download Anchor, right? And start interviewing these local businesses and start your podcast tomorrow. Become a media company. Take that podcast transcription and use Mechanical Turk or some outsourced people or an intern, and now you've got a Medium post or a LinkedIn post. Now you got written content. Go ahead. Mike. It's all right.
Oh, so I've already started that. So because I'm not a media person, I come from more of a nonprofit side. Yep. And so we have people writing from the community on our Medium blog. People look at it. I'm hosting a free photography show for people in the community. Like, I do a lot of things. So it's just the fact that I think I want to hone on the ticketing, because every time I hear people, when they come here, especially Black people, they're like, what's popping tonight? What's going on? I just want that single website for the ticketing portion to be really important, because I think that's a motivating factor for people to look into the multimedia.
Two things. It's so early. You're 7 months in. And have you debated bringing in a partner?
Yeah, but I got trust issues.
Yeah, but let me tell you something about your trust issues. If you ask me and I'm listening and we're vibing right now, if you ask me to put my children's health on the line of, can you run a successful ticketing internet company, I would bet against you. And so I'm being serious with you. Like, I think you clearly have some, like you told me about your background, which is where your passion is. You're clearly hitting a chord. You're only 7 months in. Like, that's exactly right. That's what happens when you're onto something, and so it's moving faster than you expect it to. You're onto something, which now gets you to start going into a place that you're not as comfortable with. Like, you spitting out ticketing and retail, and I heard you, not all right away, but ticketing and retail, and then, what was the third thing you were saying? Real estate. I get it, but it was a hot fucking mess. Like your thought process there was a hot mess. Like, I'm telling you, it's a hot fucking piece of shit. But your first part is so off the charts right that you need to fucking start interviewing people you do trust and figure out to bring somebody who actually knows how to do that part. The biggest problem is people want to be everything, like want to do everything. Like, we aren't. Like, I couldn't get any entry-level job in my own company because I couldn't pass the written test or the math test for the two disciplines. I couldn't. I own the whole fucking thing, and the straight facts are I could not work for my own company in an entry-level job. That is the truth. That's not me making a joke. That is the fucking facts. There are a lot of people that know how to build simple tech. No, first of all, they wouldn't build tech. They would rent the tech of the ticketing platforms and the e-com platforms and the real estate platforms and pay nothing for it. They wouldn't get ripped off by somebody to build it. I get it. But like, you need to do what you do. And what you do is you have a pulse on what the fuck is actually happening, and you know how to story tell it. That's where all the leverage is. If you had 6 million people on that Instagram account, you could sell a lot of t-shirts, a lot of tickets, have a lot of classifieds. You're only 7 months in. This thing has just started. Back to the thing I talked about, you're a young woman. You may look at some 19-year-old, I saw some 19-year-old earlier, so I'm like, fuck, that's young. But You are that young. You are that young for you to do something that makes you happy for the rest of your life. If you go into a coma for 6 years and just focus on what you do, you have a far better chance of being successful than trying to decide that you're going to be the one navigating the business aspects, especially because I heard you spit the way you thought about it, and you're clearly not very deep into your business mindset yet, which you may later on do. But like, I think you need to either do one, I'm trying to give you really good advice, you need to do one of two things. Bring in a business partner to drive the business part so you can focus on the content, or stay focused on the content for another 15 months and revisit it later. Those are the options, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but that's what I'm feeling. I get it. Patience is a strength, and people think it's a weakness. Cool. You're welcome. One more?
All right, I'm gonna shoot. If that's okay. Since you're a media mogul,
I'll get you too. Don't worry.
Since you're a media mogul who's built such a successful company, and you're looking back at it from perspective of where you are now, what first steps would you take in terms of creating a media entity or a media company? Saying you had 0 followers or 0 funding, or really scrapping it out to create a content-driven business.
I think the best advice for a content-driven business is to scratch your own itch. Own itch. Like, make the media company, the blog, the Instagram account that you wish existed, because you know it. You know it. You're one of it. Like guys. Do you know how big forums still are on the internet? Like 1994 technology, because little groups, little neighborhoods. That's why the young woman who's just talking, who's going to the bathroom, I hope right now, it's like that's why it worked, because it was niche. It was niche. People, I'm telling you, man, people try to boil the ocean. Go narrow. Go narrow. Like, Barstool's winning because that team made what they wanted. They wanted irreverence. They wanted mixed culture a different way. Like, that's the only way to break through. Because you have to understand, it's an incredible time, but all of us can do it. So it's a supply and demand issue, right? It's an incredible time. It's an incredible time, but everybody can start one. So it's easy and hard, which means to me, go deep as fuck. Like, go very narrow to what you know, right? And go deep, deep, deep into that. I think that's the place to go. And then use the modern places where there's attention. You start a media company today, you should be voice and social first, not website and email first, because it's underpriced attention. You can take that attention from Instagram or a podcast and then start a website. I bought PureWell, women's lifestyle business, back a year ago, and I'm gonna launch a men's one, and it's all gonna be launched on the back of my audience, and I built that audience in social and voice, and I'm gonna penetrate it to a website and other things as well. And so I have it already. And so we all have that too. We have what we have. We have our lives, our passions, our interests. I want people to go narrow, real narrow. There's a real long tail business. Really, there is. I mean, really, there is. So cool. And I want to do this guy.
Well, thanks so much, Gary. Actually, I have to thank you for all the content, because I put it on the streets and it works.
Thank you.
My problem is I'm a doctor, and
golfer.
Yeah, for sure. I'm a plastic surgeon and pretty good as well. Actually, and I'm an angel investor, and I have one startup as a CEO.
Okay.
And the problem is about following your advice. We put everything on the streets. We documented everything, and we got a good problem, because we have our audience. We built audience for my patients, and we have audience now for all entrepreneurs guys that are going to make the same path.
Yes.
And now the problem is, when people Google my name, they can find both. And maybe some patients say, hey, I don't want to make the nose job with this guy because they don't have full time on just it.
Yes.
And the other side,
you're looking at it wrong. You know,
what do you mean?
well, because you're looking at the downside, not the upside.
Yeah, it's why I asked you, because it's a little bit new for me.
Yeah,
it's all this audience and all people sending emails and direct on Instagram. Oh, I want to build a business on your field, and actually, I want to make a boobs.
It's super interesting to have you here, because I think one of the things I'm trying to figure out is the people that are taking my advice are winning.
Yeah, for sure. I can say it works. For sure, it works. Yeah, you can buy these books. Yeah, it works.
What happens is, they get into the crossroads that happens to you, which is you're trying to do it to build your chiropractor company, your yogurt shop, your surfing knowledge, and then what's happening is you're getting inundated now with people who want you to teach them how to do that for theirs. For sure. Look, I think that's, to your point, you said it very quickly, it's a good problem. I would definitely tell you not to worry about it, right? Like I have so much, if you look at my Instagram content, right?
Every day.
Thank you. If you wait, but thank you. But let me. If you look at my latest post on Instagram is me hanging out with Gunna, the up and coming rapper from Atlanta. That is not necessarily what Chase Bank and ABI and SAP, my clients, want to see from me. But the truth is the truth.
Yeah.
I run the best agency, and so they're going to hire you. If you're great at your craft, there's nobody who's not going to come to you because you're teaching other people how to build a business. It will all be net positive. Don't allow yourself to look at the negatives or perceived negatives or issues. For every person you lose that says he's not spending all his time on that, you're going to get 3 others because you are spending all your time on that.
Good for them. Give a shit to them, sis.
Life's a net game. Yeah. Do you understand? Too many people are dwelling on what they're losing without understanding that those same tactics make them win. When I started speaking in 2009, I cursed a lot. And I didn't wear suits. And there's a lot of youngsters in here, this may seem foreign, but that was not super fucking acceptable just 8 years ago. And I would get emails, then I got a speaking agent, and I would get so many emails. Literally CAA, my agency, would call me once a month and say, if you stop cursing, we can get you 4 more speaking gigs a month easy. And I would reply consistently for 3 years, motherfucker. If I stop cursing, nobody's gonna listen to me speak because I'm not gonna be me, right? And guess what? I won, because the world changed. When you're yourself and you're true, that's why, Jason, I really loved what you were talking about. Could you imagine how much the world has evolved? Let me leave you with this as you're thinking about stuff. If you told a parent 12 years ago that when they have a 15-year-old daughter, they would rather that 15-year-old daughter go into a strange man's car 4 times a day instead of driving their own car. They would have laughed you out of the room. But if you live in a rich neighborhood and your daughter turns 16, the big new gift is not a new Benzo, the big new gift is unlimited Uber. It's right? It's true. Could you imagine if I had a video 15 years ago and say, one day in 15 years, all of you are gonna send your 15-year-old daughters into 43-year-old weird Benz cars 24 hours a day? They would have laughed me out of the room. Norms change. Norms change. To be very honest, this, especially when I talk to my friends in minorities, and like, urban culture is America's culture now. Like when Maribel and I talk about, like, it's just the truth. Like it's just the truth. Like, go show me anything that's popular. I'll show you where it started. Atlanta. It's so basic. It's so basic. Like literally, if you told me my mission as a brander over the next 7 years was to get 15-year-old white women to buy something, I would start with rappers in Atlanta because that's how it ends up there. And so you can run away from things. You can like look at things. I just think that no matter where you are or what you are, look at hip hop. I'm 42. I grew up with hip hop where guys faked how hard they work because their aunt lived in Oakland and they visited her once a year and they said they were from Oakland, but they weren't fucking too short. You know what I mean? They were fucking bullshit. But in 1992, 93, 94, people remember you had to make pretend you were hard because there was only one move. Lil Yachty would have got his face beaten in 1992. Yeah, right? But if you stayed true, it would have come to you because now everything is acceptable. And so everybody's deviating into something. I say put your fucking flag on the ground of who the fuck you are. I have a funny feeling it's gonna come to you, especially with the way the world's working now, because what all this Harvey Weinstein and Matt Lauer stuff is, it's all very simple. It's over. The internet, there is no hiding. Everything will be exposed. Do you know how great the world's gonna be in 50 years? Let me make you optimistic. We're taking one step backwards. You know why? We're facing shit we need to face. We've been faking the truth. And so we're taking one big step back and we're dealing with it. It's like, it's gonna be a painful fucking decade. It hasn't even started. We're gonna be dealing with a lot of shit, but let me tell you what our grandkids are gonna be living through. They're gonna be living through a world because of the full exposure of who we are, where everybody realizes everybody's got fucked up shit. There's not a person in here, not one person in here that doesn't do something that we consider right now a real flaw. It's just the truth. It's just the truth. We as a collective have to go through the pain of that, but when we get on the other side, like when we're all old and we're looking at this, remember this talk. That's pretty egotistical, but try to build on this yourself and forget where it started. Let me go that route. We're gonna be happy. Because it's gonna be different. It's gonna be real different. Because everybody's gonna start accepting people's shortcomings. And we're gonna have very different conversations. And things like marriage, and things like money, and sex, and race, like we're gonna have some real conversations over the next 20, 30 years. Get ready, because this isn't gonna stop. And we are just not the animals that we wish we were. And we just have to face that, own it, go through that painful process, but we will be much better people in 50 years from today because of this time, during this era, because the internet is exposing us, and I'm very grateful for that. I'm happy, because the truth should win, but you've gotta go through some shit to get to the other side, and that's what we're gonna do. That's cool on a holistic level that I'm sure a lot of people looking around here are very passionate about. On your own personal level, do that with yourself as a person and as an entrepreneur, and shit will go in a totally different place, I promise you. Own your shortcomings, own your strengths, surround yourself with the other shit, and stuff starts to pop. Thank you for having me. Hey guys, I hope you really enjoyed this episode of the Gary Vee Experience. Now go out and share this, pass it on, let me know what you thought. Hey guys, it's Gary. I'm super fired up to announce the 004 K-Swiss Positivity and Optimism sneaker, my collaboration with K-Swiss, our 4th sneaker together, and today is launch day. The reality is, I believe in this so much because I'm so fired up about the macro of pushing positivity and optimism in a practical way. It is my ethos, it is why you follow me, it's why you're probably seeing this. However, the right hook I'm throwing today is for you to not buy this sneaker. Even though it is linked in my profile, even though it's linked in this feed, I do not want you to buy this. I want you to take a step back and change your perspective if you are not in the mindset of practical positivity and optimism. Once you change your perspective on life, your life changes for you. And so as much as it would make me happy that you wear this kick over what's on your feet now, I prefer you to not buy it, but actually execute on its thesis.
This is the Gary Vee Audio Experience.
What's up guys, this is Danielle, one of the videographers on Team Gary, and today's podcast is all about the Thank You Economy, which is one of Gary's best-selling books. Highly recommend you check it out, it's my favorite. We've curated 5 moments today all about the Thank You Economy, where Gary has talked about where it came from, how it originated, and some fun stories about how it's really made an impact on his customers and his overall business. Hope you guys enjoy.
In 2001, it snowed in New Jersey on December
simple to do in isolation. I can review scripts with my writers with video chat and screen sharing. I can have Yvonne hold the camera or set up a tripod. Hey, hun. And I upgraded to gigabit internet so that I can quickly beam all the footage back to my office for editing. The problem is, over a third of our team has been either sick, there's nobody here, or self-isolating over the past while, and working on large video projects remotely isn't nearly as simple as working with text documents. Not all of our editors have powerful workstations at home, and even if they did, our environment is very collaborative, so the whole team needs to have access to the same projects and files which are stored on our server at the office. So we turned to this. This right here is not my laptop. Well, I mean, that is to say, it is my laptop, but as you can see, I am effortlessly playing back an 8K video project, even though it's on this wimpy little Ultrabook. That's because I'm using a software product called Parsec to use the powerful hardware of my desktop workstation that's over at the office from here at home. It uses the same low latency encoding technology that powers cloud gaming services like GeForce Now, and Parsec claims that it can be used for video editing, animation, and even computer-assisted design, or CAD. So to validate their claims, we have spent the last week experimenting with their software and even using it as part of our workflow. Let's talk about how that went. And talk about our sponsor, FreshBooks. FreshBooks allows you to quickly manage your invoices, payments, and expenses so you can spend more time focusing on your main business. Try their 30-day free trial at freshbooks.com/tech tips. Now, the paid version of Parsec supports switching between dual monitors and allows administrators to control who can access which workstations. But for our purposes, the free single monitor version works just fine. To get set up, you create an account, download the app. They've got desktop versions for Windows, Mac, and Linux. Log in on both machines, the host and the client, and they should immediately show up. If they don't, you can try manually configuring ports and port forwarding in the network tab and on your router. We never had to though. If you have a fast internet connection, immediately increase the bandwidth limit on the host machine. So that's the one that you plan to remote into. The default 10 megabit per second has a lot of ugly compression artifacts, even at 1080p. Also, if your hardware supports it, H.265 encoding might yield better image quality, but if my experience is anything to go by, it might also just give you a black screen. I ended up stuck with H.264. Once you're remoted in, the interface is shockingly simple. You click the little translucent Parsec logo, and you can hide it, switch to windowed mode, chat with other users who are sharing the session, like if you had a friend logged in to play a split-screen local multiplayer game, or disconnect. That's it. It supports copy and pasting text between the host and client, but it definitely lacks some of the other creature comforts of even older versions of TeamViewer. I will talk more about that later. Where Parsec blows TeamViewer and most other remote access apps out of the water, though, is the experience. Now, it was built for gamers to use their personal gaming machine as a high-resolution 60 FPS cloud gaming service that they can connect to from anywhere. And it works really well. My home desktop monitor is a 3840 by 1600 ultra-wide, and at max bitrate, on a has a data center full of virtualized gaming
season.
But he just couldn't get the grip.
Indiana by 5 as we move down toward 5 minutes to play in the half. Smits looking to work on O'Neal again, and it looks like Shaq fouled him, and that will be number 3.
The importance of Rick Smits playing well, he's changed the entire face of this game because he has forced Shaquille O'Neal to respect him down there on that block. They don't have another guy that they can throw that ball to down there. Well, they've gone to Rick Smits. We know he has 5 field goals. More importantly now, Shaquille O'Neal has picked up fouls.
Smits whips the pass in the lane to Davis, and Fisher going for the steal committed the foul. The Pacers have only 1 team foul in this period. The Lakers will be over the limit with their next one.
See if they go right back into Rick Smits, or are they going to go here to Jalen Rose?
Best turned the corner, but the foul is going to be on the Pacers. Jalen Rose set an illegal screen, and they caught him with it.
See, Derek Fisher is so good at that. When a guy starts to set a screen, he'll run right into it, and if you're moving at all, he'll fall back, draw the contact, and then make the official make that call. Maybe the best in the league at doing that.
23rd, which was one of the busiest days of the year. Typically, December 23rd is the busiest day of the year in a liquor store. And a woman called us, we just started shipping, and her case of Behringer White Zinfandel wasn't delivered. The entire case, by the way, 15-pack, the entire 15-pack case cost $45. We're doing about $40,000 an hour in the store. She calls. I find out about it, and we're debating what to do. She needs it for her Christmas dinner. I grab the case, throw it in my car, and drive to Bergen County to deliver it. It takes me 2.5 hours to complete the whole thing. And the best part was, I delivered it, all pumped with myself, and she said, great, and closed the door. Awesome. Everybody, especially my dad, who was pissed that I left because all the customers that came in asking for me or that I could have sold, everybody was baffled. I can't tell you what the ROI of driving through the snow in my car to deliver a case of $45 pink shit to a woman that looked like Yoda was. But I can tell you this, over the next 2 to 3 years, that story became the foundation of how we treated every single customer. It became our competitive edge. But I'm telling you right now that there are way too many fuckers running businesses today with this, and not enough people running businesses with this. Hey guys, in 2009, I had a book come out called Crush It, and in there I had a chapter, chapter 9, which is the best marketing strategy ever. And the entire chapter was one page, and it was actually just one word, and it was the word care. And at the bottom I said, email me for more information on that. To this day, Tyler, we can show his pretty face, Tyler says, literally to this day, still getting 2 to 4 emails a day on this question, and I thought I would talk about it a little bit. I went on 2 years later to write The Thank You Economy, which is an entire book on this, but I continue to believe this. It just has transformed in so many different ways, which is, when you're building a brand, the reason you need to care is because you're trying to build something in perpetuity. I think so many people in business are salespeople and they're looking to be transactional. They have something to be done right now and they try to close it, and that's the money they need, and that's basically their framework. Everything's like the next day, that year, how much money am I gonna make this year, this day, on this flip, on this concept, on this service. And I genuinely believe that the way to build an actual brand is to care about your end consumer. And so when you look at Disney or Nike or Apple or even Amazon, who I think is disproportionately consumer centric, the reason you can build brand over time is because you've actually thought about it in the long term. And when you think about the people you love the most, who you plan on, like you're born into a family and you default into thinking, I'm gonna be with these people forever, you disproportionately care more about them than you do everybody else. When you have a business and you plan on it being around forever, you almost have to treat your employees and your customers in the same way, yet nobody does because they're so caught up into bonuses or raising capital or how much money are they gonna make that year. And so I just genuinely believe caring about the other party, your employees first and the customers second and yourself third, is the best marketing, business operating, and life strategy. I want to challenge everybody here to a concept. I call it the Jay Cutler thesis. Let me explain. Like some football fans. So I'm writing The Thank You Economy. It comes out in 2011. So in 2010, I asked my order department at winelibrary.com to search people's names on Google with the word Twitter after it. So based on when somebody orders something. So if Sally Thompson ordered something, every order, they would go, there was 2 people internally that went online, typed in Sally Thompson Twitter, and that'd be hard because it'd be 17 Sally Thompsons because they figured out if it was the right person. Somebody like Gary Vaynerchuk would have been great, one of a kind name. So we got some of those. So we took some of those things and then we followed them on Twitter. I want everybody to pay attention to this because this really works on Facebook. This is the reason I want every single transaction you make that you figure out a way to be following that person on Facebook. Make it a business practice that's a prerequisite, or you do something for them, make that relationship. Here's why. Not them follow you. Pay attention to how much I reverse stuff. You follow them. Let me explain. So we find this guy who places a $287 order for a case of Pinot Grigio to Chicago. And we find him online. Unique name, they find him. And every tweet he puts out is about Jay Cutler. Jay Cutler, you're the man. Jay Cutler, great pass. Jay Cutler, what the Jay Cutler this, Jay Cutler that, Jay Cutler this, Jay Cutler that. So I keep getting presented while I'm traveling, like, hey, we found this. This person's into surfing, but not really. Oh, we got somebody. This guy's really into Jay Cutler. I go, great. Go on eBay and buy a Jay Cutler signed jersey and send it to him and write a note that says, thank you for your business at Wine Library. That's it. And the person on the other line goes, but he only bought a $270 thing and we made $13 of profit. We're a premium price leader. I said, uh-huh. He goes, okay. So we bought a $330 Jay Cutler jersey and shipped it to him, signed, or $289. And I'm pumped. I'm like, this person's gonna be blown away, right? They bought a cockamanian case of Pinot Grigio. This is 2011, right? He's gonna be like, how the hell did they even know, right? I'm super pumped, and I'm like, and we sent 4 or 5 other things, little things, not as extravagant. And some of those people wrote back emails, and this guy has not written back for 3 weeks. And I'm like, where the hell is this son of a bitch, right? And so I'm waiting and I'm waiting and I'm waiting, and finally I'm about to board a plane and I get a phone call, and they said, big, we got him. I'm like, great. I'm like, what did he do? They go, it's actually a little bit different. I'm like, go ahead. They're like, we just got a $4,800 Burgundy order from Plano, Texas. I'm like, great. What is it? What do you mean? They go, let us read you the note in the order. Hey, Wine Library, first of all, great Burgundy selection. This is insane. Your prices are incredible. Can you hold the order because it's a little hot right now in Texas? Can you ship it in the fall? P.S. You sent my friend John a Jay Cutler jersey. That's how I became aware of your website. P.S.S. I'm a huge Bruce Springsteen fan. If your company, whether it's you or an intern or a junior employee, is following every single person that you've ever sold a pool or spa or servicing on Facebook, and they see that that wife posts that it's the first day of nursery school for their daughter Charlotte, and you go and send that person to Target and buy some nice flowers or gifts and bring it to them and say congrats. Or you call them on their birthday. Or you realize they're a big sports fan and their team's playing in the playoffs. They're a Dolphins fan and they're playing in the playoffs for the first time in 15 years in the playoffs, and you send them the chicken wings and catering and say thank you for their business. That word of mouth will change your business. Because I'm a salesman, and I know that after we make the sale, we go hunting for the next one. And I know that in 1996, when you do something like that those people would always talk about you and tell that story. I know in 2017, those people are gonna take 4 pictures and put them on 9 websites, and everybody in your town will know that you're a business with a little bit more soul than the ability to fix or sell them that product or service. This is the effort and the uniqueness of using social media and digital media as a gateway to create human interaction. I use this as the first step in my chess match to shake your hand. Do you understand? So many of you think this is replacing something when you don't realize it became the gateway to the next thing. 10 years ago, it was super weird to be dating somebody you met on the internet. Today, every 20-year-old I know swipes to the right and left 20 hours a day. So social norms change. There was a time when Elvis shook his hips and grandmas and moms all over this country thought he was the devil. Have you seen what people are posting on Instagram?
I think it's cool that my wife and I were in New York about a year and a half ago, and I sent a tweet at you asking if you wanted to go to the Knicks game. And I thought it was so cool that you actually responded. Like you say you do, and
Thanks,
you did.
man.
And you sent a video, and I thought that was rad.
Thank you.
Yeah, so it's cool.
I appreciate it.
A question that I've had for you, kind of in my head.
And by the way, real quick, I apologize. Like, that to me is super important, especially for a lot of managers here. When a customer tweets anything about your business, to take the 13 seconds on the way to going taking a piss, to make a video and be like, thank you or I'm sorry, is so powerful. Like, I'm busy as fuck. Dudes in New York, like, you wanna come to the Knicks game? That's not the shit that you're supposed to be answering. But because I did, it builds a deeper relationship with us. He's like, fuck, that's like, he's like, it's just real. Like, so, actually, I got something fun. While we're having this conversation, I want everybody to open up Instagram and go to Oprah Winfrey's account, @Oprah. And I want you to scroll all the way down to her first photo ever. I want you to look at it while I'm giving this point. I'm sitting with her and I'm putting Oprah on Instagram. I'm in a room with Oprah, fucking Winfrey, and I'm like, Oprah, Instagram, it's gonna be important, right? And she's like, I'm trying to explain to her why it's so important to reply to people. And I go to her, when you were doing your show at the height of your popularity, when you guys would stop and reset the cameras, right? I'm like, did you ever look at anybody in the audience? And she's like, yeah. And I was like, did you ever smile or wink at anybody? She's like, yeah. I'm like, do you know that they've been telling that story for the last 15 years? It matters, man. Depth versus width. The way you get more customer count in your locations is by over-indexing on the ones that are coming in the first place. Go ahead.
You know, it's something going along with that I've told a lot of my crew about is the Ricky Henderson effect that you talked about. And I think that's huge.
That's what I call it.
Yeah.
Just real quick, when I was 10, I went to a Yankees game. It was my first game. We were poor. Like, going to a game was like crazy. It was like, I think I wore a suit, you know? Like, and Ricky Henderson was coming off the field, and I stood up, and he winked. Now, what's crazy about the story is, it's like like 80 people just thought I winked at them, right? So I don't know if he really winked at me, but if, like, the amount of Ricky Henderson baseball cards and jerseys, and to this, here I am, right? 30 years later, talking about Ricky Henderson, depth, man, depth versus width. And by the way, that's how you gotta manage. Sally, who works for you for 4 months, at the front of the store because you really gave a fuck. In 13 years, when she's a top executive, does a business development deal with you because you did the right thing, because kindness is practical and karma is ROI positive. And honestly, this was not a big enough reaction to that statement. You gotta really get it through your head. Those claps are dick for what I just said. It's a big deal. It's a big deal.
I read a story about you when you were young, one of the first kind of engagements you had with Ricky Henderson, and how you kind of described it as you changed from being a fan to being a fanatic.
Yes.
I'm just wondering if you could kind of describe that as well as kind of what does it translate on a day-to-day basis with what you're doing today?
Got it. So you've got me completely pegged. It's one of the signature moments of my career. I went to my first baseball game in 1985. Ricky Henderson was an outfielder for the Yankees. He's coming off the field, and he winks at me. Now, important part, the crowd's big. Like, watch this. 40 people think I just winked at them. So I'm hoping he winked at me, but I'm not completely sure. But here's what happened. Basically, for the next 7 years, I bought all his baseball cards. It was the t-shirt that I bought. I talked about him. I became his biggest advocate. In the same way that me growing up listening to Richard Pryor and Chris Rock and Eddie Murphy has clearly affected the way that I communicate on stage, I do believe somewhere, and that's when I wrote that article that you're referring to, it was when I realized, holy shit, the way I'm treating social media is probably because, all I'm trying to do at this point, besides operate, when I do the Gary Vee thing, I'm trying to figure out why I did it, how I got there, and then I'm trying to tell you so you can do it too, right? So I'm really getting in myself, really. Like, I'm starting hitting up high school friends, junior high friends, grammar school friends lately on social, trying to ask them if they remember anything. Like, I'm really trying to bring out more stuff. You don't need to hear the same shit over and over. I'm trying to bring value. Yeah, there's a big reason I'm liking everybody's comments and replying and DMing you randomly. I think it's impactful. I think it feels nice. If Randy the Macho Man Savage in 1992 liked one of my tweets, I would have lost my fucking mind. Thanks, guys, for listening. Please, please, please share the podcast and make sure you've subscribed, because a bunch of you aren't subscribed. And more importantly, a bunch of you listen every day and haven't told your friends it's the best podcast in the world. I'm watching. Have a great day. I mean this. We have to start talking about sacrifices for 1% lives. Like, if you're gonna make your dream, if you want to be in fucking the 2K video game, if you want to be friends with LeBron and Marlo, if you want to be in Sneaker Deal, you need to eat some fucking bullshit. Hey guys, Gary Vaynerchuk, and I'm doing my podcast with two very handsome and accomplished gentlemen today. We decided not to do Ask Gary Vee live because we're going to record this before a ridiculously awesome announcement that they're going to drop at some point during this interview that I think, knowing my audience, a ridiculous amount of you are going to watch and engage with. And so, without further ado, I'd love for you two to introduce yourselves, maybe share the mic a little bit if you can, and tell everybody who's listening what you do and what you're about and who you are, and then we'll start the chat.
Cool. Yes, my name's Chris Brickley. I'm an NBA trainer.
Chris, I don't know how this happened. I always love how I say I'm not going to interrupt in 1 second, but I don't know. But this is how my life works. The fact that you're so ingrained in basketball and your last name has Brick in it.
I know people.
That must be how that hasn't hit me until this moment. That's the best shit.
That's funny. You read the comments, people that be saying that stuff.
Yeah, go ahead.
I never thought about it. You brought that up.
Right?
Oh man, it's real.
And I hear people call him Brick all the time.
How does that? So how did someone listen to you about basketball? You have Brick in your last name. You always
It's literally the most negative thing about a shot.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Happens all the time. But yeah, so I was a director of player development with the Knicks for 4 seasons. I kind of got my foot in the door with the NBA stuff, and then now I train a bunch of NBA guys. I own a clothing line called Colorblind, and Black Ops is an umbrella that we do the training under. This is my manager.
Alex Koblenz. I work with a bunch of players: Trae Young, Kevin Knox, Chris. We focus generally on their digital side stuff, but with Chris we do everything off the court.
Got it. So with the players, you're digital. You're not necessarily their certified agent.
No, definitely
you're
not.
You're doing the marketing stuff.
Yes, we work with Kevin.
So with Trae,
people, yep.
right, for example, as somebody who's super deep now into my number one thing on earth, right? Like literally, I can't make people believe. By the way, let me hedge it here. I do not believe. I believe old basketball cards are ridiculously great long-term investment. Elijah One, Barkley rookies, way back. Lou, come in here and open the safe. I want to show them my Lou Alcindor rookie cards.
I got a bunch of my dad.
But on some short-term shit, and I don't know when the market calls the next 18 to 24 months, and then it might collapse. But for the next 18 to 24 months, rookie cards are the best 50.
Panini cards?
What's that?
What are those, Panini?
These are Panini. Get the Lou Alcindor rookie cards.
Is it only cards? It's only cards in that safe?
Yeah, look at you're looking at it. Yeah, there's nothing but cards in that safe.
Yeah, really. Stock certificates.
Wow, autograph.
Jackie Robinson?
Rookie card, 1948 Leaf.
It is.
10
Wow.
G's. What?
You pass these around like this?
Well, I mean, for you two,
Wow.
It's fire.
that's the real one. You got the real ones. Yeah, that's Kareem's fucking rookie. It's
amazing.
And that was one of your initial hustles was cards?
That's right. Like I'm literally going full. Like my current hustles are sports cards and wine. I'm literally living my 1994 life again. That's crazy. 25th anniversary tour, baby. What?
That's fun.
Anyway, so got it. So you do marketing stuff and you do marketing for him.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
He's changed my life as far as
Talk about that.
making.
Actually, you know what? Back to I want to make sure people know about your show. I don't want to talk about basketball culture. There's a ton of general shit I want to talk about. But actually, knowing how many entrepreneurs are here, and personal brands and influencers, hearing somebody who saying that he changed my life, we hear nothing but horror stories of I hired this fucking person, they took 20%, they did dog shit, it fucking sucks. You just said changed my life. Take the mic and
100% changed my life. So
why? As for everybody out there who's got a little something going, followers, little fame, Netflix celebrity or fucking Instagram, this and that, and thinking about manager, why did he change your life?
everything was all over the place. I thought I could just do my DMs and emails, contact these companies, and yeah. And so in a year, he's gotten me. I'm the first trainer ever to have my real sneaker deal, like an NBA player sneaker deal. And in NBA 2K, I'm the first trainer ever to have my own character in 2K.
That's fucking crazy.
So next year he's gonna have a scene in the game.
So basically everyone in the world that plays a video game,
You're gonna make him the most famous trainer by.
You have to train with me, which is cool. Yeah, my tattoos on there, and
that was a nightmare. The tattoos.
Yeah, that's the thing right now.
It's a huge thing.
Oh, the IP.
The artists are suing 2K. It's left and right, so they had to do this super complex. Yeah.
This is where people try to do artists, tattoo artists out there. I'm going to say something right now. I haven't heard about this only because I knew some stuff cover up the Hulu thing with Damian Lillard. If artists are trying to sue for it's their art on people's body when then it goes into games or movies and stuff, it's a really interesting thing. If you go down that route, they're going to blur it out.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Now what? How'd you get put on in the first place?
Facts.
I think also there was other issues because there's.
I want people to steal all my shit, take all my content, make money. You know how many people run Gary Vee accounts on YouTube pre-roll and make money on my shit? Do you know how many people strip all my content, set up a separate YouTube account that they own, and run ads against my shit and make money? A lot. You know who's the happiest of it? Me. I'm getting the exposure. Keep the pennies. I'll take the dollars.
Yeah.
You like that? What you said?
That should be a T-shirt right there.
That should be a T-shirt right there.
Keep the pennies, Tyler. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, so he's done. I have a Red Bull deal. He's just got me all these deals. That
he's a full-time professional.
I couldn't get myself.
You ironically, as a trainer and understands how many jump shots one has to take to be good at it. On the business side, try to do the shit that us grub players think. Oh yeah, well I shoot sometimes and I should be good.
Yeah, it wasn't happening.
It's the reps.
For sure.
That's awesome.
So he's done, and then I have a new training facility. Just basically,
Where's that?
360, 44th and 3rd. So I helped design it. It's this beautiful state-of-the-art basketball training
Let's
facility.
get away to the elephant in the room for me in a good way, which is the fuck happened and why and when all of a sudden everyone just started talking about this gym that the fucking legit fucking players during the off season wearing funny ass clothes, so much of culture. It's
like a fashion show.
Yeah, like the hoodie shit. LeBron's crazy, fucking hiked up shorts and shit. Like how the fuck did that happen? What was that? And for everybody who's listening right now, frame it up, because I think a lot of people know about it because they've seen the clips, but they haven't made the association to your world.
Yeah, how did it happen?
So you have this gym.
In my mind, I just was doing these workouts. You know, I've always been into fashion. You know, I have tattoos or whatever the fashion thing. I've always been into music. Chris Brown was like one of my best friends years ago, and that opened the
Is that
gates.
right?
Yeah.
That you can't, like, you guys were friends as kids?
No, probably from 24 to 28.
Why?
That was like someone,
How'd you guys-
we connected. I was with Mello training in LA. He just got out of jail. And we met at a party, and he's like, yo, let's work out. So I worked him out. He kind of just
loved it.
Yeah. And we became real close. And that's kind of how today I went on Travis Scott's tour, taught him how to shoot for like 2 months during the winter. That was crazy.
It's so funny. We're living such a fucking similar life, you and I, just in different skill sets. In the same way that all the people that I think are the coolest want to come and get a skill from me in business, all the people that you think are the coolest want to get better basketball from me.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's gotten,
I think I want to get better. I have the worst jump shot of anybody I know. No, I'm effective with it, but from a form standpoint, it's completely dismantled. Thank you, D.
He did, before you walked in.
I don't think so.
We need to do a session.
No, it's incredibly awkward. It's some Sean Marion shit. It looks ridiculous and goes in way more than it should, but nowhere close to anything that's respectable.
We need to do a session. Would you be down for that?
Okay, we're going to. I actually have been thinking a lot about, you know, I've been working out now for the last 4 years, and I'm starting to hit fatigue. I've gained some weight, and I've like lost a little of my weight, and I think it's just boredom of the thing. And I'm like, maybe I need to fight. Like lately, I've been thinking about like maybe I should fight. Like maybe I should work out to actually fight. Like I'm like, I might as well learn how to fight, right? Because like at this point, with what's going on in my life, that's probably a good skill set. Whether it's A, as you get more fame and known, like something weird could go down and somebody gets crazy, and B, as you get more known, you might just want to challenge somebody else that's cool and beat them up and have a viral video. Like I just want to beat up somebody, like so like that might be
all that risk of getting.
Yeah, but I'm not scared of losing. I would probably be the most excited if there was a clip of me getting knocked the fuck out by Dave East. I'm like, this is, I'd probably when I wake up the next day, I'd probably be like, yo, this is at least 8 million views.
I could imagine.
When you're not worried about losing, you know, scared money. You know, when you're not worried about losing, that's what I love about fucking UFC fighters. They all are gonna lose. It's the nature of the sport.
Yeah.
It's not like boxing where there's enough padding where skill is like it's just too raw. Anyway, nonetheless, so you guys became friends?
Yeah. The question, how did I become? Yeah, I don't know. New York City's helped. New York City's helped. You know, being obsessed with the game has helped. Not caring about money for the first 8 years of training's helped. Being broken.
Stop. I mean, you know this about me, so I got to use other examples besides me saying it or me living it. Tell the kids how much you today, with all the, like 90% of my audience wants to be doing what you're doing. Tell them how much actually eating shit for 8 years, for real, and explain your shit eating. Because when you're not worried about money, you're eating shit. And people are like, you know, people always like me, like, it was easy for you, Gary. Your dad gave you liquor store. I'm like, you don't know my story. I built my dad's business for him. I left at 34. Do you think I would have started VaynerMedia at 34 years old in somebody else's ghetto fucking conference room if I had all sorts of money? You know, I built a business for somebody else at 34 by never paying myself more than 100,000. I had no money. When I tell everybody to be patient, it's easy. I did it. I was 34 and I had no money. I made a video yesterday. If you're 26, I want to remind you that I was ringing up people at a register in a liquor store when I was your age. Tell me about the 8 years.
Yeah, shit. It actually kind of gives me, I don't even like talking about it because I don't want a kid to see it and be like, damn, I don't think I could. Yeah, I was just dead broke. You know, I had zero money. I would do workouts for free. I would always, my account was always in the negative. People didn't think that though because I'd be around NBA guys. You know, I slept in the Ole Miss practice facility with rats for a whole year, getting $8,000 for the whole season. You know, I lived in New York, and every debt you could think of possible. People thought that everything was good because I'm working on NBA guys, but it wasn't. I had zero.
Where'd you grow up?
I grew up in New Hampshire.
Okay. So the people from back home are like, oh, he went to the big city. Oh
Yeah.
shit, is that him with Carmelo?
Yeah.
And I think it's great.
I didn't charge NBA guys at first. I just wanted to get money.
Why?
I was worried that off the bat. Why? Because I was worried that if I was going to charge them, that they were going to be like they weren't going to want to do it. I don't know. I don't know why.
By the way, period. By the way, for everybody who's listening and saying this is bullshit, you tell like some people got mad at me recently. You're telling everybody to do something for free. I'm like, I'm not telling anybody to do anything. I'm telling everybody one of the ways to get in. You're looking at two people who did things for free that got in. You want to charge. You think some noble act is being put on you? Like you should. Like people are mad. They're like you're undermining the price of something. I'm like, no, I'm not. The market is the market. Who the fuck do you think I am? You think my little point of view in the world impacts designers and artists and trainers? Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
I'm giving you one of the ways in.
Subway and ramen
Nobody
noodles.
knows who the fuck you are. They don't want to pay you.
Facts. Yeah, man, I literally would go months literally eating ramen noodles in Subway every single meal.
Because it's easy as fuck to do that at 20. Like the way you're saying it right now, and everybody's like, you said, I don't think anybody, that's easy in the 20s.
It
We
kinda
eat dumb
sucks
shit.
sometimes,
Like,
but
it sucks sometimes, but like it's not the worst in your 20s.
No.
Like if you're gonna make your dream, if you want to be in fucking the 2K video game, if you want to be friends with LeBron and Marlo, if you want to be in Sneaker Deal, you need to eat some fucking bullshit in your 20s, which, oh, by the way, you eat anyway. You'd much rather eat fucking shit in your 20s to live the life you're living now than to waste it. Like, do you know how many people complain and are living in a studio apartment in Bushwick and buying $5 coffees? You're making the wrong fucking decision. You don't want it that bad. You're not willing to sacrifice. You want to make pretend you're winning along the way.
There are a few times a player would fly me out, say we'd be in Miami, and we'd have to meet at University of Miami gym, and I would have to take an Uber to meet the player, and that Uber ride
Put you in the negative?
Yeah, and then I didn't have a way to get back, and facts. Life happened numerous times, stuff like that.
So how'd you get back? Ask for, be like, yeah, I'm
no,
coming with you.
actually, I would have to make up a story with the NBA guy. I didn't want the NBA player knowing I was broke either.
Yeah.
So I would have to be like, yo, I think I would say my Uber account was like, because I would lie about my rating. I couldn't get an Uber. Could you
Yo, that
call me
2.5
Uber?
star rating. I need you, dog.
That's actually true.
Yeah, because I did that, man. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you actually do have it. Because
Nah.
you're not a nice guy, right?
No,
You're like,
I know.
I'm kidding.
No, but
My
yeah.
rating is through the roof, by the way, because I'm all charming and shit in the back. Plus, I was like first.
That's dope. We're talking about
Actually, where is it? Where's AJ Shit? Right there. Have you ever seen this? This is one of the great mistakes of my career. Travis comes to New York, and he's like, yo, Gary, I need you to take the first Uber in New York because I got to test the service. And I'm like, I got to go on this client call. I'm like, yo, AJ, take it. That is an email from Uber emailing AJ, thanking him for being the first ever person to take an Uber in
That's wild.
New York. How crazy is that email?
Yes.
What's it say? What's it say for the
It
podcast?
says, hey, AJ, I wanted to say thanks for being our first ever Uber rider in New York.
Guys, do you know how lucky the world is that AJ was the first Uber rider and I wasn't? Because AJ's super humble and quiet and doesn't talk about shit. If that was me, this story would have been told today for the 19,000th time this week.
Yeah. You also got a credit, it says, for $10.
I know, I might have to actually post that.
It's a big Uber day.
Today's a very interesting day for me.
Wow. Yeah.
I lost out on lots, but I made lots. Nobody's crying for me today.
This is wild.
So yeah, that was your life.
Yeah.
When did it turn to something a little more sustainable? You got the job at the Knicks?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, for sure. That helped. My first year at the Knicks, I was an intern, so they don't pay anything. So I actually had to live with that is funny. I've never publicly said this.
Good. I want some fucking scoops.
Yeah, so I lived with a girl. She was like my girlfriend, but I really didn't like her like that. I was just living with her so I could have a spot to live. It was in Jersey.
People do that all the time.
Yeah, so
every human does. There's a lot of that going on.
A whole year, just because I just wanted to be in basketball. I wanted to work so bad that I would sacrifice my personal life of spending time with her, and I didn't even really love her. Maybe she might have thought I did. And then the next year, I got a promotion, and then I actually broke up with her. It's fucked up.
Well, no, listen. Everybody's listening. They think, you know what's funny? They think it's fucked up, but if you really talk real shit, and humans don't talk real shit, people make trades, bro. People make trades. She might hear this, and instead of what everybody thinks, like, oh, her feelings hurt, she'll be like, I fucked him. That's real. That's real talk. Look at all the guys. Everyone's like, Sean's like stunned. I'm obviously using the most extreme way to say it, but she's like, maybe she loved that year. Mm-hmm. Maybe that's the best year. I don't know. Maybe it's not. Maybe she's pissed. I don't know. But humans make trades, and humans make sacrifices, and we don't talk truth in our society. We don't talk about sex in our society. We don't talk about money in our society. You know?
No, for sure.
It's just the truth. Everybody listen, you could judge. All 3 girlfriends I had in my 20s were there because I didn't want to be lonely because I was working from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. every fucking day. I wasn't dating. I worked every Friday and Saturday night from 22 to 28 of my entire fucking life till 9 to 10 p.m. and was tired after working 15 hours in a retail store on my feet on the floor. So now at 43, I can be like, ugh, right, those girlfriends were a utility for an enablement for what I wanted. I was nice to them. We had good relationships.
Yeah.
Sure, some of them are pumped that they can walk around and say they were my girlfriend for a couple of years. Now it's making it even better for them. And more importantly, not even like that, like low, like whatever, like more that it was a fine time. Like everyone's trying to do the best they can, and maybe I didn't fully realize I was doing that. Mm-hmm. It's subconscious.
Yeah, it's true. That's true.
Right? What's it like? Just your master plan, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You realize it later. Mm-hmm. So for everybody who's judging 7 minutes ago, fuck you. Look at your own fucking actions.
Facts. Yeah. So the Knicks, and then I guess just recently, just within the past year or so, I told my dad, he could retire. That I could really take care of. I'd start doing stuff with money, and so it took a long time.
It didn't take that long. I'm going very real here. There's something about us together at this moment. Like I'm going to a lot of real places. No, it did not take very long. Sounds like it was about 8 or 9, 10 years. When you live 100 fucking years, that's not a big percentage of your life. If you actually told people to eat shit for 9 years, and it will highly likely result in a lot more of what you're trying to achieve. Not maybe everything that you dreamed up and fucking yachts and shit, but a lot more than if you spent 9 years being half pregnant, living in the studio by yourself instead of with a roommate, drinking a $4 Blue Bottle coffee in Bushwick instead of making Maxwell House, motherfucker. I mean this. We have to start talking about sacrifices for 1% lives. You want to retire, Papa? You have to drink shit. There's nobody retiring their Papa starting at 0 in 9 years that drinks $4 coffee in Bushwick. And that's what I see from everybody. Everybody's complaining, hard, takes forever. I'm like, you're wasting money on dumb shit. You're not sacrificing for your actual dream. You want it to be easy all along the way. You still think it's fucking high school and your parents are taking care of you. Soft. You guys are fucking soft.
Well, $4 coffee is like the easiest thing to cut out, right? I mean,
and ready for this? Actually, it's a great opportunity because I'm meaning to clarify this. I don't think people who drink $4 coffee are soft if they don't complain. Almost all my advice, actually, and it's not even advice, because I actually don't think I'm putting out advice. I think I'm putting out context of information that you need to look at and decide what it means for you. That's my intent. But the one clarification just for everybody listening is I don't think you're soft if you drink $4 coffee. I think you're soft if you complain about your life and drink $4 coffee. If you complain that you can't raise money for your startup, cool. Save your money and you can start your own startup. I drink $4 coffee, and I'm not complaining out here.
Yeah.
So I don't think it took long, bro.
And so now, how old
are you?
32. I'm older than you think.
No, you're not. And I think, because I can do basic math of like you being out of school in 8 years, like, here's what I think. I wish a lot more people are really listening and paying attention, because I think 99% of the world would eat shit for the first 10 years of their professional life to get to 32 to be in a position to be doing what they want lucratively. but they're confused because they didn't want to put in any days of sacrifice, let alone 3,650 of them.
That's real.
That's it. That's actually my current thesis on the whole fucking thing. Lack of sacrifice. Lack of sacrifice for the ambition that's coming out of your mouth. I don't want anybody to be stressed. I don't want anybody to be upset. I just want, if you're telling me that you want to be the most famous basketball trainer in the world, that's rats in the gym. That's walking back because you can't get an Uber. That's not kinda, sorta. That's not spending $4,000 on tickets on Coachella. I have no problem with Coachella. I have a problem with you talking that shit and not living it. I didn't say anything for the first 15 years of my life to anybody. Forget about social media. People are like, well, you didn't have social media. I'm like, I didn't talk to anybody. Go talk to my high school friends. Go talk to my college friends. I didn't even talk. That's real.
That is real.
Cool. So now you're 32, and now shit changes, right?
Yeah.
Now you got to recalibrate.
For
now
sure.
you actually have done the ridiculous dream that you thought for yourself.
Yeah, but I still want. There's still so much more in my mind. I'm still trying to. I still wake up every morning like I'm not fulfilled.
I believe that. Instead of bigger and better, right? A bigger sneaker deal, instead of bigger and better, is there anything completely left field that you want to accomplish?
No, just do what I'm doing and just keep it going.
I get it.
Yeah, but yeah, you're right. So
No, it's a funny thing. I think a lot about that lately for myself. Go ahead, push it.
Oh yeah, so I want to be the first trainer ever to be inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame. So there's coaches.
Can you talk about the Basketball Hall of Fame?
Yeah.
Why is it such bullshit? I know this is your dream and you're going to get it. I'll tell you why.
I gotta get it.
Why is it fucked up? Why is it to not have enough rigor? You know this is what every fan's problem is with the Hall of Fame, right? Why is it so soft?
You're just talking about the basketball one?
Yeah, because the other sports are good.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
No, this is like you have a hot take on this? Because I'm fucking
They always
pissed.
have takes on these bad.
Listen, I think Ben Wallace is a fucking gangster. Like,
Is he in the Hall of Fame?
you see what I'm saying? He's about to be.
And Oak's not?
I don't know why I get started. Like, listen,
He manages Oakley too.
Oakley is in the Cultural Hall of Fame.
Facts.
But statistically, Ben Wallace.
Do you know I can't like Oakley all the way and I fucking love him? I love him, like all time, but I can't love him all the way.
Why?
Because he's friends with Jordan. And I can't get it out of my system. I can never fully go there. I'm in a very weird spot as a diehard 90s Knicks fan with Charles Oakley because I love him with all my heart. I probably used him to feel tough in high school. Like, he's all that. He's been to the office a couple years ago. I love him as a dude. Gamble. I fucking love everything about him, but I can't fuck with him all the way.
It's because he's friends with Jordan.
He's not friends with Jordan. He's fucking Jordan's guy.
He's close with LeBron also.
I don't give a fuck. I hate Jordan.
He's right though. He's Jordan's guy. Like
Yeah,
But
guy.
that- but-
Not like, hey, I'm friends. Like,
But that didn't impact anything.
no. I never felt that. I'm just talking life.
he's a diehard Knicks fan too.
Yeah.
You know-
I never once thought that would be a reason why, because he was friends.
Never. Me too. Especially now, all these fuckers, all your boys, all the friends. I still don't like. I hate when people are like, "Oh, they're all friends now." I'm like, motherfucker, I'm friends. Like, I've punched my brother in the face on a basketball court. I like did something. Were you there when I clotheslined Nate? I'll do anything on the court. So I don't think friendship matters. I'm talking just life. I'm pissed about it. Anyway, nonetheless, I really am. I still can't deal with it. God, it's unbelievable how much I don't respect Knicks fans that have any love towards Jordan. I don't think you can be in your 40s. I think you can be youngsters. How old are you?
34.
You might just be young. I think you're young. I would say you're like, if you're over 40. And I know, by the way, I know I'm on an island all by, like, this is an island of one. I've never worn a pair of Jordans ever. I hate them, man. I really do.
You wear Nikes?
Yeah, I do. I'm wearing my K-Swiss, but I wear Nikes. But I really dislike him, man. I really, really dislike him, man. I really, if I knew him personally, like, that's the one thing I've learned as my life has changed. I'm like, oh, this sucks. Now I know these guys, and now I can't hate him the way I like want to hate him. You know, like, I'm scared to meet Paul Pierce because I love hating Paul Pierce. Like, this week's been the best week. Paul Pierce getting shit on is the best. But I'm sure Paul's like a good dude. I actually like a lot about what I know about Paul. Like, rug. Like,
I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
What's your take on when you because it's happened a few times. You go your whole life, you like love someone, look up to someone. It could be any music or whatever. Then when you really get to know them, you're like let down. You're like
I have zero expectation of others. You will never, Chris. You'll never meet a happier fucker on earth than me for one core reason. I have zero expectations of human beings. Nobody has ever let me down. I never gave them a chance.
That's real.
I don't have expectations. My employees don't let me down. I'm paying them. You know how crazy that is?
That is.
Now, that's a weakness as a manager because it creates entitlement. And I've had to learn that over the last 25 years. I've gotten better. But it's crazy. I knew where you're going with the question. And usually I cut off when I know the question is. I'm trying to train myself now. It's a great question. And it's fuck, man. You want to talk about something I'd love to teach kids? Don't expect. Just because somebody can drop 52 a night, you think they're a nice person? Just because somebody's got a fat booty on the internet, you think they're a sweetheart? Like, don't have expectations.
For sure.
Right? On the flip side, my favorite thing on life, I was at Complex yesterday doing that sneaker show, and the kid like was really pumped that I was nice. Yeah. You saw that? Yep. I love it on the flip. On the flip, I love over-delivering when people meet me in the wild. Yesterday I was out and about. Like, you like that?
That's a funny way to put it. That's real. That's funny.
That was funny.
You were posting about it, didn't they?
Yeah.
Say what?
No, because for a number of years, I'm big on night walks. So I get 1 in the morning, I'll walk a few miles, and it's just big
That's
for my
cool.
mental. And so I used
Can't do it anymore because you're known a little more?
No, I mean, I'm not. Now when I do the walks, people will be like Brickley, and so normally when my mind is in like I'm like in a weird state. If you catch me at 1:30 and I'm in my walk and you say Brickley, like I might look at you kind of crazy because not because of you looking at me because
You're
like
painting
I'm
pictures in your
so
head.
deep.
I got it.
So I went on Instagram and it got to the point where I felt like I was like freaking people out. I was like half joking, half not. Like if you see me in the street in the middle of the night and I looked at you like a ghost, like I apologize. And as I'm typing it, it comes up to me and I put it on the camera thing. But yeah, so yeah.
I get it. You know what this is gonna end up with? You're gonna replace that with safer places. My places are the bathroom, the shower, and airplanes, where I do that. The only places where I know I can go into that place are the places where nobody can touch me.
That's right.
Like, it's unbelievable what the chemicals in my body do when I go into the bathroom, when I go into a shower, or when a plane takes off and nobody's boarding anymore and I'm in my spot. It is unbelievably important to the operating system of who I am right now.
That's real.
What about when you're in the gym?
No, because I fucking hate the gym. Really, like this is like, you know, so much of my advice, Chanel, about like what to do in life is predicated on me being a terrible student and hating the gym. For everybody who's listening right now that hates their job, like, I understand. I don't understand hating your job because that was my great fortune of being an entrepreneur. But I understand the process of disliking something that you have to do. You know? I don't. This is such a good show. You have something big coming out. I want to make sure we write
for sure.
Right
So,
now.
I got a show on ESPN, ESPN Network called Declared. It's me getting NBA prospects ready for the NBA draft. So, through on court, off court, you know, get them ready from a skill standpoint, get them ready mentally. And
how much mental work do you do? Like, how much do you think, from your perspective, that you're like a nail salon or a haircut? Like, I love nails. What is it called? Do you know? Manicures. But there was something else. Remember, they had a different term. Technician. No, you're on fire, bro.
Yeah, they do call me that. Yeah.
Dustin doesn't talk for shit. All of a sudden, he's drilling fucking. You're in your zone, bro. I love hairdressers and like manicurists and just like trainers and like, because there's so much. They're your therapist a lot of time.
Everything. Facts. That's everything. It's you know, obviously I need to know what I'm doing when we get on the court, but you know,
you're working on form, but you're also like talking through their girl trouble.
Yes, you know, personal. Anything you could think of after a bad game, getting into a fight with the girlfriend,
I remember
family.
you tell me a story when we were hanging once of like being up super late because you got to watch the tape of a West Coast game and you're fucking hitting them and like some of these fucking maniacs, which I love about them because that's why they're winners. Want to fucking talk at 2:37, like in the morning of like why did they go 3 for 18 from the floor?
And if I don't respond, I drop the ball. They won't. I could lose the trust.
Who's the best defender in basketball right now, in your opinion?
Kawhi Leonard.
Who's the next best? Give me an unusual one because I know you watch a lot more shit than other people.
Yep.
Give me a one that's not as
Patrick
easy.
Beverly. But that's
also
easy.
too. You got anything that's or last couple years because I know you might not.
Tony Allen, best too easy.
He was amazing.
Yeah, the grit was amazing.
Give me somebody that's like I know you might not be watching film to this. I'm just being empathetic to all the things that are going on in your world.
Sure.
Give me one in the last 5 to 7 years that you think it was like that you were like, geez, you know what, this fucking guy's tough. That you just don't hear getting headlines. Because all three of those guys I know as a casual. I mean, my football knowledge is much deeper than my basketball knowledge.
But I guess this could be the name is big, but he doesn't get the credit. I actually think the best on-ball defender in the NBA over the past 5 years is Kevin Durant, which no one would think that. But
I fully understand that
because he's 7 feet tall,
the length,
and he moves like a guard, so he can guard a point guard, but then he can guard a 5-man because he's so long. I think people don't talk about that. Stephen A. Smith doesn't talk about that.
Well, that doesn't get that's not what people want to talk about. How good of a defender? I know, like at this point, and he's still a baby. That there's less excitement for him, but like Frank on the Knicks.
Yes, super defender.
Yeah, cool. I'm happy. It's funny. The Knicks have been so bad for so long, and my career took off. Like my career, I worked all the time. Like not took off. I was about to say that since I was 22, I've been basically even that great 98 run. I didn't fully I was just working. So it was on the radio in the liquor store. Like it was hard. Like it wasn't 94. And football's easy for me with the Jets because it's Sunday, so I miss nothing. But basketball, even next year when the Garden's going to be rocking. I'm gonna be struggling to like really be in it. So, but the last year or two, obviously we moved to Hudson Yards here, so I'm like got the crazy Knicks teats, and I'm trying to do more, and just like sports cards. I mean, these De'Aaron Foxes. I would have known the De'Aaron Fox 4 years ago in the league the way I do now because the cards, because this, and I know the Knicks are coming. So like my basketball game has changed dramatically of like being on it in the last 18 months.
And the players look up to.
Yeah, you're right, and that's been really cool. So really, like eye test, I'm like watching, and I'm like, man, Frank could be. Just because I remember how good of a defender Derek Harper was, like there was a time when I knew everything, and so like that's what went through my mind. Like, oh fuck, he's like a new age Derek Harper.
He
He
can't
looks
stay
like
healthy.
I know he can't stay healthy, right?
Can't stay healthy, and offensively, he needs
He's
to
limited.
yeah, he is.
He's a kid.
Yeah, just needs to get his confidence up. Yeah, good.
He's only 19, right?
Yeah, he's really young. He's really young. Defensively, though,
Did you take on John Collins in Atlanta as a player?
Yes, he's very good actually. So I actually make a list when the season's done, and I do like 5-10 guys that I'm like I want to try and I haven't trained with him, and he's on the list. So
He's what's that?
He made a big jump.
He's on my list of sports card investment. That was the most loaded fucking question. Like, should I drop 5 G's on John Collins rookie cards? Let me see what break fucking things.
Yeah. John Collins rookie card, we'll go for it.
No, this is why this is such a great game. A John Collins rookie card's a couple bucks,
Right.
but it could be $50 if I'm as right about where I think his game might go.
how much are some of those? The ones that we brought out.
Those were the Kareem rookies are 8,000 a piece graded. Wow. But like these De'Aaron Fox ungraded are $4, I think. So like, and then you can get graded. Like that's how they go in these cases. Like these Luka rookies. Oh, that's Kevin McHale. That's Kevin McHale's rookie. This Luka rookie. To put him in those cases, it costs $8. Yeah. That Luka rookie's now 75. I was telling everybody on social media only 30 days ago to buy them. They were 40.
Wow.
It's an interesting game because I have to be careful because I have to really, really start doing a better job contexting. I think there's a really hot market for the next 2 years. And I think people should buy and sell new stuff.
What about the game new stuff? Can you do that?
You mean like memorabilia? That's not my game because there's no scale. Like I'm gonna buy. I bought 187 Giannis rookie cards in October for 150 a piece. Now there's 550.
Wow.
And for all the sneaker hustler kids, I think there's money to make. Like I think there's a great 2-3 year run here for these kids.
But why this 2-3 years? What's happening with cards?
I don't know if the economy collapses, the first thing that goes are cards, just like $4 coffee. Cards. I mean, nobody on earth will buy them when you're scared about money, so they go. So supply and demand. I think the demand's about to build up, but there's a lot of these cards. So if demand, like in the '90s, the whole collapse market of the cards, that's why it happened. And you got to be right. Lonzos have gone down dramatically in the last 2 years. So we could be sitting here 24 months ago. I could be talking heavy about this Lonzo thing. Kids could go out and buy them at, I don't know what it was, but let's say 75, and now 2 years later they're at 25. So
the hype around him was crazy.
What do you think about him? I actually think he's really good. Actually, I actually weirdly think that's actually probably the guy I'm most debating to go all in on because I think he's super low right now in everybody's mind, and I'm like.
Ako ngayon, pero kahit na naka-quarantine ako, patuloy ang movement ko sa paggalaw. Ako ngayon, pero kahit na naka-quarantine ako, patuloy ang movement ko sa paggalaw. Ako ngayon, pero kahit na naka-quarantine ako,
here's my thing. Actually, this is actually crazy why this is segueing in. Talk to me about what is your macro take on people like Ben Simmons and Lonzo and people who, like, how much of a jump can and I don't even want to put you on blast of like those guys. I'm sure you'll be happy to talk about it. How much better can a human get? Like, what's the great story in the last decade of somebody changing their form or becoming a ridiculously better jump shooter?
That's a great question. Yeah, I mean, it's
anything stand out? I'm trying to think.
Ben Simmons isn't going to just all of a sudden be a knockdown shooter. It's not going to happen. But it doesn't take away from.
But he can do what LeBron and Jordan did in their careers, which is exponentially get better.
For sure, he can keep getting better, and his shot can keep getting better too. But
what's scary is if he got a solid jump shot,
for sure,
he would become unbearable.
Be a beast.
He's a beast to begin with.
Yes, he would be that next for sure.
I really like him a lot too as like a kid. Like I think, man, I really want him to develop. Well, I don't actually, because fuck the Sixers, but he would be really like. That was for you, Ruben. You'll never convert me, bro. I'm a Knicks fan. Fuck the Sixers. And I love JJ. Like I love Ben. I love Tobias is the best as humans, but fuck them.
The grit about that city is dope though. Just the divide when you watch.
Last time? I can't believe you know this is my hottest take, right? My hottest take is Philly's the best city.
It's just like a
yeah, like New York's the best city in the world, but I wish New York felt like Philly. Philly's a little rugged. Like New York's become Manhattan's too rich. Yeah. It's super rich around here.
You go to a game at the Garden, it's kind of like
Rick is fancy. You know when he's walking the streets at those 1 a.m.s? He wouldn't have done that 30 years ago, no matter how tatted tough he is. Like New York's soft. It's true.
Yeah.
I walk around comfortable and cozy in New York now. 1978, be scared fuckless out here. New York
Philly has that.
You know the best part is? This is the background of New York. People and I were like, fuck.
Facts.
Who's the I want to finish this thought because I want to get this in. I know we have to probably wrap up because I got family stuff. The show drops. The show on ESPN.
My goal is just to change these kids' lives in the sense of after this year's series, when the New York Knicks have the 9th pick of the NBA draft, they could pick player A or player B. But player A was.
Hold on, real quick. You're making an amazing point. I'll let you do it again. But the shivers in my body that just happened when you said the Knicks have the 9th pick. Like if the Knicks don't have
2025, he's talking about.
I got it. But then if that happens, 2 shivers. We should be really in a place where 2024 should be a good season. Like I'm expecting like Pat Ewing's gonna be there. Mm-hmm. Like if this is to me, it's ironic. I like the first 3 players quite a bit. Mm-hmm. I do think it's that. Like I'm gonna buy a lot of basketball cards this season because I think it reminds me a little bit of that.
For sure.
Darko was the one that didn't work out, but that rest of that class got crazy with Bosh and Wade and LeBron and Melo.
That was a crazy class.
That was a crazy class. These first 3 feel real legit.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you.
You know Barrett's game reminds me of a lot, and I want to ask somebody more educated than me, and just like in a weird way, Michael Beasley. RJ Barrett's game reminds me a lot of Michael Beasley, like at this time in their careers, and obviously things evolve.
Yeah.
I don't know mindsets and those work.
No, you're
see
right.
Where I'm going?
He's like the guard version of Beasley, for sure.
Kind of like yeah, it's kind of interesting.
And he's definitely thinking to be consensus third pick.
I would.
Yeah, I think it's still like whether the Suns get it and they need a point guard or whatever, but just off of talent, he could be 3.
What do you want to wrap up with? Anything that we didn't cover? Anything interesting?
This has been great.
You gonna start collecting basketball cards?
Yeah.
Dude, on a very serious note, I kind of want you to.
Sure.
I really think there's something brewing.
Is it only Panini? In the
Panini has the IP for basketball, Topps for baseball, Panini for football. Yeah.
Because baseball is like the place where you can make.
Early baseball, because you can get kids 4 years away. You can get crazy. You can buy kids for 50 cents that go for $50 if you get Fernando Tatis Jr. But basketball,
minor league card?
they're in them. Yes, they sell them as minor league cards. Basketball though is culture. My hot take, complete thesis, my entire point of view on this is sneaker kids are going to realize that's great that you want to get the Travis Scott Jordans, but you're going to get 1 pair and you'll make your money. But if you're right about Darren Fox, you can go on eBay and buy up 1,000 of them for $4, and then when he pops and they're fucking 39, that starts adding up, and it's liquid. It's liquid as fuck. It's eBay. You go to eBay right now, like it's liquid as fuck. You go to completed items, like what sells, what doesn't, at what price. Listen, I've loved cards as forever. For me to now be talking about them, I'm starting to build a good enough track record. I don't talk about shit for fun. I don't like to show videos like I did this morning about me passing on Uber. I like to show the shit where I'm like, you should buy Amazon, and it explodes. Basketball cards are gonna go through the fucking roof for the next 2 years.
Beckett's still around?
No, Beckett is actually. You know what Beckett is now? It's a grading company. The price guide is eBay right now. Bro, if you really know basketball, like if you know the dude from Toronto,
Siakam.
If you know Siakam's gonna pop last year, which people did, and you bought him last year compared to this year, you made a fuckload. If you know the fucking kid in Sacramento, what was his name? Yeah.
Alexander Shea, yeah. I was just talking to him actually, yeah.
If you know he's gonna pop next, because he looks like he could be one of the guys. John Collins could be one of the guys.
For sure.
Like if you have,
Like a finite time, right? Like where it peaks and then.
Well, I mean, you want to hear something crazy? I bought those 180 Giannis rookies.
Well, aside from
Let's stick with this real quick. And I sold 10 of them to just like, because I was like, hey, I bought these for 180. I'm selling 10 of them for 300 a month ago, and now they're 550. Like the market's hot. Yes, there's a finite time. By the way, there's
out there he could have a good rookie year, play good for a couple of years, and like that, those cards you have in there.
Those are iconic.
But I'm saying,
I'm
this isn't like a buy and hold. This is like a trade.
It's a buy and hold if they become, Kyrie.
Sure.
It depends on how great. This is what's great. It's merit based. It depends on how good they become.
Like just like their game use stuff, like their value is when they're actually.
When he starts getting this mode, and
go ahead.
I have a friend who's like heavily into the game use stuff, and the value of buying like a Damian Lillard now right? His game used Portland Trailblazers. What is it going to be worth 10 years from now? It's probably not going to be what it's worth now.
Ready for this? That's exactly right. Here's how it works. You have to go top 1% if you're holding forever. What am I buying? LeBron rookies. I'm buying LeBron rookies for $1,100. I'm buying Kobe rookies for $1,100. I'm buying all-time stuff. And then I'm speculating on D. Lillard actually to me is still a speculation because if he has one more contract that's crazy, not in Portland, gets on a super team and wins a championship, he's underpriced right now.
Yeah, you're right.
Like I'm trying to figure out if Kimba or Kyrie's coming to New York and which rookie card I want to buy for the New York bump. I'm not buying Leonard rookie cards because I think he's too not culture. And no matter how great of a player is, it's not going to be supply and demand enough because people don't fuck with him culturally enough.
Facts.
And there's nothing wrong with that. That's amazing. He's an awesome dude. I love how he leans into that and he's like self-deprecating. I buy Luka like crazy because he's white. And if he's Larry Bird, there'll be a market. I mean, this is just very basic shit.
You're right.
I know.
Yeah,
I'm trying to help kids make some money out here, so pay attention.
Steak and panini also.
I have no steak and panini. You'll appreciate this. The number one thing that would make me a ton of money right now is if Pinterest went crazy on the stock market. How many times do you think I've mentioned the word Pinterest in my content in the last 2 years? How many? Goose fucking egg. The number one currency in my life is being historically correct, not any of the deals I'm in.
That's deep.
It makes sense, right? Don't sell out. I've made money. I don't need to I'd love to have a piece of panini. I'm trying to do shit in sports card world because I love it. Here's why. In 24 months, I'm going to be not the only person talking about it. In 24, I can't wait to be courtside opening night, Durant, Kyrie, fucking the whole Zion, and I'm going to have in my pockets bring 50 rookie cards and take a selfie courtside with all the cards and be like, what?
Get the jacket with the case, you open it.
I'm making a prediction. The way kids now, Rich the kid puts fucking a stack of cash to his ear, I'm making a prediction right now. In 24 months, people are going to be flexing, holding fucking Lukas like this. Like what? Like
music videos.
I mean, that's bold.
It's a prediction.
Buy some cards just in case.
I guarantee you, he's gonna do it now. Like in 10 minutes.
I'm just curious, like what?
All right, we gotta go. See ya.
This is the Gary V audio experience.
What's up, podcast? A few weeks ago, Gary did a live stream Q&A with 9gag. Our team took 10 of the best questions and rapid fired them at Gary. As you can expect, Gary did pretty well under pressure. Check it out and let us know what you thought on social.
What up, 9gag? Excited to answer a bunch of your questions. Thanks for asking them. Let's get into it.
What's the best thing to do when finishing high school?
Look, the best thing to do when finishing high school is, there is no best thing, there's best for you. I think that a lot of people need to seriously consider going and traveling or interning for an entrepreneur they admire. There's just a million ways to attack it. You can go to school if your parents are paying for it, for sure. Enjoy the vacation. But understand this is a self-awareness game. There is no right answer, there's just a right answer for you. All of them can work, and I do believe 18 to 30 is a time you do high risk, not conservative.
How do I get out of my comfort zone?
The way you get out of your comfort zone is probably by changing the friends that you spend time with and changing what you listen to in podcast, music, and content form. You need energy that's pushing you out. You need energy that's saying yes instead of no. You need energy saying, let's try instead of maybe not. Mixing up what you're consuming always changes your perspective, which then leads to new adventures.
Who is your favorite NBA team or player?
My favorite NBA team is the New York Knicks. My favorite all-time player is Patrick Ewing. My future favorite player is Kevin Durant when he's on the Knicks.
What is the most conflicting moment in your career?
The most conflicting moment in my career was definitely the summer of 2011. I've been building my family's wine business into a monster company. My brother and I, 2 years earlier, started this company, VaynerMedia, and we were at a crossroads where I was either gonna go all in on VaynerMedia, or I'd just written a book that went super viral called Crush It, and I could go all in being Gary Vee, or I could go back to the wine business and go all in on that, and I decided to go all in on VaynerMedia. That was what I decided in August 2011. Ironically, left field, the thing I was most considering was not being Gary Vee and not going back to the liquor store, but it was actually the fact that Usher, the unbelievably talented musician and dancer and icon, and I were talking about the concept of possibly starting a vodka brand, or at least Usher's people, Scooter Braun, all these people. It was very near. So summer of 2011, and that's when I decided to go all in on Vayner.
Would you call yourself successful?
I would call myself successful because I define success in being happy and being able to do what you want to do every morning that you wake up. And so the answer is absolutely.
How do you deal with annoying people?
Annoying people are super easy for me. I deal with all people very easily, which is I have no expectation of others. I do not believe that anybody impacts me in any way. And since nobody positive or negative, annoying or exciting, actually has an impact on me and my happiness and what I do for a living and how I roll in life, I actually deal with every person super simple, which is you have no impact on me. Which is actually empowering and makes it awesome, not the negative that some see it as.
What's your favorite cuss word?
Man, I love curse words, but I probably think dick face. I love using dick face. It's so normal to me. I guess it was an 80s Jersey thing, but every time I drop dick face, people are like, whoa. It is more aggressive. I see dick face more like jerk. And now even saying it in this video, I'm like, man, dick face is pretty hard.
You use it as like a collective dick face.
To me, it's like asshole, but then it's just like, it's not asshole, so that's why people are like, whoa.
Yeah, absolutely. I do use dick face. It's like, don't be a dick face.
Like,
don't be an asshole.
but everyone
100%.
prepared for that.
Yeah, dick face.
How to fight the stress before exams.
Exams mean jack shit. So the stress should be super simple to deal with. No test actually has any impact on your life, including the SATs, in real life, not in the fake life that you, your teachers, and parents have created. So if you actually believe what I said, it gets real easy, real fast. In the end. The sooner you get out of being fearful of tests in school, the sooner you've started the process of actually being a successful human being.
How do I know if I find
Yeah, we should clip that. What? Yeah, actually, that's really true. Let's keep this video going. IGTV, listen, I'm being serious right now. If you are one that stresses tests, it means you care about micro little things, and that will translate into life in your 20s, 30s, and 40s, and you'll worry about your boss's opinion, and you'll worry about getting a mortgage. You're just gonna worry about very micro, goals, which will then make you stress, and you'll just be in that machine your whole life. Then you're gonna care about your kids being good at school and winning awards. You're just gonna care about the micro of life. It's a huge vulnerability. I'll say it one more time if you didn't catch it in the beginning. The sooner you start not stressing about tests in school is the beginning of you actually navigating a happier life.
How do I know if I found the right job?
You never know if you found the right job until after the fact. You'll only know when you're 100 years old and look back. You never know then. You may think it, but then what you don't know is the other job you could have took. What would have happened? There is no time machine. There is no looking back. There is no game where you press a button, and if you took this job, the world will show you what would have happened. You might take a job that made you $100,000 a year less in your career, but you might have found the person that you love in life at this other job, and you'd be happy in perpetuity because you're in love for 80 years. You also may take a job that made you $500,000 more, but because of that job, you had to take a trip to some third world country to do a meeting where you picked up some weird virus. And I'm being serious. And people think so granular, so local level. Oh, is this the better job because I made more money? Making more money can't be the ROI, the ambition, the North Star. And thus, if it's not, and it's happiness, there's too many variables that go into happiness, and you've got to figure that out.
What do you do during the weekend?
What do I do during the weekend? Depends on the season. Family time, number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But little micro things. Dinners with family, Broadway plays, but mainly New York Jets games in the fall and winter, and garage sailing in the fall and spring and summer. That flip life, baby, flip life.
This is the Gary V audio experience.
What's up, podcast? In this episode, you'll get an inside look into a business meeting Gary had a few months ago. Way too many companies are putting efforts into social media, but not executing correctly. Listen up for more and let us know your thoughts on social. Gary V up next.
I can help with or answer any questions, anything of that nature.
So I'm curious to know about your social media presence in China.
Okay.
Because I recently was listening to one of your talks and you said that Weibo is actually the fastest growing channel at the moment. Yeah, so just...
So I'm, yeah, of course. I have a presence on Weibo and WeChat. And let's see if I can pull it up. And I'm also doing quite a bit with a Facebook Chinese page that is actually growing ridiculously well. And so in general, it's not sounded. In general, to me, I think about things in 30 and 40 kind of year windows, and the thought of not having presence in mainland China is almost like not existing in that kind of window. And so I'm doing KOL collaborations with people who are trying to build a presence in the US or the rest of the world. And obviously 2 core things that I speak a lot about, entrepreneurship and really, I would call it family dynamics of psychology of what 20 to 30 year olds go through, are clearly over-indexing subject matters for a lot of mainland Chinese youthful entrepreneurs. And so it's really, really growing very rapidly.
I was also listening to your YouTube video about how in your 20s you should just really explore and not to be too risk averse. And I mean, obviously I grew up in Finland, but I've received a very traditional Chinese, well, not education, but the way
point of view.
So I mean, that's something I don't think that in mainland China anyone's ever said to those kids that you
I don't think they've said it in the U.S. either, or Europe for that matter. And it's interesting, right? I think about it in 2 ways. I think there's 2 ways to win your 20s. I think you either go all in and work your face off and build that foundation, or you go completely in the other direction and you go higher risk, higher reward to try to just figure yourself out and taste a lot of different things. It actually isn't logical or practical the way that we're all brought up and how we were supposed to address 22 to 30. It's supposed to be okay, go attack and settle it down and build a foundation. It just doesn't. It had a lot more merit when people lived to 50 years old. It just doesn't. It doesn't have as much merit in the way the world is today and the opportunities that are gifted. I think a lot of the things I think about challenge conventional wisdom, because what I think I tend to do is layer the reality of the current world and not just think what used to work in a pre-internet industrial revolution, 1960s, 70s, 80s world.
Yeah, I'm thinking about tips for us. I think that we have to be renewing ourselves every day on social, and as every other company too. And yeah, we're doing campaigns, we're doing inspirational content, and so on. But what are the tips, like from your perspective? What should we be?
I think the number
and how do you see like commercial campaigns on social?
So the thing that I think will make sense to you guys is that I think that a company, like a little homework for this meeting, I think they get fragmented too much. Meaning in social, it is either things like day in and day out content to fill the pipes, which is aspirational and nice, and maybe spending too much time worrying about engagement and not enough time about what the business results are. And then they spend a lot of money on outdoor and television and traditional branding. To me, the biggest opportunity in social is doing brand work inside of Facebook. To me, the number one thing I would do if I took over marketing is I would produce 50-second to 4-minute videos for Facebook with the intent of brand and sales.
Not long videos.
Long videos.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I think
the reason for that because
they work.
But we have seen that like people that shorter videos seem to work.
Shorter videos work for the vanity metrics of social media and the way you kind of judge shareability or consumption. But when you look at actual attribution to a transaction or the ability to, let's play it out. Okay, so you make a 20-second video on Facebook. It gets let's say it gets 100,000 engaged, liked, shared, commented, and then you run a 2-minute 19-second video that has a lot more breadth to like what you're about. That one may have 17,000 people watch it. It may cost you more money on media to get 17,000 to engage than the 100,000. But when you go to retarget those 17,000 versus the 100,000 to buy, the math tends to work out on the smaller, deeper group than the wider, shorter group. And so I think that what's great about being unlike being a bottled water company, is when they go to retarget, they're still a retailer and they can't see all the math.
Yeah.
For you, when you retarget, it's black and white. You'll be able to see the CAC and the LTV on the transaction that you're looking for. And so I think the biggest mistake a lot of big companies make is they do social media for the sake of social media, not for the sake of the actual business goals they have. And they don't hold traditional dollars they spend to the level of accountability that they do in the new world, because the new world has so much more metrics. You have no idea if there's 3-second or 10-second viewability on your commercials. You don't know the impressions of your outdoor. You've accepted it because it's always been done, but you hold the new stuff to a level of scrutiny that you don't the old stuff.
Yeah.
So to me, that's where the big miss is for.
How do you see like very tactical advertisements in social media? Should those be done, or should it be just more like brand and
I think both work.
Yeah.
I think branding and selling work. I mean, there's enormous amounts of selling to be done on Facebook. I think you can't be half pregnant.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people try to hide sales into branding and vice versa. I think there's a lack of a good conversation between the difference between a piece of content that's meant for branding and one that's meant for sales. And I think most organizations over-index in respecting one or the other. You have some companies that only don't like social media because all they want to do is actually be DR marketers, and that's why they favor Google. And then you have other people who don't value social media because all they want to do is brand work, and they think television or sponsorships are better brand work. And that's why social, and specifically Facebook, has this incredible opportunity right now, because it's underpriced attention, because not enough money is going into it either from DR or brand. Yet, if you look at Wish, if you look at so many other companies, they do their marketing and they're selling Purple Mattress, many other companies, Lola, in that environment. That's why I'm so bullish on it. The issue is, like anything, the ROI of these two markers is completely predicated on my talent to draw with these two markers. And I think that there's a sophistication, both mathematically and artistically and strategically and psychologically, that it takes to be good at any marketing in any medium. And I think most people are applying old principles into this new environment, which is why they're not getting the results. To your point, this bottled water company would rather put something like, a hashtag Wednesday Wisdom post, because they're going to get 87 likes on the post, without really understanding if that's going to lead to selling here. I think there's a lack of thoughtfulness in most people's, overall overall marketing strategy, digital strategy, and then social strategy.
When you were looking at our Facebook site, what did you think?
What I was looking for more was how much marketing you were doing actually in a traditional world. When I was looking at Facebook, the biggest thing that I don't know is, are you running Facebook ads that I don't see on your, which I would hope you are, and more importantly, is far more important than what I would see. I was less analyzing your social. I was more trying to get a sense of how much traditional media you were doing in the name of branding. Because as I just said earlier, the number one thing I would do if I were you is do much more branding inside of Facebook. That to me is the I would argue the unique point of view by comparison to most right now that I think has the most upside.
Did you have what do you think about bots and artificial intelligence now that it's talked a lot? And we know that many has been taking those bots very seriously. They have been doing good work inside Messenger and so on. We aren't there yet. We have a bot called.
You need to get there.
It's taking baby steps. So
you need to get. You're going to get caught if you fall behind too much, because all of your customer service is going to happen through that environment. You're going to save a fortune. It's going to be better, more efficient, higher conversion, and lower cost. You need to be serious about Messenger. And I think when you look at mainland China, the US, BK and Russia, the AI message bot infrastructure is going to be very important. Consumers will interact with those bots because they're going to get time saving.
Yeah, that is true.
It's going to take time.
Yeah.
It's going to take 2 or 3 years for it to be the behavior that I think a lot of technologists are looking for. But I mean, I'm a very big fan of it. It will be there.
How do you see like social? Should it be in-house or should it be out? Is that like
I think everything should be in-house, which is funny considering what I do for a living. I think what I've learned is that most companies aren't the reason they don't do in-house is 2 reasons. One, strictly from a Wall Street or publicly traded company standpoint, they don't want the expenses on their P&L, which hurts them in public markets. Or 2, they just don't retain the talent, and they feel like they lose that continuity. To me, anything you can do in-house is always going to be interesting, unless there's somebody who's hungry enough. The way I would, if I owned a company, the way I would play agencies is I would work with independent shops who are on their way to try to sell to holding companies because they're going to care more. They're just different. So I think the biggest issues with agencies and with brands is agencies are publicly held companies. So much consolidation that
they don't love our brand like we kind of see that way.
I think that's right, but I also think what agencies do well, including others, is they're able to see your brand in a different way than you are.
Yeah.
Everybody thinks their kids are the prettiest.
Yeah.
So I think that's where they can bring sensibility. My biggest problem with agencies is they don't produce enough work for the cost associated. I think that's where we're really kind of winning. Is first of all, I've built the agency mainly to buy brands. So I have far more ambition to become my clients than to be an agency, which aligns our interests better. And what we realized after we got great at media was, oh my God, we have to produce so much content to take advantage of the media landscape. So we built our own 50,000 square foot production facility and have had a much deeper religion on the cost of creative than I think the market has been accustomed to, without giving up this magical idea of quality. When I first got into the business, I came from startup land and entrepreneur land in Silicon Valley, and I would look at a video at a commercial, and I literally was like, how the hell does this cost $600,000? I just couldn't get there. So I think our great ambition, so our model is if you're a brand that does a commercial and it costs $800,000 in out-of-pocket and creative and production, we try to convince that client to do 6 or 5 or 4 or 3 long-form Facebook videos for that same cost, which can first fit different demographics, right? Because when you do one commercial, it's just vanilla. Whereas, if you start an Asian, family in their 20s and target Asian American or Europeans in their 20s, you're going to over-index in relevance. And then we also think media costs on distribution are more efficient. Because I think the biggest conversation that you also probably want to have on the media front is there's potential reach and then there's actual reach. And I think the market trades on potential and doesn't layer common sense. I mean, there's almost no market left in the world that OTT hasn't eaten up such a substantial percentage of television content consumption that it's made every commercial reared grossly overpriced. Yeah, I think to your point, one thing I did look at, and I had a meetup last night with 4 of the 10 faces. I think there's a lot to be left desired in influencer marketing, but I think that's where you probably want to look at the global nature of your business and look at the pockets where you can play, or using those same faces in other markets. So I do think they're inexpensive. So I do think what's interesting about your 10 faces is in a US-centric campaign with that kind of level of YouTube, which is really what we're seeing following, there probably is an inexpensive way to do some very clever collaborations where you might be able to take those 4 to 10, do some sort of collab with 2 or 3 US-centric. In the US, there's something I think that would really work for you, which is family vlogging is very big. And some of it can get pretty affluent. And I could see a lot of interesting collabs of like that family going to. There's something to be done that I think you could hack. So I think if you're thinking for this market, your domestic market, I would say how underpriced Facebook and Instagram ads are is probably the strategy I would deploy. If I thought about the influencer market, I would use them as ambassadors on the outside. Because what's great about YouTube is this. Let me play it out for you. You take a YouTuber, 600,000 subscribers, he's still cheap. You can probably give him a couple of pumped, or fine, a little bit of bucks. But in the ecosystem of YouTube, if there's people with 1 million subscribers in the US, the idea to do a collaboration with him is exciting because they want to siphon fans from him. So he's more valuable as an asset out there. You see where I'm going? And this is what I was talking about with thoughtfulness. I think the level of sophistication and the way that people fragment all these different things, and that's why I think we've invested so much in strategy. Our biggest growth has been, so we used to meet somebody like you, and if we wanted to do business, we're like, okay, you can give us your media budget, you can give us your creative budget. And I think the thing that we've realized in the last couple of years is, or for a €150,000 strategy thing, we can save clients millions of dollars with their creative and media partners, and it's a good way to get the value out of us. So I think even how we're talking now, that would have been how we probably would have analyzed your influencer strategy. Go use their following count to do collaborations in other markets with bigger influencers who are trying to siphon, and use them as a gateway, as an ambassador to your brand through that collaboration. To me, it's unemotional assets versus costs. right? So for me, I'm not in love with Facebook and Instagram, I'm in love with the price of their ads. Hey guys, thank you so much for listening to the podcast. Obviously, very recently I announced empathywines.com, super important to me, probably my biggest project ever, and to be very honest, bit off a ton, maybe more than I can chew, and so I need the community, need to sell a lot of cases of wine. If you drink 9 bottles of wine a year, it would mean the world to me if you went to empathywines.com right now and signed up for the 3-pack. Obviously, if you're a wine drinker, sign up for Club Empathy, which gives you a case of each, and also access to an SMS service that helps you with all your wine needs, trips to Napa, wine recommendations. You'll see it. Just go to empathywines.com, empathywines.com.
This is the Gary V Audio Experience.
What's up, podcast? Today you'll hear a mashup centered around parenting advice. We've pulled 2 clips from recent podcasts. The first is a phone call with Jose from Ask Gary V 312 with Kat and Nat on May 22nd, 2019. The second is a clip from Gary on Heather Monahan's podcast called Creating Confidence that was recorded on May 14th. Both episodes are linked in the description if you want to hear the full conversation. Let us know what you thought on social. Gary V up next.
My wife doesn't support me in my entrepreneurship goals. She
Why?
shoots me down. We want to move to Florida, and I don't think we should move unless we have a nice amount of a nice sum of money to go. And I think flipping houses. And as well, Gary, Trash Talk 4, amazing. I started flipping things on myself. And I have to tell you this, Gary. I bought ink cartridges for $1. I bought 2 of them. I sold them for $164 the next day.
Let's fucking go! Yeah!
The next day, Gary.
Dude,
$164.
you think you're surprising me? I know what the fuck this is. I've been doing it for 20 fucking years. I'm just trying to put you on.
Yeah, Gary. So I just went out this past weekend, went to Rockland. Anyway, my wife don't support me. She doesn't believe in my goals and dreams. We've been together 19 years. We have 5 kids. I don't know how to go about it. I'm nervous.
Brother, you over-communicate.
Okay, as a woman, can I give you my advice?
Go.
Let
Go.
her know how you feel rather than telling her how you feel. Be like, this is important to me because, or I feel like I need to do this because, not just like I'm doing this. Communicate with her so she feels she's part of the process, and then just communicate.
Let her know how it feels when she shoots you down.
Yeah, but this is the thing, ladies. I don't mean to cut you off. Years ago, before we bought, I bought a home. I paid it off. She used to help me clean our houses, abandoned houses, and we used to get paid together. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think she lost the drive and the love for it. Like, she gets down and dirty. She gets cleaning. She does the hot dusting. She moves furniture with me, trash and everything. And I guess over the years, she lost the love for it.
Over the years, dude, she's the mother of 5 children, bro.
Yeah, I'm the father of 5 children too, dude. I was doing 90% of it. I was the one staying up all the nights, overnight, taking care of the kids throughout the night, getting up in 2 hours of sleep, going to work, coming back home, cooking, cleaning. Dude, my mom died at 16. Before she died, she taught me how to cook, taught me how to clean, taught me how to do laundry, taught me everything. Not to depend on a woman, to rely on myself, and that's the best thing that she ever taught me. Single mother, she died.
So from one perspective, because there's always 2 sides of the story, but from one perspective, keep giving us context. What do you think's happened? You think she's become entitled? You think she what's tired? What do you think's happened?
I spoiled her with everything, with the cooking, the cleaning, the taking care of the kids, the homework, the hanging out with the kids, the picking them up. And to be honest, you guys, and I hope you don't judge, but she likes to sit there now lately and spend 2 to 3 hours watching reality shows on her phone on YouTube, and it drives me crazy.
Man, this is hard.
And then Gary, check this out, Gary. I'm on your level. I don't want my kids going to college. I'm trying to open the idea to them on being an entrepreneur.
Real quick, back to my level.
Go.
I don't want my kids to go to college if they don't want to go to college.
Right?
So if my kids want to be the greatest professor in a university of all time, and that's in their soul, I will support the shit out of them.
Totally. Yeah.
I don't want to force them. Sometimes
I'm not forcing them.
But real quick, I just want to make sure that people know where I stand on this stuff. I just want self-awareness and leaning into children, right? So I have 5 kids. 2 of them are going to want to go to college. 2 of them are not going to want to go to college, and one's going to be in the middle. You know what I mean? So keep that in mind.
No, absolutely. But before they start, now they're 18 and 19. But I was doing it 16, 17, and saying, hey guys, try the eBay, or try this, or my second oldest, she wants to be an architect. Come to find out, she denied a job at an architect company. She denied an internship at an architect company because she only spoke to my wife, and my wife said, no, don't take it. I looked at it as that's a great opportunity for you to learn, and I even told her, I want to build a home. I want you to build it for me. And if that's not working for me, she's like going her own route. The same thing with my 19-year-old. I'm like, hey, you have business plans of being an entrepreneur. I'm not forcing Gary. I'm going, hey, you guys, you want to take the time out? I'm here for you. We can sit down together, go over YouTube videos, whatever you want to do. You want to do something together? And I know you guys got to go. My son's 16 years old. He wants to be an actor, and he wants to be a producer. So I went to him, hey, let's go sit down together and watch YouTube videos. On it, I'm here to help you. He didn't want to do it. I go up to him one day, I said, hey, buddy, do you want me to stop asking you what you want to do with your life? Because I'm here to help you. He goes, yeah, stop asking. I'm like, you sure? Like, what else can I do? I'm not forcing it on you. I'm bilingual. I'm Spanish. I tell him, hey, you guys, take the time out. Learn Spanish. I'm here to help you. It's for free. Gary, I spit so much of your fucking knowledge at my children. It's fucking crazy. And they're not taking it. I'm not going to be the father. I'm not going to be the, yo, you're going to sit the fuck down and you're going to fucking learn Spanish, or you're going to fuck, no, I'm not going to do that. It's going to come back to me down the line.
Exactly.
I'm not going to, so I'm just trying to open your eyes to like, hey, look at this video of Gary Vee. Look what he's doing. Oh, yeah, but he's a millionaire. But listen, let go of that bullshit. He still has the drive to go garage selling, you guys. Don't you see that? Like, you can do it too. And I tell him, Gary, I sit there. I watch Reedy Resells, Breaking Profits, all these guys, Rockstar, Valley Roots, and I sit down and I watch them. Are they fun? They're not fun, Gary, but I'm learning. I'm fucking learning. I'm trying to show them this, but they're not getting it, and neither is my wife. Like, let's make these moves. Like, we have a house that pays. We clean the house off.
Real quick, because I love the fire. Real quick. Deploying ambition is a very fascinating game. What you're trying to do is deploy ambition, and I respect that, and I love you for it. There's so much good, but when you give you can't have expectation even when it's your own children. What you're doing is right, but you can't enforce the next part, right? Like you said,
Right.
and you said something very smart at your heat moment, which is I'm not going to be the dad that's going to fucking sit them down and say you have to because it's going to bite
That's
you in the
right.
ass. So you're extremely thoughtful about this. I think if you take a little bit of the ideology out of, look, they're 16. Your circumstance was your mom passed at that time. You learned all these things. You've, thank God, through whatever success you've created a level of entitlement and a level of cush for your kids. And as much as that hurts, and listen, bro, you're talking to me, motherfucker? Like, the delta between my life and my siblings' life, let alone my fucking kid's life, is fucking crazy. You're sitting right now with two women who fucking, she was in high school fucking delivering papers, rolling fucking quarters.
I saw the beginning of it,
you know what her life's gonna be like? What her kid's life, excuse me, is when they fucking have a hockey player dad and a fucking mom that's making millions? Like, what gets fucked? This is what everybody struggles with. However, all four of us, excuse me, have to take a big step back. You've got to separate. And it's very important. You've got to separate your issues of non-communication and in two totally different places that you and your wife are from you and your kids.
Totally.
That's number one, because a lot of that angst is deploying on their kids. Number two, it's amazing that you're spitting it, but you got to spit it and then take a step back. Spit it and take a step back. Don't forget, your 16-year-old can be 28 when it clicks for him, and then he has his whole life to make it awesome. So keep that a little bit in mind. The bigger thing, and
I did.
Well, great. Well, then that's it. Then put a period
No,
in
but
that.
like with the working out, like my son told me one day, hey, Dad, I see you working out and running. And Gary, I'm also fasting 16 hours a day too, buddy. Anyway, he tells me, hey, I want to work out. So I said, hey, I'm not going to go to you, buddy. You after school tomorrow, you come to me, we'll sit down, we'll go over beginning workouts, how to start and everything, and we'll take it from there. Yeah, Dad, cool. Next day came, I'm cleaning, I'm cooking, I'm helping my other son with his homework. He doesn't come down. I'm not saying, hey, Josh, because I've been doing it for so long. Hey, Josh, come down. You ready to start doing this? He should have the drive himself. I don't want to keep on being, hey, reminding him. I mean, you would think within yourself, you're going to find that drive. And
one thing, the reason he doesn't have it is because you've been doing it over and over and over again. You can't have the drive for him. He has to have the drive for himself.
100%.
And number two, parenting is repetition. That's what it is.
Yep.
You plant a seed, and sometimes doesn't grow for years. But it's the point that it might, like Gary said, it might not click till 28. But it's not about. It's at 16, he's in his head. That's their job. And then what you do is you show, you go, you let him fucking fail, you let him not work out, you see how it fails, and you catch him when he falls a little bit, you let him fall though, and then you're like, get back up again. That's what parenting is.
Sorry, for jumping in. The falling down's key. I see a lot of modern parents thinking falling down is a skin knee, and I think falling down is your arm being ripped off. And in that delta is a very interesting debate.
Yeah,
like it's an important debate.
Let me
ask you a question.
Go.
Do you give these children money?
No.
Don't fucking bullshit me. Do the parents give them any money?
Hold on. My two oldest, 18 and 19 girls, they work at Target. My 16-year-old son, he works for my wife's boss. Like, he goes to his house and does the lawn.
Yep.
My 12-year-old daughter, she has the babysitting gigs. My wife's girlfriend drops off her daughter. My 12-year-old watches her. And then my 9-year-old son, I mean, he's 9. He's going to pick up the trash. Pays $2.
He's 9.
You know what I mean?
That's not the question I asked you. I
don't give
asked you if they
them
had a
only
job.
myself.
I asked you, do you give them money?
No.
What entitlement do they have, in your opinion?
I don't know. I mean, give me like an example. What do you mean by that? Like,
how do you think they're spoiled? Why do you think they're soft? Why do
because
bro,
of me.
you're spitting here for 10 minutes, 11 minutes that everyone's soft, which is amazing. I think everyone's soft too. But I'm curious what your perspective is on why they're soft.
Since it was 80s, I was doing the laundry. Don't do your laundry, I'll do it for you. I'll cook for you. I'll clean for you. I'll do this for you. And over the years, like the other day, dude, like, it is what it is. I go upstairs, the bathroom's a little dirty. Like, you guys, like, I've been cleaning it for you guys for how long?
No.
And it's like one year after the other.
Here's the problem.
And I'm like, I might as well just do it myself.
I'm going to tell you quickly, a spoiled child is actually not monetary. A spoiled child is someone who gets given or gets fixed for. So let's say they're having a problem, the parent steps in and fixes it for them. The bathroom is dirty. Spoiled has nothing to do with monetary. And a lot of people are like, they're spoiled, they get. You can actually but also have an unspoiled child by letting them experience life. So if their bathroom's dirty, natural fucking consequence, it's dirty, they have to piss in it, and that's the way it goes. It's letting them understand that their life has consequences, but you've been doing it for them forever.
Jose!
Yo.
The fuck are you cleaning the bathroom for?
Yeah.
They're playing you like a fucking drum.
And the reason they're not doing it is because you clean the bathroom. That's why.
Bro, that's on you.
Yep.
I'm just tired of asking. I'm tired of this teenager, dude.
Stop doing it.
Fuck, man.
Stop.
Dude.
Stop doing it.
Dude, this is on you, bro.
Yeah.
You told a story just now.
You know what else, man?
Jose, hold on. You told a story that you cleaned it, and then you're yelling at them to clean it. They don't know how.
Yes.
And then you say, fuck it, I'll just clean it. That last part is why you're losing.
Dude, I'm 41. I'm tired of yelling. I'm tired of asking.
Then stop asking. Stop doing it. Stop asking.
I don't give a fuck if you're 100. Never clean the fucking... Bro, Jose, listen to me. I love you. I love you. Never clean the fucking bathroom again, dog. Never again.
You know what's crazy? Listen to me. My wife she tells me, and I have a bad habit of it. She goes, honey, stop letting the kids ruin our night. And they almost did it again last night because I went upstairs. We both went up, and she flipped out a little bit, but I was flipping out. And she said, no, let's go downstairs. I want to watch a movie. Don't let this ruin your night. You better. And I almost did. I almost went back upstairs to clean. But I said, you know what? She's right. Let me sit down. And we saw the movie, The Upside, and we had a good time.
I don't give a fuck what movie you saw, bro. Stop cleaning the fucking bathroom, man. Stop cleaning the fucking bathroom.
Dude, I was just rage right, dude.
Jose, where do you live?
in Rochester, New York.
Email me your address. I'm gonna fucking spy on your ass. And if you ever fucking clean the bathroom, I'm gonna hire some big ass dudes to beat the fuck out of you.
Go on Google Maps and watch it from there, dude.
Jose,
So listen,
Jose, listen to me.
all is well.
Listen to me.
Listen,
Listen to me.
guys. Don't you think?
Jose, listen to me.
Go.
Brother, listen to me. You're doing such a cliche thing.
Yep.
You're trying to control everything and then you're complaining about it.
Yep.
Either clean the bathroom and shut the fuck up,
Yep.
or never clean the bathroom again.
And let it be like pigsties?
Bro, I don't give a fuck. Listen to me one more time. Either
I'm like fucking.
Jose,
like
listen to me. You like me?
I'm like Felix
Jose, you
Unger.
like
I'm
me?
like
You
Felix
think I'm bringing
Unger.
you value? Listen to me. Either.
I love you, Gary.
Good.
I love
so
you.
ready? Either
Go.
A, I'm gonna give you two options. Either A, clean the bathrooms and shut the fuck up.
Yep.
Or B, never clean the fucking bathroom again.
Let them be pigs upstairs.
100%.
All right, fuck it. My wife's right. You guys are right. I'm not
Let's
gonna
go.
give them
See
the-
ya.
As you can imagine, that call has been played in the office more than once. Each time it's been a big hit. This next clip is a powerful 5-minute segment from Gary on Heather Monahan's podcast that also focuses on parenting advice. Enjoy.
And this is a very powerful parenting tip. Every parent is judging their kids based on yesterday, but your kids are living in today, which is a better indicator of tomorrow.
That's really, really powerful. Dropping knowledge, Gary.
Trying to give decent micro content for my Instagram. You know, but this is I really like how I articulated that. Like, that makes a lot of sense to me. And that has been the benefit. You know, when I said to my dad, I want to open a .com in 1996, my dad had never been on a computer at that point. I'm being serious right now. Had never physically used a computer at that point. 1996. So he's, 43 years old and has never in his life used a computer. So for him to judge me deciding to launch a .com, I ended up being historically correct. I also luckily had an incredible father who at that point saw what I did in the liquor store from 14 to 21 and saw that I worked hard and I wasn't an idiot and I paid my dues and he gave me my opportunity to do that. Right? A lot of kids go into their family business and expect their parents to let them do something, but they didn't put in the 7 years that I put in. Right. People are always like, Gary, how'd you convince your dad to let you do those radical things? By working my face off from 14 to 22 by the time I was 20. Nobody understood that. So so anyway, man, I'm really excited we're talking about this. I think we just helped a lot of parents. I really mean that. And hearing that you have an 11-year-old, like, he's more right than you are. Now, the key to this whole thing was, it's funny that I brought 14 to 22. The key, if your son wants to be a professional sports gambler or a sports card flipper or a sneaker flipper or an esports star or an Instagram celebrity, is work ethic. This is where parents often make the mistake in reverse. When I turned 14, I was a bad student. I was already a baseball card entrepreneur. My mom and dad looked at me and said, you now work in a liquor store every day. You're not going to Harvard, big shot? That means you're going to have to work. Right. You might as well start now. So if your kid tells you that they're not going to follow the school system, I don't think, and they're not going to be in the NBA, they might not be able to be on 3 basketball teams. You may have to cut them to 1 because you want them to still have a balanced life, but they better fucking work. Parents are not putting kids into the working system early enough. So now you have a kid that's getting decent Fs, but he's telling you, Mom, don't worry, I'm going to be next Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg sold CDs. Mark Zuckerberg built apps when he was a kid. There's a second part of this conversation that's not being talked about. I've never talked about it. I'm pumped with putting this on film as well. If you're going to let your kid be an entrepreneur, and that's the path, I want that kid to actually work.
So what job do you want these kids to get?
Either a business that actually makes money that they're doing by themselves, that's fine. Get a joint account. Show me, Ricky. Not ideas. Fuck ideas. Execution. You got a business this summer? You're a DNF student going into 9th grade, and now we're going to high school. We've had a very adult conversation that you're not going to maybe go to college or you're not a great student. Okay, in between your summer from 8th to 9th grade, instead of slacking off and getting ready for high school, you either A, go work at Walmart so you can get dirt under your nails because that's the future of your life.
Ooh, no kid wants to do that.
Or you better start flipping on eBay or StockX, or show me that your Instagram account around Magic the Gathering or around fashion makes money. So I'll give you June, but if on 4th of July, you can't show me a bank account that has $2,000 in it because you sold ads on your Instagram, now you're going to Walmart. Suffocating that is the key to practical parenting instead of ideological parenting. Right. And that is the framework of my optimism. Hey guys, I hope you really enjoyed this episode of Gary Vee Experience. Now go out and share this, pass it on, let me know what you thought. What's up, everybody? It's Gary Vee. I am super fired up. If you are not aware, the new 004s from K-Swiss are here. Positivity and optimism. For me, when I'm thinking about products, sneakers, wine, anything I do, it's always like, are you actually passionate about it? The one thing I would tell all of you is before you launch anything, do you actually believe in it? Is it your truth? Nothing is more exciting to me than to throw a right hook in a world where I jab 24/7 when I actually believe in the right hook. I believe in this sneaker. I believe in this concept. And most of all, if I can get one of you that sees this to look down at your feet when you're walking or living life and you needing that little burst of a different perspective on the fact that we are living this life, that is the ROI of this execution. If you're buying sneakers in some shape or form, please make it 004, positivity and optimism.
This is the Gary Vee audio experience.
Hey everybody, this is Gary Vee, Nerd Chuck, and this is episode 118 of the Ask Gary Vee Show. So as you can see, this is my father, Sasha. A lot of you don't know my dad. I love my dad very, very much. My dad is an immigrant from the former Soviet Union, who I'm very fond of. Many of you who've crossed over from Wine Library TV to the Ask Gary Vee Show know this character. Many of you are about to have some fun times. As you can see, we have a lot of food and wine here. We just taped 6 or 7 videos that will run in Wine Library. where my dad is the founder, CEO, and owner of. Stefan, Andy K, and D-Rock are here. We played 4 or 5 hours of basketball. I'm actually on family vacation right now. I'm supposed to be off. Yeah, we do it every year. I'm supposed to be off the grid, but we decided to tape some wine videos, and I've been missing the show. I know I've been traveling a lot. I know I come back. Are we getting one in on Monday? I think we're going to sneak one in on Monday, but then again on the West Coast. India, unfortunately, is not here. So Andy, let me get up. D-Rock, you're going to have to roll with me here. Andy, you haven't really been on the show. Andy, who's a big part of our team, does all the paid acquisition. A lot of you who discovered me on Facebook, it's because Andy and I, but really Andy, have been very strategic about finding you in your Facebook feed. So Andy, let's get into
the show.
I tricked you. So what happened?
Yeah.
Why, Andy made Gary famous?
No, Andy did not make me famous. I made Andy famous. All right. You made me famous then.
Nice.
All right, let's get into the show. Andy.
Melanie asks, you've led Wine Library and VaynerMedia through insane growth. What's your best advice to those leading growing teams?
You know, I think one of the things that I think about when growing, and you know, Wine Library probably from 1998 Dad until 2004 or 5, in the kind of that 5 or 6, 7 year period, we probably went from what? How many employees do you think with Dick and Bobby, maybe 10, 12, to like 80 or 90, right? Would you say in that 5 or 6 year period? So,
but we were overstaffed.
Yes.
No, but we were overstaffed for a reason.
Yeah, we were growing.
We're growing.
And the same thing's happening now with, I'm sure AJ would now say we're overstaffed, as we've gone from 30 to 500, 25 people in the last 3 years at VaynerMedia. I think the big thing for me, and it's interesting, it's fun to have my dad here. The big thing with me that I think is a little bit different than my dad and AJ, I'm kind of, when you're going through insane growth, I definitely don't worry about the little things. You got to move fast. There's going to be a ton of headaches. There's going to always be issues. But I try to focus on the top line, right? When you're trying to grow quickly, you're really growing top line revenue. A lot of times, you know, that may be at the mercy of gross profit, net profit. For sure, there's always issues with personnel. There's always disagreements and things of that nature. But for me, it's not sweating the small things. To me, I keep my head very much in the cloud. I really focus on the agenda at hand. And I think where most people struggle is they focus on the small things. They get caught up in things that may not matter as much in a net game. And I think that has been a very major factor in my business success, that I'm able to not get caught up in the things that I think the far majority of people get caught up in. I think people get emotional about things. I think people don't project financial outcomes. You know, both when I got involved in my dad's business and with VaynerMedia, the growth of the revenue on the high end, on the top line, was very extreme. And I think that's something that people struggle to calibrate. To me, it's not sweating the small things. Dad?
Yeah.
Great. Let's get into the next question.
I think it's well.
Right?
Yeah.
You know, look. A lot of people now watch the show. The show's gotten very big. I don't know if you know.
I didn't know.
Ask Gary Vee show's very big.
So how come I'm the first time on the show?
Well, I mean, it's all just worked out timing. You're very busy. You're busy. You don't come to New York when I'm taping the show.
Right, it's true.
You have a very different point of view. You have a very unique point of view on me that the audience does not have.
Listen, no question about it. Not because he's my son. He's a very, very special kid. No doubt.
I'm almost 40, Dad.
So no, you're always going to be a kid.
I know.
Please.
I know.
Like your children.
Yes, I get it.
Whatever. That's not.
Why don't you tell the audience when you first realized how special I was?
Oh, I knew at a very early stage.
No, tell them. This will be fun for me.
Shit.
I can't get you to tell me my face.
No. I always give you the credit where the credit.
Always.
Okay. What I'm going to tell you to your face, or I want for you. No. You sold drapery, right?
You're going way back.
That's no. Wait a minute.
I was 10. I was 10.
What year is that? Hold on.
1985.
No. Before it's Dogwood Meadows.
Yeah, 1985. I was 10 when I did the mini flea market. Mini
85.
Andy. Mini flea
85.
market. Yep.
We had some
cockamanian clock. And drapery. Blue drapery.
And my day at that time, I used to take Sunday off once in a while to spend quality time with my children. Right?
Which meant we would sleep.
Right. Listen, I used to work 16 hours days, 14 hours days.
For sure.
It's not so easy.
Nope.
But mom gave you the drapers, right?
Yeah.
And you sold it.
And they were stunned.
Yeah.
And grandma.
Yeah. And well, I knew that. Listen, I knew it. You're my son, right? When I lent you, supposedly. No, I did lend you.
You lent me? Yep.
Money.
You lent me $1,000 to start my baseball card business when I was 14.
I was in the business with, right.
Yep.
And a couple of people said to me, you know, you're an idiot. You're never going to see this money back.
I paid you back fast.
Fast. Like within a month.
Mm-hmm. And that was hard. That was like 1989 when I could only go to a show once every other
weekend. And then you start working in the store.
Kenwood Chardonnay.
No, Sebastiani.
Well, I asked you to move.
Yeah.
Kenwood I sold.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And that's, yeah. Listen.
All right, let's go, Andy.
Okay, let's go.
Buzz HR asks, I started a daily vlog series. Should I focus on YouTube, Facebook video, or both?
Buzzer, this is interesting. We're in a very interesting time right now with YouTube.
Is that the name?
That's the name. That's probably a screen name. Buzzer, there's a very interesting time right now. I think YouTube and Facebook video are both the two dominant platforms, but I think 6 or 7 months ago, D-Rock, are we okay with the sound? I know it's windy. Yeah. We'll just go with it. I think that, by the way, I'm so pumped. The Ask Gary Vee show audience is not ready for all this craziness.
No?
I think, show AJ real quick. Let's go say hi to AJ. AJ, there we go.
Yeah,
AJ's got his drone.
And Nick?
And Nick?
I got problems with the drone.
The drone's broken?
I want D-Rock. I need D-Rock.
All right, we're almost done. We're doing a quick Ask Gary Vee episode with that.
Real quick.
Go ahead.
The controller's disconnected to the camera.
Yeah.
Do you think it's because we turned on the app before we synced the two, right? Like,
Then you turn it off and turn it back on. Yeah, we tried a lot of that.
All right, D-Rock, let's bang this out. This is black and white right now, AJ.
Try that.
There's going to be a lot of black and white in this episode.
First thing.
Buzz, I think that Facebook video is grossly underestimated. I think YouTube is obviously the established leader, but I think Facebook is incredible. Andy and I have been doing enormous amounts of testing on audiences. Right now we're running a ton. So many of you have watched the USC video. If you haven't, watch it here. Link it up over my dad's face. Yeah. And so I think that I think it's incredibly effective. There's nothing like Facebook targeting, and I think both. The answer is both. I think both really matter. And I can say that, look, I mean, eating our own dog food, Andy, I think we're really focusing on Facebook right now. We kind of have an understanding of what YouTube's all about, but the targeting is just incredible on Facebook. So the answer is both, brother. Focus on both. Let's move on.
John asks, what's one question you get asked all the time that you can't stand answering?
What's one question I get asked all the time that I can't stand answering? Which one is that, Dan? The Valdez? Great Pinot, right?
And I'm not.
I know you're not a big Pinot guy. All right, over here. This is not a wine show. You can finish it. I don't know if there's any question that bothers me that people.
He's so chill. I mean, nothing, really. It doesn't question it personally. I mean,
yeah.
No, I mean.
You know what, Dad? I'm going to take advantage of having you here. Obviously, we're same, but we're very different.
But you got a lot of me.
Yes, I know.
I mean, in the better,
the competitive thing.
Yeah, it's more, yeah.
But were you interested in the fact that I'm so unfazed? You listen, there's a lot of people watching. Tell me the truth. You get upset.
About?
A lot of things.
No, of course. I'm a human. I mean,
but you admit, you agree in business I'm kind of weird, right? I go into this weird state where I'm not.
He's different, and he's very No. I have to hand it to him, not because he's sitting here, and I really don't give him compliments. And why?
Guys, just so you know, I'm fishing here because I don't get this. I'm using advantage of the show. Yeah.
But he's very different. He made a statement, and I can't even repeat the statement because I don't. That to me, it's against my religion. He will do business with
anybody. Hitler. That was the same.
It's rubs me the wrong way, but that's true. It's been proven fact, and I'm a principle guy.
I'm a principle guy.
You are, but you put what's good for the business before
my own feelings.
Yeah, and I can't. And I'm exactly reverse.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know, and probably that's what was holding me back. Listen, I'm not complaining. I did pretty okay.
Yes, you did, mister.
With no language, no,
$100,
I don't have, I can write a book, and my book would be better than his, but that's beside the point. He's making a face,
Because it wouldn't be better. Wouldn't be better. That's why I'm making a face. Yeah. Let's play one-on-one. Show the basket. We're gonna play one-on-one to settle this.
Listen, we just had my youngest son got married, and
AJ, they know AJ.
Everybody knows him, and you would not know what took place at the wedding. I mean, Gary gave my speech, I gave my speech, my daughter jumped in, and it became.
We're a very competitive family.
Yeah. Healthy. Very healthy.
Slightly unhealthy, but I'm pumped we're unhealthy.
What do you mean unhealthy?
Well,
end of the day,
we love each other.
Even in the business, never left upset. You never left upset with me. I
within a year, we never left upset in a day.
We kiss each other.
Well, we love each other. Yeah. So I don't remember the question, but I think ultimately, Andy, there's no question that really bothers me. No. I think that most people know the answers to most of the questions that they ask me. I just don't think they want to put in the work. And one thing that I will say this. I think one of the best days of my life, and I'll say this in front of you, this is fun for me. One of the best days of my life, the life that I've lived almost 40 years now, was when it's funny, it's great as a day of this was in my life. I don't fully remember it, but I do remember several months ago, maybe within the year, maybe within 18 months, you kind of telling me like, man, for as hard as I work, you work really hard.
Honestly, I felt at the time I was working hard. 7 days a week, 14 hours, all this shit. This one, but thank God for his wife. I have to say this. Not every woman would.
That's true.
I mean, the guy travels half a year. He's travels.
These guys know, and these guys know.
Yeah, they know, right?
This is the best.
Yeah,
that's why these weeks are best.
I love her. I mean, matter of fact, I just discussed with Mom another day about your situation. Not every woman would,
Listen, it's intense.
Yeah.
We're going for it.
But you have a dream. Like I had. When I came to this country, I'm never going to forget. And listen, I don't want to tell my story.
Let's do it.
I came in 1978, and I remember I landed in JFK. Pan Am? Is that
Pan Am?
Pan Am. There,
our business.
Yeah.
I'm Spanish.
Yeah. And I was walking on Queens Boulevard.
I know the story. Go ahead.
Right?
You tell them. Not
and
me.
I saw a sign said Alexander's.
Which is a department store for some of the old timers.
Right? My actual official name is Alexander. Everybody called me Sasha, whatever. And I looked, and I was with my cousin who was already a year in this country, right? And we walked by it, and the whole family was together. And I looked and I said, someday I'm going to have that. And she looked at me and she, like, come on. And not exactly the same.
Wine library is very similar to that.
Yeah. So it's, you have to have, but of course he got bigger dream.
Well, that's the way it's supposed to be.
Absolutely. To own jets, that's real. I'm not looking for a couple of points there.
You want to own a couple of points? All right, Andy, let's keep going.
Angie asks, successful leaders say that you are the sum of the 5 people you spend the most time with. How do you level up your 5?
This is an interesting question. This is something I've spent a lot of time trying to figure out. Am I willing to surround myself with people that are better than me? I know it's windy, D-Rock, relax. We're outside. I know, you know, a lot of times I've wondered, am I surrounding myself with people that are not? You know, I'm very nurturing. You know, I like having a lot of people around me. I like building up people.
Yeah.
You got
true.
Yeah,
No,
I like it.
Very, very true. I mean, listen, not because he's my son, and again, I don't want to sit and brag in front of him. He's extremely, extremely special kid. If I knew what I'm going to get, I would go. It's a true story, by the way. His mother, before we got married, she said one of his things, she wants to have 5 kids. And of course, being young, I said, hey, no problem.
My parents were married at 20.
Right, we were young. And, you know, as the time went on, and, you know, I got scared about the education to be able to pay. The kids should not have loans. Such a nonsense. They should all have loans.
I would have paid it off easy.
Right. So, I mean, he's definitely, and again, I'm not going to sit and brag about you, but I never.
Listen, I think I might have you on the show more often. I'm feeling nice.
I mean, you know what? I'll be very honest with you. Maybe somebody out there who's going to stumble on this video, whatever, his DNA should be bottled. I'm very serious, not because we had 12 wines. Well, that helps. But, I mean, he is extremely, extremely special in many ways. And you know, I don't know. Barack Obama doesn't invite him to the White House.
Please. Please. This is nice enough. You don't have to get crazy.
No, just because.
I get it.
You know, it's you know, I'm as a father, I'm very proud. In the business, we had a lot of disagreements. we could disagree about the color of the goddamn thing. But at the end of the day, we bounced off each other things. And I don't think Gary ever mentions that because he's a very competitive guy. But a lot of good ideas, and I don't want to put myself somewhere, but a lot in the beginning was a wine library. It came driving an hour each way.
I wrote a medium.
And you know what? I miss it so much. I miss it so much, and I understand. Listen, he got things going on, but that part I always miss because it was very special. You know, even today when the family get together, it's. Even my daughter's birthday was a couple days ago. You know, she turned what, 30?
6.
Right.
Sorry, Liz.
Yeah. No, but you know, even her friends saw the dynamic of our family. And I have to give it to mom. Mom built a very strong foundation. Who grew up without a mother. You know, she was at age 5. She lost her mother, and but she's a very special person who built this family. And you know, I work, and she was building the family, and it's a great combination. And it's you know, I mean, I'm very proud what this family were able to accomplish, and especially with Gary and AJ. I mean, you know, special kids, definitely, all of them. And I see grandchildren, the Oliver, and you know, Xander.
Xander's eating a lot of olives. We decided to name him Olive.
And he wants to call himself Olive. And it's
thanks, Dad.
Real special, real special.
Thanks, Dad. I have no idea, Andy, what the question was, but what was it again?
Some of the 5 people you spend most time with.
Yeah, I mean, I think that. Yeah, I think I have. I definitely over the last 5 to 7 years surround myself with higher caliber characters. I think it's a commitment. I think, but on the flip side, I'm very comfortable in bringing value to the people that maybe aren't better than me. I think giving back is massively important. I think there's a level of karma, and I think as long as you're focused on surrounding yourself with 5 people that can bring your level up, I think the real answer is it's about 10, right? I think it's about creating a scenario where you have 5 people that are leveling you up, and I think it's about surrounding yourself with 5 people that you level up. And I think I get tremendous enjoyment on leveling up the 5 people around me.
Chris asks, I got a question for you. How bad do you wish Tom Brady was your quarterback?
This is again?
The question is, how bad do I want Tom Brady to be my quarterback?
You don't.
I'll take him. I mean, look, Brett Favre was probably one of the 5 players I dislike the most in the NFL, but I've said it before on the show, the second that a player takes on my logo, they're all about, right? That's right? Wayne Gretzky we didn't like. Well, my dad's a Devils fan, I'm a Rangers fan. But I think, you know, he's getting a little old. I think he's a little,
right?
I think he's a little, listen, I would cut my, I'm going to say this, I would cut my entire right arm off. I would live my, sit calm. I would cut my entire left arm off for Aaron Rodgers, because I think we'd win the Super Bowl. I think Aaron Rodgers is the best quarterback. Andrew Luck. I would cut my entire left arm off for Andrew Luck. I'm going to Indianapolis for week 2.
What about Dan Marino?
Dan Marino's finished.
Right.
Thank God. Those were tough years. The Jets have really struggled. I mean, we had Dan Marino, Jim Kelly, and Tom Brady. We've had basically all the 3 other teams in our division.
And Woody Johnson.
Show little AJ. AJ's very upset. He's never won a championship.
And Woody Johnson.
AJ's never won a championship. He's 20. AJ's 28. All right, we can get over here. He's fine. He's done. AJ's 28. He's never won a championship because my baseball team and hockey team won before he was old enough to enjoy it. So he's a Knicks and Jets fan. AJ, would you cut your left arm off for Andrew Luck?
Smart.
AJ says no.
Smart.
I would.
You wouldn't either.
Right.
I would.
No.
I'd cut my left pinky off for sure.
All right,
would you cut your left pinky off? I would 100%.
What is his name cut?
JPP.
Giants, right?
Yeah, because he was.
What's going on with his
He
dog?
lost his index finger. All right, let's move
what's going
on.
on?
That's it. Move on. Last question.
No,
AJ's calling for time. We got to wrap up the show.
Where are we going?
We got to eat dinner with the family. That's it?
I
Oh,
had-
that was it. Dad.
That's it?
That's it, Dad. Dad, as my special guest, you get to ask the question of the day. Any question you want. Please don't make it political like you did on Wine Library.
You know what? I have to say something.
That's not a question.
No, but I want to say it. And you were young, again. I mean, this kid is, like I said, special kid. When the Soviet Union fell apart.
Oh, it's a good one.
How old you were? 91, right?
Yeah,
90?
I was 15. I was 15, I think.
He walked into the room, and
It was obviously a big day for our family because we were born.
And he said the worst thing would happen. And I look at him. Obviously, what I'm admitting, I'm not as smart as my son, but he still has my brain. So he said that's the worst thing. I said why? He said it's going to be unbalanced in the world, meaning two superpower countries, everything was equal. And you know what? Years later, I said he was absolutely right.
It's good to have balance.
All the craziness what's going on today in the world because it's unbalanced. If we still have Soviet Union here, Cold War basically, and America here, all this bullshit with all this.
All right, calm down, no politics.
No politics. Nothing would happen. Nobody would throw bombs.
Things would happen. Things would happen.
Absolutely not. Pre that.
This is supposed to be a question, Dad. AJ.
Okay.